Our story begins in the heart of Seoul, the bustling capital of South Korea. A sprawling metropolis, teeming with life, where everything seemed perfectly normal. People went about their day, completely oblivious that these were their last moments of peace. Then, in a single, blinding flash, the world was torn asunder. A torrent of fire and destruction incinerates the city in an instant. This was it. Day. The day civilization as we know it came to an end. But the full story of the apocalypse started long before, 3 years before the bombs fell. It began with a man who, unlike everyone else, knew what was coming and prepared for it. He recalls two kinds of people who sensed the end: the paranoid super-rich, drowning in their own anxiety. And then there were those like him, who bet everything they had on one bold escape from reality. First, he liquidated all his assets and buried himself in books, gathering every scrap of survival knowledge. His most crucial mission in this early stage was a singular, vital task. After countless hours of research, he knew what he had to do first. He needed to find the perfect location for his apocalypse-proof shelter. He broke it down into 3 non-negotiable requirements for the site. After poring over the map, he finally circled his target location. The first rule: it had to be a sparsely populated area, off the beaten path but still connected to the city. Second, the terrain needed to be naturally defensible against any unwanted visitors. And lastly, the most important factor of all, the price. He had to achieve all of this within the strict limits of his budget. The chosen site was perfect, a secluded woodland area just outside the city, right below an Air Force base. The first person he met there was a curious old farmer, surprised to see someone from Seoul. The farmer welcomed him as a new neighbor, hoping they'd get along well. He couldn't remember the man's full name, but he knew him as Old Man Kim, the owner of the adjacent land. With the location secured, the next phase began: construction. He gathered a crew of workers for the project. He assured them all the necessary equipment was ready, and that he'd be getting his hands dirty right alongside them. Unsurprisingly, the crew was a bit reluctant to have the boss working with them, probably thinking he'd just get in the way. But he knew a simple trick to break the ice and build some trust. After a few rounds of drinks and snacks, their skepticism quickly melted away, and it seems his tolerance for alcohol left one of the guys completely speechless. But just as things were getting started, Old Man Kim storms in, shovel in hand, furious about the noise. The protagonist isn't surprised. He remembers this man's peculiar brand of countryside territorialism. This wasn't about permits or rules. Old Man Kim was just an annoying old man with a temper. He was known for lashing out at anyone who didn't pay him the attention he craved. He'd even throw himself in front of cars, daring people to run him over just to cause a scene. One of the construction workers is ready to teach the old man a lesson, but our protagonist steps in. He calmly takes the shovel from his worker's hand. He'll handle this himself, because he too was reaching the limits of his patience. After all, the clock was ticking down. D-950. And as the sun set, he knew he had to deal with this problem personally. But as he stood there, another old man's face flashed in his mind. A memory surfaced of a car pulling up to a rundown house long ago. It was him, younger and brasher, telling his own father to just sign over the land. When the old man quietly refused, his temper instantly flared. He lunged forward, grabbing his father by the shirt in a fit of rage. All the prime land went to his sister, he screamed, leaving him with nothing but scraps. The confrontation turned violent as he threw his father to the ground. Back in the present, his expression remained cold, betraying nothing of the painful memory. He remembered standing over his father, demanding he act like a parent for once. With his hand raised, he had screamed, asking if he was going to hand over the land or not. But just as the memory reaches its peak, he clears his throat, the sound cutting through the air. Hess not in the past anymore, Hess watching another man, a son, about to strike his own father. The angry son's eyes flash with fury at the interruption. He hesitates, his raised hand faltering now that there's a witness. So instead of a slap, he unleashes a torrent of threats, promising to burn the land to the ground. With one last warning, the pathetic man storms off and speeds away in his car. In the quiet aftermath, he simply stands beside the old man, who sits defeated on the ground. Looking at the broken father, he sees a painful echo of his own past. He breaks the silence, not with a demand, but by asking if he'd like a cigarette. As the sun sets, they sit together, and the old man asks if he has parents, a question he quietly confirms are gone. He offers a simple solution: just sell the land and live somewhere else. The old man doesn't answer right away, a deep sadness clouding his face. He finally speaks, explaining this land was once a useless wasteland, much like the one his daughter got. But then, a 10-lane road was built right in front of it, changing everything overnight. He turns back to the young man, his tired eyes asking if he truly understands now. A profound sorrow fills his gaze, a pain that money could never heal. He remembers his wife, and admits that he simply can't sell this place. This land is steeped in memories of a life they built together. With a sigh, Old Man Kim gets up, deciding it's time for them to leave. Looking back, The protagonist still isn't sure if what he did for the old man was the right thing, but one thing was certain. That conversation had finally opened Old Man Kim's heart. After that day, he no longer interfered, simply watching as the countdown to doom began. Days turned into hundreds, and an unlikely friendship bloomed over the fields. The two of them worked the land together. As the fateful day drew ever closer, seasons shifted from warm sun to the biting cold of winter. They waited in the quiet snow, the world holding its breath. And then, finally, day arrived with a pillar of fire that consumed the earth. He snaps awake, the apocalyptic vision still fresh in his mind. A deafening roar tears through the sky, the world's final alarm. A voice cuts through the chaos, trying to pull him back to reality. Old Man Kim grabs him, his voice trembling as he asks about his son and soul. He begs, pleading for him to find his boy amidst the chaos. So, our protagonist sits in the dark, the laptop's glow his only companion. He searches, but his eyes reflect a grim and unavoidable truth. Standing before the bunker, he delivers the heavy news. His son is gone. The old man's strength gives out, and he collapses, clutching onto him. He doesn't pull away, simply letting the wave of grief wash over them. He offers what he can, a safe place in the bunker before the next wave hits. But Old Man Kim refuses the offer, choosing to remain at his home. And as the sirens roar to life, the world officially ends. In the quiet of his new world, an unexpected sound cuts through the silence. His phone lights up a call from one of the construction workers. His expression hardens instantly. This call wasn't part of his plan. Elsewhere, Old Man Kim walks through the desolate wasteland, no longer just a grieving farmer. He grips a heavy axe, his grief forged into a cold, sharp purpose. The fires of the apocalypse reflect in his eyes, burning away his tears. He's driven by the memory of a peaceful day, a quiet moment with his wife, a memory of a life that was stolen from him by the falling sky. Back at the bunker, the protagonist holds his own weapon, his uninvited guests having arrived. He stands ready, facing the heavily tattooed worker in a tense, silent standoff. His eyes glow with cold resolve. In this new world, everyone is a potential enemy. He flashes back to a time before the fall, a hunt out in the quiet countryside. A massive wild boar had been taken down, not by a bullet, but by his hand. Old Man Kim had been utterly shocked, unable to believe he'd caught it without a gun. The old man proudly boasted about his shooting skills, but the protagonist already knew the truth. He'd researched him. The man was a former National Guard, and that rifle was a Walter D.M. Bell, a decent weapon for its time, but nowhere near enough for the future that was coming. Back then, his focus was just on the old man and the hunt. But this time around, his gaze had to be locked on the surroundings. Specifically, the nearby Air Force base where both ROK and US troops were stationed. He knew the base held not just soldiers, but elite anti-monster units and even some hunters. His ultimate plan was simple. When war inevitably breaks out, the Gyeonggi-do Air Force Base would be his primary target. The moment a nuclear weapon is used, the ensuing chaos would be his perfect cover to loot military supplies. But while he was busy scheming for the future, an unexpected offer from the past suddenly presented itself. The man's code was D-823, his name Kim Wong-soo, an arms dealer he remembered all too well. He was a Korean-Chinese gangster who was now, ironically, an employee at the company building his bomb shelter. This man was no stranger to chaos, coming from a region near Inner Mongolia, already being ravaged by monsters. Had come to Korea to earn money, knowing that a shelter was useless without the firepower to defend it. Our protagonist saw right through him. The thick, exaggerated accent was a deliberate tell, a signal of his connections to criminal gangs. And with a simple, outstretched hand, a dangerous new partnership was about to begin. And so the deal was struck. At the time, it was an offer he had absolutely no reason to refuse. The day of the trade finally arrived, and our protagonist waited under the cold twilight sky. Of course, had done his homework, discovering Kim Wang-soo wasn't some petty thug, but a former member of the Shanghai Triad. He knew exactly where these high-grade weapons were coming from. So when the arms dealer waved him over, he felt no surprise or fear. Frankly, he didn't care. Kim Wang-soo assured him the products would be arriving shortly. All that mattered was getting his hands on the firearms. The man's criminal history was irrelevant. As they waited, the gangster's tough facade melted away as he stared at his phone. Curious, the protagonist glanced over, seeing messages from a child, and asked if that was his daughter. The Triad member smiled, proudly talking about his 7-year-old girl. A strange moment of warmth in a cold, dangerous transaction. A truck's horn cuts through the night, and Kim Wang-soo nods. The merchandise has arrived. One of his men immediately gets to work, opening up the back of the truck for inspection. Inside lies a crate containing 3 Type 56 rifles and hundreds of rounds, a small arsenal. Our protagonist picks one up, his movements fluid and familiar as he checks the rifle's action. He can tell instantly these weapons are in perfect condition, well-oiled and ready for use. A silent confirmation passes over his face. These will do nicely. With the deal done, he watches the gangster wave the delivery truck away into the darkness. Kim Wong-soo sighs, remarking that maybe settling down in Korea isn't such a bad idea. For a moment, his tough exterior cracks, revealing a man weary of his violent life. The protagonist observes this, a flicker of understanding in his cold, calculating eyes. But just as he's about to leave, Kim Wong-soo stops him, his hand slamming down on the crate. The gangster has one last question, asking about his plans to live alone in the bomb shelter. He muses aloud that it's a tough life for one person to handle all by themselves. To punctuate his point, he casually rests his tattooed foot on the weapon case. Our protagonist sees right through this little power play, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The gangster leans in, a smug look on his face, sensing a potential weakness. But then, a cold, almost predatory smile spreads across the protagonist's lips. He asks what the problem is, his hand dropping to the hilt of the blade at his waist. Kim Wong-soo's expression tightens, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, the gangster's bravado evaporates into a nervous laugh as he insists it's nothing. Kim Wong-soo tries to play it cool, remarking that for someone with such a big shelter, the boss doesn't seem to like company. He even extends a thinly veiled invitation for our hero to visit their workplace if he ever changes his mind. The associate quickly tries to smooth things over, insisting it was just a joke and that he's heading home to see his daughter soon. But the protagonist has had enough of the small talk, telling them to just show him the merchandise. As their car disappears down the road, he grips his weapon, knowing that threat was deadly serious. He understands better than anyone that sometimes, violence is not just an option, but a necessity. Back in the safety of his bunker, he pulls out his phone, a plan already forming in his mind. He finds the contact for Kim Wong-soo and calmly places the call. A cold look crosses his face. He's decided to handle this problem for good, before the gangster can leave the country. And out on a dark road, Kim Wong-soo answers, completely unaware he's just walked into a trap. He recalls his past self, needing shelter and weapons just to survive. But thanks to his future knowledge, he knew exactly where to find this perfect bunker. Back in the present, he holds his phone, a confident look on his face. His initial worries about this gangster problem didn't last long at all. On the other end, Kim Wong-soo fumbles to answer, surprised to hear from his boss. The protagonist calmly explains he's brought the bullets and is ready for the exchange. He tells the gangster the payment is all set and just needs a drop-off location. And there's one very fortunate detail about this situation. His enemy, now walking into a trap, came to this deal all by himself. The stage is set, and our protagonist stands ready, axe in hand, waiting for his arrival. He knows this is his only chance he has to deal with him now, while he's alone. And right on cue, Kim Wong-soo arrives, a condescending smirk on his face. The gangster lunges forward, swinging his axe with brutal, unrestrained force. But our protagonist moves with impossible speed, effortlessly vaulting over the clumsy attack. He lands perfectly, his own axe already poised for a deadly counter. With a fluid motion, he brings the weapon around in a vicious arc. The blade bites deep into Kim Wong-soo's shoulder, a spray of blood erupting from the wound. He stands over the fallen man, his expression cold and utterly detached. Barely conscious, the gangster can only stare up in horror, his mind reeling in disbelief. What on earth was this kid? A soldier? An agent? It was the only thing that made any sense. But our protagonist simply looks on, his expression chillingly calm despite the blood on his face. The gangster's mind races, wondering if He's facing some kind of trained martial artist. With his pride shattered, Kim Wong-soo grabs the young man's leg, desperately pleading for his life. He's just a pathetic, bleeding mess now, begging anyone to save him. The protagonist looks down and calmly tells him that sparing his life will be difficult. Even if he were to walk away now, the gangster would simply bleed out and die anyway. Realizing his fate is sealed, the man just asks for a quick end to his suffering. The axe falls one last time, and a moment later, Kim Wong-soo lies silent on the forest floor. But just as the grim work is finished, a faint, melodic sound cuts through the silence. A phone is ringing, and he realizes with a start that this gangster might not have come alone. Picking up the dead man's phone, he sees the caller ID. Beautiful daughter. The device buzzes in his blood-soaked hand, an international call from a family that will never see their father again. A quick glance at the chat history shows loving messages, a child asking her dad to come home soon. But he shoves the thought aside, his expression hardening. There's no time to waste on sentiment. The scene shifts, jumping forward 29 days into the future. The plan is in motion. Now clad in a gas mask, he navigates the desolate, irradiated landscape. He's reached his destination, an abandoned Air Force base, wondering if his gamble paid off. Inside, he finds a sight beyond belief. A fully stocked military facility, untouched by the chaos. Rows upon rows of advanced weaponry, enough to arm an entire mercenary group, just sitting there. A faint smile plays on his lips. His rough, desperate plan had been the right answer all along. But even amidst his victory, a dark memory creeps into his thoughts. He remembers a man, a father, now just a withered corpse in a rusted-out car. A flicker of regret crosses his mind. What if their paths had never crossed? He walks on through the desolate city, the question echoing in his head. Could that man have survived this hellscape on his own? Could he have ever made it back to his daughter? The empty ruins around him seem to give a bleak, silent answer. But then, a video plays a man warmly addressing a community of survivors. He's carefully crafting a small wool-felt doll, a gift for his own child. And the chilling realization hits. This isn't a recording from before the war. This is happening now. The video, it turns out, is from an internet community of doomsday enthusiasts. Thanks to a satellite network, the internet still works even as the world burns. So our guy sits down, trying to follow the crafting tutorial step by step. It's a surreal sight. Survivors connecting through a shared hobby in the apocalypse. The instructor on screen handles the wool with a gentle, practiced ease. And with a final pat, he reveals his creation, a perfect, adorable little sheep. It looks so simple, so comforting, right? But our protagonists attempt well. It's something else entirely. He stares at the misshapen monstrosity, thinking it looks like a bizarre cult idol. And just like that, a full year has passed since the war began. The major air raids and missile strikes may have stopped for now, but the world remains a wasteland, with the government gone and no hope for recovery. On the survivor forums, a new kind of panic is spreading, fueled by posts about refugees. Paranoia grows as long-term members of the community suddenly go silent, one by one. What was once suspicion has curdled into open hatred and threats of violence against outsiders. Our protagonist absorbs this grim new reality from the cold glow of his laptop screen. He knows this isn't just an overreaction, it's the brutal truth of their world. And one name, in particular, has caught his attention. A user going by Defender. This man has become infamous, a so-called human hunter who posts proof of his kills. He's a predator stalking the ruins, turning the apocalypse into his personal hunting ground. This human hunter wasn't killing for fun. He had a singular, cold-blooded purpose. Each murder was a brutal warning, a message to anyone who dared trespass on his territory. He even taunted others on the forums, threatening to pay a personal visit to nearby survivors. As our protagonist reads on, he realizes the man is becoming addicted to the act of killing itself. Watching this kind of savagery unfold in real time, it's impossible not to become paranoid and hostile. And then, a chilling realization hits him as he connects the pieces. He remembers a wholesome user who made toys for their kids just before their account went silent forever. Time marches on, and by day 395, a punishing winter has arrived. On the forums, the desperate pleas of the living echo, begging the silent for any sign of life. The grim reality sets in. The number of inactive members now grotesquely outnumbers the active ones. He scans the desolate, snow-covered landscape, reflecting on the grim reality of survival. In this world, anyone can disappear at any moment, and he is certainly no exception. Then, his binoculars land on a small group of men huddled together against the biting wind. One of them looks up, a predator's smirk curling his lips as if he's just found his next meal. Our protagonist recognizes them instantly, the very construction crew who built these shelters. Now, they've become a pack of raiders, hunting the very clients they once served. A cold, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. What a twisted form of customer service. Back inside his own impenetrable fortress, he slowly rises from his observation post. His hand clenches into a fist, ready for the inevitable confrontation. Since they came all this way to pay him a visit, he figures it's only polite to return the favor. He waits patiently in the darkness, axe resting on his shoulder, ready to greet his uninvited guests. Outside, the raider crew finally reaches the shelter, certain this is the place they built. But the open entrance gives them pause. Could it have been looted already? Or worse, is it a trap? Unwilling to risk his own skin, their leader points forward, ordering two of his men to scout ahead. The designated pair cautiously steps into the dark, descending into the unknown. One holds up a makeshift shield while his partner keeps a rifle at the ready, expecting resistance. They scan the interior, but find nothing at first. Then, their eyes land on a box of cigarettes, a rare treasure in this frozen hellscape. But as one of them celebrates, the other's instincts scream that something is terribly wrong. He sniffs the air, catching the faint but unmistakable stench of rotting corpses. His partner dismisses the warning, insisting he can't smell a thing. Hearing their progress, the leader outside yells for the rest of the crew to move in. But before they can, a shadow drops from the ceiling, landing right between the two scouts. In a blur of motion, he smashes the rifleman's face and disarms him with a brutal kick. His eyes glow with cold fury. One down, more to go. The second raider screams as his partner's body hits the floor, a bloody mess. But his panic is cut short as a spiked weapon crashes into his makeshift shield. He's grabbed from behind, an axe pressed against his throat, completely overpowered. Thrown to the ground, The terrified hunter can only beg for his life. But the man looking down at him shows not a flicker of mercy. A voice from outside screams for a report. But inside, there is only silence from the blood-splattered hunter. 2 men are down, and now his cold gaze turns towards the remaining 3 outside. The raiders panic, one wanting to charge in, but their leader, Director Hong, stops them, knowing it's a death trap. He overhears their plan to use tear gas and smirks. At least their leader has some brains. But a strange, crimson energy begins to glow around his fist. A confident smile creeps onto his face. Their little plan is not going to work. Because this isn't just some random shelter, this is his house. Outside, the crew finds the entrance sealed shut. But Director Hong isn't worried. He smugly reveals he helped build this place, and knows its one secret entrance, the ventilation shaft. But inside, our protagonist is already one step ahead, calmly picking up a rifle for the game to come. He finds it almost insulting, having to engage in a pitched battle with such low-level raiders. They think they know the bunker's secret, but they're completely oblivious to the real truth. After Director Hong's team left, he used what he learned to secretly extend the entire structure, where he makes his way through the hidden passage, a route that the invaders have absolutely no idea exists. With a soft thud, he emerges from his secret exit, out into the cold and snow. Now, Hez outside, and they're the ones walking straight into a trap. From his new vantage point, he can see they're still stubbornly waiting by the vent. Since they're being so persistent, he might as well give them what they're waiting for. He casually pulls the pin on another canister, ready to send them his regards. With a flick of his wrist, the canister lands, and a blinding flash erupts in the snow. Before the raiders can even register what's happening, he's already lining up his shots. One after another, they fall, their surprise turning to crimson stains on the white ground. The last man standing throws his hands up, instantly begging not to be shot. Our protagonist calmly approaches, his gaze cold as he asks how many of them are left. The terrified man quickly claims he's the last one, his voice shaking. But under that unwavering stare, he cracks, admitting there were 5 and now he's being ordered to move the bodies. The survivor begins dragging his fallen comrades towards the truck, following the command. But our protagonist keeps his rifle trained on him, a flicker of doubt in his mind. Something doesn't add up, and a sudden, chilling realization dawns on him. The raider reels back in shock, completely baffled by the sudden hostility. In his hand, our protagonist reveals the reason for his fury. A small, dirt-caked sheepdoll. Before the man can process it, the butt of the rifle cracks across his face. He's thrown to the ground, with a single, cold command to start talking. What did they do to the doll's owner? The raider frantically denies everything, claiming it's a misunderstanding. His pleas are answered only by another vicious, bone-shattering blow. Finally breaking, the man screams they didn't kill him. The old man was already dead when they arrived. That's all he needed to hear. The protagonist gives a new order: take me there. Just a short, tense 30-minute drive later, he drags the battered raider towards a lone bunker. It's the exact location from the video, and inside, the grim reality of the scene is waiting. The terrified raider confirms this is the place, and that's the body. But his usefulness has just expired. A single shot rings out in the bunker. With a cold and steady gaze, our protagonist steps over the raider's fresh corpse. His attention is now fully on the original victim, lying still on the concrete. He scans the scene, his mind racing as he pieces together the horrific puzzle. On the body, a calling card, a note signed Defender, the human hunter. He can almost picture the killer's silhouette walking away from the scene. The victim was executed professionally, a single shot to the back of the head. A quick check reveals this isn't the first time. Defender has killed before, but a corpse holds more information than you'd think, and has ready to listen. A voice crackles over his radio, asking if he's found anything useful, but the body is too far gone, a decomposed mess offering no solid clues. Hez not worried though. The killer's methods can be found elsewhere. After all, in a world filled with death, there are plenty of other sources, and the most revealing source of all is a person's attitude when facing their end. His mind flashes back to the raider he used as a guide, now begging to be let go. But instead of freedom, the man finds himself staring down the barrel of a rifle. He panics, desperately pleading for his life by bringing up his children. The raider cries that his family will die if he doesn't return. A last-ditch appeal to mercy. But our protagonist simply explains the cold reality. No raider who knows his location gets to live. He looks down at the terrified raider, coldly remarking that someone else has already used that excuse. With the deed done, the body is quickly covered, another loose end dealt with. His mind drifts back to a time after leaving the bunker, when the fresh air felt so precious. It was a brief escape from his worries, a rare moment of leisure just to feel the sun. He remembers thinking it was like a small piece of paradise in a ruined world. But that peace was shattered by the distinct buzz of an approaching surveillance drone. It reminds him of an online post he read, a survival diary from a user named Dongtanmom. Their last entry was a frantic warning. A drone had spotted them, and raiders were breaking into their bunker. Trapped and with no way to fight, they had one final desperate plan involving a whole lot of TNT. That post, sharing raider intel and survivor grievances, hinted at the very truth he was now investigating. The raiders were evolving, becoming smarter, and perhaps even using the community against itself. A cold, hard truth settled over the survivors. Sharing information could be a death sentence. So the community's meta shifted. Everyone started forming armed groups, thinking numbers meant safety. But our protagonist knew better. Seeing this as a flawed strategy that just made them a bigger target, he believed that armed conflict was a last resort. The real victory was in never being found at all. His chosen territory was perfect for this. A desolate wasteland that no sane person would ever visit. Not to mention, its borders were patrolled by vicious packs of mutated, radioactive dogs. And if that wasn't enough, the nearest city was rumored to be overrun with radioactive zombies. But there were whispers of a lone survivor holding the line in that urban hellscape. A deadly sniper, cleaning the streets one precise headshot at a time. But our protagonist knew there was one more crucial rule to this new world. A simple truth that even the current predators would soon learn. No one stays on top forever. As if on cue, a raider piloting a drone slams his controller, furious that his target has vanished. His crewmates in the back of the truck are getting agitated, questioning if they're even in the right spot. One of them barks at the operator to stop talking and just find the guy already. The leader mutters that this target better be worth the gas money they're burning. He even threatens to cut his subordinate's share, but the operator suddenly freezes. Something new and completely unexpected has just appeared on his drone feed. A woman in full combat gear, armed and looking directly at his camera. His eyes widen in disbelief. He's just stumbled upon the legendary sniper of the city. One of the raiders smirks, thinking he's found some easy prey, and suggests a change of plans. But before anyone can answer, his crewmate is suddenly splattered with gore. A pack of monstrous, mutated dogs descends upon them in a flurry of teeth and claws. The first raider's cocky grin vanishes, replaced by a silent scream, as his world dissolves into a red haze of pure, unadulterated terror. The survivors in the truck slam the doors, yelling to floor it and leave the others behind. In the back, one man is snatched by a beast, his body ripped from the moving vehicle. His friend reaches out, a desperate, futile attempt to save him from being dragged away. The truck speeds on, abandoning its doomed passenger to the monsters. Inside, the remaining few can only stare back, bloodied and horrified by what they've just witnessed. The man's vision blurs, his last breath a rattling gasp as his face is splattered with his own blood. A sickening crunch echoes as the truck's side mirror is ripped away, a final casualty of their failed escape. He looks up into the glowing red eyes of the beast, a monster straight from hell looming over him. With a final, silent curse, his world is consumed by a maw of razor-sharp teeth. A week later, news of the incident finally surfaces online: a crashed truck, blood trails leading into the woods, and no survivors. Our protagonist reads the report, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the mutated dogs are terrifyingly close. But just as he's processing the danger, a new, bizarre comment pops up on his screen. He stares, confused, as the notorious online troublemaker, Dongtenmom, posts again after a long silence. She's back with another desperate plea, threatening to set off explosives if no one helps her. But this time, it's not just a bluff. A hand grips a detonator, poised to unleash chaos. Branded a liar, Dongtenmom's final desperate post was ignored by everyone. But as armed men stormed his location, he saw no other way out. With a final, desperate act, he triggered a massive explosion, taking them all with him. The blast immediately makes waves online, with a user named Defender confirming the location. Our protagonist notes the name Defender is in Gwangyo, dangerously close. But he sets that aside for now, because his own surveillance has found something far more urgent. Displayed on his drone controller is a professional sniper, armed and ready. He has to identify every threat in the area, and she just jumped to the top of the list. With pinpoint accuracy, she raises her rifle and casually shoots his drone right out of the sky. His eyes go dark. Surveillance is over. It's time to move. He arrives at the base of the towering building, the sniper's nest. With his hood drawn, his expression hardens, knowing exactly who he's dealing with. A sudden flash of insight, the sniper's bullet finding its mark without hesitation. The cold, unwavering focus reflected in her eye as she fires. And there on the street lies the proof. A fresh victim, executed in an instant. He recognizes this area all too well. It's the territory of the mad sniper. Kneeling down, he begins to examine the scene, unfazed by the body. His fingers brush over the shattered asphalt, where the bullet struck home. He realizes she gives no warning shots. Her first move is always the final one. In her own way, this person is an even greater monster than the so-called Defender. He's here to pay a visit to a neighbor whose identity was revealed by his drone. Her gear, her weapon, her hair, everything screamed former US military. When the war broke out, America defended its mainland, but a greater threat emerged. They pulled all their overseas forces, recalling everyone from Korea. All their might was redirected to fight the rifts, the source of the monsters. But the soldiers left behind now claimed the nearby airbase, making recon a deadly risk. He'd much rather avoid fighting a trained soldier, but his territory is his territory. And from her rooftop nest, the sniper feels the exact same way, ready to defend her home. More than a year passes in this ruined world. Day 481. All this time, he's been watching her, patiently studying her patterns. He's got her timed perfectly. The sniping always stops like clockwork. This is his only chance, the brief window when she's likely asleep. With the main entrance completely barricaded, a frontal assault is suicide. So he relies on a much stealthier approach. Taking a leap of faith, he aims to infiltrate from the middle of the building. He scales the cold concrete wall with a grim determination. Pulling himself over a rusted ledge, he finally finds an opening. Inside, he moves through the oppressive darkness of the abandoned halls. Every sense is on high alert, listening for the slightest sound. He lands silently on the floor, ready to confront the building's other occupant. He immediately arms himself with a rifle he finds inside. Moving with practiced silence, he sweeps the lower levels. Through the scope, the halls seem eerily empty, making him wonder if he's alone. He presses forward, each footstep a calculated risk. But he knows better than to let his guard down in a place like this. He begins his ascent up the dark concrete stairs. His destination is the top floor, the sniper's lookout. So far, he hasn't encountered a single enemy, which only puts him more on edge. Reaching the final door, he takes a steadying breath. He pushes it open to the rooftop, only to find a lone sleeping bag. He thinks she's asleep, a stroke of luck that means he can avoid a fight. But a voice cuts through the silence, and a rifle is aimed right at his head. He slowly raises a hand, playing along for now. So she wasn't sleeping, she was waiting, having prepared an ambush. He recognizes the voice of the person from the camera footage. She's not bluffing, her eyes burning with intensity as she demands he disarm. He calmly assesses the situation, noting the long barrel of her weapon. Seeing him hesitate, she lets her guard down for just a second. And in that instant, he explodes forward, seizing her rifle. A shot rings out as he forces the gun away, her perfect ambush shattering in a moment. With cold precision, he yanks the rifle away from its intended target. The gun fires harmlessly into the ceiling as he overpowers her completely. This was never going to be a fair fight. He raises his foot. A brutal stomp smashes into her thigh, aiming to immobilize her. He follows up with another crushing kick, shattering her balance. The sniper's eyes widen in sheer agony and disbelief. She collapses to the ground, her body screaming from the impact. Now holding her weapon, he looms over her as she reaches out in desperation. But her plea is met with the sole of his boot grinding into her back. The hunter has become the hunted, pinned and utterly at his mercy. With a cold, almost bored expression, he offers a hollow apology, explaining his plan was just to scout. But things changed the moment he stumbled upon a hidden armory during his search. He couldn't just leave it, not when it was a disaster waiting to happen if looters got armed. Grinding his boot into her back, he makes it clear this outcome was a necessity. He tells her plainly if she wanted to survive, she should have been more cautious, more hidden. Suddenly, she screams in terror, not for herself, but begging him not to look over there. His head snaps up, her desperate plea instantly telling him she's not alone. A sound draws his attention, and a small figure nervously peeks from behind a wall. He spins around to see a little girl in a helmet and vest stepping out into the open. Her eyes are fixed on the woman on the floor as she calls out for her mama. His mind stumbles, the single thought echoing in the silence, a child. But the mother on the ground finds a new strength, her eyes glowing with raw, primal fury. He's shocked by the force he thought he had her completely subdued. With a desperate surge, she throws him clean off her back. He watches her scramble away, realizing she's not fleeing, she's going for a weapon. He has to end this now. He raises his rifle, ready to neutralize the threat. A single shot cracks through the air as he takes his aim. But what he sees stops him cold. She didn't grab the rifle, she's shielding her daughter. He had calculated everything, assuming she'd take the best weapon to ensure their survival. Yet the assault rifle lies untouched, a silent testament to a mother's final choice. And in that moment, his entire perception shatters. She wasn't a mad killer. To her, this desolate world was a jungle, and she was doing the only thing she could to protect her child. So, instead of a bullet, he delivers a swift kick, sending her pistol flying from her hand. He stands over her, making one thing crystal clear. This territory, this area, is his. He points a finger like a gun, a silent promise of what happens if she crosses the line. The little girl watches, wide-eyed, as he tells them to just stay put and take care of each other. The mother pulls her daughter close, a silent understanding passing between them. But instead of fear or anger, she has a desperate question. Does he have any medicine? Confused, he watches as she lifts her pant leg, revealing a gruesome, crudely bandaged wound. The gash is deep, blood seeping through, and suddenly, it all makes sense. That's why she was so slow. He reaches into his jacket and casually flicks a small case toward her. It's antibiotics, he says, a small compensation for invading her space. But the woman just stares, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. This isn't what she meant. A bead of sweat rolls down her face as she realizes he misunderstood her completely. So she asks again. This time more directly, does he have any of the drug? Her daughter clutches her tightly, watching the strange man's reaction. The sniper's gaze is filled with a desperate, pleading hope. He looks down at them, his expression hardening with a cold dose of reality. He tells her that the so-called miracle drug is no cure-all. If it were, everyone would be using it. But her focus snaps away from his refusal, and her eyes widen. Wait, did he just speak perfect Korean? So, from that day on, he began leaving the mother and daughter skimmed milk and painkillers. But in the past few days, the sound of gunfire echoing through the city has gotten worse. He listens, analyzing the pattern. It's not a battle. The shots are too frequent, too one-sided. He thinks back to the sniper's face, how she was already at her breaking point. Was she just firing her rifle from the rooftops, losing her mind? He figures the gunshots aren't for intruders, but a symptom of her spiraling madness. But just then, a glint of light in the distance catches his attention. His gaze locks onto a faraway building, where a light is flashing in a strange pattern. It clicks. That's Morse code, and the message is for him. Meet me at that place. With the message received, he immediately starts moving. He arrives at the meeting point, only to be immediately greeted by the sniper's daughter. The girl is frantic, her eyes wide with terror as she begs him for help. Her mother is hurt. He follows her inside, realizing he's walking into a situation far more complicated than he expected. And what he finds is just pathetic. The sniper's hideout is a shrine to American culture. She's on the rooftop, looking weary and defeated, having clearly reached her limit. While he bandages her leg, she explains the constant barrage of raiders, some even armed with RPGs. The gunfire drew them in, and her wound has festered into a severe infection without treatment. With him there, her daughter finally feels safe enough to fall asleep in her arms. Looking at her sleeping child, the sniper's tough exterior crumbles as she admits how much she misses home. She's tired of this life, just wanting to speak her own language with family, not fight in a foreign hell. She whispers that home feels impossibly far away, her spirit completely broken. Turning to her sleeping daughter, her only reason for living, the weight becomes unbearable. Tears stream down her face as she caresses her child, overwhelmed by her failure to protect her. With her last bit of strength, she looks at him and asks for drugs, anything to escape this nightmare. His eyes narrow. He knows this path, this descent into despair, all too well. A vision flashes through his mind, a terrified woman being swallowed by a horde of the infected. He looks back at her and refuses, telling her that escaping reality won't solve the problem. But he offers her something better than an escape, a promise to reduce that problem for her. A cold, determined look settles on his face as he formulates a plan. So, lend me some weapons, he says, his gaze already locked on the raider camp below. He chose this specific day for a reason, cloaking himself in the downpour. The rain provides perfect cover, forcing the raiders to huddle together, completely unaware. He slips through the shadows, knowing exactly what he's looking for in their supply cache. A small, self-satisfied smirk appears as he spots it. The RPG ammunition. He calmly slots the rocket into place, the perfect tool for a man facing overwhelming odds. Down at the camp, the guards are just trying to stay warm, completely oblivious to the danger above. But a flicker of movement, a glint in the rain, catches one of the raiders' eyes. His head snaps up, a jolt of pure terror flashing across his face. It's too late. A fiery rocket is already screaming through the storm right at them. One shot, he thinks, to eliminate as many as possible in a single, decisive blow. The explosion was effective, but he notes with grim resolve that a few too many survived the initial blast. The survivors scramble in terror, but there's no escape from what's coming next. From the darkness, our protagonist opens fire with cold, calculated precision. He's a phantom in the storm, cutting down the stragglers one by one. His face is a mask of focus, every shot finding its mark. Chaos reigns below as bullets tear through the night, bodies hitting the mud. He's a blur of motion, constantly repositioning, never giving them a static target. They finally spot him and unleash a volley of desperate, retaliatory fire. But he's already gone, vanishing into the shadows as their bullets hit empty air. The raiders are left screaming into the rain, wondering where their attacker went and just how many more are out there. The raiders are in full-blown panic, shouting to gather reinforcements and wipe out their attackers. But before they can even take a step, another shot cracks through the downpour. A head explodes in a spray of red, and the survivors freeze in shock. A lone figure steps into the firelight, his presence silencing their frantic shouts. It's our protagonist, calmly explaining that in a situation like this, light only makes you a better target. Has been freezing out in the rain, waiting for this moment, and has ready to finish this quickly. The last raider can only stare up, his face a perfect picture of dawning horror. With a hand axe ready, the protagonist thinks of the person who gave it to him. His mind is already made up. All he wants is to get this over with and go home, back to the bunker, where he brought his neighbors the sniper and her daughter to safety after it was all over. The little girl's innocent questions about the bunker's odd layout are met with a tired command to stay with her mother. For now, our protagonist is focused on patching up the sniper's injured leg. As the daughter curiously explores their new home, he finishes the first aid. The sniper assures him it should be fine. She simply followed a video guide. But even with the wound bandaged, the deeper trauma lingers in the quiet air between them. He knows he's only treated the wounds on her body. Healing her mind, shattered by the day's events, seems an impossible task. Then, a sudden spark of an idea. He calls her over to his laptop, believing he's found a miracle drug for her spirit. She leans in to see a familiar sight, an online bulletin board for survivors. But he explains this is the main hub, the English server, with countless more people than the one they knew. She stares at the screen, stunned to see a connection to the US server. He encourages her to try it out, to leave a message for the world. Hesitantly, her fingers tap out a simple, friendly greeting. "Hey guys," she types, adding a small smiley face. The response is immediate, and brutal users mock her for being a cheerful noob. A flicker of a smile crosses her lips, a brief moment of connection despite the harshness. The sight of the forum sends him spiraling back into a memory of a different time. It was the second Christmas Eve after the apocalypse, and a former developer had made a small game for the community. While his own virtual tree was empty, the popular users, like the infamous Defender, had trees covered in messages. He recalls with a grim smile how every single ornament on Defender's tree was a threat of murder. And he wasn't just some phantom online, he had real connections, like a young girl's voice crackling over the radio. He remembers her asking to borrow his laptop so her mom could watch the New Year's countdown with people back home. He'd brought them a warm meal, a small gesture of kindness in a world gone cold. Her mother, Rebecca, had formally introduced herself and her daughter, Sue, before asking for his name in return. He tried to tell them his name was Park Q, but they kept mishearing it as an insult, so he just gave up and told them to call him Skeleton. The memory shifts to another radio call. Sue's voice piping up again, asking him to wait. With a bright, cheerful shout, she wished him a Merry Christmas. The simple words reached him in his cold, lonely shelter, a rare moment of genuine warmth. For a fleeting second, a small, quiet smile graced his lips. He wished her the same, adding a quiet prayer for her to stay alive for a long time. A sudden notification dings on his laptop. Someone has decorated Skeleton's tree. He opens it to find a simple ornament hanging on the virtual branches. But it's the name attached that makes his blood run cold. John Lennon. That name a ghost from a past he'd long since buried. He stares at the screen, 1,000 questions racing through his mind. Why now? And who was it? He knew the name all too well, and the shadowy community it belonged to. Viva Apocalypse. It was the world's largest doomsday forum, a place where anonymous users traded survival intel. He remembers joining it back in the day, but the reality was a bit of a letdown. The place was a cesspool of elitist preppers mocking anyone who wasn't a millionaire. At the time, he couldn't see the point in watching rich people argue over their assets. He joined out of desperation, but the site was full of useless information. But just as he's about to log off, a single post about dummy bunkers catches his eye. Wait a second. He leans in closer, his gaze fixed on the author's name, John Ninon. The article details incredibly advanced strategies, using decoys for surveillance and tactical deception. It even suggests rigging the dummy shelters with C4 explosives. The idea is simple, brutal, and effective. Wipe out intruders with the push of a single button. This is on another level. The philosophy is similar to his own, but far more refined. A slow smile spreads across his face. Who in the world is this person? A quick search reveals he's not the only one asking. The entire community is buzzing about their new star. The question echoes across the entire community. Just who is this John Ninon? And from his cold, dusty shelter, our protagonist watches the speculation reach a fever pitch. He ponders the name, the strategy. It all feels strangely familiar yet dangerously advanced. Then, the man himself responds to the doubters with a simple verification post. He uploads his official license, and our protagonist's eyes widen. A hunter? The world flashes back over a dozen years ago, when bizarre rifts first tore open the sky. It wasn't long before these tears in reality began spewing out horrific creatures, monsters. To fight back, governments established special units, professionals in hunting these beasts. The hunters. They were humanity's first and last line of defense against large-scale monster eruptions. A constant, brutal war fought by superhumans against creatures straight out of a nightmare. But our protagonist remembers a different kind of hunter, one forged in true despair. He remembers the cold steel of firearms, ready for the horrors that awaited them, the explosive viscera of monsters erupting under a hail of precise gunfire. He was one of them, standing with his squad amidst the apocalyptic ruins. They were the ones who watched the sky itself bleed, a sign of the end, a constant, chilling premonition that the worst was yet to come. These were the true elites, their identities a closely guarded national secret. Snapping back to reality, he realizes the license he saw online isn't quite at that level. Still, he knows that a hunter certification gives this John Neenan undeniable authority. With his vast knowledge, and now a verified license, he's become the community's new idol. But of course, where there's attention, gossip and envy are sure to follow. As John Neenan's influence grew, so did the number of his detractors. They armed themselves not with weapons, but with keyboards, launching attacks on his posts. He casually scrolls past their pathetic comments while eating some ice cream. These guys are so low level, he thinks. John Neenan would never stoop to their level. But then his spoon freezes mid-air as he stares at his screen, utterly baffled. Against all expectations, John Neenan responded with a shirtless mirror selfie. The community was stunned, their initial hype turning into confusion and disappointment. And to make matters worse, his official hunter registration was revealed to be a measly D rank. He watches the forums erupt in mockery, thinking the guy just committed career suicide. But the self-sabotage didn't end with a D rank and a selfie. He watches in disbelief as the guy announces a real-life meetup to prove his bunker is real. The story flashes back to that fateful day, 600 days before the apocalypse. Gu Sang-hyo, the man behind John Neenan, introduces himself with a big, confident smile. But the turnout was pathetic. Only 9 other people showed up to see the so-called savior. In a classic cheapskate move, he orders for 9 but claims he's on a diet and won't be eating. The restaurant owner immediately calls him out. Everyone present has to order a serving. So, the food arrives, a full spread of pork belly for the table. And just like that, his diet is forgotten as he shovels down meat and alcohol like a starving man. Seeing this blatant grift, the older, wealthier members just get up and leave in disgust. And with the grifters gone, our protagonist drops a bombshell on the remaining few. A war is coming. He explains that China, racked with internal division and overwhelmed by rifts, is the likely aggressor. But this information is hardly a revelation. It's the kind of news John Neenan was 6 months late on. The host himself, Gu Sang-hyo, is so tipsy he can't even remember who he's talking to. He slurs his nickname, Skeleton, and our guy immediately plays along, asking how the bunker construction is faring. Skeleton sighs, admitting he's stuck trying to find a company that can build his massive fuel tanks. In his mind, this quiet kid couldn't possibly have the connections to solve such a problem, so he's completely floored when our protagonist calmly offers to look into it for him. He suggests that through a few inquiries, he could probably connect Skeleton to the right people, and just like that, Skeleton's face lights up, convinced this stranger holds the key to his survival. A few days later, our guy calls Skeleton, calmly explaining he's looking into the fuel tank company, and just like that, he had secured the connections he needed. He reflects with a smirk. Thanks to that simple favor, his own bunker was now on a whole new level. Despite his goofy first impression, Skeleton turned out to be surprisingly useful, especially at one thing. The man was a magnet for people, with his last prepper meetup swelling to over 80 attendees. But as our protagonist sits through the meeting, he's thoroughly unimpressed. It's just a lot of talk. Just as he's deciding to skip the next one, Skeleton himself stumbles over, asking for a moment. They step outside into a quiet alleyway, away from the noise of the restaurant. Skeleton looks flushed and hesitant, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous self. Finally, he looks up and tells our protagonist that he has a question for him. Skeleton leans in close, his voice dropping as he asks the one question that could change everything. Is he a hunter? Our protagonist plays it cool, acting surprised by the sudden accusation. But Skeleton insists, his face flushed with drunken confidence, saying he's sure he's seen him before. Hes convinced Hes right, while our hero simply lets him talk, his own thoughts racing. For just a second, he hesitates, weighing his options. He could lie, of course, spin some believable story to throw him off the scent, but instead, he just admits it, leaving Skeleton completely stunned by the casual confirmation. Before the big man can even respond, a few guys from the party burst out, looking for their host. They announce a reporter is here for Skeleton, then glare at our protagonist for holding him up. With the conversation cut short, they start dragging a flustered Skeleton back inside to his unexpected interview. Skeleton stammers, his face flushed red as he's put on the spot by the unexpected media attention. The reporter and her crew ignore the other guests, who wonder what could be more important than their party. He glances back at our protagonist, completely at a loss for words while our hero just watches silently. Skeleton quickly tries to laugh it off, insisting that it's nothing, really. But his friends are already roaring with excitement, cheering for the live hunter, John Neenan. And with that, our protagonist turns his back on the spectacle, deciding he's seen enough. This would turn out to be the last time he ever saw Skeleton in real life. Because from that day on, John Neenan rocketed to fame, appearing on broadcasts as an apocalypse expert. He built an entire career on it, giving lectures and capitalizing on his new persona as a doomsday seller. He even became a CEO, his business card revealing his real name, Gu Sang-hyo, the man who sold a fantasy for a living. He launched a consultation business, preying on the fears of the rich. And like a man possessed, he seized every opportunity that came his way. After all, the Viva Apocalypse community he'd built was the very foundation of his meteoric rise. He'd scroll through the endless praise, convinced his followers were practically a cult who'd believe anything. But that blind, arrogant faith in his own influence would soon lead directly to his downfall, starting with a single urgent text. A post had gone up, accusing John Neenan of being a complete fraud. And just like that, the bubble burst. As investigators and users alike unearthed all his lies and his history of debt, our protagonist couldn't stand the sight of the man, and frankly, he was glad to see it all end. The anonymous community that once worshipped him quickly turned into a vicious witch hunt. Faced with endless criticism, Skelton could only slam his desk in impotent fury. He ultimately snapped, lashing out with a final, furious post online. His grand parting shot? A comment so childish it was almost poetic. And with that, all the fight seemed to drain out of him completely. The era of John Neenan was over, buried under a pile of legal complaints. The self-proclaimed prophet's story had come to a pathetic end. Our protagonist remembers that whole affair with a quiet sense of satisfaction. After all, the actual apocalypse had wiped the slate clean before any real judgment was passed. But now he wonders who left this strange file, linking his name to that forgotten fraud. Could it be a coincidence? Or was the real John Neenan actually out there? He decides there's only one way to find out, turning to his laptop with purpose. With a few quick keystrokes, he reaches out to an old contact, Fox Game. He types out his question, direct and to the point. He needs to know who left that strange message on his tree. The reply is immediate, but it's a question in return from the infamous hacker and developer. He knew this was the right person to ask, the one who built the Christmas tree game itself. But at that moment, he had no idea what he was truly setting in motion. This one simple question, born from a flicker of curiosity. And just like that, Fox Games replies with an answer. A single, strange nickname, 180 centimeters. He stares at the nickname, a cold feeling settling in his gut. The question echoes in his mind. Who are you? I've never seen you before. This simple search would eventually lead him to a violent encounter with a gas-masked man. But for now, the only sound is a faint radio broadcast cutting through the gloom. A government committee drones on about national unity in a world that's already fallen apart. He's heard enough of their lies, clicking the radio off with a tired sigh. Instead, he focuses on the practicalities, packing food and water for the next 3 days. A small axe goes into the bag as well, a grim necessity for self-defense. He knows the nation is just a concept now, but one he must use to survive. As for fashion, it's the same old hoodie he always wears. Survival is the only style that matters. With his surroundings finally cleared, he shouldered his pack and left the bunker for good. It was time to depart, a grim determination set in his eyes. His destination, the sprawling, shattered ruins of post-destruction Seoul. A year and a half had passed since the apocalypse, and the city was a ghost of its former self. He pedaled through the rubble-strewn streets, a lone traveler in a dead world. A faded sign for Seoul greeted him, a bitter welcome to the city of the past. He felt a strange mix of emotions, nostalgia for what was lost, and melancholy for what remained. And as he looked upon the desolation, he couldn't deny the ironic feeling of relief that came with simply being a survivor. But that relief was quickly tempered by the sight of soldiers clearing away a fresh pile of the dead. With a blast from their flamethrowers, they set the dead ablaze. A grim, roaring pyre to cleanse the streets of the fallen. Our protagonist watches the smoke rise, his expression unreadable. This is just another Tuesday in the apocalypse. He turns his attention to his real target, a half-shattered skyscraper looming over the ruins. This is the new heart of what's left of the government, the National Crisis Overcoming Committee. Inside, a weary receptionist tries to brush him off, telling him the complaint window is elsewhere. But he isn't here with a complaint. He calmly asks to see Director Lee Sang-hoon. He places a formal-looking document on her desk, its golden crest demanding attention. He knows the director is in charge of disaster relief, and he's not taking no for an answer. Just mention Park Gyu from the military academy, he says. That name should be all the introduction he needs. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Everything is going exactly as planned. This is the National Crisis Overcoming Committee, the new seat of power in this broken world. And it's run by the military elite, including the former hunter and now director, Lee Sang-hoon. The name drop works like a charm, and the receptionist quickly changes her tune, asking him to wait. He knows full well that Lee Sang-hoon doesn't want to see him, and honestly, the feeling is mutual. But the important thing was getting inside, which is when a voice calls out to him from behind. A man in a military uniform approaches, asking what he's doing here. The recruiter starts his pitch about the front line needing more troops, but our protagonist cuts him off. Hess not going. has already been discharged. He's aware of their new strategy, targeting anyone who looks strong and promising. But he also knows that returning to the front is a guaranteed death sentence, and he has no intention of walking into that trap. The recruiter adjusts his glasses, stating he heard our protagonist used to be a hunter. Already exhausted by this line of questioning, he can't hide his irritation. He scoffs, demanding to know if Director Lee Sang-hoon sent him, but the man calmly says no. He was sent by someone far more significant, Commissioner Kim Da-ram. The name stops him cold, echoing in the sterile hallway. He looks up in genuine surprise, clarifying Kim Da-ram from the National Committee. Suddenly, his mind is thrown back to a memory, to her voice cutting through the darkness. He remembers her standing tall, lecturing him that as long as the outcome is good, everything else is forgiven. Even then, exhausted and battered, her gaze was unwavering, a chilling reminder of her philosophy. That's just how it works in their world. And back in the present, Commissioner Kim Da-ram sits waiting for him, a file open on her desk. She looks up as he enters, greeting him with a name from a life he tried to leave behind. He acknowledges her with a silent, weary gaze, confirming he is indeed Senior Park Gyu. She knows he isn't one for small talk, glancing at a family photo before getting straight to business. As a key member of the National Crisis Committee, she has a direct order for him, a monster subjugation mission. He already knows better than to ask why him. She's holding his mandatory conscription over his head. He tries to appeal to their old deal, the promise that he wouldn't have to serve again. But a bitter thought crosses his mind in a world this broken. Do promises like that even matter anymore? He tells her he left this life to avoid exactly this. But she calmly drops another bombshell. Director Lee Sang-hoon also personally requested him, a name that makes his blood run cold. She tries to reassure him, saying the director has no hard feelings and is too busy to worry about personal matters. He can only sneer inwardly, thinking how different the world must look now that Sang-hoon is a big-shot official. Kim Da-ram presses on, asking if he truly understands the horrific situation unfolding on the front lines every single day. The stark silence of the office hangs between them, a world away from the war she speaks of. But his mind is already there, flashing with images of the brutal reality soldiers overwhelmed and monsters feasting on the dead. His gaze turns cold. The problem isn't that he doesn't know, it's that he knows far, far too well. He leans forward, his shadow falling across her desk as his quiet anger fills the room. For a moment, her composure breaks, and she offers him a sincere, almost pained apology. Rising from her chair, she changes tactics, bringing up the Papung Group and their chairman's desperate plan. They're using their own employees to hunt monsters, but it's not enough, and now they need military support they can't get. She tells him to just put on a performance, a simple show for the company. He cuts right through the request, offering a quiet, chilling promise instead. As long as he's alive, he will personally guarantee she never sees the front lines. With the deal settled, he turns and walks away, leaving her in the silent office. A soft, genuine thank you escapes her lips as she watches him go. She reflects that while the world has changed everyone else, he's somehow stayed exactly the same. Later, our protagonist is back at his desk, digging into a topic on everyone's mind. What happened to the ultra-rich chaebols when society collapsed? He stares at the leaked drone footage in awe, a private, self-sustaining paradise. To abandon a corporate empire for survival in a ruined world, it was the only rational move. But as always, some of the old guard chose a different path than simply running away. A month after his arrangement with Kim Da-ram, he arrives at the ruined Papung Group headquarters. This architectural marvel was left half-finished, a monument to a world cut short by nuclear fire. With the power out, he had to take a freezing construction elevator all the way up to the 55th floor. He shivers, the biting cold a harsh welcome to the top of the abandoned skyscraper. Finally, he reaches his destination, the executive boardroom. This was once a chamber reserved for only the most powerful elites in the country. And even now, after the apocalypse, that fact hasn't changed one bit. He steps through the doors into the silent, imposing room. The new masters of this world are gathered, and they don't even bother to turn around. And the first thing he notices is a man wearing a corporate ID, a ridiculous sight in this dead world. The man turns, a practiced smile on his face, and confirms he is indeed Park Gyu, the former hunter. Without wasting a moment, the bureaucrat gets right to business, asking for his official hunter rank. He can only sigh, knowing how this sounds, and admits he was a lowly D rank. The questions keep coming, and he feeds the man a series of vague, unimpressive answers he cooked up on the spot. The man nods, seemingly satisfied after ticking off the boxes on his checklist. With the initial screening complete, he's unceremoniously told to step outside and wait. He watches the other hopefuls, thinking this whole process feels like a pathetic imitation of the old world. But he pushes the annoyance aside. He just needs to endure this and do the job he came here for. He's sure Kim Da-ram has already handled the important parts, when the sharp click of high heels echoes down the hall. A woman approaches him, cutting straight to the point, asking if he's the hunter she heard about. He turns to face her, a silent confirmation as he realizes she's not part of the standard interview. She explains the dire situation. A zombie horde has completely overrun a Papung industrial complex. Their own response team was useless against the swarm, and most of the defenders are already gone. She looks at him, her voice laced with bitter irony, asking if the whole situation isn't just ridiculous. People are still sacrificing their lives for a company, even as the world ends around them. She scoffs at the executives hiding in their boardrooms, calling them completely out of their minds. He simply listens, a faint, knowing smirk on his lips as he understands where this is going. Her composure finally breaks as she takes a desperate step towards him. She grabs his hand, revealing the real reason for her plea. Her father is trapped inside that complex. She presses her father's business card into his hand, desperately begging him as a hunter. The man's name is Ji Chang-soo, and she's heard a rumor that he's still alive inside. She promises to compensate him with everything she has, whatever it takes. With tears in her eyes, she makes one final plea. Just bring her father back safely. He turns without a word, his silence a form of acceptance. Suddenly, the bureaucrat from before appears with a team, announcing it's time for Mr. Park to go. He asks where they're headed, but the man's expression gives nothing away. The bureaucrat simply tells him he'll know when they arrive. With the deal set, he's led away, the secretary following closely behind. He glances down at the business card, making a firm decision about this rescue. But before leaving, he gives the secretary a blunt warning. This might not go well. After all, he reminds her as he walks away, hunters are not gods. He already knows the bigger picture with Korea's maritime routes cut off. The economy was doomed. Major corporations were collapsing one by one, and Papung was no exception. Arriving at their industrial complex, he sees the proof, a staggering collection of high-tech military equipment. He smirks, recognizing even 5th-generation tanks. This is what a Chaebol's private army looks like. Just as they arrive, a man in uniform rushes out to greet them, right on time. He snaps a sharp salute, introducing himself as Park Sang-min, a former hunter and their operational advisor. Then, to everyone's surprise, this high-ranking official gives a deep, formal bow. Gyu silently sizes him up, not even 40, but already on the national committee. The hunter title is the ultimate credential now. Park Sang-min slams his hands on the map, insisting they must deploy all their forces at once. The other executives are stunned, questioning the wisdom of such a move against thousands of zombies, especially since he caused the month-long delay. But that delay, he explains, was the entire point. Gyu listens quietly as the man reveals his key insight. Zombies have a lifespan. They can't survive without nutrients, and their absolute limit is 1 month. He smirks, laying out his genius plan. By now, most zombies have starved to death, leaving the necromancer type vulnerable. The executives begin to murmur amongst themselves, shocked by this revelation. Zombies can starve? Their skepticism quickly turns to admiration. This is why you hire an expert. Gyu just watches them, unimpressed. All eyes turn to the head of the table, to the chairman of Papung Group, Japungho, for the final word. The old man's gaze is sharp and calculating as he weighs the confident young hunter's strategy. Chairman Japungho gives his seal of approval, noting that if it's quick, saving money is always good. Gyu recalls how this hunter, Park Sang-min, had confidently briefed them on the zombie's lifespan, and he had to admit, even to him, the logic sounded pretty convincing on the surface. A handsome face and a bold strategy more than enough to win over these old corporate fossils. Feeling his victory, Park Sang-min suddenly remembers there's one more person in the room. He turns his attention to Gyu, the quiet hunter sent from the National Committee, and puts him on the spot. What did he think of this brilliant plan? Gyu just stares back, his expression unreadable. The hunter waits with a smug, knowing look, expecting to be showered with praise. But Gyu finally speaks, holding up a single finger, and says that to him, the whole thing seems completely wrong. The hunter's smug confidence shatters, replaced by pure disbelief. Pardon? Gyu begins to calmly lecture the room, explaining the zombies' first secret to survival. He admits that yes, technically, they can starve to death if they don't find any nutrients. But he gestures to the map, reminding them that fresh human flesh keeps wandering into this complex. So focusing on their lifespan is pointless. He couldn't care less if their flawed strategy gets them all killed. He's only speaking up because it would be troublesome if their failure became his responsibility. Gyu is simply drawing a line in the sand to protect his future, peaceful, secluded life. He then adds another point. Using armored vehicles is basically ringing a dinner bell for every zombie. Shaking his head with disdain, Gyu makes it clear he disagrees with every single part of this plan. Park Sang-min's face twists in a sneer, telling Gyu to just stop talking. He scoffs that Gyu must have read some amateur wiki, because in reality, planning is everything. Gyu calmly retorts, asking how they can possibly win if the plan itself is a total mess. That's it. Sangmin completely snaps, screaming at this worthless trash for disrespecting him. But Gyu's eyes are utterly cold. He doesn't need the approval of someone who's all talk. He's already made his case to the people who actually have power in this room. And right on cue, a man with a corporate ID badge from CSZ, General Production, steps forward. The representative, Ji Changsu, approaches Gyu, stopping just before him. Without a word, Gyu's hand shoots out, grabbing the man by the lapels. Leaning in, Gyu quietly tells the man that his daughter sent him, and to run on his signal. The scene then jumps forward to the catastrophic failure everyone but the commander saw coming. Park Sung-min's brilliant plan has resulted in them being completely swarmed by zombies. The machine guns are useless, and as Sangmin screams for flamethrowers, a soldier spots something new. His report cuts off, replaced by a raw scream of absolute, mind-breaking terror. Before he can even describe what he's seeing, the radio goes dead silent. Reflected in an eye, a horrifying new shape appears as Changsu questions Sung-min's intel. A towering, multi-limbed creature of bone and sinew emerges, radiating a ghastly pink aura. This wasn't some minor threat, this was a necromancer, a true enemy of humanity. While Changsu stares in bug-eyed horror, Gyu calmly announces that it's time to go. The older man can only gape in confusion at the radiant, six-armed creature decimating their forces. This was the lesson Gyu needed them to learn. Humanity simply isn't ready for this war. Back in the present, Gyu thanks the recruiter, noting that this failure should finally break the chairman's stubbornness. She then informs him that Chairman Jae Pung-ho is personally requesting a meeting. Gyu listens quietly, already trying to figure out the man's angle. He reflects on what could have possibly compelled him to meet that chairman again. It was obvious they just wanted a replacement for the utterly incompetent Park Sang-min, but looking back, he admits to himself that simple curiosity was the real reason he went. After all, he thought, who wouldn't want a front-row seat to the end of a fallen dynasty? Chairman Jae Pung-ho greeted him with a practiced smile, acting as if Gyu had struggled to get here. The chairman casually cuts into his steak, mentioning he's looked into Gyu's background and knows he's a big deal. But Gyu waves it off, calling himself a has-been, which the chairman eagerly agrees with, trying to build a connection. He praises Gyu's past, noting that even the legendary Lee Sang-hoon was no match for him back in the day. He even brings up Gyu's former teammates, who are now hailed as saviors, while Gyu just quietly eats. Finally, the chairman lays his cards on the table, offering to sponsor Gyu for a grand comeback together. Without a word, Gyu puts down his knife, his meal finished, and simply wishes the chairman good luck. He then stands to leave, informing the man he has his own plans, to challenge that complex again. But as Gyu turns away, the chairman's voice cuts through the silence. He admits he was an illegitimate child who had zero chance of inheriting anything, but he fought and took it anyway. He knows everyone says the world is ruined, that it's all pointless. But for the sake of his thousands of employees and their families, he absolutely cannot give up now. He begs Gyu, not for his help, but just for the method, the secret to defeating those monsters. Gyu pauses, a flicker of something in his cold eyes. How foolish, he thinks, for one man to carry so many, but he couldn't deny it. The chairman was an entrepreneur down to his very core, and that pure, desperate foolishness was enough to stir something even in a withered soul like his. He relents, agreeing to share what he knows. He begins his explanation. The creature they saw on the drone feed is a necromancer, type that mutates the dead. And Yu already knows how this story originally ended. The chairman's challenge was a noble one, but it was doomed to fail. He scans the list of the dead from that battle, a cold realization dawning Ji Changsu isn't on it. But before he can process this anomaly, a sudden notification pings on his screen. It's an old bulletin board post, a cruel epitaph titled, "The Fall of the Papung Group." The post features a photo of the chairman, utterly broken and defeated after his company's collapse. While other corporate leaders fled to their bunkers, abandoning everyone to save themselves, this one man, this stubborn entrepreneur, just kept moving forward. He continued to show up for work, even after his body was corrupted and twisted into one of the undead. A ghastly leader for a ghastly parade, still followed by the loyal employees who shared his grim fate. His mind drifts back to another preventable tragedy, starting with an old woman feeding stray cats. But Park Yu was there this time, watching the scene unfold with grim certainty. He approaches her, his voice low as he tells her to stop what she's doing. He tries to warn her that her kindness here could be incredibly dangerous. The woman simply looks up, his serious face reflected perfectly in her glasses. She gives no response, turning her head away from him. With her shopping cart in hand, she walks off, completely dismissing his warning. Park Yu can only watch her go, thinking about how easily human mistakes cause disaster. He recalls what he named the cat mom incident in his past life. It was, to some extent, a preventable tragedy born from a simple, repeated error. He recalls a time, now unimaginable, when South Korea dispatched a hunter unit to China to contain the monster threat. The cause was the gates, which first appeared in India and utterly devastated the region. The plague of monsters spread through Southeast Asia and into China, with Korea being the next in line. During that deployment, Park Gyu himself had captured a grotesque, overgrown sewer rat. This led to the discovery of the mutation phenomena, a terrifying change in creatures near the cracks. He tried to warn the old woman about this, telling her something terrible would happen if she kept feeding the cats. She just shrugged him off, telling him not to worry about it. Park Gyu remembers telling her repeatedly, but she never listened to a single word. Back in the present, he tries to brush it off, thinking she's an adult who will figure it out on her own. He distracts himself by working on a small, wool-felt cat, his hands busy as his mind races. He tries to push the thought aside, hoping nothing bad will happen. But then, a sudden beep cuts through the silence. His radio crackles to life. It's Kim Dae-ram, his former colleague. Park Gyu's face twists in annoyance. He already knows this can't be good. She's sorry to bother him, but she has just one more favor to ask. He clutches his head in frustration, reminding her she promised she'd never ask him to work again. She insists the situation is urgent, and it's happening right in his backyard, the military apartment complex, near the Air Force Base. Just as he feared, she confirms there's been a mutation outbreak. His hunch was right on the mark. Several mutated stray cats have attacked the residence, leaving a bloody scene at the apartment gates. He immediately shuts her down, saying he can't hunt mutations anymore. He lacks the skill, the gear, and the will. But she clarifies he won't be alone. She's sending an expert. All he has to do is provide support. An expert? This expert is a freelance hunter, pulling up on a sleek motorcycle and calling out to him. He strolls over to Park Gyu, asking if he's the guy the council member sent for. With a confident smirk, he introduces himself, Baek Sung-hyun. Park Gyu is quick to correct him. He's a former hunter, only here as support. The expert lets out a small, almost mocking scoff. Then, a flicker of recognition. He asks if he's the Park Gyu from the legendary 13th class. Turns out, Baek Sung-hyun is an alumnus from the 12th class, making him Park Gyu's junior. He says it's surprising to see a legend taking on side jobs like this, a task he'd expect for an underachiever like himself. The unspoken insult hangs in the air. What a waste for someone so great to be rotting away out here. And just like that, the mood shifts, as Park Gyu's expression turns to ice. With a cold look, Park Gyu cuts him off, stating he'd rather not talk about his past as a hunter. The younger hunter's smug expression tightens as he stammers out a quick apology. Just then, Park Gyu's foot stops short as he notices fresh blood splattered on the concrete. He gets off his bike, his eyes scanning the disturbing crimson stains all over the road. Baek Sung-hyun just smirks, telling him it's exactly what it looks like. He explains that while he was scouting the area, the mutants ambushed him, but he scoffs, saying they're still just cats at heart, and ran off after he landed a few hits. Park Gyu's eyes narrow. He knows hunting aggressive mutants alone is no simple task. It takes serious skill and guts. In his mind, he rates his junior as at least an A-rank hunter. And Baek Sung-hyun just proves the point, boasting that he could have handled this whole thing by himself. He pulls out a block of C4, explaining he was about to end it all in one big bang. He had them cornered and was ready to throw the explosive. But right at the critical moment, someone grabbed his arm, interfering with his hunt. Thanks to that interruption, the mutants scattered, and now he has no idea where they're hiding. Park Gyu listens to this story with a deadpan expression, putting the pieces together. He looks out at the darkening neighborhood and calmly states that he has a guess. Just then, a voice starts calling out strange names into the evening air. An old woman is wandering the street, calling for Hermes and Gucci to come eat. Park Gyu watches her from a distance, recognizing her immediately. He explains that she's the one who cares for the local cats, and if she's looking for them, they must be nearby. And he knows exactly when they'll show up. A heavy thud echoes in the alley as a grotesque feline form lands. The old woman cries out in relief, her babies finally answering her call. But as she worries over their terrible wounds, Park Gyu and Sung-hyun watch from the corner. With a cold, emotionless gaze, Park Gyu knows what he has to do. In a flash, he leaps from the building, gun already in hand. He takes aim, completely ignoring the woman's presence. The muzzle of his weapon flares to life in the dim light. A spray of bullets rips through the mutated cats, tearing them apart. The woman can only watch, a horrified scream ripping from her throat. He ignores her frantic screams, pulling the trigger as the monster lunges. A crimson claw swipes just inches from his face, but Park Gyu is already moving. He drops to one knee, unloading another volley into the second shrieking beast. Not leaving anything to chance, he finishes the job with a knife to the spine. The old woman can only scream, asking why he'd do this to her gentle children. Her delusion means nothing to him as he steps forward, boots crunching on the gravel. He calmly raises his assault rifle, telling her that's quite enough of her nonsense. But before he can fire, Sung-hyun's hand clamps down on the barrel, stopping him. The woman frantically shields her last remaining baby, her mind completely shattered. In her terrified eyes, she sees nothing but the cold reflection of her own impending doom. A flashback reveals the woman's past trauma, a life of helpless rage and despair. She had been a victim, finding her only solace in the companionship of a single, small cat. Soon, other strays began to gather around her, sensing a kindred spirit. She wandered the empty city streets, a strange Pied Piper for the abandoned feline population. Her small apartment became a sanctuary for them, a place where the forgotten could feel safe. In a dark corner of a warehouse, she found a strange peace, surrounded by her new family. But that fragile peace was incinerated in the fires of the apocalypse, twisting everything she loved. Back in the present, the glow of a nearby fire illuminates Sung-hyun and Gyu's standoff. Sung-hyun finally speaks, criticizing Gyu for his needlessly brutal and messed up approach. He gives a knowing smirk, clearly unimpressed by his senior's violent tactics. But Gyu just thinks to himself that this world has no room for irresponsible pleasure. He compares the downfall of any group, any community, to a massive airplane crashing from the sky. Even after the engines fail, it can still glide for a while on pure inertia. But eventually, inevitably, it plummets and smashes into the ground. Looking up at a passing jet, he notes that he's been seeing that exact pattern happen a lot lately. Back at his hideout, a pot of ramen boils as he considers another human truth: the need for entertainment. He muses that it's not a bad thing. It's a tonic for a weary life, sometimes even a purpose. And as he takes a satisfying bite of noodles, he reveals his own source of entertainment: the Viva Apocalypse website on his laptop. What started as an information forum has evolved into a space for the true doomsday preppers who actually survived. In a world cut off from everything, Park Gyu explains it became a surprisingly high-quality community for comfort. The system itself is nothing special, just like the online forums of the past. You can write posts, comment, and hit the like button to show your approval. Get enough of those, and your post gets promoted to the prestigious Best Bulletin board. And well, not to brag, but Park Gyu lets a small smirk cross his face. Even he, going by the persona Skeleton, recently made it to that very board. He had posted the story of his encounter with Chairman Ja Pung-ho, framing it perfectly. Whether it was his skilled writing or the sheer novelty of the story, his post blew up, making his name known. But just then, his eyes catch a new post on the forum that makes him pause. Huh? What is this? The cause of all this commotion was something called the Hope Lottery. It's a ticket given out alongside rations to those participating in public works. Every 3 days, a drawing was held, a tiny glimmer of hope for the desperate. It gave the people something to look forward to beyond their grim labor, and it caught on fast. While the smaller prizes were just extra supplies, the first prize was a game changer, an apartment voucher. This wasn't just any apartment, but a high-tech, self-sufficient fortress against the apocalypse. The community forums instantly lit up, with users fantasizing about living in such a paradise. But as the desire grew, simple admiration twisted into something much darker and more envious. Then, amidst all the speculation and threats, a post appeared from the real winner, ticket in hand. Park Gyu stares at the screen, a memory clicking into place. He's seen that user, M9, before. The winner's post exploded online, drawing a mix of envy and congratulations. But the sudden fortune was too much for M9, and something inside him began to twist. He started taunting the other users, his online persona warping into a grotesque monster mocking their inevitable doom. While the rest of the community erupted in fury at his arrogance, Park Gyu remained skeptical. He couldn't believe the government would build such a luxurious shelter for a single lottery winner. To him, it felt like a cheap trick, a hollow promise to keep the public docile. So, he decided to contact an old acquaintance, Kim Da-ram, to get the real story. He keyed his radio, asking her point blank if the Hope Project was even real. On the other end, Kim Da-ram paused, calmly lighting a cigarette on a balcony overlooking the city. She looked down at a lavish party for the elite, a world away, and replied that hope is just a mirage. She drops a bombshell. The higher-ups are moving to Jeju, and soon, as a transport plane roars overhead, she tells him there's no hope left for Seoul. She warns him to keep this highly confidential, and the line cuts, leaving Park Gyu in stunned silence. The cruel reality hits him harder than he could have ever imagined. The capital is being abandoned. Even though he's safe in his bunker, the news feels strangely personal. He'd always found some psychological comfort knowing the city was still out there. Now, her warning to keep quiet echoes in his mind. Because while the city is being written off, the online community is celebrating a lottery winner. Thousands of people are reacting, clinging to this manufactured hope. And in that moment, Park Gyu finally understands it was all just a beautiful lie. He knows the truth. All this hope is just a mirage, and one post from him could shatter it all. But alone in his bunker, he resists the urge, stewing in his secret knowledge. He's held his tongue with the patience of a saint, even as the capital is officially abandoned. Instead, he focuses on what's real, like acquiring a much-needed indoor cultivation kit. The payment is made, not with worthless paper money, but with something far more valuable. He checks the contents, stacks of cigarettes, a true currency in this broken world. With the trade complete, He turns his attention to the bustling crowd around him. A cynical smirk crosses his face. Humans and their desperate greed never change. They're all lining up for public labor, chasing the false promise of a lottery ticket. Tensions are already boiling over as they argue, all of them clinging to a lie. Old Man Kim explains that these troublemakers are Hope's prospective residents, acting like a privileged class. Gyu watches with a cold, knowing look as an official declares that the day's distribution is officially over. The crowd immediately erupts in fury, demanding to know where their supplies are after waiting for hours. Panic sets in as they realize waiting another week without food could mean death for their families. Any attempt to force their way to the supplies is met with overwhelming violence, a lesson learned the hard way. Gyu stands silently in the mob, listening to them complain that they should be cared for until they move. But then, a sickeningly clever thought spreads through the crowd. If supplies are scarce, prices will skyrocket. His eyes narrow slightly. He knows exactly where their twisted logic is heading. And just like that, the lack of food becomes good news. The value of their future apartments just went up. He watches them celebrate this empty victory, a perfect example of a life fueled by nothing but false hope. He remembers his past life, when the word hope still meant something. Back when he was known only as Skeleton, trying to warn people. He told them the hope had almost no chance of succeeding, that they shouldn't expect too much. Because he knew, sitting alone in the darkness, that their dreams were all just a mirage. He tried to reach them, typing away into the void. But looking out at the ruined world, he couldn't decide which life was better. So, embracing the bleak reality of a doomsdayer, he decided to quit being a hunter. His own subordinate, Park Song-min, found him, calling out to his team leader in disbelief. He knew it had been hard, but he couldn't understand why Gyu would give up now. Sang-min desperately pleaded, asking if he'd forgotten about the kids who trusted and followed him. Song-min tries one last time, begging him to just take a break and come back later. But Gyu cuts him off, asking if he honestly believes that will change anything. He explains that his presence is a trap, the only thing keeping his subordinates stuck in this living hell. His mind flashes back to that day, to the moment he learned the true meaning of despair. The memory of a monster feasting on the fallen burns in his eyes. He tells Sang-min to stop trying to convince him. His mind is made up. Finally, accepting defeat, Sang-min can only offer a quiet warning about the heavy rain outside. Gyu stops. A silent, heavy moment passing between the two men. With his back turned, he gives one final order. Make sure to survive. He was now alone, living in the bunker he built the day he left his comrades behind. Because he survived that day, his core belief has never wavered. Human extinction is unavoidable. He still remembers the bone-chilling helplessness he felt, a despair that never truly left him. That feeling of absolute hopelessness clings to him even now as he types away in his bunker. He knows all his efforts are just desperate struggles to survive. Until a forum post catches his eye: an earthquake in Paju. His mind instantly connects the dots. Paju was where the first crack appeared in the country, and a localized earthquake near a crack could only mean one thing: the emergence of a giant species. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabs his bicycle, preparing to move out. If his theory is correct, he knows the National Defense Committee must be in absolute chaos right now. These creatures are a force of nature, a destructive power that humanity simply cannot stop. Fortunately, they have a critical weakness. The bigger they are, the faster they decay and collapse. So the best strategy isn't to fight, but to anticipate their path of destruction and get out of the way. You treat it like a force of nature, an unstoppable typhoon that you can only hope to avoid. And to avoid it, you need to be able to predict its every move. It requires a different kind of weather forecasting, one that predicts absolute ruin. Just as he thought, the National Defense Committee headquarters is in a state of total meltdown. He slips right through the chaos, the entire facility running around like headless chickens. Amidst the pandemonium, a flustered official bumps right into him, scattering vital papers everywhere. Gyu, ever the opportunist, calmly helps the man gather the documents from the floor. The grateful official hurries away, completely oblivious to what just happened. But a faint, knowing smirk creeps across Gyu's face. That little collision was no accident. And on the stolen document, a single, terrifying classification: Kraken. Type. Gyu's mind races, recalling everything he knows about this particular monster. It's one of the most common giant species, usually an octopus-like creature, but it transforms when threatened. The real danger is the so-called death ray it fires from its armored form, a beam of pure annihilation that leaves nothing but dust in its wake. Worse, it penetrates all cover, disintegrating only living organisms while leaving buildings untouched. He remembers its recent appearance near Tokyo. Over 60,000 people vanished in an instant. His eyes fall on the projected path, and a cold dread washes over him. It's heading right for his area. He might have just died without ever knowing what hit him. But as he processes this grim reality, his attention is caught by a group of officials passing by, and among them, a pair of sharp, familiar eyes lock onto his. It's a woman he knows, and she's looking directly at him from across the room. Gyu grits his teeth. So much for his trip to Jeju Island. This changes everything. She gives him a curt, urgent warning. Evacuate, senior. It's a Kraken type. The monster's path is projected to go right by his bunker, so he needs to leave immediately. Her voice cuts through the chaos, and he turns away, her words sinking in. He doesn't hesitate, returning to his bunker to quickly pack his emergency supplies. With his gear ready, he takes one last look at the place that has kept him safe. A heavy silence fills the room as he processes the gravity of the situation. Her warning rings in his ears, a personal plea from someone from his past to get out while he still can. But as he prepares to leave, a thought stops him. He should at least warn the others. He quickly types up a post as Skeleton, explaining that bunkers won't help against the monster's rays. With only 2 views, his warning is completely buried. He sighs, wondering if it was even worth it. Well, he did his part. Time to evacuate until a crackle of static calls out his alias. It's the sniper and her daughter, Sue, wanting to know what's going on. Gyu tells the girl to get her mom in their jeep truck and get out of there now. But his simple plan is immediately shattered by her reply. The car's broken down. The engine won't start. She asks if they can't just hide inside. Gyu's blood runs cold. Their building is right in the path of the Kraken. He quickly calculates the risk. There's no time to rescue them, and unlike raiders, there's nothing in it for him. He makes the cold, logical choice, telling them he can't risk his own life. The little girl, Sue, just cheerfully accepts it, wishing Skeleton well. But before she signs off, she adds an innocent warning. It's going to rain tomorrow. The radio cuts out, leaving Gyu standing alone in the silence. He tries to steel himself, thinking that in a world like this, emotions are a luxury. Then, his brother Sang-min walks by, casually echoing the girl's warning about the rain. Her voice rings in his head, Sue. He snatches the radio back up. His cold resolve shatters. He tells her he'll be there in 30 minutes. His eyes lock with grim determination as he orders her and her mom to get ready. Without a moment's hesitation, he's on the move, racing to save them. He's already on his feet, his promise echoing in his mind. 30 minutes. Grabbing the radio, he tells her to get her mom and wait, but a problem immediately surfaces. A pack of vicious, mutant wild dogs controls the territory between their 2 locations. Gyu knows there's no time to find a way around them, so if he can't go around, hell have to go through. He opens a case and retrieves a heavy handgun. With a sharp click, he chambers around, his path now set in stone. His vehicle tears through the rain-soaked streets, a lone beacon in the dead city. He drives one-handed, pistol at the ready, eyes scanning the darkness ahead. And just as expected, the pack emerges from the shadows, their glowing eyes fixed on him. Muzzle flashes light up the carnage as the mutated dogs swarm his vehicle. One leaps straight for the window, fangs bared, reflected in the side mirror. But Gyu is a machine, lining up each shot with cold, unwavering focus. He fires again, the bullet a streak of light against the dark, rainy night. And another one of the beasts has its head vaporized in a spray of gore. Still, he grits his teeth, frustrated that he missed even a single shot. It's almost impossible to aim perfectly with the car shaking so violently. This reminds him that in a proper hunter team, there are 3 primary roles. First is the heavy, who provides devastating support fire from a distance. And then there's the spotter, coordinating the battle from the mid-range. Finally, there's the third and most crucial role of any team, supported by the heavies covering fire, raining down from the sky. And guided by the spotter's tactical assistance, the frontline fighter dives headfirst into the fray. He's the one who takes the monster down with brutal, overwhelming force. The one who engages in direct combat, the assault. And Gyu remembers with a grim look that this was his specialty. But those days are gone. Right now, he can't expect any support. He has to fend off these mutant dogs and maintain speed, a task he must handle alone. Then, his eyes lock onto the target building, and he sees it, the Alpha, waiting for him on the roof. Gyu's eyes narrow, his focus locked on the rooftop. He can't believe what has seeing some kind of bizarre, lanky beast with glowing eyes. A cold realization hits him. This must be the leader of the pack. The creature throws its head back and lets out a piercing howl that echoes through the night. In an instant, the rest of the pack swarms his vehicle, a direct response to their Alpha's command. But Gyu remains unfazed, calmly drawing his pistol as they leap towards him. He unloads a round point blank into the face of the closest mutant dog. The monster is blasted away, a spray of blood marking Gyu's first victory in this chase. But when he glances back, his heart sinks. The Alpha is already off the roof and closing in at impossible speed. The leader is orchestrating this hunt personally, and Gyu knows his pistol won't do a thing at this range. Another one of the beasts leaps, and Gyu meets it head-on with the full force of his vehicle. The impact sends the monster flying, but the shockwave jolts him in the driver's seat. He slams his arm against the wheel in frustration. This endless chase is getting on his nerves. But from atop a pile of rubble, the Alpha watches, its gaze unsettlingly intelligent. Gyu glances in his mirror, seeing the dogs perfectly flanking him, and a cold suspicion dawns on him. The alpha realizes this isn't just a panicked escape. Gyu is driving like a hunter, herding his prey. At the same moment, Gyu connects the dots. The howling, it's not random. It's a command. Another mutant dog lunges from the side, its jaws snapping just inches from his face. But this time, Gyu is ready, shoving a burning flare straight into the creature's gaping maw. His hand tightens on the controls. He knows exactly what this is now. A drive hunt. He understands now their howls are a strategy, guiding his every move at each fork in the road. They're not just chasing him, they're herding him straight into a dead end. But he refuses to go down that easily, swerving hard as another beast smashes into his frame. With a sharp turn, he barely avoids the trap they'd set for him. The escape came at a cost, though, as his vehicle has taken significant damage. He glances through his scope at the alpha, a grim realization hitting him. He's out of ammo. The buggy won't last much longer, and he has to make a move before the pack attacks again. But there's no time to think. A mutant dog is already lunging, its red eyes burning with hunger. A fierce, determined glint appears in Gyu's eyes. He's got one last gambit. He ignites 2 flares, creating a searing cross of light that slices the monster in 2 midair. With one monster down, he floors it, crushing its head beneath his tires without a second glance. But from a high vantage point, he's being watched by the sniper and her daughter, who holds a radio. A voice crackles through, telling him she saw him coming and is ready to provide backup. He smirks, remembering with a jolt that he's just driven straight into her designated kill zone. Stepping out of the buggy, he finds himself surrounded by the rest of the snarling pack. He calmly pulls out his own radio, calling out for support from his newfound heavy. The plan is set, and he tells her they'll finish this in 3 minutes flat. With a roar, he leaps into the fray, his glowing axe a blur of crimson light. From her perch, the sniper's eye narrows, locking onto her targets. A moment later, the night is split by the deafening crack of her rifle. A single high-caliber round tears through the pack, turning the battlefield into a gory firework display. But as the lesser beasts fall, their leader emerges from the shadows, its golden eyes burning with intelligence. In mere moments, the ground is littered with bodies, leaving only Park Gyu and the Alpha in a tense standoff. He glances over the carnage, a faint smirk on his blood-splattered face, completely unfazed. The Alpha, however, is no mindless brute. It cautiously backs away, realizing this is a fight it can't win. With a powerful leap, it retreats to a nearby rooftop, its silhouette a looming promise of a future battle. Just as the beast disappears, his sniper support arrives, the little girl waving and calling out his alias, Skeleton. Without hesitation, she runs straight to him, wrapping him in a hug of pure relief and gratitude. He's momentarily taken aback, this small moment of warmth a stark contrast to the slaughter he just orchestrated. But the dawn is breaking, and he tells them they need to move, speeding away from the carnage. As they drive, the sniper and her daughter notice an unusual glow on the horizon. The sky over the ruined city is ablaze with a beautiful, yet eerie, light. The little girl, mesmerized, points it out, calling Skeleton to look at the stunning sunrise. But Park Yu calmly explains this isn't a sunrise. It's the oxidized fragments of a dead kraken monster, a strange moment of peace in the apocalypse. He tells them both to stand still for a second. He pulls out his phone to take a picture, a memento of this bizarrely beautiful scene. But suddenly, they aren't alone. The sniper turns to a well-dressed man who appeared out of nowhere. He lowers his own phone, calmly replying that no, he wasn't just taking a selfie. A confident, almost predatory smirk crosses his face as he looks them over. He's here for a different reason, capturing something he finds much more interesting than himself. He offers to take their picture to commemorate the moment, a memento of their journey and this bizarre monster sunrise. The two of them strike a quick pose. With a snap of his camera, he captures the scene, thinking they both deserve some memories. Later, back at his dimly lit base, he looks over the photo he took. He posts it to the online community, and it gets a decent 72 likes. The post, titled Memory Shot, has their eyes blurred out for protection. He feels a flicker of satisfaction. It's been a while since he got this kind of positive reaction. But just as he's feeling good, another post on the forum catches his eye. A Defender murder confirmation post is rocketing to the top of the board. His brief moment of peace shatters. He leans in, wondering who the vigilante has taken out now. The post is from Defender, confirming a monster kill, not a human one. But as Park Yu stares at the background, a sudden chilling realization hits him. The angle, the lighting, the time of day, it's all too familiar. He remembers seeing that photographer on a nearby rooftop. They were in the same place. And as if summoned by his thoughts, a notification pings on his screen. A message from Defender, containing a photo of him from behind, asking if this is Skeleton. Park Yu's mind races. He remembers Defender's old posts about living in the area. He tries to calm himself, deciding it must be a coincidence, and the best move is to deny everything. So he types back a short, blunt reply, no. On the other side of the screen, the photographer smirks, amused by the obvious lie. But his denial is met with a flurry of new messages. She saw everything. And suddenly, it all clicks. She's talking about his old warning post, the one that saved her life. Just as he processes this, his walkie-talkie crackles, pulling him back to the present. On the other end, Defender herself is keeping watch over the city, arresting Rebecca at her side. She calls him Skeleton, her voice cutting through the static with a warning. People are coming. A large group of survivors, drawn by the promise of safety, are heading straight for them. He listens with a growing sense of dread. This is the kind of attention he never wanted. It reminds him of other unwanted guests, like the feral dog pack led by the alpha they called Gold. He'd fought them before, a bloody battle that had left their numbers weakened but not broken. However, the threat of monsters was one thing. The chaos of a growing human settlement was another. But the survivors themselves aren't the true problem he's facing. The real issue, he realizes, is the exact spot they've chosen to settle. Of all the places in this ruined world, they've made their camp right next to his bunker's main exhaust vent. That vent is connected to the very heart of his operation, the diesel generator he calls Skeleton Heart. It's a massive machine that takes up an entire floor, powering everything he needs to survive. But running it is like sending up a smoke signal, an undeniable sign of life. If he turns it on, the exhaust will lead the refugees straight to his hidden sanctuary. Yet if he turns it off, the heart of his bunker stops, and his home is no longer a home. In the sweltering summer heat, all the food in his freezers would spoil, leaving him to starve. Park Yu knows that if he's discovered, all his future plans will be ruined. He watches them from the shadows, judging their state. They seem like refugees, not raiders. For now, he decides to try solving this with dialogue, not bullets. The survivors are busy setting up their camp, their leader shouting orders to settle in. But then Park Yu steps out from the trees, interrupting him to say this is private property. With his rifle held ready, he tells them all to please leave. The old man is taken aback, his gaze dropping to the weapon in Park Yu's hands. He scoffs at the idea, questioning if land ownership even matters in a world like this. Trying to ease the tension, he tells the young man not to be so wary. They're from the pioneering team, and to prove it, he pulls out an official-looking document. A pioneering permit. Pioneering Corps, the name rings a bell, and Park Yu recalls an old article he'd read. It wasn't a mission of honor. It was a way for the government to discard unnecessary people. The old man holds up his permit, oblivious that it's just a government-issued eviction notice. Realizing they're not malicious raiders, Park Yu offers them a sliver of mercy, leave in 3 days. The leader is stunned, still insisting they're authorized by the state. A slight squeeze of the rifle's grip is Park Yu's only reply. He calmly explains that the very reason they're out here is because a functioning state no longer exists. But 3 days pass, and when the 4th day dawns, their camp is still there. He confronts the old man, asking if he's waiting for orders from a headquarters that's long gone. The leader finally breaks, pleading that if they abandon this spot, their families back in the city will have their rations cut off. The old man's composure shatters, begging Park Yu for mercy. He clutches his hand, explaining that these are not raiders, but the elderly, abandoned by all. All he asks is for them to be allowed to live out their days as quiet neighbors. Park Yu looks down at the man's crudely bandaged finger, a testament to his harsh life. But without a word, he turns and walks away, leaving the desperate plea hanging in the cold air. Back in the oppressive darkness of his shelter, the heat and humidity feel suffocating. He slumps against the wall, exhausted, wondering if the simplest solution is to just kill them all. But he hesitates. His code is clear: if they're not looters, he doesn't want their blood on his hands. So, in a moment of sheer desperation, he turns to the only community he has left, typing out his dilemma on a forum. Staring at the screen, he waits for an answer from the anonymous void, his face a mask of uncertainty. A message from the user Defender cuts through the silence with a cold, simple warning. Park Yu isn't surprised. A typical, pragmatic response from someone like him. He partly agrees, but for now, hell, just watch them. They're still trying to maintain some order. Later, he meets up with another user from the forum, who seems surprised he isn't some old man. This is Kyle Dose, a normal user who found something interesting in the nearby mountains. Kyle points towards a spot deeper in the sun-dappled woods. There, nestled in the brush, is a smooth, white object, humming with an unnatural light. Park Yu immediately recognizes the shape, identifying it as a capsule. But it's not just a capsule. He knows the chilling truth: it's one of their eggs. A flashback to their online chat reveals how the meeting was set up, with Kyle fortunately unsuspecting. Park Yu scoffs at the car's GPS. Standard routes are useless in this new world. He has a much better plan, one that leverages the connections he's built. He radios the road control headquarters, dropping his ID, and mentioning Commissioner Kim Daram. Instantly, a voice on the other end confirms his identity and provides a new, clear path. A smirk plays on his lips. All that time spent dealing with the National Committee is finally paying off. The destination Kyle Das gave him was Paju, a city scarred by a massive, ominous red rift. This was the infamous site where the very first rift in South Korea had torn open reality. Pulling up a remote mountain road, he sees Kyle waiting for him, just as planned. He knows the area around the main rift is heavily guarded, but no one would think to look out here. Stepping out of his truck, he introduces himself with his online alias. I, Skeleton, have arrived. Kyle Das gives a casual wave, finally meeting the man behind the screen name. But Park Gyu cuts straight to the chase, demanding to see the capsule immediately. His mind is already on the mission, recalling that its very presence means the rift is corrupting this land. Soon, this entire forest will become an uninhabitable wasteland. Hearing the item is a monster egg, Kyle's face drains of all color, the immense danger finally sinking in. Park Gyu simply confirms he warned him, casually pulling a small hatchet from his belt. He tells the stunned man to step back, taking point as they head into the eerie woods. Then he drops a chilling instruction. If he dies, Kyle should just take the truck and run. He hopes it won't come to that, his expression turning sharp and focused. But he knows better than anyone that in this world, nothing is ever guaranteed as he dashes ahead. Eyes glowing with a crimson light, Park Gyu swings his axe with enough force to split the earth. He pours all his killing intent into the blow, a blur of red energy arcing downward. However, just an inch from the surface of the monstrous egg, his muscles scream in protest as he halts the attack with all his might. A shimmering green barrier flares to life, stopping the blade cold. The axe head hovers, unable to penetrate the invisible wall of energy. Kyle stares, stammering in shock, as Gyu calmly identifies it as a reflective barrier. He explains it's a defense that distorts dimensions, sending any attack right back at its source. But as Gyu speaks, a sudden, chilling realization dawns on Kyle's face. He asks what would happen if something uncontrollable simply broke out from the inside. Gyu's answer is chillingly simple. If it breaks, then hell die. Kyle can only stare, stunned by his utter lack of fear. With the matter settled, he effortlessly lifts the massive container into the back of the truck. Kyle can't help but comment on how different Gyu is from his infamous online persona, Skeleton. Had always pictured some weird old troll, and Gyu's faint smirk shows he finds this hilarious. But as he gets into the driver's seat, the teasing stops for a moment of genuine thanks. Of course, he can't resist one last jab, telling Kyle to like his posts if he's really so grateful. Kyle just smiles, playing along with a promise he has no intention of keeping. As they drive off into the desolate city, Gyu finds himself lost in thought. It's the first time since the apocalypse began that he's met an online acquaintance in person, and strangely enough, it feels less like meeting a stranger and more like finding a long-lost friend. He wonders if, in a twisted way, he has the apocalypse to thank for this strange new friendship. But friendship is one thing, his plan is another. On the way back, he'd left a little present on a nearby highway. Sure enough, a pioneer squad from the shelter finds it, their leader staring at the glowing object in confusion. The men murmur amongst themselves it looks just like those things from the rice paddies, but this one is active. The leader radios in to report the unidentified object, completely unaware of the danger he's in. The response from headquarters isn't a calm instruction, but a frantic scream telling them to run. Back at the command center, drone surveillance has already confirmed the horrifying truth. The commander barks into the radio that it's a monster spore, and it could be active. He screams that there's no time for questions about their camp. This is an order, not a suggestion. And far away from the panic, Gyu sits patiently in the darkness, waiting for the show to begin. He reflects on his handiwork, a flawless performance by his own standards. Thanks to that little monster spore, his territory has finally found some peace. The sun now shines down on his quiet, fortified home. A month passes in this newfound tranquility. Gyu kicks back in his chair, feeling better than he has in a very long time. That pioneer squad from the shelter? They vanished after the entrance was sealed, never to be seen again. And the government pests have gone silent, too busy planning their own escape to bother him. He scrolls through an online forum, thinking he could really get used to this perfect peace. But his calm is broken when he notices another comment from that guy, Defender. The post isn't about monsters or loot, it's a shocking image of massive civil unrest erupting in Seoul. Fists are raised in fury as the people demand the National Committee protect them. They scream in the streets, strongly opposing the government's plan to relocate and abandon them. Watching from his high-rise office is director Lee Sang-hoon, the man at the center of the storm. His assistant warns him to get away from the window. Things are getting violent out there, but the director just peers through the blinds, his mind on something else, entirely wondering if that guy is still alive. His subordinate is baffled, having no idea who he could possibly be talking about. He means Park Gyu, of course, the former hunter he can't seem to get off his mind. He gives a simple order: find him, and ask him how long he plans to keep hiding, because the legendary professor wants to know. The scene then flashes back, years ago, to when the very first Crimson Rift tore open the world. It was a crisis that shocked every nation, forcing the leaders of the world to come together and respond. But every nation was playing a double game, each one trying to turn this world-ending crisis into their own advantage. So, a large-scale exploration was launched to identify the true nature of the anomaly. A research team, deep inside the strange energy, carefully guided their point man into position. Suddenly, their equipment went wild, and a horrifying realization dawned on their faces. They screamed for their colleague, Mr. Kim, to get out of there, but he just stood there, confused. Before he could even process the warning, he was sliced apart in an instant. This foolish attempt at research only accelerated the eruption of monsters, and humanity paid the price in blood. Only then did the world finally grasp the severity of the threat and unite to create a new breed of soldier, the Hunters. And from this desperate need, specialized training institutions began to appear all over the world. One of them was the Korean Hunter Academy, GUARD, where I was part of the 13th graduating class. Back at the academy, the new rankings were posted, and my name was right where it always was, number 1. For 3 years running, I'd held that top spot, sparking the usual whispers among the students. They'd gossip that all I did was train, that I was obsessed with killing monsters even in my sleep. Even my greatest rival, Lee Sang-hoon, could only watch on with that grim, determined face of his. But while they were all focused on schoolyard drama, I was already far beyond it. A persistent beeping finally broke my concentration in a dimly lit control room. An urgent call was coming through the walkie-talkie from someone named Kim Daram. I picked it up, annoyed, assuming it was just another request to help quell the protests in Seoul. But the voice on the other end was tense, immediately bringing up a capsule on Road 13. His tone sharpened as he asked me directly, "You're the one who put it there, aren't you?" The voice on the other end states my name and then his own, Lee Sang-hoon. I leaned forward, exhausted. Yeah, it was me. But how did he know? His deduction was simple, almost insultingly so. A capsule in a clean area means the culprit is local. Heh. Same old stiff, condescending tone as always. He presses on, asking why I do something so dangerous. What if a monster had been summoned? Summoned? I thought they were just monster eggs. Since when do they act like portals? He corrects my outdated knowledge. It's a temporary portal. A bitter reminder of how long I've been out of the game. But he didn't call just to lecture me. He cuts straight to the real reason for this conversation. He gives me an order, plain and simple. Go to Jeju Island. And if I refuse? He's already got his leverage ready, a recommendation for an instructor position. I look down at the walkie-talkie and give my answer bluntly. I'm not going. I like it here. But he fires back, his voice dripping with condescension. Does a place like this really have a future? The question stings, and he knows it, accusing me of being stuck in my old inferiority complex. From his office, Lee Sang-hoon tries to connect with me, claiming they were both talentless back in the day. He even says he didn't have any talent, a blatant lie as we see a flash of his own latent power. His assistant watches as he finally gives up, telling me to find another instructor. He's done talking. She can only sigh, knowing her boss is as stubborn and pig-headed as ever. But Lee Sang-hoon leaves me with one last, chilling warning. The entire city might be in danger soon. He turns away from the window, his final words to his own subordinate, a grim order to just stay alive. Then, one last time, he calls out my name over the radio, letting it hang in the air. The radio falls silent, leaving me alone in the dim light with his warning echoing in my head. My thoughts drift away from the city, back to the quiet, rustling fields, back to a time when survival wasn't about fighting monsters, but about a simple sickle against the sun. I'd found my own way to live, away from the hunters and their constant war. It's been nearly 2 years since the world collapsed, and I started this new life. I remember scattering rice seeds in an old abandoned paddy, hoping for the best, and now, I carry the fruits of that simple labor on my own back. It all started with the advice of an old man, Mr. Kim, who saw potential in the forgotten land. He taught me to never underestimate the value of a single grain of rice. A lesson that, thanks to him, means I'll be eating well for the foreseeable future. But even in my secluded life, the outside world finds a way to creep in. Lately, the hunter community has been obsessed with a ridiculous rumor about Defender. Some keyboard warrior is convinced they're a woman, based on a shadow in a photo. He considers the logic killing is easy, but disposing of the bodies requires immense strength. It has to be nonsense, just a trick of the light. But the thought of survival triggers an old memory, a voice crackling over a radio. Just stay alive. He scoffs at the thought. Who's going to die? This is the safest place in the world now. Then a name surfaces, dragging the past along with it Lee Sang-hoon. His mind is pulled back, years before the world fell apart, back to a classroom, where a younger, more naive him had a question for the instructor. A kid who always sat in the front row, asking sharp questions about infiltration species. Park Yu remembers that version of himself, the one before the world ended. A relentlessly competitive spirit, even at that young age. But his trip down memory lane is cut short by a sudden beeping. His walkie-talkie crackles to life. It's Kim Daram again. He picks up, already annoyed. What could he possibly want now? He tells the representative that if it's about Jeju Island, that's old news, and he won't be going out for a while. But just as he's about to sign off, a chilling message cuts through the static. The director is dead. His mind goes completely blank. What? He stammers into the radio, needing to be sure. Did he just say Director Lee Sang-hoon is dead? Kim Daram's voice confirms Gaius' worst fear. The director made an extreme choice all by himself. He explains that a will was left behind, flashing Gaius' mind back to the director's younger, burdened days. The reason becomes terrifyingly clear. A furious public demanding that someone take responsibility. Back in his quiet room, Gyu listens as Daram asks if he'll come to the mourning hall for a man too upright for this ruined world. The will's purpose was to appease the mob, to offer a head on a platter. He's asked again, more gently this time, if he will come pay his respects at the funeral. Daram explains they've barely managed to set up a memorial altar at the military hospital, but he adds a warning. To reach Seoul, Gyu has to take the road littered with those dangerous capsules. Gyu confirms, and Daram reveals that just yesterday, new security personnel were deployed to that exact road. And they aren't just regular soldiers. They're the government's elite, awakened ones. Daram gives him a heads up, just so things don't get awkward. Gyu can hardly believe it. The government sent their elite awakened to that road? He scoffs, addressing the ghost of a man who always stood in his way, always trying to make things difficult, even from beyond the grave. But the memory of Lee Sang-hoon that surfaces is a quiet, unmoving one. Decision made, he turns to his arsenal and grabs a pair of tactical axes, a remnant from his discharge, a small piece of his past self he brought with him. And with that, he sets out into the darkness, not in a truck, but on a simple bicycle. Because despite everything, he needed to visit Lee Sang-hoon one last time. As a soldier, he armed himself and began the long journey to pay his final respects. To avoid any military patrols, he takes the unpaved back roads, hoping for a quiet journey. But so much for stealth. As a motorcycle headlight immediately cuts him off. The rider's face is hard, and he clearly isn't here to make friends. And of course, just Park Gyu's luck. The man recognizes him, much to his annoyance. This is Baek Seung-yun, a freelance hunter who works as an errand boy for the National Committee. He asks where Park Gyu is going, and when the answer is Seoul, he insists our boy comes with him. Park Gyu pleads to be let go, but Seung-hyun just scoffs and lights a cigarette. He says he'd love to let him pass, but his hands are tied, and that's because he isn't alone. A whole crew of hunters is waiting nearby. Seung-hyun reveals he's not even in charge, pointing to the real bosses, the ones with bright blue eyes. Park Gyu sizes them up, his gaze cold and unreadable. The jacket emblem says it all. Roaring Tiger, a notorious hunter guild. Seung-hyun explains these are the real hunters, a new breed entirely. But our boy remains unimpressed by the posturing. This new generation, the Awakened, emerged after humanity lost nearly a third of its population. Scientists then figured out how to artificially induce these monster-like powers. And just like that, the government-recruited superhumans made the old-school hunters obsolete. The leader of the pack smirks, calling Seung-hyun a juicy as he asks about their target. Seung-hyun dismisses Park Gyu as a former hunter, but the leader just mocks him, asking if he's a part-timer just like Seung-hyun. All the errand boy can do is let out a weak, pathetic laugh, caught in his own lie. Seung-hyun can only cover his mouth, utterly humiliated. The smug leader continues, asking why a supposed former hunter is sneaking through farmland like a criminal. Park Gyu glances at the sweating escort, then turns his attention back to the real problem. He cuts through the posturing with a single question that silences the field. Which batch are you from? The arrogant hunter's face goes blank, his condescending smirk completely gone. This guy is hopeless. Park Gyu calmly steps forward, taking control of the entire situation. Flustered, the leader gets in his face, trying to turn the tables by demanding to know Park Gyu's batch. Without missing a beat, Park Gyu answers with quiet confidence. He's from the 13th batch. The leader tries to laugh it off, saying any batch before the 18th is basically irrelevant now. He places a hand on Park Gyu's shoulder, suggesting he go home quietly before he gets hurt. But Park Gyu's hand simply tightens in his pocket. A silent show of resolve. Baek Seung-hyun wisely suggests they just turn back, but Park Gyu is already walking forward, calling them out. His eyes narrow with cold determination. He's done with the pleasantries. Instead of arguing, he simply points past the bewildered guild leader. He gestures to a glowing capsule in the middle of the road, asking if that's the only thing in his way. A simple question, laced with an undeniable challenge. If I deal with that, I can pass, right? The leader finds this hilarious, mocking the very idea that an old-school hunter could do anything. His goons laugh along, filming with their phones and making bets that their leader will have to escort him if he succeeds. Park Gyu doesn't even flinch, standing his ground as if their jeers were just the wind. He's already running through the tactics, recalling that for a solo hunter, the old ways were brutally simple. He knows there's only one way to do this, the way he's always done it. The moment he steps into range, the capsule erupts in a violent burst of thorny energy. But he's not retreating. He's riding the shockwave, launching himself straight at the source. With eyes locked on his target, he brings the hatchet down in a clean, powerful arc. The impact cracks the air, a bright flash of light as his weapon meets the capsule's shell. He doesn't let up, hammering it again and again as dark fractures begin to spread. Each blow is precise, calculated to shatter its defenses piece by piece. The Roaring Tiger Guild members can only stare in disbelief, their mockery turning to shock. Even their leader is frozen, his smug confidence completely vanishing from his face. And with one final, overwhelming strike, the entire capsule shatters into nothing. The guild leader's mind goes completely blank, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of what just happened. But Park Yu knew exactly what he was doing. He wasn't trying to destroy the capsule. He was trying to wake up what was inside. Where the capsule once stood, a swirling vortex of raw, untamed energy now churns. The other hunters finally understand, their mockery replaced with raw, unfiltered terror. Hess, insane. He didn't just break the containment. He deliberately unleashed the monster. As they all scream to run for their lives, Park Yu just calmly grips his weapon, ready for what's next. From the depths of the vortex, a horrifying figure begins to emerge, its head shaped like an ancient statue. His mind quickly analyzes the threat, initially pegging it as a dancer-type monster. But as its many skeletal limbs unfurl, he corrects himself. No, this is something far worse, a necromancer. And while everyone else flees, he charges forward, diving headfirst into the nest of limbs. His strategy is simple but brutal. They can't generate force fields at zero distance, so he just has to get close. He carves a path through the storm of limbs, leaving severed monster parts scattered across the road. But the necromancer fights back, with every severed piece sprouting a forest of deadly thorns. He ducks and weaves through the onslaught, a blur of motion closing in on the main body. With one final push, he gets right in its face, bringing his hatchet down to finish the job. The Roaring Tiger Guild members can only watch, their arrogant smirks replaced by slack-jawed disbelief. As the creature dissolves into dust, Park Yu turns to the stunned crowd, asking why they're just standing there. The look on his face isn't one of triumph, but of pure, cold dismissal. He walks past them as if they're statues, casually asking if they plan on moving anytime soon. Their minds are completely broken. How could one man, with no real weapons, do something like this? Is he even human? The guild leader stammers, ordering his juniors to escort Park Yu, but they're too stunned and start making excuses. But then, a more seasoned hunter steps forward with a confident smile, volunteering to go himself. Park Yu recognizes him as a fellow old schooler and cuts to the chase, asking if he can just borrow the car. He leaves the rest of the guild to study the monster's remains, a slight smirk on his face. And with that, the two of them are off, leaving the humiliated Roaring Tiger Guild in their dust. Inside the car, Park Yu says he didn't need a personal driver, but the hunter insists, saying he wanted to. He admits he was getting fed up with the inexperienced level 3S, who kept disrespectfully calling him old man. This brings up a critical rule of their world. An awaken's power is measured in levels, and the gap between them is absolute. Levels 1 through 4 grant simple powers, while 5 to 9 unlock abilities truly practical for combat. But then there are the legends, the impossibly rare few who break through to level 10 and ascend to a whole new realm of power. The driver finishes his thought, saying he was glad Gyu put those guys in their place. He then turns to Park Yu, curious if he could have handled that situation on his own. After a moment's thought, he figures his odds of winning were maybe around 65%. But with a knowing smile, he admits he chose not to fight. A brief memory shows us why. A wife and a young daughter waiting for him at home. He tells Gyu that back when he was single, he was reckless and didn't care about the consequences. But now, with a family depending on him, he has to endure and play it safe. With a final thanks, he says it's been a while since he felt that good as they speed through the ruins. Their car finally pulls up to their destination, a large, derelict hospital. Just as Park Yu is about to leave, the hunter calls out his name, stopping him. The hunter offers a final piece of advice. With Lee Sang-hoon dead, the old guard is weak, so he should watch his back. Gyu couldn't care less. But the man presses the point, reminding him that he has friends on the national committee. With a cynical smirk, he explains that when people are just trying to survive, they become dangerously unpredictable. Gyu takes in the heavy warning, his expression hardening as he considers the state of their broken world. He turns without a word, his footsteps echoing as he enters the desolate hospital lobby. He walks purposefully down a long, dark hallway, the silence of the abandoned building pressing in around him. Deeper inside, he finds what he was looking for, a makeshift funeral portrait of Lee Sang-hoon. Gyu looks upon the face of his former director, solemnly announcing that he's arrived. Standing before the simple altar, he can't help but wonder why they'd hide his funeral in a place like this. As he lights incense to pay his respects, his thoughts turn to a singular, crucial purpose: the Lee Sang-hoon plan. A woman appears, confirming his suspicions. The higher-ups named the Jeju Island plan after the director, sealing its fate. She glances at Gyu, testing him, asking if he truly understands the grim necessity behind it all. Of course he does. A heavy silence hangs between them as he considers the brutal logic. Rift intensity is tied to population, making the mainland a lost cause, and Jeju Island the only defensible position. It's a last-ditch effort to save the nation's future, but the downside is horrifying. Everyone else will be abandoned. Still, something doesn't add up. Gyu wonders how a plan this massive could have been placed on one man's shoulders. The assistant's explanation is cold and simple. A plan to abandon 10 million people needed a sacrificial lamb, and so, they assign the blame to the most junior person involved in the decision. Director Lee Sang-hoon. Her eyes fall, a flicker of memory crossing her face as she admits he was a stubborn man. A vision of the director, resolute and firm, proves her point. He was a man of conviction, used and discarded. She offers a small, humanizing detail, recalling how the director was so cheap he'd even shortchange wedding gifts. Gyu cracks a slight smirk. Yeah, that sounds exactly like the man he knew. But her tone shifts, her expression sobering as another, more important memory comes to mind. On the very day the relocation plan was finalized, someone came to see the director. The scene flashes back to that office, the air heavy with a terrible, unspoken burden. A philosophy hangs in the air. The one who makes the hardest choice is never at the top or the bottom. It must be someone detached, someone who can ignore the desperate cries of the present and coldly weigh the lives of 10 million people against the future of humanity itself. In that room, that impossible, soul-crushing weight fell upon director Lee Sang-hoon, and it turns out his visitor was there to remind him that this was his duty to bear. The assistant's voice narrates over the memory, telling the director he's doing what even the professor couldn't. But Lee Sang-hoon was deeply skeptical, wondering if they truly believed a future could exist on Jeju Island. He posed the question to a man named Kang Hanmin, who simply offered a smug, knowing smile. With a glint in his eye, Hanmin simply replied that they would all find out soon enough. Back in the present, Park Yu is stunned. Kang Hanmin was involved in Director Lee's plan all along. The assistant sees his shock, her own nervousness evident as she prepares to reveal more. She tells him what Hanmin said right before he left. A chilling question. Would old schoolers even be needed on Jeju Island? She then looks at Gyu with a dead serious expression, asking if he has any room in his bunker. The implication hangs heavy in the air that this new world order has no place for people like them. Her question hangs in the air, a desperate plea from someone who sees the writing on the wall. The scene suddenly shifts, taking us to the door of hospital room 501. Heavy footsteps approach, belonging to a man in tactical gear entering the ward. Inside, a room full of battered and bandaged hunters looks up, their quiet recovery interrupted. Their expressions change to respect as they struggle to salute their team leader, Kim Daram. Daram's eyes, however, are cold and unforgiving as he scans his broken subordinates. He takes in the sight of their injuries, slings, neck braces, bandages covering every surface. A female hunter meets his gaze, her face a patchwork of cuts and gauze. Then, with ice in his veins, he delivers a soul-crushing order to the entire room. He declares that any incompetent loser, unable to fight properly, must leave his team immediately. He tells them he never wants to see a pathetic sight like this again. The words land like a physical blow, leaving the broken hunters in stunned silence. For one of them, the dam of composure breaks completely. He admits he just can't take it anymore, the brutal cycle finally crushing his spirit. Another hunter pleads with his comrades to just quit, fearing their leader's methods will destroy them. But not everyone agrees. A female hunter refuses, her pride wounded but her will intact. And in that same moment, a young Park Gyu made his own decision. He would stay. He would endure this humiliation and throw every single one of those words back in his leader's face. Gyu understood, even then, that Kim Daram's cruelty was forged from the same fire that drove him. Now, in the present, he prepares to train, his assistant confirming they don't need a large space to begin. But even Gyu was once confronted by a desperate plea from the volunteer's wife to save her son. The memory takes him back to a desolate hospital waiting room, a moment of crushing pressure. He recalls clutching his head in agony, begging his own senior for any kind of help. He'd offered to pay whatever it took, just to find the child a safe place to rest. The boy's mother was terrified, explaining that Seoul was on the verge of riots. Her words echoed in his mind. If anything happened to her son, she wouldn't be able to live. But as he sat there, wrestling with the request, a grim certainty settled in his gut. He had to refuse. This wasn't just some simple unrest. The entire atmosphere felt dangerously unstable. He saw the grim possibility of military intervention, a civil war that would drag on for ages. In that scenario, he couldn't become a long-term babysitter, not when a new figure was already approaching. The man in the white cap introduces himself as Hong Young-ho. He claims to be a junior of the late director Lee Sang-hoon, from the 18th Guard batch. Park Yu watches silently as the man turns to a desk clerk, asking if they have any spare medicine. His younger sister is sick, but the clerk just scoffs, asking how anyone could expect extra medicine in these times. Just as the situation sours, Park Yu steps in, casually introducing himself as a classmate of the director. He adds that he's also a senior to Commissioner Kim Daram, and suddenly, the man's desperation turns to shock. With the medicine secured, Hong Young-ho bows deeply, thanking Park Yu over and over again. But once they're alone, Park Gaius' tone shifts, questioning if he really knew Lee Sang-hoon at all. The man admits it was a lie. He just used the most powerful name he could think of in a desperate gamble. Because from the 18th batch onward, non-powered hunters were obsolete, cast aside for the awakened and left with no future. They were the cursed class, stuck between the experienced seniors and the super-powered juniors. Park Yu listens as the man explains that proper medicine is impossible to find on the market. It was why he had no choice but to come to this national hospital, his last resort. His younger sister was in danger, and he was running out of options. With the matter settled, the sky darkens over the city. Hong Jung-ho bows deeply again, and Park Yu simply dismisses him. Mission accomplished. The man returns to a hidden location, announcing he's back. He hands over the medicine to a hooded figure, reporting that the operation failed, but this part was a success. The figure replies that they couldn't get into director Lee Sang-hoon's funeral as planned. But Hong Jung-ho cuts in, telling them to brace for what he saw just moments ago. Hong Young-ho reports back breathlessly, still in disbelief that he actually met the infamous skeleton. But Park Yu isn't surprised, coldly stating this will be quick since they're both aware of the situation. Suddenly, a gun is pressed to the back of Hong Jung-ho's head, an interrogation, not a debrief. But as he's being forced down, a single, telling word escapes his lips. Defender. In an instant, before Park Yu can even process it, his wrist is caught and twisted. The entire situation flips as Hong Jung-ho expertly disarms him, sending the pistol flying through the air. Park Yu can only stare, stunned by the sudden and complete reversal of power. Now holding the gun himself, Hong Jung-ho calmly suggests that talking would be easier without weapons pointed at each other. His movements were just too fast, a clean block that completely neutralized the threat. The gun clatters to the ground, and both men lunge for it in a desperate scramble. But Park Yu is a hair faster, his fingers closing around the grip. A wild, triumphant look flashes in his eyes as he brings the weapon back up. He takes aim, thinking this little game of cat and mouse is finally over. But Hong Young-ho moves with impossible speed, his eyes blazing red as he kicks the gun aside. A shot rings out, missing completely as a brutal punch lands, followed by an overwhelming grapple. Blazing energy blades erupt from Hong Young-ho's hands, clashing against Park Yu's desperate block. The fight ends in an instant, leaving Park Yu on the pavement, laughing in utter disbelief at Skelton's true power. His laughter fades into confusion as he stares up, trying to process the beatdown he just received. Park Yu pushes himself back to his feet, his expression now cold and serious. But Hong Young-ho just smirks, pulling a heavy knife from his back, asking if he's really ready for more. He shrugs, casually agreeing to a second round, a temp match. Then, his eyes dart sideways, his cocky demeanor faltering for just a moment. He takes in the full scene, not just his opponent, but who's sitting right behind him. A stray bullet here, he thinks, could hit the hooded woman he's protecting. Without another thought, his hands go up in a sign of surrender. He lets the blade clatter to the ground, insisting he was just kidding around. With a disarming smile, he waves, suggesting they just talk this out like reasonable people. But Park Yu isn't buying the sudden change of heart. He watches with a knowing look, thinking to himself that this is just as he expected. This man isn't an aggressor. He's someone who needs to protect another. With the act dropped, Hong Young-ho asks the real question. How long has he known? Gyu's expression remains unreadable, cold. He answers without hesitation. From the very first moment they met. The revelation stuns Hong Young-ho, his composure completely shattered. Gyu explains that at the team leader level, you develop a sense for these things, and he recognized him from the cursed 18th batch. But before the standoff can continue, a new voice cuts through the tension, asking if they're done yet. A group of Roaring Tiger members swagger onto the scene, mocking them for taking so long when it's not even a monster fight. And suddenly, we're thrown into a flashback of that very batch, a scene of carnage where one member complains about the messy throat slitting. A younger, colder Hong Young-ho holds a blade to a victim, questioning what use a man with no ability could possibly have. Standing over the bodies, blood spattered on his face, he asks his men if they're almost done. He then gives a final, chilling order. They are to engrave their call sign, Raptor, onto the heads of the deceased. A quick flash of a bloodied note shows just a fragment of the secrets they left behind. Back in the present, Gyu explains that while Awakened fought monsters, the 18th batch handled all the dirty back-end work. They were more commonly known as the Murder Batch, and Jung-ho realizes the rumors have spread far wider than he ever imagined. Still, he can't quite believe it, questioning how Gyu could have possibly known from their very first meeting. But Gyu's aim remains steady as he admits that, of course, there were other clues. Gyu coolly explains that he happened to visit a site Jung-ho had been to before. It was there he had the chance to examine a body that the 18th batch had dealt with. He analyzed everything from the scene, including the killer's physique and the specific measurements of their stride. It all pointed to one man, the director's junior from the 18th batch, Hong Jung-ho. Thanks to that little field trip, Gyu says, he figured it all out. And with that, he drops the final piece of the puzzle, calling him by his real title, Defender. But instead of fear or denial, a slow, condescending smirk creeps across Jung-ho's lips. The smirk breaks into a full-throated, almost manic laugh, echoing in the quiet street. Gyu's aim doesn't waver in the slightest as he calmly asks what could possibly be so funny. Jung-ho just smirks, remarking that he used to think only the 18th batch were this creepy. But as it turns out, that obsessive nature is a pretty common trait among all hunters. He patronizingly tells Gyu that his brilliant deduction fell just a little short at the very end. Gyu's confidence wavers for a second. What could he possibly have missed? Jung-ho admits it was impressive to track him from the clues he left, but there's a fatal flaw in Gaius' logic. A woman steps out from behind him, and Jung-ho drops the bombshell. He isn't exactly Defender. He calmly introduces the woman at his side as his sister. The final piece of the puzzle slots into place. Defender isn't one person. It's a duo. Gyu finally understands. All those online theories about Defender being a girl were actually half right. Jung-ho explains their simple arrangement. He handles the fieldwork, while his sister runs the online operations. Gyu is baffled. He has them dead to rights, yet they're just talking. He asks why they'd reveal this. It's a massive strategic secret. Why in the world would they just give it away to him? Instead of answering, Jung-ho's sister just leans in and whispers something to him. A smug, almost playful grin spreads across Jung-ho's face as he asks if it even matters. He claims they're just doing all of this for fun, and that's when a chilling realization dawns on Gyu. The sister even steps in front of the gun, casually saying they aren't bad people, but Gyu sees through it. These two aren't serious. They're just acting on their whims, with absolutely no regard for the consequences. With this understanding, Gyu lowers his weapon. Jung-ho immediately taunts him, asking if he wants a second round. He looks completely unfazed, a cocky smirk plastered on his face, but Gyu just looks away, defeated. No, he's done here. He turns his back, dismissing the entire encounter as a complete waste of time. But as he walks away, the sister's voice calls out his handle, forcing him to look back. She gives a cheerful little wave, thanking him for the medicine and saying she'll see him next time. Gyu is just left standing there, utterly bewildered by her nonchalant attitude. With that, the strange siblings get in their vehicle and simply drive away. He likely hoped that was the end of it, but their paths were destined to cross again much sooner than expected. Later, back in the relative safety of his bunker, a sudden notification pings on his computer. A new message has arrived, and the sender's ID is one he recognizes. Defender. She's asking if he has bullets to trade. Gyu types back, confirming if it's the sister. It is. He tells her he has none, but her reply is instant and aggressive, a cold threat that doesn't match the carefree girl he met at all. Her aggressive tone melts away into desperate bargaining, but Gyu isn't having any of it, shutting her down at every turn. Then she makes an offer he can't refuse. She'll boost his online posts, artificially inflating his views and reputation. His eyes narrow. This is a language he understands. A deal is made not in bullets, but in clicks. And so, under the cover of darkness, Gyu heads out, following a crude map to their specified location. He arrives at an old mansion overlooking a defunct theme park, a solid choice for a defensible base. Gyu analyzes their strategy. They're not hiding. They're actively clearing threats from their territory. As he walks onto the property, case in hand, he stops dead, sensing something is very wrong. He looks up to see a grotesque warning, a blackened corpse hanging silently in the night air. Before he can even react, a calm voice cuts through the silence, calling him by his online name. It's the brother, Hong Jung-ho, welcoming him with a casual wave as if this was all perfectly normal. Gyu cuts right to the chase, demanding to know what's with the corpse. Hong Jung-ho just shrugs it off, saying it's not a very fun story to tell. But as he turned away, Gyu couldn't shake a deeply unsettling feeling. The man's profile, it bore a chilling resemblance to the hanging body. Pushing the thought aside, Gyu questions the need for so many bullets. He knows Hong Jung-ho uses knives, so he correctly assumes they're for his sister. But before he can get an answer, his host sharply puts a finger to his lips. He grabs Gyu's shoulder, telling him to be quiet and just listen for a moment. Confused, Gyu focuses, straining his hearing to catch whatever has the man so tense. Then he hears it too faint, rhythmic sounds echoing from inside the mansion. It's the sound of something rustling in the tall grass. A sharp, sudden noise cutting through the night. Then it becomes clearer it's the sound of someone crying, a desperate and terrified wail. The cries for help echo from the mansion, and both men stand frozen, listening to the child's plea. Gyu can't believe it. A child? But Hong Jung-ho calmly confirms his suspicion. Yes, that's the one. He begins to explain, gesturing towards the amusement park in the distance. A group of absolute degenerates has gathered there, armed to the teeth and holding a young boy hostage. We see the boy himself, walking alone through the eerily quiet park, a pawn in a dangerous game. Watching him from afar is a blood-splattered man, his expression soured with annoyance. He turns to his grim-faced companion, complaining that the kid's appearance ruined what was about to be a good fight. He then looks his partner dead in the eye, mockingly pointing out how angry he got over the idea of killing children. The wavy-haired thug continues, calling his partner's morals a sensitive spot. He sneers down at Skeleton, dismissing his actions as a half-hearted pretense of virtue. He argues that trying to avoid being the bad guy just puts everyone else in danger. His female companion looks on, exhausted, as he declares he's seen enough of it to be sick. But Skeleton feels the sharp edge of the man's resentment as he speaks, and in that moment, he has a sudden realization. This burning anger, it isn't actually directed at him at all. His gaze lands on a grim silhouette against the night sky, a corpse left hanging from a tree. So that's the real target of his fury. They didn't even bother taking the body down. Skeleton finally looks up, stating firmly that he's no hypocrite and won't adopt their twisted ways. The thug's words strike a nerve, and Skeleton's mind is violently thrown back into his past. He remembers a mission gone wrong, a desperate scream for a senior hunter echoing in the chaos. His team was in a panic. Their leader, Professor Park Gyu, had just fallen into a monster-filled rift. He recalls the feeling of waking up, battered and bloody, hearing their calls but unable to respond. With his limbs shattered, his team deemed a rescue mission far too dangerous to even attempt. Then came the ultimate betrayal, as one of his own members invoked his own ruthless teachings. She coldly declared that there's no place for the incompetent on the battlefield, and that now included him. Judged as worthless and a liability, he was abandoned, left for dead in the depths of the rift. He somehow crawled out of that hell a month later, only to find he no longer had a place in the world. It was that incident that changed everything, simplifying his goals and setting him on his current dark path. His new creed was simple: just survive, even if it meant being the only one left standing. He'd accepted his powerlessness in the grand scheme of things, deciding to just take care of himself. His phone buzzes with a notification, a mundane reminder of a world he's disconnected from. Sure, there are moments, small reminders that he's not entirely helpless in this new era, but that doesn't change the brutal reality he's embraced. His own life is the absolute priority. And as he explained this philosophy to his captives, the thug leader's expression shifted to a slow, knowing smile. The man wasn't horrified or angry. He and his partner just broke into hysterical laughter. Skeleton could only stare, confused, as the thug apologized, saying he just really liked his way of thinking. They were the same. He declared their own safety as paramount, and anyone who threatens it deserves to die. It was a disgusting, unpleasant sense of camaraderie, finding a kindred spirit in a man like that. He reflects on their twisted kinship. The thug kills with open enjoyment, while he does it with a thin veil of pretense. But strip away the methods, and the ugly truth remains. They're both murderers who only care for their own survival. Suddenly, the thug leader changes his tune completely, offering something to a very confused Skeleton. He holds up a small notepad, reminding him of the day the Kraken appeared, and how a certain post saved them. With a strange sincerity, the man declares that Skeleton was the one who saved their lives back then. He'd wanted to thank him properly, even sending messages to try and get to know him better. But Skeleton never replied, did he? He remembers those messages well, interpreting the friendly words as a chilling threat. The thug smiles, holding out the torn note, and asks if Skeleton is scared of him. He says that after today, he feels he owes a debt, and this note is his way of repaying it. Skeleton's eyes narrow, processing this bizarre turn of events from the very man who just tried to kill him. The man, revealing his online handle is Defender, offers him a unique item, a Defender summon ticket. He promises that if Skeleton is ever in trouble, he'll come running, just once, wherever he is. As they turn to leave, his female companion calls out to Skeleton. With a coy smile, she asks him to please reply to her messages from now on. Skeleton can only stand there, watching them depart, still trying to process this insane turn of events. He remains silent, the blood on his face a stark reminder of the fight that just ended so strangely. Looking down at the makeshift ticket, he figures these people are too impulsive to be lying, and he can't deny it. Having a dangerous wildcard like Defender owe him a favor is a major win. True to their word, Defender started commenting on all of Skeleton's posts after that day, although their enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming, flooding his feed with endless declarations of love. Meanwhile, the forums were in an uproar, with users baffled by Defender's sudden praise for Skeleton. The hooded woman, watching from her laptop, found the entire spectacle absolutely hilarious. A few days later, Skeltone got an unexpected message from Kim Daram, thanking him for his condolences. He replied cautiously, asking if everything was okay on her end. Daram was direct, cutting straight to the point, and asking if they could meet. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind as he asked if she would be coming alone. The scene shifts to a remote, sunlit location, the agreed-upon meeting spot. Skeltone stands there waiting, hands stuffed in his pockets, anticipating her arrival. Soon enough, a jeep rumbles into view, pulling up right in front of him. The driver's door opens, and Kim Daram steps out, her expression all business. Skeltone gives a nod, confirming he's arrived at their meeting spot. But his mind is racing. He remembers her asking about his bunker and cautiously asks if she came alone. Daram confirms she's by herself, explaining she was just curious to see where he lived. He eyes her suspiciously, trying to figure out her real angle. Well, if she was going to leave a child, she would have brought one. With a mental shrug, he decides to indulge her. With a grand, sweeping gesture, he welcomes her to his humble abode, the Skeltone-proud palace. Daram's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated shock at the sight before her. She can barely process what she's seeing, stammering out if people actually live in a place like this. Her critique begins: it looks like an unfinished storage room and smells distinctly like a musty basement. The final straw is the toilet just sitting in the middle of the room, prompting an annoyed Skeltone to ask if she came just to nag him. Daram's light-hearted nagging suddenly vanishes, replaced by a grim seriousness. She reveals the nation is fracturing a deep split between the powerful Legion and Congress factions. The army was betrayed, callously excluded from the Jeju relocation plan. Now, those slighted soldiers are marching on Seoul, and she predicts civil war is imminent. Skeltone's eyes widen as he connects the dots, a dreadful realization dawning on him. She confirms his unspoken fear. She's not just reporting the news, she's joining the rebellion. Though she may be retired, she tells him she simply cannot stand by and watch such injustice. Her words trigger a dark, bloody memory for Skeltone, a time when he was broken and helpless. As the vision fades, she reveals her own history. She was a member of the legendary Professor's crew. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she admits that while he seems unchanged, she can now see the years have touched him too. With a grim look, she tells him this might be the last time they ever see each other. She wishes her old friend well, leaving Skeltone alone in the silent warehouse. As she departs, her ride arrives a military helicopter descending from the smoggy sky. It touches down on a rooftop, blades whipping dust as Kim Daram watches it land. The pilot, looking a bit queasy, announces their arrival over the comms. But before he can finish, a glowing skeletal hand clamps down on his shoulder. Its owner, a woman with a cybernetic arm, casually complains about his terrible driving. She's greeted on the ground by a researcher, who welcomes her to the new base of operations. But the powerful hunter dismisses the pleasantries, demanding to see the mission report immediately. On the table is her next target, an operation passed along by none other than Hanman. And on that report, a familiar face, Park Yu. She muses to herself that this is one target she'll actually be glad to see. Meanwhile, in a quiet, sunlit field, a voice calls out his alias, Skeltone. A cheerful girl on a bicycle pedals up, happy to see that he's finally come outside. He offers a casual wave, acknowledging that it's been a while since they last met. She points to her basket, explaining her mom sent him a gift, a javelin, much to his confusion. With the recent bombardments, her mother figured he could use it for protection. He thanks her and offers her a snack. The girl cheers, delighted, as the two of them walk together under the afternoon sun. But this quiet life is a far cry from his past. A flashback takes us to 2 years and 2 months ago, after Seoul fell to a nuclear bomb and civil war. In the darkness of a bunker, Skeltone had turned to Kim Daram and asked about her mother. He offers her a tray of food, gently probing to see how she's been holding up since the world ended. She casually boasts that her mom taught her how to shoot, and she's gotten pretty good at it. Skeltone dryly calls it apocalypse-style education, but warns her to be careful not to provoke the wrong people. Brushing off his concern, she simply leans in with a confident agreement, her trust in him absolute. His mind drifts back to the old powers that once ruled this ruined landscape. The National Committee. They were known as the National Assembly Faction, a group of old politicians and hunters who governed the chaos. But their reign was a sham. They planned to abandon Seoul and flee with only their closest allies. When the frontline military learned of this betrayal, the enraged core faction turned their guns toward the capital. Initially, it seemed the military's might would easily crush the corrupt politicians. But the soldiers were met with a bloody, one-sided slaughter, cut down where they stood. A single, ruthless woman steps over the carnage, revealing the true, terrifying power the faction held. The Assembly faction retaliated, sending their own elite hunters to reclaim the capital. With Seoul split in two, the civil war officially began. Snapping back to the present, Skeltone voices his doubts about the current negotiations he's been hearing about. He gently pats the girl's head, warning her to report anything unusual from the nearby base, as their fates are linked. His words suddenly jog her memory, and she looks up, asking if something she saw counts. Intrigued, he gives her his full attention. She describes seeing a field of strange, tall, white cylinders. She recalls watching from afar as a new town was supposedly being developed in the wasteland. But what she saw was a truly bizarre and massive construction project. A grim understanding dawns on Skeltone, his aura flaring with dread. This isn't a town, the rift's influence is spreading. Skeltone gives the girl a dire warning. Her mother must never attack those things. Staring out at the passing city, he grimly confirms that they are extremely dangerous. He reflects on hunters like himself, the old-school types who fight with tactics and skill. But even for them, one rule is absolute. Never face overwhelming numbers alone. With no time to waste, he speeds off, his mind set on his destination. He pulls up to the National Crisis Overcoming Committee, his only real option. Predictably, a guard steps out to stop him, stating that this is a restricted area. Skeltone doesn't argue, simply flashing his old retired hunter credentials. He's here to report a monster capsule colony, news that makes the guards freeze. As Hez led inside, he sighs internally. He hates asking for help, but there's no other choice. The official at the reception desk cuts right to the chase, asking what business he has here. Skeltone lays down the evidence, explaining he's discovered a massive colony of monster capsules. He warns that if it's left unchecked, the number of casualties will be beyond devastating. He demands to be put in contact with the person responsible for handling monster threats. A tense silence fills the room as Skeltone waits, his expression unreadable. But the response he gets isn't from the person in charge. Suddenly, armed guards are moving in, surrounding him from all sides. He turns, completely unfazed by the rifles now pointed in his direction. They inform him that orders from the higher-ups are to take him in for a brief investigation. So the man who came to save the day finds himself sitting in a cold, sterile interrogation room. He's not too bothered, though, figuring this is just a minor bureaucratic delay. But the silence is broken by the sharp click of high heels approaching the room. A woman walks in, revealing a gleaming cybernetic leg as she gets closer. She remarks that while she'd heard he was alive, she never expected this kind of reunion. Leaning against the doorframe, she gives him a smirk and greets him. "Long time no see, Senior Park Gyu." His calm demeanor shatters, his eyes widening in complete shock as he recognizes the face from his past. It's Woo Minhee, a junior from his academy days, and she sits across from him, looking far from healthy. She admits that not all of them made it out unscathed, her eyes flaring with an ethereal blue light. A torrent of raw power gathers in her hand, swirling like a miniature galaxy. This isn't just any hunter. She's one of only 20 savior, level-awakened beings on the entire planet. Park Yu finally breaks the silence, asking if she was officially dispatched to see him. With a smug smile, Minhee confirms that a certain senior handman gave her this little task. Her glowing eyes narrow as she feigns a sudden realization. Oh, that's right, they're not supposed to talk about handman in front of him, are they? He knew it that Jab was intentional. Her awful personality hasn't changed. He cuts to the chase, sliding evidence of a new capsule colony across the table. Minhee's expression turns serious as she studies the photo. If this is true, then Sol doesn't have much time left. But, as she reminds him with an impatient tap of her cybernetic fingers, they're in the middle of a civil war. Mobilizing troops will take too long, so he proposes a simple solution. Why doesn't a savior-level hunter just handle it herself? The bait is set, and she leans in, clearly intrigued by his bold suggestion. A sly smile spreads across her face. He wants her help? Fine. But what, exactly, is in it for her? With their deal struck, he speeds away from the facility. She had agreed, but on one condition. He had to do a little favor for her first. She'd call him when everything was ready, a predatory smile playing on her lips. Driving into the sunset, he can't shake the feeling she's trying to turn him into her personal mercenary. Just then, a brilliant flash of blue light erupts from the trees up ahead. He pulls over instantly, his hunter's instinct screaming. That's the unmistakable glow of a capsule summoning. Cautiously, he makes his way into the woods, the air thick with malevolent energy. The very soil and plants around him are twisted and corrupted, a sign of a prolonged infestation. All the evidence points to one terrifying conclusion. A monster is being summoned, and he draws his weapon, ready to face it alone. He grips his axe, confident that if it's a small species, he can handle it alone. But his confidence evaporates as a colossal shadow blots out the sky. A horrifying insectoid creature emerges, its chitinous shell pulsing with energy. His blood runs cold. He recognizes this monster type all too well. It's a dancer. The full weight of the situation crashes down on him as he processes the information. Of all the monsters that could have appeared here, it had to be this one. The dancer is a close combat reaper, a whirlwind of scythe-like limbs that slaughters everything in its path. He knows charging in with just his axes, no matter how skilled he is, would be pure suicide. This thing requires specialized hunter equipment, support he can only get from the National Committee. But the person in charge now is Woo Min-hee, and he'd rather face a monster than get entangled with her again. He was running out of options, cornered by his own history, but just then, a notification chimes. At that very moment, a solution he never could have predicted presented itself. A message arrives from an unknown user, claiming their master has something to say to Skelton. The master's request is simple and direct. They want to meet him, and the name that appears on screen sends a jolt through him: John Neenan, a ghost from a past he thought was buried. He remembers the name well, a legendary hunter from the early days, a celebrity on the Viva Apocalypse forums. Even he had to admit, back then, he learned a great deal from John Neenan's incredibly detailed posts, but it all came crashing down when it was revealed his work was plagiarized, and the community turned on him instantly. The scandal, combined with an unforgettable and childish online flame war, completely destroyed his credibility. And just like that, the legendary John Neenan fell from grace and vanished without a trace. Park Yu sits alone in his dim apartment, the name John Neenan weighing heavily on his mind. Of all the people to resurface now, and with a simple, direct request to meet, he finds it odd that Neenan is using a representative. Has the man built some kind of organization? He recalls meeting him years ago, a memory of a crowded restaurant. In person, Neenan was far more shallow than his online persona, but he had an undeniable talent for gathering people. He could rally large groups, using their collective strength to punch far above his own weight. Park Yu knows all too well that such a talent is a double-edged sword, and dangerously exploitable. An idea sparks. He remembers Neenan was a hunter, which means he might still have gear. He begins to type a reply. He can't meet hastily, he tells them, but under certain conditions it might be possible. The condition is simple: a test and a potential opportunity. He asks if they have any hunter gear. The reply is swift, not with words, but with an image of a full-blown arsenal laid out for him to choose from. Park Yu's eyes widen slightly. So, they actually have the goods. This is getting interesting. With the test passed, the plan is set. He's told to come to a specific address in 2 days. The location given is a bleak, run-down shantytown in the northern part of Seoul. He arrives on the day, cautiously stepping into the grim, forgotten neighborhood. He can't help but wonder, why would the infamous John Neenan be hiding in a place like this? But as he walks deeper into the alleys, he feels the unmistakable sensation of being watched. A voice suddenly calls out his alias, Mr. Skelton, from the shadows. A man in a hoodie and goggles introduces himself as the contact, confirming Neenan is waiting. With that, he's led away from the slum and towards a nearby apartment building. With a series of loud clanks, the guide undoes the heavy chains and locks on a steel door. He then turns, explaining that John Neenan is waiting for him deep in the basement of this very building. With his flashlight cutting through the gloom, the guide leads the way down a flight of stairs. Yu follows, his unease growing. Why would a simple villa have such a massive underground complex? Something feels off. So he stops to ask the guide what his true relationship with Neenan is. The man's answer is simple, almost unnerving. He's not an employee, but a follower. They finally arrive at another door, where the guide announces they're almost there, but Yu needs to wear something first. He pulls out a bulky, orange, full-body suit with a sealed helmet. Taking off his own hood and goggles, the guide holds it out as Yu recognizes it with a jolt, a radiation protection suit. The guide calmly explains there was an accident down here while developing nuclear batteries. Now, fully suited up, they stand before the final door as the guide continues his story. Yu processes the information, his mind racing. A nuclear battery with the output of a power plant? With a heavy groan, the thick metal door slides open, revealing the darkness within. The sheer scale of it all is staggering. Yu can't help but wonder what on earth is really happening here. And from the shadows, a voice calls out, welcoming Skelton, the legendary hunter, Professor. The figure, heavily bandaged but unmistakably John Neenan, says he first saw Yu on the battlefield of Chaerwan. Back then, Neenan was just a fresh-faced rookie, watching from the crowd in absolute awe. The memory is unforgettable. Yet he admits that when he saw Yu at the recent meetup, he didn't recognize him at all. After all, who could possibly connect that legendary warrior, standing atop a mountain of corpses, with the quiet, unassuming man he saw just a few days ago? Neenan admits it took him a while, but he finally remembered Yu was the legendary professor, his idol. He then recalls a darker time, when the world turned its back on him, and Viva Gallery led the charge. In that moment of public ruin, he claims, only Yu didn't join the chorus of stones being thrown. His voice turns venomous, confessing he's waited for the day to get revenge on those ignorant masses. And that, he says, is exactly why he needed to show Yu this. As a brilliant blue light floods the room, Yu is thrown off balance, finding himself surrounded by a massive wall of monitors. His mind races. Could this be some kind of civilian surveillance system? He whirls around, demanding to know what the hell the bandaged man is plotting. But John Neenan just grins, his face a mask of pure, unhinged glee. He gestures to the screens, proudly announcing the creation of his new community, Fail.net. Gyu is speechless, his mind blanking at the sheer absurdity of it all. But Nenon is on a roll, screaming that here, in his new web community, he can do whatever he wants. He has the power to control posts, to ban people forever, even to change nickname fonts. Gyu just stares, completely deadpan, wondering if this is some kind of joke. Seeing his confusion, Nenon's subordinate steps in, explaining the site's genius. It runs on a massive server, one that required Nenon to tamper with nuclear power, leading to his current state. The subordinate declares him a hero for this sacrifice, but Gyu is simply baffled by their logic. He's then asked if he truly grasps the power an online community wields in this apocalyptic world. With over 10,000 users, the subordinate reveals they've successfully hacked into the rival site, Viva Gallery. And their master plan? A comment attack. Gyu feels pathetic for expecting anything more. Still, Gyu can't resist a bit of petty revenge, ordering his assistant to look up an old hater. But he has to admit, despite the sheer absurdity, this man possesses a devilish talent. Suddenly, a choked gasp echoes through the room as a spray of blood hits the floor. Nenon's subordinate panics, but Gyu just watches, thinking how few people can drive themselves to death for a goal. John Nenon's life is clearly hanging by a thread, his bed stained with the effort. Gyu muses that such a singular focus is probably the only way Nenon can forget his pain. And honestly, he has to admit it's impressive in its own twisted way. He finally turns to the dying man, his voice cutting through the tension. Staring him down, he states that he has a very important question. The bandaged man looks up, just as Gyu begins to ask if he were to join Failnet. He asks, could he also get one of those shiny nicknames? You know, like the one Nenon has for himself on his own private board. John Nenon, God. Gyu points, his tone dead serious, locking eyes with the dying information broker. But Nenon's eyes widen in alarm, stammering out a quick no. That, he explains, is an admin-only feature, as the scene fades to a quiet forest at dusk. Later, a dejected skeleton stands alone, having been denied his god status title. But he's not empty-handed. He's here to pick up the hunter gear he requested. A single, powerful weapon. The MK7 Harpoonizer, an old friend from his active days. He grips the weapon, nicknamed the Hunter's Spear, and a wicked blade extends with a sharp click. Just in time, too, because his first target as a reborn hunter has just appeared. His eyes narrow with cold focus. After all this time, it's finally time to hunt again. He knows monsters have special abilities, the most common being the reflective barrier. It's a simple defense. Any physical attack is sent right back at the user. But as humanity fought back, the monsters evolved, developing even deadlier skills. Gyu remembers the worst of them, a terrifying ability known simply as detonation. It could ignite any gunpowder in range, rendering firearms completely useless against them. That's why humanity engineered a counter. Separated ammunition, like the kind in his harpoon gun. Two inert materials that only mix and explode when the trigger is pulled, bypassing the monster's defense. The creature slams its massive leg into the earth, unaware it's facing a hunter with the perfect counter. Gyu stands his ground, weapon ready, staring down the very beast he was built to destroy. With a piercing screech, the beast lunges, its bladed legs raining down on him. They slam into the earth, creating a massive, fiery shockwave. But Gyu is already moving, dashing to the side to narrowly evade the onslaught. The creature shrieks in frustration, its attacks growing more desperate and wild. It unleashes a relentless barrage, turning the entire area into a chaotic minefield of explosions. Hitting the ground, Gyu realizes getting close to this thing is practically impossible. But then a confident smirk spreads across his face as he readies his weapon. He doesn't need to. With a cold, focused gaze, he takes aim with his specialized harpoon gun. He pulls the trigger, and the weapon hums to life, firing a single, powerful shot. The harpoon streaks through the fiery chaos, a silver bullet heading straight for the monster's heart. The harpoon hits dead center, its payload glowing brightly just before detonation. A thunderous boom echoes through the forest as Gyu calmly turns away from the blast. For him, this is just another hunt, another monster to put in the ground. He moves with a brutal efficiency born from countless battles. A heavy axe swing finishes the job, a familiar and satisfying end to the fight. He stands over the smoldering remains, thankful that he only had to deal with one. But holding his weapon again stirs something within him. It just feels right. He can't help but admit he still misses the thrill of the battlefield. Deciding to head home, he logs on, only to find the community forums in chaos. It seems the entire web is being spammed by users from John Nennon's infamous website. The forums are baffled by the sudden flood of posts, all pointing back to one place, Fail.net. For the members of that site, this is just a new frontier, a chance to spread their message. They emerge from the darkened corners of the web, a strange and dedicated bunch. The regular users can only watch in confusion, dismissing them as mere doomsday preppers. Park Gyu observes the digital chaos with mild amusement, a spectator to the madness. But his browsing is interrupted by a notification, a direct message from the user Defender. He groans internally. It's this guy again, with his weirdly persistent messages. Elsewhere, the sender gets an earful from his sister, whose annoyed Skeleton only talks to him. It seems these two siblings have been following Gyu's online persona for a while now. But Defender insists this time is different, so Gyu finally types back, demanding to know what he wants. Defender's message pops up, asking if Gyu remembers a certain drill instructor. Gyeongjang. The name sends him spiraling back to a memory filled with the deafening roar of gunfire. He recalls his training days, effortlessly dominating the shooting range and taking first place. Even then, there was a cold, sharp focus in his eyes that separated him from the others. And there was the instructor himself, Gyeongjang, a man who believed failure deserved punishment. He relentlessly drilled into them that against non-human foes, one mistake means death. Back in the present, Gyu pinches the bridge of his nose, the memory clearly a headache. He dismissively messages back, asking what about that uptight prick. But the reply that comes through is dead serious. Gyeongjang has gone missing, taken by someone. This wasn't just some old trainer, he was a legendary first-gen hunter who taught the old guard. Defender's message continues, showing drone footage of Gyeongjang being dragged away by military goons. The image is already spreading online, with people asking what's going on if even first-gen hunters are being rounded up. His friend signs off with a simple warning for Gyu to stay safe, having passed on the news. Gyu stares at the screen, his mind racing. Gyeongjang had serious influence. This wasn't a simple removal. This could only mean one thing. An entirely different, more powerful external force has taken control. Just then, a nearby radio crackles to life, breaking the silence of his hideout. Gyu looks up, his expression hardening with suspicion and annoyance. A woman's voice comes through the speaker, calling his name. It's her. Woo Min-hee appears on his monitor, suggesting they meet since he must have free time now. He grabs the radio, bluntly asking what she wants, adding that honestly, he'd rather not see her at all. Woo Min-hee smirks, her eyes glowing as she taunts him about his now irrelevant request for capsules. Gyu listens in grim silence, the weight of his powerless situation pressing down on him. She doesn't even wait for a response, casually informing him she already knows his address and is sending a car. As if on cue, a vehicle pulls up and a man in a suit steps out, asking to confirm his identity. He's escorted out, flanked by men operating on the direct orders of Major General Wu. For security, they hand him a blindfold and tell him they'll also be taking his weapons. Disarmed and his vision obscured, Gyu sits silently in the back of the car as it drives off. His mind is already working. They wouldn't need a blindfold for the main headquarters. So where are they going? The car comes to a halt, and he's told to get out, his feet landing on a solid concrete floor. They're indoors. He focuses on the sounds, the echo of their footsteps telling him they're walking down a long hallway. A child's terrified voice cuts through the tension, begging his mother to leave this place. Gyu's mind races. Children? What kind of twisted facility has he been brought to? A sharp command is given, and a hand moves to finally take off his blindfold. His vision returns to find Woo Min-hee sitting across from him, offering a hollow apology for the secrecy. Unimpressed, Gyu cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know why he's here. She smiles, telling him to relax, framing this as a special opportunity just for him. An opportunity? The word hangs in the air, met with Gyu's cold disbelief. She leans forward, dangling the one thing she thinks he's always wanted, the power of an awakened. But her words hit a raw nerve, and a dark, simmering fury flashes across his face. With a sudden crash, he explodes forward, pinning her by the throat against the railing. Yet even with his hand crushing her throat, Woo Min-hee's glowing eyes show no fear, calmly telling him to let go. She taunts that he'll have to soon enough, as the heavy stomp of boots echoes from just outside the room. In an instant, her armed goons storm in, the clicks of their safeties filling the air as they aim right for Gyu. They demand he release her, but she waves them off, chiding Gyu for being so sensitive about his past. She reminds him of a painful truth. Back then, there was no way to awaken someone who had no potential. But now, her eyes gleam with a chilling light. They found a way for people just like him. She twists the knife, bringing up his frustration watching useless academy students become celebrated saviors. Just imagine, she purrs, if someone with his knowledge and skill could finally evolve and return to the fight. Her cybernetic hand gently touches her neck, promising that he would be the one to expose the current heroes as worthless. The choice is his. If he wants to make things right, all he has to do is say yes. Gyu tightens his grip, his voice low and dangerous. He sneers, asking if this is the same twisted deal she offered Gyeongjang to become her lab rat. Woo Min-hee doesn't even flinch, her eyes glowing with an unearthly light. A slow, chilling smile spreads across her face as she mockingly asks how he could have possibly guessed. In fact, she purrs, she was just about to introduce him to the legendary hunter himself. The horrible confirmation sends a shockwave of rage through Gyu. His mind flashes back to his own desperate past, right after escaping the fissure. An instructor had warned him that the awakening test he kept taking was a gamble with his very life. But even after 3 failed attempts, sitting broken in a hospital bed, the younger Gyu refused to give up, already planning his next desperate move. With a snap, he rips the IV from his arm. His friends watch in horror as he declares with cold resolve that he's taking the test again. Seung-hyun explodes, asking if he's lost his mind, reminding him he's failed 3 times already. But what does that even matter to Gyu now? He looks down, a quiet acceptance settling over him. At the very least, he has no regrets. But then, the facade cracks, and the truth spills out. He finally understands. He's ready to give up. His mind is flooded with the bloody reality of the battlefield, a powerless hunter before a true monster. He knows now that without otherworldly abilities, a hunter is nothing more than prey. Seeing his friend's broken spirit, Seung-hyun starts to agree, telling Gyu that he should just quit. But he can't finish the thought, instead blurting out that there has to be another way. Seung-hyun pleads with him, promising to figure something out, but he needs a promise in return. His hand clenches, his gaze hardening with desperate resolve. He makes Gyu swear to never, ever tell him that he's giving up again. But in the present, a condescending smile plays on the mysterious woman's lips. She finds it funny, remarking she was just about to introduce them as Gyu's eyes glow with red-hot fury. He explodes forward, his hand instantly clamping around her throat. The tendons in his arm bulge as he squeezes with all his might, teeth gritted in rage. Her guard reacts instantly, weapon clicking as he screams for someone to get him off the Major General. He barrels forward, swinging the butt of his gun right at Gyu's head. And yet, the Major General doesn't even flinch, her gaze remaining cold and utterly unimpressed. But that attack never lands, as Gyu moves with blinding speed. He effortlessly parries the rifle, knocking it clean out of the guard's hands. With a single fluid motion, he throws the man over his shoulder, slamming him into the ground. Another guard rushes in, throwing a wild haymaker from the side. Gyu simply ducks under the blow, his eyes never leaving his true target. A sickening crack echoes as he twists the second guard's arm back, breaking it instantly. A third man steps up, throwing a punch directly at Gyu's face. Gyu doesn't even bother to dodge, instead stepping forward to meet the blow head-on. He grabs the stunned guard by the head, his expression an icy mask of contempt. And with a final, definitive stomp, the last of the guards is put down. Gyu drops low, a kick from the last guard whistling harmlessly over his head. He moves to disarm the man, but a sharp voice cuts through the chaos, declaring that's enough. His eyes snap upwards, instantly locking onto the source of the interruption. And a split second later, a massive explosion of pure force erupts right on top of him. The reinforced concrete floor cracks and splinters from the sheer impact. Gyu is slammed downwards, forced to a knee as the shockwave washes over him. He can barely process it. This isn't just skill. This is the overwhelming power of a high-level awakened. Wu Minhee descends, her cybernetic limbs gleaming, telling him he should learn to listen. Scraped and bleeding, Gyu glares up in disbelief, demanding to know why she would do this. He reminds her that the man at the heart of all this, Instructor Gyeongjang, was her teacher, too. Her eyes glow with cold conviction as she tells him this was something their instructor wanted himself. Gyu's mind goes blank, completely unable to process her words. The scene cuts to the past, a camera recording a moment that changed everything. A younger Minhee sits across from Instructor Gyeongjang, confirming he understands the risks. He calmly holds the waiver, the document that seals his fate. The recording shows him asking a simple, heavy question. What are the chances of success? In the present, Minhee tells a stunned Gyu that honestly, there was no guarantee at all. The science was untested, the catalyst for an awakening still a complete mystery. If the experiment failed, the only option was euthanasia, and Gyeongjang accepted the terms. With the truth laid bare, Minhee finally addresses Gyu's earlier accusation directly. The truth, she says with a chilling calm, is that they have always operated this way. The scene flashes back to a pivotal night, a memory of when it all began. A younger, more vulnerable Minhee was told that they needed more ability users, and she was the key. She had asked if her only job was to locate these potential candidates. But the mysterious man with glasses corrected her that was a given, for they were the saviors. He extended a hand, proposing a grander vision, to give every single person a chance. A chance, he specified, for them to take on this world. With his eyes glowing a sinister red, he revealed his definition of true salvation. Back in the present, Minhee explains that this facility sorts those potential awakened, and thanks to that twisted promise, it's a place overflowing with desperate people. She scoffs, saying people like Instructor Jang are a dime a dozen here, even parents sell their own kids for a chance. Just like she once was, a broken body on an operating table, helpless. She remembers waking up, mangled and bandaged, a new cybernetic arm grafted onto her. With a heavy sigh, she turns to Gyu, telling him if he had never left back then, things would never have ended up this way, her eyes glowing with a cold, dark resolve. Gyu takes in her words, the weight of their shared past settling in the silence. He finally breaks it, asking her quietly how Instructor Jang is doing. Minhee walks away, explaining that he's basically a zombie now, reacting to things but not truly there. Gyu listens in horror as she spells out the grim future. If he doesn't wake up, he'll be declared brain dead and euthanized. He can't accept it, refusing to leave his old instructor to wander the earth like the living dead. The news sends Gyu's mind spiraling back to the past, to the sound of a pen scratching on paper. It was Instructor Jang, excitedly showing off a ridiculous sketch for a jet-propelled combat axe. A younger Gyu was completely unimpressed, even as his mentor cheerfully admitted the idea was nonsensical, but it was just a joke to celebrate his graduation, a lead-in to the real gift. 2 perfectly crafted axes. Then, Jang's tone had shifted, becoming serious as he warned that the monsters were evolving. He told Gyu that as a commissioned second lieutenant, he had new responsibilities now. Looking his student in the eye, he passed on his most important lesson. Never, ever give up. He charged Gyu with a mission, to become a hunter worthy of leading the new era. This was his duty as the representative of the 13th generation callsign Professor. Back in the present, the weight of that promise and that memory hangs heavy on Gyu's shoulders. He finally stands before the man he's been searching for, the disgraced info broker, John Ninon. The old hunter simply writes, passing on the crucial information Gyu needs. In a moment of overwhelming relief, Gyu drops to his knees, hastily leaving a message of his own. It's a final goodbye, signed with the call sign his mentor gave him all those years ago. But as he turns to leave, the sound of heels clicking on the floor stops him cold. Wu Minhee appears, praising Instructor Jang's heroism with a voice dripping in condescension for Gyu. She offers him a chance to follow in his mentor's footsteps by taking a test. A way to succeed where he failed, she says. A way to atone for his past mistakes. For a long moment, Gyu just stares, processing her manipulative offer. Then, without a word, he gives her a very clear and very final answer. Meanwhile, across the city, rain pours down on an abandoned amusement park. A figure splashes through the flooded pavement, clearly on an urgent mission. It's Defender, pressing his earpiece and demanding a location update on his targets. Rebecca's voice crackles back, guiding him with a drone. They're just 50 meters behind him. But a second later, she screams a panicked warning. He's not behind you. He's right in front. Defender looks up to see a bald, cloaked man standing silently in his path. Reacting on pure instinct, he draws his knife and lunges forward to strike. But his opponent is faster, sidestepping the attack and delivering a single, fatal slash. Watching her comrade fall, Rebecca's voice hardens as she barks new orders. Grab the body. The rest of the team is to fall back and regroup in the building just ahead. The regroup point is a dark, abandoned cafe, silent as a tomb. One of the hunters made it, dragging Defender's body and gasping for breath. But the sound of splashing footsteps breaks the silence. Someone is coming. No, not someone. The heavy stomping means it's a whole group. From the ground, he watches in horror as a procession of robed figures marches past. He presses himself against the counter, heart pounding as he peeks out. Their leader stops, his eyes flaring with a cold, inhuman light. A silent, menacing army stands in the rain, their collective gaze piercing the darkness. The terrified hunter realizes he hasn't just been found. He's stumbled into a cult. And as this unfolds, the survivor forums are already exploding with a strange new rumor. A user posts a photo, asking if anyone recognizes these eerie, white-masked figures. From his hideout, Park Yu watches the thread as people dismiss them as mere cosplayers. But the original poster clarifies they're a dangerous group from China, the Converging Rivers cult. He explains their twisted belief system. They view monsters as gods and worship them. And they aren't just peaceful fanatics. They're extremely violent, known for performing human sacrifices. As this information sinks in, a military convoy rumbles down a deserted city street. A single robed figure steps out, blocking their path with unnerving confidence. With a chilling grin, he raises a detonator and clicks the button. A massive explosion tears through the convoy, engulfing the lead truck in fire and shrapnel. The soldiers in the following vehicle can only watch in horror, one breaking down in tears at the sudden carnage. Their acts of terrorism had led to the deaths of countless hunters, a grim memory for those who survived. Lee Sang-hoon clenches his jaw, remembering it well. He was sure he'd eradicated them when a notification chimes. It's a message from Defender, and it's urgent. He's calling for Skelton's help. But the one operating the account, Defender's sister, is confused. Isn't she the one with the summoning ticket? Defender looks over, his expression serious. This, he explains, is a completely different matter, one they can't handle. She types back, asking what happened. Defender seems to struggle with where to even begin. Park Yu listens intently as the message comes through. A strange group of people has appeared at the amusement park. Piloting a drone, The sister gets a visual on a cloaked figure, suspecting they might be the fanatics from the forums. The drone flies higher, revealing not one, but a whole group of them, the Converging Rivers cultists, gathered in the open. But seeing them on the screen, Defender's expression hardens. He looks at his sister and says, "Hell handle it." Under the rumbling, rain-slicked sky of the amusement park, the confrontation begins. With a sudden crash, Defender moves in, confident he can handle these strange fanatics. He swiftly takes down the first robed figure, knife in hand and ready for more. His sister explains to Park Yu that her brother went out to deal with them alone. But then, a sudden warning snaps him back to reality. He looks up and realizes his mistake. He's completely surrounded by them. Watching through the drone, his sister could only stare in horror. There were far too many. Defender was overwhelmed by their numbers and barely managed to escape. Taking over the keyboard, he tells Park Yu that the worst part is yet to come, because among those fanatics, there was an awakened, and his expression darkens at the memory. Park Yu guesses maybe a level 3, but Defender just scoffs at the idea. He clarifies that they're dealing with a combat-type awakened who's, at least, level 5. The memory of that overwhelming power makes him clench his fist. He knows they have to run. He recalls the authorities rounding up the fanatics, seemingly just a minor nuisance back then. In the pouring rain, soldiers took them into custody without much of a fight. Park Yu knew there were awakened among the cultists. It was common knowledge. But they were always weaklings. Level 1S and 2S. Never a real threat. A level 5 changes everything, and he grits his teeth, realizing the full scope of the danger. If that monster gathers all those fanatics and takes over the territory, he can't possibly win alone. He needs help. But his allies are few. One is already dead, and the other is long gone. His thoughts drift to her, an ally who he considered even more dangerous than the enemy. But she's gone, and he slumps back in his chair, frustrated by his completely useless social network. Suddenly, an idea jolts him upright. Wait, there is someone he can call. A sliver of hope. A new plan solidifies in his mind. He needs someone incredibly reliable, especially when it comes to dealing with other humans. The report on his screen reminds him of the stakes. Defender barely escaped with his life. Just then, a message from Skeltone lights up their room, telling them to grab the essentials and get outside. With his decision made, Park Yu grabs his weapons and prepares to move out. His truck cuts through the quiet darkness of the night. He arrives, stepping out of the vehicle with grim determination. He approaches the two people he called for, Defender and his sister. They stand waiting for him, their faces etched with weary resolve. But Park Yu didn't come alone, bringing a professional sniper named Rebecca into the fold. He gathers the four of them, declaring their new, temporary unit, Team Skelton. Their target is a quiet plaza, patrolled by ominous, hooded figures in the dead of night. The cultists walk their rounds, completely oblivious to the danger watching from the shadows. Suddenly, a silent blue streak of energy slices through the darkness. It finds its mark, and one of the cultists' heads explodes, shocking his companion into a horrified scream. High above, Rebecca holds her position, taking her orders from Park Yu as chaos erupts below. Her instructions are precise and deadly. Focus fire on the ones with glowing eyes. Rebecca locks on to her next target, another one of the glowing-eyed fanatics. She gently squeezes the trigger, her focus absolute. A single, heavy shot rings out, a testament to her deadly class. The cultists scatter in terror, screaming at each other to find cover. But before they can react, a storm of bullets tears through their ranks. Park Yu and the Defender have arrived, guns blazing. They are the assault team, and their job is to sow chaos. With the cultists' attention now on them, the two begin to fall back. Park Yu gives the signal, telling the Defender it's time to split up. Behind them, the enraged horde gives chase, baying for their blood. But Park Yu isn't just running. He's retreating tactically, laying down a hail of suppressing fire. His bullets find their mark, tearing through the mob and dropping cultists left and right. One of the more vocal fanatics tries to rally the others, screaming at them to surround their targets. But another cultist has a better idea, snatching a fallen rifle and taking aim himself. A volley of shots rips through the darkness, kicking up sparks and dust. Park Yu sidesteps the attack with a grimace, never breaking his stride. The bald cult leader clicks his tongue in annoyance he missed. His eyes begin to glow with a chilling intensity. But before he can act, the world dissolves into a grid of light, revealing a glowing silhouette of his prey. Park Yu has just mapped the entire battlefield, turning the amusement park into his personal chessboard. With a chilling grin, the bald cult leader's eyes lock onto his target. He's found him. He immediately orders his rifle-wielding fanatics to cut him off and prepare an ambush. But as one of the cultists moves into position, a soft thud echoes in the alley. He looks down, his eyes widening in confusion at the small grenade rolling to a stop at his feet. The world explodes in fire, and from the chaos, Park Yu bursts forth with a knife gleaming in his hand. He's a blur of motion, a clean slash taking down two of the robed goons before they can even scream. The leader can only watch, his eyes glowing with pure fury at this brazen counterattack. Park Yu doesn't stop, continuing his deadly sprint through their ranks. But just as he gains momentum, the distinct sound of gunfire rings out from a new threat overhead, a combat drone. The drone's presence sends a jolt of panic through the cultist. They know exactly where we are. But before he can warn the others, the defender drops from the rooftops to join the fight. From a hidden location, their spotter pumps her fist, a system notification confirming the rare mob is down. She boasts over the comms that she's already taken out 3 of the level 3s, but gets radio silence in return. Park Yu is already on the move, stepping into the building to deal with the rest. He slides in with blinding speed, a clean kick sweeping another robed fanatic off his feet. The defender enters right behind him, finding the last of the grunts already neutralized on the ground. But one of them slowly rises, a strange energy humming from his hand as dark markings glow on his skin. The defender quickly warns Park Yu to be wary. This is a level 4, capable of using dangerous shockwaves. The defender's confidence shatters. He's the one who has to deal with this monster, but there's no time for doubt as he immediately dashes forward to engage the level 4. The marked cultist doesn't even flinch, casually raising a hand to unleash his power. A sudden explosion of fiery energy erupts, completely swallowing the defender whole. But this was all part of the plan. He calmly zips up his special fire-retardant jacket. He hits the ground and tumbles, smothering the flames that cling to his body. Bursting out of the dying embers, he lunges at the stunned cultist with his knife. A vicious slash rips across the fanatic's face, cutting his attack and his ego short. He realizes that without their precious shockwaves, these guys aren't so tough after all. But elsewhere, Park Yu can only watch, a single chilling thought echoing in his mind. Because right on cue, the cornered fanatic unleashes a blinding, point-blank energy wave. The cultist's face, however, is a mask of pure shock, not victory. The defender grunts, taking the full, searing force of the blast directly on his arm. He stumbles but doesn't break, having already decided he would just have to eat this hit. His mind was already made up. If he could just steel himself and endure one solid blow, he could drive his knife through the attack, burying it deep into his opponent's neck. The desperate gamble pays off, and the fanatic's body slumps lifelessly to the floor. Even the defender seems surprised, letting out a heavy sigh, realizing it actually worked. But there's no time to celebrate, as the fight inside was just a distraction. The defender immediately activates a device, his expression hardening with focus. Elsewhere, his sister, acting as his spotter, watches the drone feed intently. Suddenly, the screen flickers and dies with a sharp click. Her face drains of color as she realizes she's just lost all visual contact. Out in the field, their surveillance drone sparks and explodes mid-air. Standing calmly in the open is a menacing, cloaked figure, unfazed by the blasts. It's the cult's leader, his eyes glowing as he single-handedly neutralizes their tech. Skeltone gets the report. All drones are offline, hit by an ability called Blackout. And as if on cue, a strange chant begins as the cultists raise their hands in unison. They bow low to the ground, worshipping their so-called Lord Protector. The defender watches on, completely baffled by these lunatics, but Skeltone is already focused, turning to his team with a crucial warning. He makes it crystal clear. If they encounter a level 5 awakened or higher, they are to back off immediately. He even orders the sniper support to stand down. Their job is just to clear out the small fry. With his orders delivered, Skeltone takes a single, resolute step forward. He draws his weapon, facing down the first robed figure to block his path. It seems he plans on dealing with the true threat all by himself. This lone wolf strategy triggers a memory for his teammate, the defender. He remembers protesting this exact kind of self-sacrificing play, something he knows Skeltone hates. But Skeltone's response then, as it is now, was ice-cold and certain. He isn't sacrificing himself. He's simply choosing what he considers the safest option. And with that thought, he leaps from his perch, hurtling down towards the enemy. He lands with a cataclysmic bang, unleashing a massive shockwave of pure energy. The robed cultists are sent flying, completely powerless against the sudden eruption of force. The defender can only watch in absolute disbelief, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing. Skeltone stands calmly in the epicenter, his body now wreathed in a brilliant blue aura. It's a revelation, an awakened who can wield the very same abilities as the monsters they hunt. But that blue aura isn't his only trick. He pulls out a gun. He unloads a full clip, peppering the lead cultist with a volley of bullets. The cultist scoffs, effortlessly stopping the projectiles in midair with some kind of barrier. Skeltone just grins, as a dark, crackling energy manifests in his open palm. He casts it forward, not as an attack, but as a swirling vortex of shadow. The floating bullets are instantly sucked into the void he created, and in a brilliant reversal, the vortex spits them right back out at their owner. The defender and his team can only stare, dumbfounded by this display of absolute control. Skeltone's eyes are cold, calculating. He was just getting started. As other projectiles zip past, he dodges with casual ease, completely untouchable. The cult leader's confidence cracks, a single bead of sweat betraying his growing fear. Skeleton closes the distance in a heartbeat, pulling a wicked-looking hatchet from his belt. With no hesitation, he brings the weapon down in a powerful, committed arc. It smashes against the cultist's barrier, erupting in a blinding flash of deflected energy. But the man stumbles back, shocked to find himself wounded, his own barrier having failed him. Skeleton stands over him, pistol still smoking, and explains it was all just a little bit of intimidation. Those flashy moves, the axe swing, they were nothing more than feints. He had already analyzed the man's power, a barrier that reflects any physical attack. But he found the loophole: if you never intend to land the blow, the reflection has no target. He knows every power has a limit, and he's been patiently waiting for this one to run out. This is how the old-school hunters do it, he thinks. Bait them, drain them, then move in for the kill. And with that thought, the battlefield erupts in a storm of concussive blasts. The cult leader is battered by the sudden, overwhelming firepower. Skeleton, however, moves through the chaos with cold, calculated grace. The man throws up a hasty barrier, only for Skeleton to get so close he can hear the empty magazine click. A fresh clip is slammed in, and he immediately unleashes a torrent of gunfire. The cultist's barrier sputters and cracks, sending reflected energy flying in every direction. But Skeleton effortlessly weaves between the deadly ricochets, never breaking stride. He closes the final gap, his boot planting firmly on the ground. Before the cultist can even react, the hatchet is already descending for the final blow. The hatchet strike lands, and the cultist desperately channels energy into his hand for a counter. It explodes in a blinding flash of light, a final, desperate burst of power. But he glances back, realizing with a start that his followers are too busy to help. Rebecca and her companion are ruthlessly cutting them down, leaving him completely isolated. And Skeleton is already on the move, firing his pistol without a moment's hesitation. The cult leader scoffs, thinking it's another feint, and deciding to save his barrier. But as Skeleton charges forward, a horrifying thought dawns on him. Wait, this isn't a feint. The bullets slam into his non-existent defense, and he understands his fatal miscalculation. Skeleton's eyes are locked on his target, his intent chillingly clear. All the leader can do is stare, his hand raised in a useless gesture as his world shatters. But the bullets were just the opening act for his real strategy. A brutal psychological game he calls scalping. The cultist finally understands the feints weren't random. They were calculated to break his will. And now that he's cornered and terrified, Skeleton closes in with a hatchet. A vicious slash rips through the air, and the cultist can only think, is this man even human? He realizes Skeleton's pattern. Feint, force a defense, then attack while he's recovering. He hops back desperately, but Skeleton is already leaping through the air, giving him no space to breathe. As the cultist fumbles to cast one last spell, he sees the truth in his opponent's eyes. This isn't a man, it's a monster. A sickening thwack cuts through the silence of the night. The leader collapses to the ground, utterly and completely dismantled. Gasping for air, the cultist realizes he's losing far too much blood. He clutches his wounds, knowing he only has enough energy for one more barrier. As Skeleton charges, a desperate gamble forms. The barrier reflects attacks, so he won't aim for a kill shot. And just as he thought, Skeleton pulls out a gun and starts firing wildly. The bullets rip into his shoulder and side, painful, but not fatal. The cultist smirks. He's got him figured out. But then Skeleton stomps, and a pulse of raw energy shatters the ground. The cultist throws up his final barrier, ready for the real attack to begin. He glares at Skeleton, preparing to counter, but something is wrong. A cold dread washes over him as he notices his opponent's hands are empty. His eyes widen in horror as he looks up, seeing the hatchet materializing directly above his head, bypassing his shield entirely. The hatchet plummets from the sky, a simple, undeniable force of nature. It was a feint, the gun, the ground smash, all of it, and the cultist realizes it far too late. Skeleton lands firmly, his trap sprung and his prey completely helpless. In a final, desperate act of self-preservation, the cultist throws his hands up to block, but Skeleton's hand flashes out, catching the weapon just inches from its target. He leans in, a cold lesson on his lips. A barrier doesn't work against gravity. With the plan revealed and the game won, there's nothing left but the execution. The blade comes down, clean and merciless, splitting the man's skull in two. A memory flashes through his mind. A mentor once told him if there were 100 more like you, but there aren't. And for this cultist, one was more than enough. If only there were more old-school hunters, he thinks, the world would be a different place. The headless corpse of the cultist leader finally gives out, slumping to the ground with a dull thud. His followers can only stare in mute, collective horror. Their shock quickly curdles into pure, unadulterated panic. The defender is ready to give chase, but Gyu calmly tells him to stand down. A headless snake can't fight. Instead, he turns to his companion with a question. Did you actually learn anything from watching me? He gestures with his bloody hatchet, then towards the defender's own holstered pistol. The real lesson, he implies, is about to begin. Gyu tells him to pay close attention, because this is a lesson he'll need to use later. The defender reluctantly agrees, the scene shifting to the quiet compound under the night sky. Inside the now silent halls, the real work is about to begin. He walks through the carnage alone, stepping past the bodies of those he and Gyu cut down. A grim determination settles on his face. This is a necessary, brutal task. Standing over the leader's corpse, Gyu notes that this guy wasn't a real Lord Protector. He was just a candidate at best, someone who didn't even understand his own abilities. Gyu breaks down the cult's strict hierarchy, revealing just how unimportant their target truly was. It clicks for the defender. The cult sent a nobody because they don't care about this place, and no reinforcements are coming. With a newfound resolve, he picks up a rifle, deciding it's time to clean up and get out. The full weight of his situation finally crashes down on the defender. He remembers that first day, the sheer arrogance of pulling a knife on Gyu. A single misstep, a tiny mistake, and he knows he would have been erased without a trace. He can't help but wonder if all old-school hunters are monsters on this scale. His attention is drawn down the dark, silent corridor. In the distance, Gyu stands over the last of the fallen cultists. The job is done. Gyu turns and silently tells him it's time to go. There's not a hint of emotion on his face, as if this was just another Tuesday. But as their mission ends, a new one is just beginning elsewhere, as a car screeches to a halt. A polished black boot steps onto the pavement, announcing a very important arrival. The woman stepping out is none other than Woo Min-hee, a vision in red, fur, and cold steel. She smirks, noting how Gyu came crawling back after acting like he never wanted to see her again. With a confident stride, she wonders what could possibly be so important to warrant his attention. Her eyes land on Jongho, and Gyu can practically feel the kid sweating beside him his first time facing a level 10 awakened. But Gyu ignores the posturing and gets straight to the point, gesturing for her to follow him. He opens a hidden door, revealing a room stacked high with strange, metallic capsules. This, he explains, is what the cultists were collecting, and this isn't their only stash. He lays it all out. The Converging Rivers cult is gathering these to expand the fissure. This is the proof she needs. He insists a threat big enough for the military to finally get involved. Woo Min-hee listens, her cybernetic fingers tapping her lips as she considers his grim discovery. But Woo Min-hee scoffs, questioning why she should ever trust the word of a mere civilian. Gyu doesn't flinch, holding her gaze, his expression dead serious. He knows exactly who he's dealing with, a woman with a famously terrible personality, fickle and irresponsible. But despite all that, he can't back down now. He needs her power, her influence, if he has any hope of protecting the quiet life he's built. We see flashes of that life, the farm, his family, his simple online hobbies, all of which he wants to enjoy for as long as he can. His earnestness catches her completely off guard, her eyes widening as she asks if he's even the same Gyu she knew. He's confused by the question, but she clarifies the Park Gyu she remembers has never asked anyone for a favor in his life. She calls him out for being infamous for his self-centered attitude, making Gyu pause and wonder, was he really that bad? But as he's lost in thought, she finally gives him a real answer. To be frank, they just don't have the manpower for this. Min-hee elaborates on her predicament. They need to find the puppet master behind this cult, but lack the means to do so. Gyu agrees, pointing out how impossibly fast they established a foothold, a clear sign of a powerful backer. He steps forward with purpose, the click of her heel echoing as he prepares his final pitch. And there it is. The only logical path forward is for them to work together. She doesn't refuse. Instead, her cybernetic hand offers him a card, a direct line to Red Mask. This cult, she explains, is just a band-aid solution. The real problem, the fissure, will continue to grow regardless. She knows he's going to need her organization eventually, so why not start now? Gyu takes the card, accepting the terms of this new, dangerous alliance, a mutual exchange of power. With a confident smirk, she reminds him he doesn't exactly have the luxury of saying no. Her expression is one of pure satisfaction. She's just secured a very powerful, very useful new piece on her board. To sweeten the deal, she offers to handle the capsules for him right now, a little advance payment. But as she stands there, smug and in control, a strange, deep pulse thumps through the air. It's a jolt she feels deep in her core, an unsettling rhythm that wasn't there a second ago. In that moment, Gyu's power reaches out, not seeing a woman, but a complex machine. He perceives the interlocking mechanisms, the delicate balance of her cybernetic body. Every single component is laid bare to him, like a row of perfectly aligned dominoes. And with a single, silent command, he gently pushes the first one over. A sharp, screeching sound echoes as her enhanced eyes widen in absolute shock. His hand suddenly closes around her cybernetic one, not in partnership, but in complete control. Gyu looks back at her, his cold gaze silently telling her she just made a huge miscalculation. Her entire body trembles uncontrollably from the invisible violation. She quickly ends the call, brushing it off as nothing, her voice strained. Meanwhile, Gyu and the survivors finish packing their last box of supplies. Rebecca, already in the driver's seat, confirms she's found a new safe house. As they get ready to move, Gyu interrupts the somber silence. His gaze is fixed on a dark shape hanging from a tree by the fence line. The brother and sister look away, clearly wanting to ignore the grim sight. But Gyu presses them, simply asking who that person is. After a heavy pause, the man's hardened expression finally cracks. He reveals the gut-wrenching truth. The body belongs to their father. The man coldly claims he killed his own father, daring Gyu to have a problem with it. Gyu's expression remains flat, unimpressed by the tough guy act. The brother tries to hold his defiant gaze, but there's a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Gyu sees right through it, his sharp gaze picking apart every detail. He cuts through the tension with a single, sharp accusation. Liar. Gyu explains that hanging someone isn't his style, and the corpse had no other wounds. As the questions land, the sister grabs her brother's arm, her composure shattering. She pleads with her eyes, urging him to just tell Gyu the truth. The brother's facade finally cracks under the weight of their secret. With a heavy sigh, he hangs his head, preparing to finally confess. The confession begins, a quiet admission that the man took his own life. Gyu remains perfectly still, his stoic expression giving nothing away as he listens. But there's no grief in the brother's voice, just cold satisfaction, as he calls the man a weakling who didn't deserve to live. His story flashes back to a happier time, an amusement park, and a broken promise to his son, Jongho. We see his father apologizing to the family, explaining that work called, even on Children's Day. He swore to his son that next time would be different, that he could play as much as he wanted, a promise he would never keep. The brother explains that their father was what most people would call a good person, always trusting and quick to forgive. He was kind, gentle, but in this world, that just made him a pushover. His entire life was a cycle of working overtime and loaning out money he knew he'd never get back. With that bitter history established, he looks over, ready to reveal what this good man did when the war began. When the war broke out, his father brought strangers to their very doorstep, his family watching in disbelief. He didn't just help them, he let them into their home, a decision dripping with naive kindness. The son, Jongho, immediately confronted him, absolutely furious. He couldn't believe it, screaming at his father, asking if Head completely lost his mind. His dad tried to calm him, insisting they were trustworthy acquaintances and that numbers meant safety. But Jongho wasn't hearing it. He was a hunter Wad served overseas. He was the one who could protect them. The father just placed a gentle, dismissive hand on his son's shoulder. With a look of profound weariness, he simply told Jongho no. The scene then flashes to the inevitable, bloody aftermath of that decision. His father's hand, covered in blood, trembles as it grips a knife, the price of his goodness laid bare. The memory continues, showing the grim reality of their situation as Jongho watches on, powerless. His face is a mask of grief and rage, swearing that he would suffer anything to prevent this. But his father is completely broken, weeping over a body, believing she was too young to deserve this. He collapses into his son's arms, convinced it's all his fault, that he's a terrible father who deserves to die. The memory flashes back again, showing the family and the strangers they took in. At first, things were fine, but Park Yu's cynical voice cuts through the memory, asking if anyone really thought that peace would last. His eyes narrow, already knowing the ugly truth of human nature in a world like this. The sister's face, now marred by a vicious scar, provides the silent, brutal answer. No. The scene shifts to the moment it all went wrong. A mother trying to quiet her crying baby amidst the chaos. Then, the betrayal. The refugees turned on them, and the father's desperate plea echoes as they stand over his daughter. The attacker makes his pathetic excuse, she bit him. She was like a wild animal on drugs. His companions chime in, gossiping about how she's nothing like her father, at least she's pretty and still breathing. A woman even questions their actions in front of her own child, but Jongho's eyes burn with pure rage. He explains that this is what humans are, self-serving creatures who only value their own lives. So, in a world that's kill or be killed, he repaid their betrayal in kind, slaughtering every last one of them. He can only wonder what his father was thinking, watching him, his face a mask of tears and blood. The man just broke down, completely shattered, as his son stood behind him, a silent, cold executioner. But Jongho offered no comfort. He simply turned his back and left his father to collapse on the floor. He didn't want to know what was going through his mind, couldn't bear to face the old man's despair. Instead, he just went to tend to his sister's wounds. Leaving the darkness of that room behind him, he did what he could for his mother's body, and gently tended to his wounded sister. It was only after she was safe, and he finally had a moment to breathe, that he remembered his father. He searched everywhere inside, but the old man was gone, so he stepped out into the cold night, His steps led him through the darkness to the old abandoned amusement park nearby. And there, against the barbed wire fence, he saw him, his father, hanging lifelessly. Back in the present, Jong-ho finishes his tragic tale with a shrug, calling it boring and telling them to move on. Gyu just watches him, his expression unreadable after hearing such a horrifying story. But then he speaks, warning Jong-ho that he'll regret just leaving his father's body behind like that. Jong-ho lets out a tired sigh, pulling out a cigarette. He turns back, cynically asking what Gyu wants him to do about it, cremate him. Jong-ho coldly states his father did this to himself, choosing death over responsibility, and that he'll never be forgiven. But Gyu presses on, suggesting he take the body so that he can find forgiveness in his own time. Completely fed up, Jong-ho lets out an exasperated sigh, covering his face. His patience finally snaps, and he warns Gyu that's enough, a faint aura of power glowing from his hand. He tries to turn it around, asking how Gyu would feel if someone meddled in his family matters. But Gyu's response is blunt. He wouldn't know because he doesn't have any parents. The sudden, brutal honesty leaves both Jong-ho and Rebecca speechless with shock. Flustered, Jong-ho points a finger, accusing him of fighting dirty and hitting below the belt. Gyu's expression remains unchanged, as if to say that despite everything, even Jong-ho knows that leaving his father like this is just plain wrong. A memory of a simpler time. A child's drawing of family on a foggy window. The thought seems to strike Rebecca, who finally sighs in resignation, admitting she gets it now. Later, Gyu drives, noting with grim irony that Jong-ho's new hideout is just a few miles from his own territory. He pulls up to a dilapidated building, wondering if this could possibly be the right place. Jong-ho is already there with a woman named Da-jong, explaining that while it looks rough, it has a secure basement. He asks for some time to handle things, promising to call after they get his captive father settled. Gyu watches from his truck as Jong-ho leads Da-jong toward the entrance. Jong-ho pauses, noticing she's just standing there, and asks what's on her mind. She brushes it off as nothing, but her distant gaze suggests a heavy heart. The moment they step inside, their mother appears with a bright smile, welcoming them home. The moment Gyu returns, he's tackled in a hug by the little girl, who excitedly shouts his name, Skeltone. He lifts her into his arms as she proudly reports that she guarded the house and now expects a delicious treat for her hard work. The narrator reflects that things went smoothly after that, though this new base of operations is far from Seoul. Meanwhile, in a sterile command center, one of Woo Min-hee's subordinates questions if their focus is in the right place. But she cuts him off with cold authority, reminding him that she handles the monsters and he is to simply follow his orders. Gaius' brief moment of peace is interrupted by a crackle from his walkie-talkie, and he sighs, realizing his headache isn't over yet. A voice crackles through the speaker, and it's Jong-ho, cheerfully and shamelessly calling him brother-in-law. The scene shifts to a quiet countryside, where a radio broadcast calmly announces that autumn has arrived. Over a shot of a hidden concrete bunker, the broadcast continues, warning of an early and severe cold wave on the way. The ominous weather report then fades into the background as the announcer moves on to playing requested songs. As the classical music plays, Gyu prepares a warm drink, taking a rare moment for himself. Of course, this relaxing program is nothing more than propaganda broadcast by the Legion. He muses on how restless they've become since Manhwa's forces began backing the NCOC, splitting their ranks. His thoughts briefly drift away, wondering how Daram is faring in all this chaos. But his peace is cut short by a sudden beeping from his radio. Ah, it must be the Defender siblings. A voice comes through, admitting it's been a week, and they should have asked for his help sooner. It's Da-jong, and she cheerfully announces that her brother has something he wants to say. Gyu takes a slow sip, a smirk playing on his lips. He's probably about to get a heartfelt thank you. He wasn't really looking for their gratitude, he thinks, but he supposes he won't turn it down. But instead of thanks, Jong-ho's voice blasts through, shamelessly calling him brother-in-law and demanding a housewarming party. Gyu is so stunned he practically drools into his mug. Brother-in-law? What is this guy on about? He immediately heads out, knowing that despite being murderers, the Defender siblings are annoyingly famous, and they're exceptionally good at drawing attention, which they've just done by showing up right outside his place. He confronts them head-on, demanding to know what Jong-ho meant by calling him that. Da-jong plays along perfectly, blushing and scolding her brother for being so hasty before they've even met the parents. Gyu dryly reminds them that none of them have any parents, but she just smoothly invites him in for tea. He tries to brush them off, but Jong-ho insists, reminding him how well he brewed their special tea last time. The difference is stark. Gyu's cheap instant mix versus their absurdly expensive, premium black tea. With a smug tap of their fists, the siblings know they've won, cornering him into accepting their hospitality. And as for their new home, it turns out to be a lavish, private casino hidden right beneath the house. Jong-ho smugly asks if Gyu likes the place, but he's not impressed, noting that none of this helps them survive. Meanwhile, Da-jong is happily typing away, adding that at least they won't have to kill as many people now. He peers over her shoulder and sees she's writing a gushing forum post about Skelton being a tall, handsome sweetheart. He lunges, grabbing her hand just before she can hit upload, his eyes burning with fury. She complains that she was just trying to help his unpopular image. But Gyu can't believe she thinks this is helping. She lectures him like he's a child, insisting that if he doesn't stay in the public eye, he'll be forgotten. Gyu's expression hardens, and he cuts her off with a far more serious question. Do they remember a user named Anon337? The name conjures a grim memory of a man carving toys for his kids and a flashback to his bloody corpse. Jongho doesn't even flinch, calmly confirming he remembers and asking if Gyu wants to know why they killed him. But Gyu doesn't care about their reasons. He's far more concerned about what happened to the man's children. He explains that the man's videos were always about making toys for his children, but Gyu only found a single body in the bunker. At the time, Head thought maybe raiders had gotten to them first, as he couldn't find a single trace of any kids. So he asks Jongho directly, who just leans back with a knowing, infuriating smirk. The defender confirms it with a casual nah, saying there weren't any children there. Then he twists the knife, revealing there were never any kids to begin with, as his memory flashes back to a cold, snowy day. He and Dajong had stumbled upon the man wandering alone in the woods, looking completely lost. The poor soul was just standing there, unresponsive, with tears freezing on his face. Unmoved, Jongho simply drew his blade, dismissing him as just another lunatic to be dealt with. They found his shelter, a lonely bunker entrance half buried in the snow, and inside, they stood over his corpse, callously planning to loot the body before leaving him to rot. But as Dajong looked around the cramped space, her expression suddenly changed. She spotted a small stuffed animal, a clear sign that this man was one of their own forum members. Jongho muttered about his bad luck, but Dajong felt a growing unease, thinking something was very wrong with this bunker. The toys were all untouched, almost like props that had never been held by a child. And now that she thought about it, she'd never once seen a kid in any of his survival videos. The truth began to dawn on them as they looked down at the man's lifeless body. For the first time, Jongho seemed uncertain, asking his partner what they were supposed to do. Back in the present, he tells Park Gyu they just left everything as it was and walked out. He admits with a sigh that he'll never understand the minds of parents. At this, Park Gyu rises, a sharp observation ready. It seems you guys have a real soft spot for anything related to family. He wonders aloud why family is always their weak spot, but someone else is enjoying the online reactions. Suddenly, her eyes widen. A new notification has caught her full attention. It's a post from a reporter detailing the negotiations between the Legion and the NCOC. Park Gyu calls everyone over, playfully calling Jongho brother-in-law. The woman turns her laptop, urging them to see this incredibly interesting post. It explains that with their terms ending, the NCOC politicians need a big win for re-election. Park Gyu listens, his expression hardening as he learns they're working with the Jeju forces to make an impact. And that big impact is an evacuation fleet, set to ferry survivors to Jeju Island. He leans in closer, taking in the details. A trial run of 2,000 people. His mind races. Jeju is the promised land, the heart of Korea's military, so why are they opening the gates now? Jongho immediately asks if this intel is for real, but Park Gyu just scoffs. He mocks him for having any faith left in the government, reminding him of that poor fool M9, the infamous lottery winner who blew all his supplies, celebrating a promise that was never kept. Park Gyu grimly predicts the man won't even make it through the coming winter. His friend has to agree that having blind faith in anything is foolish. But Park Gyu's gaze hardens, retorting that choosing not to care is just as bad. And in that moment, a dangerous idea begins to spark in his mind. He immediately gets in touch with his information broker, John Nennan. The broker confirms the leak's source has government ties and offers him a secure, untraceable account. Park Gyu explains his plan to bait the insider, but his team looks on, skeptical and worried. To hide his identity, Park Gyu adopts the most ridiculous online nickname he can think of, Yo Mama. His post history is a masterclass in cringe, designed to build the persona of an 1-year-old troll. His hacker companion is baffled, but Park Gyu is certain this will be enough to convince anyone he's not a man in his 30s. With a wicked little smirk, he declares that everything is now ready for the main event. The only thing left to do is create a new post and cast an irresistible bait. He knows what he's about to do is essentially leak classified information, but to catch the government's eye, he has to go big. The story he'll tell is a dramatic one, a memory of a young man caught in the terrifying glow of a sudden awakening. It was a chaotic surge of power, an explosion of pure energy that vaporized those who were too close. He even adds details of other powerful individuals observing the event, lending his fabrication an air of truth. His plan is simple. Fake a level 10 plus awakening. He types out the post and sends it. The trap now officially set. The post goes live, and immediately, the comments flood in a mix of disbelief, mockery, and genuine curiosity. But then, a message cuts through the noise. Someone calling themselves Red Mask, an admissions officer from the Guard Academy. Park Gyu watches the notification pop up, and a flicker of confusion crosses his face. That name, Red Mask. Why does it sound so familiar? And then it clicks. His eyes widen in shocked realization. He knows exactly who that is. The private chat confirms his fears, asking for his name and age. There's no way. This isn't just some random recruiter. Hess talking to Minhui Wu, a monster-class hunter in her own right. His teammates are losing their minds, recognizing the legendary level 10+ hunter. They frantically warn him about the danger of getting caught, but Park Gyu just smirks, completely unfazed. His acting is flawless, he insists, and he'll get every last secret out of her. The scene shifts to a memory. A lecture hall where a man speaks of a legendary figure, Gyu Park, callsign Professor. He was the one, the lecturer explains, who first unraveled the very mechanics of the mutations that plagued their world. Not only did he understand them, he was the first to identify and defeat entirely new monster types. His incredible adaptability on a constantly shifting battlefield earned him the highest recognition. For his deeds, a younger Gyu Park was named the nation's very first S-rank hunter, but the legendary professor is nowhere to be found in this room. In his place is an 1-year-old kid named Neungyeom Kim, with the username Yo Mama, and with a glint in his eye, Park Gyu gets to work. The master of manipulation makes his grand entrance into Minhui Wu's chat room with a simple sup. Meanwhile, at a secure facility, someone is frantically calling for the Major General. Minhui Wu herself arrives, her assistant confirming she holds that very title. But she's stopped by a terrified group of civilians, warning her that she can't be here. Minhui Wu listens with a cold analytical gaze as one of them, a mother, steps forward. The woman desperately asks if her second child could take the test to get into Jeju Island. She puts a hand on her young son's shoulder, insisting he's smart and developing quickly. But her hand tightens into a fist as she explains they keep telling her he's too young. With all hope in her eyes, she begs the Major General to put in a good word for them. Minhui offers a practiced, empty smile, telling her to talk to the people in charge of the process. They'll know better, she says, leaving the small family completely crushed. She turns to her assistant, coldly reprimanding her for this breach in protocol. Her assistant stammers an apology, explaining they're short-staffed as more people arrive due to the cold. And the sheer scale of the problem becomes clear, a tide of desperate refugees they can no longer control. Minhui announces she'll handle the fisher activity near Jeju Island herself. She glances back, coldly telling her assistant that she expects her to do her job properly. Her footsteps echo down the stark, empty corridor as she walks away. With a heavy sigh, the sound of her advanced prosthetics marks her weary steps. Alone in her office, she lets her facade drop, wondering how much longer she can endure this. She decides to take a break, tossing her jacket aside and sitting at her desk. But as she does, a peculiar post on a forum catches her attention. Gone is her exhaustion, replaced by a sudden, intense focus. The post describes an awakening with unnerving detail, visions of a fiery axe and glowing eyes. She realizes this isn't a prank. The writer must have experienced it firsthand. Minhui Wu realizes this isn't just any awakening, it's a higher caliber one. Individuals at this level, especially those above level 10, are considered living superweapons. With every faction scrambling to recruit him, she knows talent of this caliber must be secured. She quickly enters a private chat with the user, Neungyeom11, but something feels off. Her professional request for an introduction is met with a simple, almost mocking sup. He introduces himself as Neungyeom Kim, an 1-year-old who is 2 meters tall and 120 kilograms. He then casually admits he made most of it up except for the very last, very crude detail. Minhui is left utterly speechless, her hand flying to her mouth in pure shock. A wave of secondhand embarrassment washes over her as she processes what she just read. She slumps back, realizing she just got into a ridiculous exchange with an elementary school kid. Dropping the act, Minhui Wu gets serious, praising his accomplishment and offering a direct path to Jeju Island. The offer immediately catches Park Gyu's attention. Jeju Island is clearly a place he needs to be. But with his gnarled fingers, he types back that he's already got it handled. A boat is scheduled to take him. Minhui instantly deduces he must be talking about the government's evacuation fleet. She decides to leverage this, certain that the government would prefer this information stay quiet anyway. She warns him that the ship is a rickety, undersized vessel that might just sink on its way there. But more importantly, she points out a critical detail. The fleet only departs after the election. She plants a seed of doubt, suggesting the busy politicians might simply forget their promise to the refugees. Her words land, and as Park Gyu processes the potential betrayal, she offers a much safer alternative, a private flight. But their private chat isn't so private, as two figures watch on, with the man confirming they finally have their proof. The Legion hacker confirms her suspicions aloud. The evacuation fleet was a lie from the start. She tells Park Yu to screen cap his chat with Manhwa. It's time to upload the proof and expose them. But on his screen, a notification from Red Mask pops up, questioning what's happening. She's noticed something is wrong, asking why she suddenly can't track his location. A jolt of panic hits him as he dashes away. She's onto him. Her message is growing more demanding. He stumbles back to his laptop, cornered and sweating under the glow of the screen. She offers him one last chance to tell her the truth, promising to go easy on him. But instead of confessing, he tries to troll her, making a childish joke about her name and threatening to track her IP. His eye glints with a flicker of defiance, a reflection of the digital battlefield on his screen. He dares her to come at me, but her response is ice cold, demanding his exact location, right now. With a final, mocking message sent, he slams the laptop shut, the sound echoing his bravado. He turns away from the screen, a bead of sweat on his brow, trying to regain his composure. He assures his accomplices that his ridiculous act will convince Red Mask she's dealing with a child. But Jongho, his wavy-haired associate, isn't so sure, looking at him with utter disapproval. He questions if all that childish taunting was really necessary, seeing right through the act. Park Yu's eyes narrow, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face before he puts his cool mask back on. He just got a little too immersed in the role, he claims, but Jongho remains unconvinced. This all started a few days ago, when his team sent him edited screenshots to frame the real Naeunjim. Back in his dimly lit room, a message from Jongho comes in, asking if he's uploaded the files yet. The plan worked better than they could have imagined, getting a flood of replies, 10,000 of them. The response was immediate and overwhelming, a number that left even Park Yu speechless. He realizes that, even after filtering out the bots, almost every active user must have seen his post. Suddenly, a heavy thump echoes in his chest. He clutches his shirt, confused by this strange, unfamiliar feeling rising within him. Just then, his train of thought is broken by a private message notification on his laptop. It's from a user named John, Ninon, containing only a simple, digital thumbs up. Park Yu had always dismissed that guy as a simple-minded attention seeker, with his constant taunts and shirtless profile pictures. But seeing it now, he wonders if all those infuriating actions and pitiful motivations were secretly leading to this one great moment. A chilling wave of understanding washes over him. It all finally clicks into place. His revelation is cut short, however, as a reporter starts frantically posting, desperate to uncover Yo Mama's identity. Park Yu shudders, his mind reeling from the possibility. No, it just couldn't be. Before he can process it further, a radio on the table crackles to life. A woman's voice calls out his name, breaking the silence. On the other end is Minhui Wu, asking if he ever actually uses the internet. She seems exasperated, pressing on about whether he's heard of a user named Yo Mama. The questions echo through the static, a simple query he's completely unprepared for. His response is bafflingly honest. He has no idea what the net even is. Minhui is left momentarily speechless, realizing she may have gone a little too far with her assumptions. She quickly changes the subject, reminding him he still owes her for the capsules, and that it's time to pay up. With that, she informs him that someone is on their way to pick him up, summoning him to the dead, empty streets of Seoul. He steps out of the government vehicle into a city that clearly wants nothing to do with it. The lingering hostility is a bitter byproduct of the committee's so-called reconstruction project. Finally arriving at the meeting point, Park Yu is immediately taken aback by who's waiting for him. Minhui Wu sits there with a cool smirk, asking exactly why he's staring at her like that. She presses him on his shocking lack of internet knowledge, and his answer is hilariously basic. She can't help but mock his boomer-like response, but he just cuts to the chase, demanding to know the job. With a satisfied smile, she finally lays it on him. He's going to a campaign rally. It's just a simple publicity stunt for a candidate, and he questions why one capsule is such a big deal. But her confident, knowing smirk tells him he's missing the most important detail. It's not about the capsule itself, it's about its highly symbolic location. The National Assembly building. Gu acknowledges the symbolism of the location when a man approaches, asking if he's their assigned hunter. The man extends a hand, introducing himself as Sangmin Park of the committee, eager to finally meet. But the moment Gu hears that name, his eyes widen in disbelief. It can't be. Sangmin's polite smile also shatters as he finally gets a good look at the hunter's face. He points a trembling finger, stammering in shock he remembers this man. A flashback reveals Sangmin's past, a former hunter who became an operations advisor for the Tempest Group. And Gu was there too, trying to point out the fatal flaws in Sangmin's grand plan. But the arrogant advisor ignored every single warning, pushing forward with his doomed operation. It ended in absolute catastrophe, his forces completely overrun and slaughtered. This failure was the beginning of the end, leading to the utter collapse of the entire Tempest Group. Gu coolly remarks that Sungmin was just lucky to have survived, and when an aide grabs him, he tells the man to get lost. But Sangmin himself smoothly intervenes, flashing a politician's smile and a thumbs up. trying to de-escalate the situation. They make their way toward the main committee building. A small but enthusiastic crowd is there to greet committee member Park. Gyu observes with a critical eye. Sangmin's entire support base seems to be just a dozen or so middle-aged women. Sangmin immediately bows to one stern-looking woman in particular, who watches him with her arms crossed. Gyu wonders if she's his main backer, but his thoughts are cut short when a man calls out to him from the crowd. He turns, his expression instantly guarded. Another person who recognizes him. This is getting complicated. It's a familiar face from his past, a hunter who greets him by an old alias. Sunyeon Baek. The man shakes his hand, asking how he's been, but Gyu just gives a vague answer about getting by, trying to end the conversation quickly. The hunter then asks if the people with Gyu are his crew, but Gyu doesn't bother to answer. Instead, the man gestures to his own squad, a group of fellow freelance hunters who share his misery. He explains with a wry smile that they're all skilled, but there isn't much work for old-school hunters anymore. Before Gyu has to respond, Sangmin Park calls out, cheerfully announcing the start of the briefing. He lays out his plan, calling it straightforward as they stand before the target building. Sangmin declares that he and Gyu will be the ones to retrieve the capsule and carry it out. As for everyone else, their only job is to film the whole thing. He waves his hand dismissively, but Gyu immediately interjects, telling Sangmin he's severely underestimating what a capsule is. He reminds the politician that it's a monster summoning portal. What happens if it activates while they're moving it? Sangmin just gives a slimy smile, saying that's Gyu's problem to solve. After all, this is for the people. Gyu can't believe what he's hearing. Sangmin puts a hand to his chest, feigning sincerity as he claims this is all for the people. Enraged, Gyu calls him out, insisting this is just a cheap stunt to win votes. The politician's slimy smile widens as he agrees, and winning, he says, is exactly what the people want. Just then, one of the other hunters speaks up, loudly questioning how they're supposed to work without any support. Gyu instantly picks up on the performance. The man's voice is exaggerated, clearly meant for Sangmin to hear. Or perhaps, he thinks, it's a show for the politicians, supporters, who are watching their every move. Elsewhere in the group, a couple of other hunters mutter amongst themselves, one telling the other to keep it down, but his partner just scoffs, mocking Sangmin for holding a pathetic rally now that he's lost his backing from the Tempest group. The first hunter steps forward, making it official as he tells the committee member they simply can't work like this. The man presses his point, stating that they'll need more support than what's being offered. He stands before the crowd, directly challenging Sangmin's ability to actually manage the situation. Completely cornered and blushing with shame, the politician can only mutter for them to just go. Taking their cue, the other freelance hunters immediately turn to leave the pathetic scene behind. As they walk off, Gyu finds his mind wandering, thinking how Baek's methods were always brutally efficient, almost unpleasantly so. His thoughts are cut short when one of the departing hunters turns back, asking if he has a radio. The man proposes they connect for future work, holding out his receiver and asking for Gyu's ID. Gyu hesitates for a second, but decides networking is smart and gives his call sign, Darum. The name drops like a bomb, and the friendly atmosphere instantly evaporates as Gyu senses the shift. A cold realization washes over him that was Darum Kim's radio ID, and he's just outed himself to men who knew the original owner. The hunter's friendly demeanor vanishes as he demands to know why Gyu has something that belonged to her. He casually puts an arm around his companion, mentioning that committee member Darum Kim was a close junior of his. A smug, knowing smile plays on his lips as he suggests maybe he shouldn't say what he knows. Gyu's patience wears thin, and he cuts straight to the point, asking what happened to Darum. The man reveals what he heard. She joined the Legion but made the mistake of standing in the wrong line. As his group turns to leave, he calls back with a final chilling remark. It sounds like she just bet on the wrong horse. Before Gyu can process the news, a timid voice calls his name. It's the politician, Sangmin Park. The once arrogant man is now whispering apologies, admitting he had no idea what a spectacular hunter Gyu really was. But Gyu is done with this farce, stating he'd rather not be blamed for what comes next, and telling Sangmin to let Major General Wu know he quits. In a panic, the politician lunges forward, grabbing Gyu's arm and pleading for him to stay. He desperately tries to guilt-trip Gyu, pleading for him to think of the people. As he begs Gyu to just walk inside, a stern voice cuts him off, calling out his name. One of his supporters, a woman with an air of authority, tells him that's enough, but Sangmin ignores her, whispering that Gyu won't even have to touch the capsule, just stick around for 10 minutes. It's all an act, he admits, just a show to convince his mother, promising to give Gyu a glowing review. Gyu has heard enough, turning his back on the pathetic display as Sangmin shouts for him to come back. As Gyu walks away, Sangmin's thoughts drift to his own justifications for this whole mess. He reflects on the committee's constitutional duty to keep the other branches of government in check, but the entire executive branch, from the president down, had already fled the city. So what were they supposed to do? It wasn't even their idea to hold the elections in the first place. Gyu stops, a strange feeling creeping over him. Have 10 minutes always felt this long? Then, his eyes lock onto a series of strange markings scattered across the floor. He crouches instantly, his suspicion confirmed. These were made by a spider type the capsule must have hatched. Just then, Sangmin approaches from behind, asking what he's looking at. Gyu sighs, realizing his luck has officially run out. He gives the man 3 seconds. A pistol is suddenly pressed to his head, but it's Gaia's calm voice demanding the weapon be put on the ground. Sangmin's face is a mess of sweat and desperation, apologizing but insisting he needs Gyu to cooperate. Unfazed, Gyu repeats the command, his tone leaving no room for argument. 3 seconds. The gun remains pointed at him, Sangmin's trembling hand the only sign of his crumbling resolve. As the politician tries to plead his case, Gaia's hand shoots out, seizing the man's wrist with crushing force. With a vicious smack, Gyu twists the politician's arm, sending him flying through the air. He slams Sangmin face first into the ground, the gun clattering free. In a flash, the tables have turned, and the cold steel of the pistol is now pressed against Sangmin's forehead. The terrified man asks if Gyu is going to kill him, but gets an ice-cold response. Are there other options? Sangmin's desperation shifts into a grim resolve. He's been cast aside, but he can still be useful in death. He lays out his final gambit. His corpse, found here in the assembly building riddled with bullets, would be the perfect political tool to frame his enemies and spark a crisis. Gyu listens, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. The man is a cornered rat, but a surprisingly sharp one. But there's a fatal flaw in that little plan, and Gyu is more than happy to point it out. That scenario only works if another human kills you. Now get up. With the gun pressed to his back, Gyu forces Sangmin forward, the politician's hands raised in defeat. The command is simple and cold. Start walking. Their footsteps echo through the empty building, one pair confident, the other shuffling with dread. But in the darkness, they are not alone. Something else is skittering nearby. A monstrous arachnid scurries through the abandoned assembly hall, its nest disturbed. They proceed down a pitch-black corridor, the atmosphere growing thick with tension, until their path is suddenly blocked by a dense, sticky wall of white webbing. Sangmin's blood runs cold. He recognizes the work of a spider-type monster, but Gyu is unfazed, calmly pulling up a monster profile on his phone to analyze the threat. The creature is revealed, a 6-legged variant that traps its prey in webbed mazes. Gyu finishes his lecture. If they get to the spider before it grows, it's one of the easiest monsters to kill, but he adds a cold warning that it will still shred any untrained fool who gets close, and Sangmin finally understands his frustration. Desperate, Sangmin insists he had no other choice, asking if Gyu remembers his mother. He flashes back to her cold, domineering face, explaining she's far worse than she appears. His whole life, he confesses, has been under her thumb every friend, every job, every decision. This reckless operation is the very first time he has ever defied her, the first choice he's made for himself. Gyu listens in silence, his expression unreadable as Sangmin's desperate words hang in the air. A strange, twisted smile spreads across Sangmin's face as he says if this fails, he should have just stayed her puppet. With the confession over, they move forward again, their footsteps echoing through the dark hall. They reach a pair of reinforced doors, and as Sangmin pushes through, Gyu silently raises his weapon, ready for what lies ahead. Gyu's eyes remain fixed, processing the weight of Sangmin's confession. The room they've entered is massive and dark, a single light illuminating their objective. They stand on the precipice, looking down at a large, secure container. Sangmin's voice is thick with emotion as he explains that just this one time, he wanted to accomplish something completely on his own. He wanted to succeed and finally show his mother that the son she raised wasn't the absolute fool she thought he was. He begs Gyu to understand that universal feeling of wanting to make your parents proud. With a heavy thud, Sangmin collapses to his knees. He bows his head, pleading for Gyu's help just this one time. Gyu looks down, his expression unreadable, and says he understands Sangmin's situation. But his eyes narrow with cold logic as he asks a simple question. Why should he have to risk his life for it? Sangmin is floored, sweat beading on his face, begging Gyu to at least pretend to hear him out. But Gyu isn't even looking at him anymore, raising his pistol towards the shadows. He spotted something, noting the thick webs clinging to a nearby door, a sign of the spider type. A blood-curdling scream suddenly rips through the silence behind him. One of Sangmin's men is being mauled, a grotesque spider-like creature bursting from his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Gyu spins and opens fire. His shots land true, blowing the creature to pieces in a visceral explosion. The hunter collapses as Gyu lowers his weapon, realizing with a grim certainty that was just a spiderling. A cold dread washes over Gyu. Spider types shouldn't lay eggs until their maze is complete. But the pistol in his hand begins to hum, glowing with an intense, unnatural heat. His mind screams in denial, but he knows exactly what this is. With a desperate shove, He hurls the overheating weapon away from them. It detonates moments later, the concussive blast throwing him to the ground. Sangmin is just stammering in shock, but Gyu knows this wasn't a malfunction, it was detonation. An ability used by spider types, and if they can use it, that can only mean one thing. His eyes widen in absolute horror as the full implication crashes down on him. A faint skittering sound from above forces his head to snap upwards. The ceiling is crawling with them, a nest of horrors, and the queen is watching. And from the queen's maw, a torrent of her children spills forth. Sangmin can only stammer, wondering when she made all these. But Gyu knows the truth. Instead of a nest, she kept the eggs inside her body, a mutation. He recalls the general consensus. Monsters are thought to be simple, unintelligent creatures. But the reason humanity was pushed to the brink is far more terrifying. They adapt, creating new types based on how humanity fights back. When the military was deployed, the necromancer types rose to turn our dead against us. When humanity built defensive lines, the colossal kraken types appeared to shatter them with ease. And when hunters with cold steel became the strategy, the graceful but lethal dancer types emerged. It was a cruel mockery of every struggle. A lesson he learned long ago at the academy. A lecturer's voice echoes in his mind. Always avoid fighting an unknown type, but Gyu clarifies his purpose. He didn't come here to kill a monster, but to deal with one person. The lottery winner freezes, a single thought screaming in his head. Just leave him and escape, so why can't he move? Gyu recalls the man's earlier question if he knew what it was like to make his parents proud. Unfortunately, he explains with cold emptiness. He doesn't have any parents. A painful memory surfaces, a terrified young boy lost in a sea of panicked faces. His parents were devoured by monsters right before his eyes. Back in the present, Gyu tells the man to run or die, his choice is his own. This isn't about some cliché plea for help. He steps forward, axes ready, facing the grotesque creature. He just wants to understand something. He wants to know why they keep losing, but for now, he's going to kill that thing. The lottery winner can only stare, dumbfounded, as Gyu declares his simple, brutal intent. He's utterly baffled. Why would anyone willingly charge toward that nightmare? Without a second's hesitation, Gyu dashes forward, leaving the man screaming in disbelief. He ducks and weaves, eyes locked on the true enemy amidst the chaos. His axes become a blur, carving a path through the swarm of smaller spiderlings. He keeps his head down, focused, a predator moving through a storm of blades. The smaller creatures are everywhere, a writhing carpet of death swarming him. He takes a few hits, but the impacts barely seem to register. He realizes he can't possibly deal with all these spiderlings one by one. But that was never the plan. All that matters is closing the distance. His focus sharpens. He knows his only limit is how long his body can keep up. But before he can make his move, a thunderous crash rips through the building. The mother beast descends, slamming down with terrifying force right in front of him. One of its bladed limbs immediately whips towards his head with lethal speed. Gyu hits the deck, the razor-sharp appendage whistling just inches above him. It smashes into the ground, pulverizing the spot where his head was a split second ago. The shockwave sends debris flying, and the lottery winner can only scream in helpless terror. But Gyu is already facing the next attack as the monster looms over him. He rolls with the motion, narrowly dodging another crushing blow. And in one fluid movement, he brings his axe up, ready to parry. But he doesn't just parry, he explodes into a whirlwind of slashes, his axe is a blur of motion. He dashes forward, closing the distance while the beast is still reeling. The monster responds in kind, its bladed limbs scything through the air toward him. Gyu drops into a slide, a storm of razor-sharp appendages whistling harmlessly overhead. He twists his body, bringing his axe up to meet a downward strike with a shower of sparks. With a quick step, he sidesteps another attack, never losing his rhythm. His eyes are locked on the target, calculating, searching for the perfect opening. And his counter was a success. A loud crack rings out as one of the monster's limbs fractures. Enraged, the creature rears back, all of its limbs poised for a devastating final attack. But Gyu is already in motion, hopping to safety just as the killing blow is about to land. The beast unleashes a furious barrage of sharp projectiles, filling the air with death. Gyu's eyes narrow, his focus absolute as he tracks their trajectory. With a clang of steel, he expertly deflects the swarm, his axes moving in a blur. He grits his teeth. The main monster is slow, but these smaller spiderlings are a constant annoyance. But the true danger, he realizes, is the creeping corruption auras they're spreading. Just then, one of the wretched little things manages to latch onto his arm. He immediately slashes it away, not giving it a single second to dig in. Every moment this fight drags on, the scales tip further out of his favor. Knowing this, he makes his move, dashing forward with purpose. He has to end this now, before the corruption consumes everything. He charges straight ahead, closing the distance in a heartbeat. The monster retaliates, unleashing a horrifying storm of spiky projectiles from its limbs. A suffocating cloud of living ammunition descends, ready to tear him apart. But there's no panic in his eyes, only cold, sharp calculation. He knows trying to block or dodge them all would be foolish and impossible. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he commits to a much more precise strategy. A skill activates, and his perception of the battlefield shifts entirely. He doesn't need to deal with the whole swarm, just the ones directly in his path. With absolute focus, he carves a perfect line through the deadly barrage. And just like that, he's through, emerging from the storm with his target in sight. His axes split apart, the path now cleared for the real fight to begin. He slams against the wall, using the hard landing to redirect all his momentum. But the monster is already on him, a bladed limb slicing through the air. He meets the attack with a powerful kick, shattering the ground on impact. Another limb comes in low, but he parries it effortlessly with his axe. The creature's attack is thrown completely off balance by the perfectly timed block. It's a beast whose entire body is a collection of natural, deadly weapons. Seeing his opening, he uses its own body as a foothold, ramming his weapon in deep. There's no hesitation as he drives the steel straight into its torso, and before it can even register the pain, he's already in the air, primed for the next strike. With a vicious downward cleave, he puts all his weight into the finishing blow. The axe slams directly into the monster's head, aimed to split it wide open, but instead of tearing through flesh, his blade grinds to a shocking halt. He stares in disbelief. The creature actually blocked his attack with its own horn, and in that moment of hesitation, a sharp projectile zips right past his face. He barely manages to parry it, a clang of steel ringing out in the chaos. The monster presses its advantage, slamming its main scythe-like arm down on him. He grits his teeth, straining to hold back the overwhelming, raw power of the beast. But the force is too great, sending him sliding backwards across the pavement. He hits the ground hard, one axe knocked from his hand, leaving him at the monster's mercy. He catches his breath, a quick self-assessment confirming no serious injuries. Grasping his remaining weapon, he knows his approach has to change. This open area is a death trap. He needs to lure the beast somewhere narrow. With a new plan forming, he breaks into a desperate sprint for a nearby doorway. The monster responds instantly, firing another volley of razor-sharp projectiles. He plants his foot, pivoting hard as he reaches the solid steel entrance. With every ounce of his strength, he hauls the heavy door shut. Not a moment too soon, as the projectiles slam into the metal with a deafening crash. The reinforced barrier holds, plunging the corridor into dust and shadow. He allows himself a single, shaky breath, safe for now on the other side. But his moment of safety is cut short when he realizes he's not alone in the corridor. A terrified survivor demands to know what he's doing here, accusing him of having run away. The man explains that the main exit was already corrupted by the spider monster's influence. Park Yu lets out a frustrated sigh. He's now stuck with a liability who asks if they're finally safe. The man tries to convince himself, babbling that they just need to find another way out now. But that hope shatters with a deafening clang as a monstrous limb punches straight through the steel door. He looks on in terror as Park Yu desperately holds the piercing appendage back with his axe. Through the gash in the door, the monster spits out smaller, skittering spiderlings onto the floor. As the survivor opens his mouth to scream, a phone suddenly smacks him right across the face. He's left completely stunned, clutching his cheek, utterly confused by the sudden, bizarre attack. Park Yu grits his teeth, straining against the immense pressure. He roars at the useless survivor, telling him to stop just standing there. A desperate plan forms, and he screams for the man to turn on his phone's flash and run. The survivor, stunned but compliant, finally understands his role in this. As the wall behind them shatters, he sprints away, his phone's light cutting through the darkness. He becomes the terrified bait, glancing back as he runs for his life. But Park Yu's eyes widen. He's noticed something crucial about the monster's behavior. The massive creature smashes through, its horrifying maw instinctively drawn to the bright, moving light. Just as the man thinks he might make it, a smaller spawn leaps onto his back. But Park Yu is already there, his axe swinging down to slice the parasite clean off. In his panic, the survivor's hand slips, the phone tumbling from his grasp. But before it hits the ground, Park Yu snatches it, his reflexes sharp as ever. He immediately tosses it back, smacking the man right in the hands, a non-verbal get it together. He screams a final warning. Do that again, and he'll be left behind without a second thought. The terrified man can only nod, clutching the phone like his life depends on it because it does. They continue their desperate sprint down the dark, oppressive hallways. Out of breath, the survivor hopes they've lost it. But Park Yu isn't convinced. He explains that light is irrelevant. These monsters hunt with their senses and a horrifying clairvoyance. The narrow corridors are the only things slowing the creature down. One misstep, and it'll be on them instantly. Park Yu offers a sliver of hope. Spider types are territorial, but his grim expression tells the survivor the real problem is just beginning. He calmly explains that this cramped hallway is a terrible place to fight, but his companion's face twists in pure horror, screaming a desperate warning. The spider monster is already there, its massive leg poised to strike from above. Without even a flicker of panic, Park Yu sidesteps the attack with fluid grace. The creature's limb slams into the ground, missing him by inches. Before the dust can even settle, Park Yu is already in motion, hopping onto the monster's arm. He launches himself airborne, instantly turning a defensive dodge into an offensive maneuver. Planting his foot firmly against the wall, he finds his leverage. Then he explodes forward, soaring through the air with his axe raised high, and brings the weapon down with brutal force, sinking it deep into the monster's flesh. But the axe only sinks in with a sickening crack, getting stuck in its tough hide. As its maw gapes open, Park Yu scoffs internally, of course. It's that damn horn again. With no time to waste, he shoves off the creature's face, kicking hard to create distance. He lands gracefully, already calculating his next move. Fighting it up close with spiderlings everywhere is a losing game. Regrouping with the terrified survivor, he sees the monstrous form still looming over them. Grabbing the man by the collar, Park Yu shoves him forward, screaming at him to run for his life. The survivor stumbles, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. He looks back just as the monster unleashes a storm of razor-sharp projectiles from its body. This is insane, but Park Yu isn't even flinching, and the man can only wonder if all Academy hunters are this powerful. Now sprinting down the corridor, he yells back a desperate warning to committee member Park. Park Yu yells over his shoulder, asking if there's any narrow path sturdy enough to trap the monster. His mind is racing, desperately looking for a choke point in this concrete maze. The survivor stammers something about a fire exit, but his only real thought is to get himself out of there. He's already planning it. This hunter will lead the monster away, and he'll survive, just like he did before. As they sprint toward the exit, the man tells himself this is about survival, not achievements. But just as they reach the door, a cold realization flashes in Park Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, he swings his axe, smashing the door's control panel to pieces. The survivor spins around, his face a mask of complete and utter disbelief. He stares at Park Yu, unable to process what just happened. The hunter just destroyed their only escape route. For the survivor, a painful memory surfaces, the thought of returning empty-handed yet again. He remembers his childhood home, the constant sound of his parents fighting. He was just a boy, listening from the shadows, feeling like a burden. He'd just shut the door, wondering what difference his presence ever made anyway. But here, now, something in him snaps, and he turns back from the door with a new look in his eyes. He glares at Park Yu, demanding to know why he's just standing there. Park Yu watches silently, caught off guard by the sudden backbone on this guy. He admits he thought the survivor would use this as a chance to run. The man looks back, confessing that was his plan, but not anymore. Because the path ahead isn't an exit, it's a treacherous cliffside ledge hanging over a dark abyss. Park Yu explains that the spider-type's corruption has twisted the very path they stand on. The survivor can only stare in disbelief, the grim reality of their situation sinking in. To make matters worse, his phone's battery is about to die, cutting off his last beacon of light. Suddenly, a hissing sound echoes from the darkness as Park Yu stomps something underfoot. The survivor freezes, realizing with a bitter heart that he doesn't even get to choose where he dies. He desperately calls out to Park Yu, who cryptically tells him to watch himself. Not his back, but his neck. A spiderling's claw is inches from his throat, but before it can strike, a flash of blue light erupts as Park Yu slams his arm into the creature, pinning it. With the immediate threat neutralized, he holds the twitching spiderling at bay. He turns to the survivor, his voice cold, admitting that he can no longer guarantee both of them will make it out alive. With a surge of blue energy, the space around him erupts into a storm of lethal shards. His eyes are cold, steel, every ounce of his focus locked onto the true threat. The spiderling he was holding is instantly shredded, its body carved apart by the attack. He lets the dead creature clatter to the floor and casually asks the parent monster if it's having trouble leaving. He strolls forward, taunting that all its little babies are gone now, provoking a furious screech from the beast. The monster lunges, slamming into him with a visceral thud, enraged that he thinks it can't escape. Park Yu is thrown back, pinned against a pillar by the creature's immense weight. But as he looks up, his eyes burn with a menacing crimson glow, daring the monster to try and finish him. It rears back a massive, sharpened limb, preparing to deliver the killing blow. But with a sickening snap, Park Yu effortlessly breaks the claw with one hand, completely unfazed. The enraged monster brings its remaining limbs crashing down, intending to pulverize him for good. But Park Yu's eyes flash a brilliant blue as he meets the attack with a swing of his own. A chaotic clash of steel and chitin fills the air as he effortlessly parries the full-force assault. The impact is so immense it drives him into the ground, cracking the very foundation beneath him. Yet, it's the monster that reels back, its limbs shattered and broken from the exchange. He rises from the crater, holding the beast aloft with one hand, his eyes now burning a demonic red. In one clean, powerful slash, he brings his pickaxe down through the creature's head. The monster's body splits perfectly in two, revealing the terrified survivor it had cornered. The man can only stare, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible scene before him. As the beast dissolves into light, Park Yu stands impassively, his back to the man he just saved. The air crackles with residual energy, Park Yu standing stoically as the man he saved stares from behind. He grips his pickaxe, a silent admission that the fight took more out of him than he expected. Finally finding his voice, the survivor stammers, trying to address the godlike figure before him. His mind is blown, so this is a real hunter. He's seen records, but nothing prepared him for this. Park Yu turns, beginning a cold, calculated breakdown of his opponent's weakness. These monsters, he explains, aren't intelligent. They just kill humans who get in their way. They are a force of nature, a plague acting on instinct, with no coordination, and they certainly don't come up with any clever plans. The man clenches his fist, understanding the logic but still reeling from the sheer execution. He tells Park Yu plainly, "You're on a completely different level than any hunter in the official reports." The survivor can't wrap his head around it, asking why a hunter of his caliber would ever retire. Park Yu turns the question back on him with a chilling hypothetical. What if there was a monster with intelligence? What if it had overwhelming power and a mind that rivaled, or even surpassed, a human's? The man is speechless. Park Guy's cold gaze confirms this isn't just a random thought experiment, but when pressed, he simply says he doesn't have all the answers either. The survivor's attention snaps back to the present, worried about any spiderlings still lurking inside. Park Yu reassures him. The minions stop functioning the moment their main body dies. They proceed cautiously through the now silent, desolate building. He then gestures toward a strange, glowing canister, explaining the concept of corruption. It's an erosion of the environment caused by monsters, accelerated by these very capsules. This means the area is now permanently warped, and the monsters no longer have a time constraint. Park Yu clarifies the grim reality. They won't just disappear on their own anymore. With that said, he turns to leave, considering their business concluded. But the survivor calls out his name, stopping him right in his tracks. He asks for just a few minutes, his tone shifting from fear to determination. Park Yu silently grants the request, curious about what he could possibly want. The man then walks right past him, heading toward the back of the room. Confused, Park Yu watches him go, wondering what he's planning. With a sudden heave, the survivor lifts a massive sack of supplies onto his shoulders. Park Yu stares in complete disbelief, asking what on earth he thinks he's doing. The man grunts under the heavy load, stating the obvious. He's moving the capsule. Park Yu is not amused, ordering him to put it down after all the trouble he just went through. But the survivor refuses. His patience finally snaps as he asks the man if he has a death wish. But the survivor explains that watching Park Yu fight stirred something within him. He plants his foot firmly, taking a resolute step forward. He feels an overwhelming need to finally do his part. With a sudden burst of passion, he declares his love for this place. He admits he only started this job for his mother, but now he feels a genuine sense of pride in his work. He wants to be the one to represent their people and personally remove the villains from their hall. He then asks Park Yu to record this historic moment, only to be met with a dead, unimpressed stare. With a completely deadpan expression, Park Yu states his phone is dead. Without missing a beat, the man slams a stool onto the floor, preparing his stage. He tosses his own phone over, and Park Yu catches it with a flicker of surprise. The man declares his battery is low, but it should be enough to capture the moment. He points, asking with a smug grin if Park Yu is here to support his new campaign. He then begins stomping on the stool, trying to rally an imaginary crowd. A bead of sweat rolls down his face, his eyes filled with a desperate, misplaced fire. Park Yu just sighs internally, lifting the phone to record this pathetic spectacle. As the man preaches, Park Yu reflects on what's truly terrifying about this new world. It isn't the destruction but the deep, aching pain it leaves inside the human heart. He pants heavily, sweat pouring down his face from the sheer, agonizing effort. Every muscle screams in protest, his teeth gritting against the crushing weight on his shoulders. With a heavy stomp, he forces himself to take another step forward in the darkness. All the while, Park Yu simply follows, phone light illuminating this bizarre, one-man parade. Their destination soon becomes clear, the grand, imposing National Assembly building. He crosses the threshold, his footsteps echoing through the vast, empty halls. Up the stairs he climbs, hauling the massive bale as Park Yu casually strolls behind him. He mutters through ragged breaths, complaining about how utterly exhausted he is, how his back is killing him. But still, he pushes onward, one laborious stomp at a time, fueled by a desperate ambition. Because in his mind, this isn't just suffering, this is his true beginning. Park Yu calmly records the man's grand declaration he's forging his own path, free from his mother's influence. The exhausted man truly believes it, convinced he's finally walking on his own 2 feet. In the recording, he stomps forward, announcing he's reached the river and will act as the people's representative. Park Yu's voice from behind the camera urges him on, reminding him how important this footage will be. The man's face is flush with a mix of sweat and pure, blissful delusion. He proudly hefts a massive, glowing orb of water, a triumphant look on his face. The recording on the phone shows it all, with Park Yu's instructions to get a good close-up. But the video stops, and Park Yu's expression turns deadly serious. The scene changes, and he's now standing before a well-dressed woman, presenting the phone to her. He tells her plainly that what she's just seen were her son's final moments. Park Yu's face is a mask of indifference as the mother simply says he's lying. She clutches the phone, her own face twisting in disbelief, refusing to accept the truth. With a sharp smack, her hand connects with his cheek. She grabs him by the collar, her voice rising in a desperate accusation, screaming that he must have killed her son. Her rage boils over as she insists he's just trying to cover up his own crime. But Park Yu has had enough, and with a simple shove, he pushes her away. She stumbles backward, losing her balance and collapsing to the hard pavement. His eyes are ice as he warns her to watch what she says, offering to let her see for herself if she still doesn't believe him. But before she can even process it, one of the onlookers scoffs, muttering that the damn fool couldn't have possibly died a hero. And with that final, brutal truth, the woman breaks down completely, sobbing on the ground. As her husband tries to comfort her, the broken mother asks if they all hated her son. Park Yu just watches, his expression cold and analytical. He's seen this before, how people are ruined by their experiences, each in their own way. For some, the result is ugly. But for others, it can seem almost noble, even beautiful. Her son's life was a storm of misfortune and coincidence that overlapped perfectly. And with a heavy stomp, he embraced his fate, becoming the horn of a monster. The eight-legged man, leading his pathetic flock. His monstrous shadow fell over his followers in that assembly hall. Skittering through the chaos, he would pass judgment for all eternity. The scene shifts to a desolate, snowy landscape as a quiet countdown begins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Park Yu murmurs, his face illuminated only by his laptop. The final number, 7, reveals a digital Christmas tree, a silly tradition from his online forum days. He smirks. Unlike last year, his tree actually has a few decorations from his friends. But as expected, the forum celebrity Defender already had 4 trees, completely plastered with messages. And Defender's greeting was just as childishly aggressive as ever. Some people never change. A sudden beep from his radio cuts through the quiet nostalgia. It's time to get back to work. Far away, in the desolate, snow-covered ruins of the city, Rebecca's voice comes through. She confirms they've received the case he sent, but Dajiang eyes it with suspicion, wondering what's inside. Can we open it? She asks. And from the other side, Park Yu gives a casual sure. They lift the lid, and their expressions immediately sink into pure confusion. Inside lies a satellite device, a rare piece of tech he managed to snag from the marketplace. He explains he got it for Rebecca, knowing how desperately she wanted to see her family again, and his words bring a tear to her eye. Back in his lonely bunker, he holds the radio to his lips. A quiet, sincere Merry Christmas is all he says. Rebecca's face lights up with a grateful smile, and even Dajiang looks stunned by his kindness. They wish him a Merry Christmas back as a harsh winter descends upon the desolate city. This new season brought a record-breaking cold, and supplies were dangerously low for the survivors. The forums filled with panicked posts. With the Legion gone, the fissures were spreading faster than ever. Park Yu watches his screen, knowing that survival was always meant to be a struggle. But this particular winter felt crueler. A deep freeze that seemed to be claiming everything it touched. But the quiet of the winter night is broken by a presence outside. A wild dog, far too large to be normal. He knows the stories a pack of mutated dogs has claimed this territory, led by an elusive alpha called Gold. Yet, this is far outside their usual hunting grounds, and he can only assume it's desperate for food. That kind of desperation is a danger element, one that needs to be eliminated immediately. Without hesitation, he gears up and steps out into the biting cold, his flashlight cutting through the blizzard. His face is a mask of grim determination. This is his sanctuary, and he will defend it. As he tracks the creature, he stumbles upon a fresh trail of blood staining the pure white snow. He follows the crimson path, his boots crunching with grim purpose. With his rifle raised, he pushes deeper into the dark, frozen woods. He's ready for a confrontation, his senses on high alert for whatever waits at the end of the trail. The blood trail is thick, a violent splash of crimson against the pure white snow. And there it is, the source. He raises his rifle, thinking an injured beast needs a quick end. But as his flashlight fully illuminates the creature, a sudden recognition stops him cold. His eyes widen in disbelief. That's Gold, the alpha of the mutant wolf pack. What on earth is the pack leader doing out here, all alone and gasping for breath? He takes in the horrific wound, a savage tearing that's left its ribs exposed to the icy air. Park Yu lowers his rifle slightly, his hunter's focus shifting to a grim understanding. As the once mighty beast struggles to its feet, the painful truth becomes clear. Its pack abandoned it. With no fight left, The fallen alpha turns its back, completely ignoring the man holding the gun. It just stumbles away into the blizzard, a deposed king with nowhere left to go. Park Yu can only watch as the beast completely ignores him, pushing past his territory. Leaving a grim trail in the snow, Gold stumbles toward a specific destination, the old farming village. Its strength is fading fast, every step a painful, wobbling effort. With one last shuddering movement, the once proud alpha crashes hard into the snow. Its breath comes in ragged, wheezing gasps, life rapidly draining from its broken body. But as consciousness fades, its mind retreats into the past, to a memory from long ago. A sunny day in a peaceful village, tragically shattered by an unseen disaster. Through the quiet devastation, a younger, healthier Gold walks, seemingly searching for a familiar face. And there it is, the memory it's chasing. A kind hand offering a full bowl, a moment of peace and safety. But that warm memory is a lifetime away, and all that remains of that village now is a broken sign in a blizzard. Its eyes glaze over, the last light of consciousness dimming. Yet somehow, with a final, staggering effort, the great wolf hauls itself back to its feet. And watching this impossible display of will is Park Yu, his face stoic in the falling snow. He follows its agonizing journey from a distance, rifle held at the ready. The creature leaves a bloody trail, leading it toward a derelict, gated structure. He steps through the broken entrance, his boots crunching in the snow. And there, just inside the walls, he finds the object of his search. The magnificent wolf has finally collapsed, its life bleeding out into a crimson stain. But as he approaches, he notices something strange about the sounds it's making. It's not just a death rattle. He realizes with a jolt that it's humming a familiar tune. Park Yu knows that dogs don't have human vocal cords, yet with its dying breaths, this creature was awkwardly mimicking an unmistakable tune. He can't believe it, the wolf is humming Happy Birthday. He remembers the official reports from scientists, claiming mutants were too clever to ever be tamed. His mind flashes back to a time when a woman tried to connect with them, an experiment that ended in tragedy and his own heartless intervention. He looks at the beautiful creature, deciding that the name Gold suits it far better. He calls out to the dying wolf, its golden eyes barely open. His old chronic curiosity takes over as he asks the impossible question, "Do you want to live?" Having made his choice, he carries Gold through the snow to one of his hidden dummy bunkers. Inside, away from the world, Park Yu begins the desperate work of saving its life. Impressed, he notes the wolf's intelligence. It growls from the pain of his treatment but never attacks. Park Yu raids his emergency food supply, grabbing some vacuum-sealed cuts of meat. He hesitates for a moment, wondering if this creature is really worth his best provisions. After boiling the meat, he sets a bowl down for his new patient. Gold approaches cautiously, sniffing the offering but refusing to eat. A low growl answers his demand for it to stop being picky. The wolf's golden eyes lock onto him, a silent challenge, but hunger wins out, and Gold finally begins to devour the meal. Its recovery is astonishingly fast, just like a wild animal's, and 3 days of care pass. Once it could walk again, he let it out into the mountains above his main bunker. He gestures to a small, makeshift shelter, declaring it the wolf's new home. But Gold keeps its distance, a low growl rumbling in its chest as Gyu tries to calm it down. To his surprise, the creature seems to understand his words, giving a slight, deliberate nod. Gyu stares, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Just how intelligent is this thing? It understands language far better than any normal animal. With the immediate tension broken, Gold curls up to rest, its breathing evening out into a soft snore. Seeing it finally relax, Gyu turns to leave, promising to bring more food later. But as he tells it to lay low, a sudden whoosh of movement cuts him off. In a flash of crimson energy, Gold lunges, pinning him before he can even react. A strange power washes over him, his eyes glowing red as he's completely overwhelmed. A flash of crimson violence, the beast's true nature laid bare in his mind. But the vision fades, and Gyu finds himself lost in a memory. He remembers the quiet days, watching the wolf yawn and scratch like any normal animal. Yet, a creeping worry had taken root in his mind. As the creature grew healthier, he realized an intelligent mutant could be far deadlier than any monster. A cold resolve hardens his gaze. The words of a forgotten warning echo in his thoughts. That thing will kill you. He watches it eat, the sound of its sharp teeth grinding together. A grim conclusion surfaces. The only path to his own survival, if he doesn't kill it first. The wolf suddenly stops, sensing the change in the air. But instead of violence, his mind flashes back to the beginning, when a simple attempt to pet the beast was met with a sharp snap. He remembers that there were no shortcuts to building trust with a creature like this. It was a slow process, requiring consistent care and patience to break through its defenses. He had fed it, tended to its wounds, and slowly earned a fragile peace. That peace is suddenly broken in the present by a crackle from his walkie-talkie. A man's voice broadcasts a desperate call for information, hoping to find other survivors. Park Yu watches from a distance as the man offers to trade valuable oil. He gives the wolf a quiet command to stay put before heading down to investigate. Approaching the small group, their leader presents him with a picture they found online. His eyes narrow, studying the image with a sudden, intense focus. The leader explains he can't bear to see the man who gave him everything wandering the earth as one of the undead. His goal is a personal one: to find this man, Chang Suji, and give him a proper funeral. He reveals Chang Suji was the owner of a subcontractor who took part in the disastrous Tempest Group operation. It was at the request of his own daughter, Young Hui, that he helped the man escape when everything went south. Park Yu listens intently, realizing this man is still chasing the ghosts of the past. The leader continues, explaining a zombie horde, believed to be led by Chang Suji, is now moving towards Seoul. He's found Hunter Park by pure chance, believing the heavens must be on his side. But Park Yu's face is a mask of cold indifference. He flatly states that he's not going to help. He claims he's nowhere near as skilled as he once was, and is in no state to offer any aid. As he turns away, the leader's daughter quietly remarks to him that her father hasn't changed a bit. With a sad smile, she tells him it's okay. She knows how ridiculous their request must sound. But as she speaks, Park Yu's eyes are drawn to the gold ring on her left hand. She notices his gaze and explains that after they last met, she married a man from the Tempest Group. Her expression falters as she finishes the story. Her husband is now dead. She says it was a shame, that he was a truly good person. But Park Yu's face remains unreadable. Trying to move on, she offers him some synthetic oil as thanks for his time, but her voice catches in her throat. A look of pure terror washes over her as she stares past him, stammering his name, because perched on the roof behind him is Gold, snarling silently, every inch the protective beast. Park Yu doesn't even flinch, simply telling his familiar to back off, that these people aren't enemies. He holds up a hand, assuring the wolf that they aren't here to harm him, a silent command to stand down. Just then, Rebecca makes a run for it, leaping away as Yonghui realizes where she's headed. Her companions rush over, demanding to know what spooked her, finding her with her rifle aimed and ready. But before she can fire, Park Yu calmly lowers her weapon. He tells her to leave it, she'd just be wasting ammunition. She stares back, completely bewildered. He's a hunter, has he been looking after that monster all this time? His gaze is flat, almost pitying, as he asks if she thought he was expecting some kind of reward for his kindness. Suddenly, Gold lets out a sharp, piercing howl that cuts through the tension. It's a warning call, as the shadows of much larger beasts fall over the lone wolf. A pack of monstrous, mutated dogs emerges from the gloom, snarling and baring their teeth. Their maws are filled with rows of jagged fangs, promising a swift and brutal end. And at the head of the pack stands the new alpha, a monstrous beast radiating pure aggression. From a nearby rooftop, Park Yu observes through his binoculars, figuring this must be the one who drove Gold out. He notes that even an uninjured Gold would have been no match for a creature of that size, but then he sees something odd. Through the lenses, he spots a lone, familiar wolf standing its ground. It's Gold. The hulking alpha roars, a clear challenge to the pack's former leader. The other dogs join in, a deafening chorus of snarls meant to intimidate and dominate. But instead of tearing him apart, the alpha simply stares down with a strange look on its face. It's looking at Gold, who isn't fighting, but lying submissively on the ground, panting but alive. Park Yu lowers his binoculars, a faint smile on his face as he remarks how even a dog knows how to change its attitude. Young Huiji glances over, a smirk of her own revealing she's finally starting to grasp the situation. She can't help but think bitterly that her own father knew less than a common dog about survival. Back at their base, the group's leader is beyond relieved. With a welcoming smile, he expresses how glad they are to have a hunter of Park Yu's caliber joining them. Park Yu shakes his hand, explaining that with Gold rejoining the pack, an alliance is the only logical move. But he hasn't forgotten the nature of the beast. He's allied with a creature with near-human intelligence. He reminds himself to treat Gold not as a pet, but as a potential threat to his home. Yonghui looks to him, nervous about facing the mutants, but he assures her they are more than prepared. And there it is, a heavy machine gun mounted and ready, the true source of his confidence. A slow, knowing smile spreads across her face as she finally understands the scale of their firepower. Park Yu sees her confidence return, acknowledging that she gets it now. They're ready. From their hilltop position, they watch the mutant pack moving across the plains below. Park Yu settles behind his rifle, thinking how simple mutants are to deal with. Without proper firepower, they're a nightmare. But when you're prepared like this, it's less of a fight and more of a safari. He lines up his shot, finding a lone target in his crosshairs. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, he fires a single, calculated round. The shot cracks through the air, and the entire pack freezes, instantly alert. One of the mutants drops, and the rest, enraged, begin charging straight for them, just as he predicted. The hunters watch calmly as the wave of beasts barrels toward them. Park Yu calls for everyone to get ready, knowing a single bullet is never enough to stop these things. Park Yu knows the textbook way to kill these things, precise shots to the brain or heart. But there's no time for precision as the pack leaps down, and the old man flinches in terror. Fortunately, they didn't come here to play by the textbook. The veteran hunter on the heavy machine gun knows they have a much simpler, louder solution. He unleashes hell, the HMG roaring to life and spitting a wall of hot lead. The charging beasts are instantly shredded into a black mist, and even Park Yu is impressed by the skill on display. He gives the gunner a quick gesture of approval, a nice, clean shot. The veteran salutes back, confident. With this much firepower, their side of the battle should be secure. But just as that thought crosses Park Yu's mind, his expression freezes in horror. A lone wolf, missed in the chaos, dives from above, straight for the unsuspecting gunner. A desperate shout cuts through the air, but it's a second too late. The massive wolf slams down, not on the gunner, but right onto the heavy machine gun itself. With a sickening crunch, its jaws clamp down hard on the weapon's thick steel barrel, and in a terrifying show of brute force, it snaps the metal clean in half, destroying their best defense. The alpha then throws its head back and lets out a piercing howl, a declaration of victory. Park Yu watches in disbelief, the chilling sound echoing across the bridge. He realizes with dawning horror that the howl wasn't a boast, it was a summons. He quickly tries to rally the others, telling them to stay calm and just follow his orders. But raw panic takes over, and the hunters break rank, screaming and fleeing for their lives. As they scatter, abandoning their weapons, Park Yu's composure finally shatters as he calls out for Yonghui. He screams for her, but his desperate cries are drowned out as the summoned pack descends. There's no time to think, no time for fear, only the cold, mechanical click of his rifle. Any other hunter caught alone in this chaos is simply unlucky. But Park Yu isn't panicking anymore. He calmly reloads, his eyes turning hard as steel. He unleashes a furious barrage, muzzle flashes lighting up the snarling beasts. He moves with a lethal grace, fending off attacks from every direction. Dropping his empty weapon, he snatches up a new rifle from one of the fleeing cowards. He slides low across the pavement, a blur of motion right into the heart of the pack. The beasts lunge, their teeth snapping, but he's already a step ahead. In this kill-or-be-killed moment, he fights with deadly precision, turning their ambush into a slaughter. Another rifle snaps into place, the sound of cold, calculated fury. He whips around, his gaze locking onto the next wave of monsters. Two precise shots tear through flesh and bone, dropping them in their tracks. The gun clicks empty. He tosses it aside like trash, already moving. With an axe in hand, he dives between two lunging wolves, a dance of death. In a single fluid motion, he slashes through both of them, a clean, brutal arc. Their bodies hit the ground, severed and broken by his raw efficiency. He pins one of the dying beasts with his boot, ending its struggle. A sickening crunch echoes as he brings the axe down one last time, but a low growl reminds him this slaughter is far from over. He turns to face the true alpha, a monstrous, muscle-bound beast of a dog. And it's not alone. The pale wolf, Gold, stands beside it, a low growl rumbling in its chest. Park Yu finally understands his mistake. It wasn't bad luck, he just severely underestimated Gold. The rest of the pack emerges from the shadows, surrounding him completely. Any hope of backup is crushed, as he sees Chang Suji's group getting torn to pieces nearby. A heavy sigh escapes his lips. He truly has to do this alone. He always knew he'd die one day, a thought that felt distant until now. And facing this sea of snarling teeth, he accepts that day might very well be today. But there's no fear in his eyes, only a cold, steely focus. As the wolves charge, he makes a silent promise. As long as he can still draw breath, he will fight. With no other choice, he lunges forward, bringing his hatchet down on the closest beast. The sickening crunch of bone echoes as blood splatters across his face. But it's not enough. For every one he fells, another takes its place. Just as a wolf lunges for his throat, a pale blur intercepts it. It's Gold. The massive wolf lands solidly on the ground, a clear protector. He stands beside Park Yu, a shocking and unexpected ally. A simple nod from the beast confirms the impossible. Park Yu is floored, his entire understanding of the situation flipping on its head. They say dogs and wolves are nearly identical genetically, and in that moment, he realizes the one thing that separates them is a human. A dog without a human to care for is just another wolf. As the sun sets, the chaos of battle gives way to a quiet, somber evening. The survivors from Chang Suji's group sit defeated. Their quest was an absolute failure. Just then, Yonghui approaches, calling out to Hunter Park. She wants a private word, and her expression is surprisingly serious. And then, completely out of left field, she asks if he's single. Park Yu is stunned silent, not having the slightest clue where this is going. She believes meeting twice is fate, and a man like him wouldn't make her a widow again. He watches, dumbfounded, as she pulls out a ring. Is this a proposal? With a calm smile, she confirms his suspicion it's a serious offer of marriage. She holds up the ring, explaining that in these desperate times, practicality comes first. She even guesses he must be in his mid-30s, though Park Yu knows he's not even 30 yet. Taking a deliberate step closer, she closes the distance between them. Her expression turns vulnerable as she asks if it's because he doesn't find her attractive. Park Yu is caught off guard. That's not the reason at all. She quickly assures him that he's attractive enough, then asks what the real problem is. He looks away for a moment, gathering his thoughts before giving his final answer. With a serious gaze, he apologizes but firmly declines her offer. He explains that this feels wrong, and he senses there's an ulterior motive to her proposal. But most importantly, he admits he's just not ready to share his life with anyone. Yong Huiji takes the rejection gracefully, though a hint of disappointment crosses her face. She apologizes for making things awkward, but he assures her it's okay. Trying to move on, she asks if he plans to leave, now that her father seems to have given up. He shakes his head, revealing they'll be staying for a few more days. They still have something to do. Her confusion is obvious, and he wonders aloud if he forgot to mention the real plan. He glances over at a rugged, dark-colored jeep parked not far from them. Peng Ho-jae, he explains, was never the goal. It was just a detour to get to this. She follows his gaze to her own group of survivors, clarifying that they work for Chairman Cheolju Park. One of the hunters in her group overhears the name, his expression twisting in utter confusion. His eyes lock onto Park Yu, a slow, dawning recognition on his face. Could that really be him? The hunter starts to explain Cheolju Park, chairman of the Seokju group, a giant rivaling even the Tempest group. The man was a legend, especially after the location of his private, self-sufficient bunker was leaked online. So having a hunter on his security team is no surprise, but then the hunter's eyes lock onto Park Yu. The recognition hits him like a truck. Pilseong Kim realizes he's staring at a former classmate from the Guard Academy. He admits they barely spoke back then, but a face like Park Yu's? Impossible to forget. His mind flashes back to the Academy's sterile training halls, surrounded by other cadets. He remembers one brutal melee sparring session, a true test of grit and skill, and the reason he remembers it so clearly is because Park Yu was the only one who could withstand his assault. He can still see the stopwatch ticking down a mere 7.8 seconds. That's how long it took Pilseong, one of the Academy's best, to finally disarm him. Pilseong recalls the moment clearly. Park Yu on his knees, cursing his own defeat. The instructor had roared for a rematch, but there was no round 2 for them. Back in the present, Pilseong says seeing him explains the tense feeling he's had since arriving. He correctly deduces Park Yu set up booby traps, and our guy doesn't even try to deny it. With a hunter's gaze, Pilseong begins to analyze the surrounding terrain. He points toward the cliffs, noting the excellent elevation and wide zone of control. A sudden chill runs down Park Yu's spine as he realizes where the man is looking. Pilseong's eyes are locked directly on the location of his main bunker. But he just cracks a tired smile, saying it's nice seeing him but he's exhausted from watch duty. He casually dismisses them, saying to talk with Miss Yonghui if they need anything. As Pilseong turns to leave, Yonghui calls out to the hunter, stopping him in his tracks. She kindly invites him to join them for dinner, but he quickly waves her off, saying he's fine. With a gentle look, she asks if he's really sure, her hospitality hard to refuse. And just like that, the sounds of sizzling meat and clinking beer glasses fill the air. He did end up joining them, sitting amongst the survivors at their barbecue party. But as he chews, his gaze is distant. He's not here for the food. His mind drifts to Chairman Park, a man famous for having the perfect bunker since the war began. Why would someone with that level of safety abandon it to come to a place like this? That's the real reason he's here, to find out the truth behind that decision. Younghui notices he seems to be enjoying himself, but he coolly replies it's absolutely not for the beef. She offers him another serving, and for a second, he's tempted before remembering his mission and politely declining. He has a question for her, and his playful demeanor vanishes instantly. Park Yu gets right to it, asking why the chairman would ever leave his famously secure bunker. Younghui explains that his hand was forced. It was because of an attack. She reveals the culprits without hesitation. The Legion was behind the bombing. A flashback shows the horrifying moment Sangmin Park's world crumbled, his bunker collapsing around him. Amidst the fire and chaos, he lost almost his entire family in the attack. She asks, wouldn't anyone want to escape after a tragedy like that? But Park Yu just wants to know, escape to where? He doesn't even need her to answer, pulling out his phone with a knowing look. The screen displays a picture of a remote tropical paradise, the Ogasawara Islands. Younghui confirms his suspicion, explaining that according to the chairman, he desperately wants to escape this hell and finally reach his own personal paradise. Park Yu listens intently, the gears in his mind turning. She then takes a sip of her drink and poses a question to him. Will he be joining the chairman? But before he can answer, she places her mug down with a clatter, answering for herself. No. Suddenly, their quiet conversation is interrupted by an approaching figure. It's none other than Chairman Sangmin Park himself, wondering what they're discussing. Young-hui quickly makes the introductions, presenting the hunter she told him about. The chairman smiles, looking Park Gyu over, and asks the most bizarre question he could have imagined. Park Gyu just stares back, utterly baffled by the man's strange inquiry about his personality type. The chairman eagerly explains the MBTI test, revealing himself to be an ENFP. He describes his own personality type as a lively activist with a spark, but Park Gyu just wants him to get that tablet out of his face, refusing the offer. Sang-min simply chuckles, confidently declaring he knew it. Park Gyu must be an INFP. One of the chairman's followers quietly explains that he's been this way ever since the bombing. Park Gyu and Young-hui listen, learning that while he was always cheerful, the incident changed him. She then turns to Park Gyu, asking when he'll be setting out, and he replies in about 2 days. But the timeline suddenly accelerates, and the very next day, their hope arrives. A massive transport plane touches down at their makeshift base. Sang-min watches with a triumphant grin, ready to leave this hell and ascend to paradise. But the hope that arrives for Park Gyu isn't that massive transport plane. It's something a little more exclusive. A sleek private jet awaits on a separate runway, where a new group of survivors gratefully welcomes Hunter Park. Their leader extends a hand, and Park Gyu accepts, reminding himself this is just another job. It turns out his reputation preceded him, thanks to Young-hui's slightly embellished tales of his heroic deeds. And just as people were getting skeptical, the imposing figure of Pil-seong Kim stepped up to add his 2 cents. He confirmed every word, admitting with a grim look that Park Gyu is the only one to ever defeat him in combat. With his legend cemented, the group's leader formally requested his help as an escort for an important mission. The reward was too tempting to refuse supplies, medicine, but there was another reason pulling him in. Their destination was a Chinese military outpost, a place Park Gyu had his own reasons for wanting to investigate. And so, with the deal struck, their small convoy hits the road, driving towards a new, unknown objective. As they drive, Pil-seong explains the situation. These Chinese soldiers are basically refugees. Park Gyu listens intently, realizing his new ally is far more informed than he let on. They soon arrive, pulling up to a heavily guarded checkpoint. The crimson flag confirms it. This is the Chinese military outpost. Pil-seong steps out, unfazed by the armed welcome party. He approaches their officer, handling the tense negotiations with practiced ease. Meanwhile, Park Gyu is flanked by guards, a silent and imposing observer. With a simple hand gesture, Pil-seong signals that the transaction is complete. He gives the command for their hard-earned supplies to be loaded up. A forklift gets to work, moving massive wooden crates onto their truck. Park Gyu watches them work, a thought nagging at him. Those parts seem a bit too big for a small aircraft. Suddenly, a loud clunk draws his attention as a crate slips open. The Chinese soldiers fumble to right the heavy box, but the damage is done. He saw it. And in that instant, he decides it's best to pretend he saw nothing at all, because for some strange reason, the plane parts they just acquired look an awful lot like the nose cone of a massive bomb. Later, back at their new base, he finds himself in a medical chair. A medic begins a thorough examination, starting with his teeth. They're in an old airbase, now repurposed as a residence for the Seokju group. The checkup reveals no new injuries, just a nasty, jagged scar across his side. The doctor, Won Song-jun-gu, declares him as healthy as the chairman himself. He explains the blood test results should be ready in about a day, before they have to leave. Park Gyu lets the statement hang in the air for a moment before deciding to probe. He casually asks if the doctor will also be going to Jeju Island with the chairman. Seong-jun adjusts his glasses, his face completely unreadable. He asks if it was Miss Young-hui who told him, and suddenly, Park Gyu's suspicion flares, because he clearly remembers Young-hui saying their true destination was Japan. The stories don't match. Clenching his fist, he coldly replies that he won't be joining them, knowing the doctor just took the bait. Seong-jun doesn't even blink, adding that they already have a pilot, and the chairman can fly the plane too. Pressing his advantage, Park Gyu asks another pointed question. Will the doctor's wife be staying behind? Park Gyu's gaze sharpens, locking onto the doctor, searching for any crack in his facade. Seong-jun meets his stare, his own expression, a carefully constructed wall of indifference. He then puts on a show, claiming his wife and child tragically died in the explosion. Their tense standoff is broken when an assistant announces that Pil-seong is looking for the doctor. With the examination over, Seong-jun promises the results by tomorrow, ushering Park Gyu out. But just as he leaves, the doctor calls out with a helpful little suggestion for finding more work. He tells Park Gyu that one of Pil-seong's junior associates is in charge now and could put in a good word. Seong-jun claims he doesn't know her name, only that the person in question is a woman. He describes her as having short, bobbed hair and being roughly Park Gyu's age. Sinking onto a bench, Park Gyu realizes the doctor's words just confirmed his deepest suspicions. Watching the clinic's security guards, it all clicked into place for Park Gyu. The doctor, Seong-jun, he was one of them. He was part of the Legion. He recalls the doctor mentioning how our submarine sank a Legion ship That single word, our, was the slip-up that put him on high alert. It means the junior associate he mentioned, the one with bobbed hair, could only be Daram Kim. And while he's relieved she's alive, he can't shake this terrible feeling in his gut. He flashes back to the past, remembering Daram as one of his oldest partners. She was one of the few who approached him back then, ignoring the rumors about his personality. But there was another side to her, a memory of a gun pressed to his head, a ruthless, unforgiving side that never let a grudge go, no matter what. Another memory surfaces, a warning that old-school hunters were no longer welcome on Jeju Island. A desperate friend, seeing the writing on the wall, had even begged him for a spot in his bunker. Back in the present, Gyu sighs, trying to organize the chaos swirling in his mind. First fact. Pilseong Kim and his comrades are from the Legion, and they're protecting some unstable man named Cheolju Park. Second fact, from the doctor. Cheolju is being tricked into thinking he's going to Japan, but he's really headed for Jeju. And the most terrifying detail of all, they're loading what looks like a nuclear bomb onto his plane. He also remembers Minhui Wu, the Red Mask, vowing to join the rebellion against the establishment. And the one pulling all these deadly strings, the person in charge of this entire operation, is Daram Kim. Knowing her history, knowing she never lets a grudge die, Gyu can only feel a cold dread creeping in. His spiraling thoughts are suddenly cut short by a voice calling out to him. It's an elderly man, approaching him with a gentle, almost grandfatherly smile. But his request is anything but gentle. He wants to buy a handgun, preferably loaded. Gyu's eyes narrow. This is not a conversation you have with a stranger. He asks what the man needs it for, only to get the absurd answer that it's for leisure. The old man then sweetens the deal, placing a heavy bar of pure gold into Gyu's hands. Gyu sizes him up instantly, reading his personality type. An ESTP, a pragmatist, an opportunist. The man just chuckles, impressed by the quick analysis, as his guard watches from the background. Gyu isn't interested in mind games. He cuts to the point. Does he even know how to use a gun? Instead of answering, the old man changes the subject, asking if Gyu has ever heard of the Ogasawara Islands. He hands over a ticket, describing the place as a paradise, a beautiful final destination. The old man confesses he was never able to find his paradise. Or rather, he thought he had until some bastards came and destroyed it all. His expression turns grim, admitting that even without them, the end result would have been the same. Gyu listens, processing this philosophy. A paradise that can be destroyed isn't paradise at all. The man then pulls the very gun he wanted to buy from his coat. But he doesn't seem threatening, instead asking if the simple act of searching for paradise isn't worthwhile on its own. Gyu is left speechless, this entire conversation taking a turn he never expected. Two men approach, addressing the old man respectfully as chairman. Later, alone in the dark, the chairman's final words echo in Gaius' mind a hope that he finds his own paradise one day. He's back at his laptop, digging into personality theory, trying to make sense of the man he just met. A sudden creak pulls Gyu from his thoughts. Alone in the dim room, he scoffs internally at the chairman's words, wondering what kind of paradise would have a toilet in the middle of it. But the man's philosophy lingers, forcing him to confront his own past. His mind drifts to another goodbye, a memory of Daram Kim's hand on his shoulder. She had told him to live well, a farewell that feels so much heavier in hindsight. He realizes now that all those partings weren't just simple goodbyes, and he can't stay idle. He grabs his radio and makes the call, reaching out to Minhui Wu. Sitting alone in the dark, he lays everything on the line, telling her the entire, horrifying truth. He reveals their ultimate plan. They're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Jeju Island. Minhui listens, her metallic fingers tapping in thought. How typical of Daram Kim if she can't have her paradise. She'll just burn it all down. Park Yu continues the call, getting straight to the heart of the matter with Minhui. On the other end, she already suspects the truth, musing that Jeju Island is far more than a simple safe haven. Her fingers comb through her hair as the pieces begin to click into place. With a tap of her metallic hand, she drops the key phrase, the Lee Sang-hoon Project. Gyu's mind flashes back to Lee Sang-hoon, who knowingly tied his name to the doomed relocation project. He speculates into the radio that it was almost as if the man had no other choice. In fact, he corrects himself, it's the only explanation that makes any logical sense. He remembers their past, how Head always dismissed Lee Sang-hoon's competitive nature as childish. But even then, he knew his rival was, at his core, a deeply rational person, and a man that calculating would never just throw his life away, leaving Gyu to wonder what is truly happening on that island. On the other end of the line, Minhui Wu's voice comes through with a grave update. Her words are quiet, but they carry an immense, world-changing weight. The news hits Gyu's dark room like a thunderclap. They're sealing the fissure. His eyes widen, his mind struggling to process the sheer impossibility of it all. He knew it could be done. India had closed one, but their nation was already a lost cause. But this was different. This was happening right now, on Jeju Island. Two awakeners, Hanmin Kang and Hyen Na, were at the heart of the fight. They were sacrificing their very lives in a desperate, final gambit to close the gate. And in that moment, hearing of their sacrifice, a sudden memory strikes him. He remembers looking at the back of a man who also seemed ready to throw everything away. A man just like them, Lee Sang-hoon, smiling confidently as he declared his first ever victory. The memory fades, leaving Park Yu with a grim, unshakable resolve. Just then, a message arrives from Minhui Wu, her tone dead serious. She warns him that a major fight is about to break out right in his area. Has to stay out of it, or he'll end up dead at the hands of these armed men. The quiet woods outside his bunker offer no comfort, only a stage for the coming conflict. So, Gyu makes his choice, his hand closing around the stock of a sniper rifle. Head spent all night preparing, laying out his weapons and resetting every trap at the entrance. He'll follow Minhua's advice and stay hidden, sure, but it never hurts to have insurance. With his radio switched on, he settles in, ready to see just who's come to play. A voice crackles over the radio, announcing the arrival of Colonel Seongyang Cho of the 21st Pioneer Corps. He declares their position, informing the unseen group that they're illegally occupying state-owned land. From his perch, Gyu watches the scene unfold, his own rifle at the ready. He listens in, thinking to himself, Minhui, what were you thinking sending such a small force? Against the Legion, this handful of soldiers is a joke, an insult even. The colonel gives his final warning, comply with the eviction or they will be searched by force. But just as the words leave his mouth, his eyes widen in sudden, sheer panic. A single shot rings out, dropping one of his men, as Pilseong Kim appears, screaming at them to get lost. The soldiers rush to their fallen comrade while the colonel stares in disbelief. Pilseong is on his radio, demanding to know why they're interfering when all they want is safe passage to Japan. The colonel grits his teeth, telling them they've tried asking nicely but it seems the soldiers just don't get it. But before he can finish his threat, the powerful whir of rotor blades fills the air. A helicopter descends, blasting the soldiers with a disorienting gale of wind and dust. From their respective positions, Gyu and Pilseong watch the chaos, as the occupiers declare they'll show them what business really means. Pilseong casually brings up his radio, muttering a quiet, almost bored command into the receiver. A heartbeat later, the ground erupts in a massive explosion, right in the middle of the soldiers' formation. The smoke clears to reveal the source, a full-blown missile battery, aimed and ready. Colonel Cho's face drains of all color, his eyes wide with disbelief and dawning horror. Pilseong just smirks, his voice dripping with mockery over the radio as he asks if that's all they've got. And in that moment, the colonel's tough facade shatters, replaced by the pure, sweat-drenched terror of a man who knows he's already lost. The military's assault turns into a panicked rout as explosions rip through their ranks. Watching the chaos unfold, Pilseong scoffs at the soldiers, calling them nothing more than cockroaches. His voice then cuts through the radio, speaking directly into a quiet, dark room. He knows Gyu is listening, and he makes his offer. Come and join them. Gyu gasps for air, the proposal hitting him like a physical blow. Pilseong explains that they have their own awakened, though they're lunatics who refuse to hunt. But that's good news for real hunters, he says, because it means there's always work. He tells Gyu that he's even willing to overlook his past betrayals in this new world order. There's just one little thing he needs before they can move forward. His voice contorts with rage as he snarls that first, he needs to punch Gyu in the face. Pilseong finishes his tantrum over the radio, demanding Gyu come out and face him. But outside, his men are coming up empty. Their drone can't find a trace of him. His subordinate nervously suggests calling in someone named Daram Kim, but she didn't want to be disturbed. Pilseong explodes, ordering the call to be made anyway, ready to lie and say Gyu sold them out. Inside his bunker, Gyu has heard every word, his face a mask of cold composure. Then, the radio crackles to life once more, and Pilseong's voice calls out his name directly. He taunts Gyu, revealing Daram already told them about his little hideout and proposes a game of hide-and-seek. The weight of the threat finally lands, and Gyu looks up, trapped and exposed. Pilseong's voice continues, painting a picture of the fiery chaos outside. He admits he hasn't been able to reach Minhui since her helicopter was shot down, revealing his own desperation. Gyu wonders if it's just interference, or if Minhui is deliberately ignoring his calls. The most likely reason, he muses, is tied to a memory he can't forget. We flash back to a younger Gyu, standing solemnly in the pouring rain. He and Minhui were there, surrounded by fallen comrades in the ruins of a city. She let out a scream of utter anguish into the cold, wet air, but Gyu knew the truth of her horrible condition. She took delight in the suffering of others. Back in the present, he accepts his fate with a tired sigh, admitting he brought this upon himself. And as he picks up his rifle, he finds that despite the danger, he feels completely calm. Pilseong's voice suddenly crackles over the radio, smugly announcing that he's here, but Gyu just smirks, telling his old classmate he knows exactly where to find him, and dares him to come and try. And so, Pilseong's hunting party moves out, splitting into groups of 4 to scour the area. He warns his men to stay spread out, assuming Gyu has high-powered weapons. The hunter confidently shouts that Gyu's only available tactic is a simple ambush, but as he orders his men to corner their target, he fails to notice the hidden camera watching from a bird's nest. Back in his command center, Gyu is listening to everything, using his surveillance network to monitor their movements. Suddenly, one of the search parties calls out, having discovered what looks like a ventilation shaft. Gyu knew they'd find it, thinking to himself what a strange place to install a vent unless it was a trap. He calmly walks over to a panel and with a satisfying click, springs it. Thick clouds of tear gas erupt from the shaft, engulfing the hunters as they cough and choke. Pilseong orders them to toss a grenade in, but his men report back that the opening is too small. Checkmate. With his trap sprung, Gyu quietly emerges from his control room. He glances at a monitor, revealing the view from his decoy. This is the secret passageway that leads to his dummy bunker. He's used this escape route before, a well-rehearsed play to evade and counterattack, and he knows every single inch of this battlefield he's created. In fact, this is the very same setup he used against Chief Hong's raid. Meanwhile, outside, Pilseong's men are completely stumped. They stare down at the vent, realizing the utter futility of their situation. One of them notes the small holes are like a showerhead, making it impossible to counter. He reports their failure, leaving Pilseong to stew in a grim, frustrated silence. But Pilseong's frustration is cut short by a flicker of movement from above. He looks up, and his heart stops. Park Gyu isn't running, he's re-emerged on the high ground, and he's calmly shouldering a rocket launcher aimed right at them. The hunters face twists in pure, unadulterated panic. This wasn't a retreat, it was an ambush. With an audible click, the weapon arms, and all Pilseong can do is scream for his men to get down. A streak of fire erupts from the cliff, screaming down towards their clustered position. The world explodes in a deafening boom, blasting dirt and shrapnel into the air. Emerging from the dust cloud, Park Gyu lands gracefully, his assault rifle already in hand. His finger calmly settles on the trigger, ready to finish the job, and he unleashes a merciless volley of gunfire into the chaos, leaving nothing to chance. His mind is a cold, calculating machine. Take down at least one of these fools. The rifle barks again and again, spitting hot brass as he methodically mows them down. Pilseong scrambles behind a rock, bullets whizzing past his head. Cornered and furious, the hunter raises his pistol, refusing to be prey. But Park Gyu's focus is absolute, his eyes locked on his true target. He advances without an ounce of fear, closing in for the kill. As Pilseong fires a desperate shot from the ground, Park Gyu leaps, ready to end this. A single gunshot echoes through the trees, a definitive, final sound. Someone stumbles into the darkness of a tunnel, gasping for breath. It's Park Gyu clutching his side, a dark crimson stain spreading across his hoodie. Has been hit. A voice crackles through his earpiece, but Park Gyu can only focus on the pain. Outside, the forest is a graveyard of Pilseong's men, the hunter himself left battered on the ground. Spitting blood, Pilseong grabs his radio, snarling that there's no turning back from this now. Park Gyu listens in from his sanctuary, the bullet wound a grim reminder of his narrow escape. But Pilseong is smarter than he looks, realizing they're being monitored by some unknown method. He orders his men to search the area for traps, and almost instantly, they find a tripwire. Moments later, a hidden microphone is discovered and swiftly neutralized. Then, a surveillance camera, torn down as Pilseong begins to blind his enemy. Back in the hideout, Park Gyu watches one of his monitor feeds click off. His eyes and ears in the forest are being shut down, one by one. But as his last camera feed dies, a final, chilling message comes through. They've found it. Pilseong and his hunting party stand victorious, having tracked him to the source. His men report in, confirming they've located a hidden underground bunker. With his target cornered, Pilseong doesn't waste a single breath, ordering them to bring the welder. They were prepared for this, wheeling out heavy equipment to cut their way inside. The henchmen move in, a breaching team descending upon the reinforced entrance. With the outer door forced open, a heavily armed squad floods the antechamber, shields first. And on his monitor, Park Gyu watches the invaders form up through his own security camera. His fortress has been breached, his final line of defense about to be tested. Yet, as he watches them, there's no fear in his eyes, only cold, sharp calculation. With a single, deliberate click, Park Gyu activates his welcome party. The entire antechamber is engulfed in a massive, fiery explosion. Pilseong is caught completely off guard, his confident expression replaced with pure shock. Gyu flashes back to a lesson he learned long ago, inspired by the legendary survivor John Neenan. The strategy was simple but brilliant. Use a network of dummy bunkers to trap and eliminate intruders. Back in the present, one of Pilseong's men scrambles to report that they've found even more entrances. His commander demands to know how many, but the subordinate can barely swallow his fear. They've located 9 so far, But Gyu knows the real number is 13, and they've only scratched the surface. It's a deadly game of whack-a-mole, and none of these obvious paths lead to the prize. A small, confident smirk plays on his lips. So, Pilseong, which door will you choose next? But Gyu's confident smirk vanishes as a new voice crackles over his earpiece. It's Pilseong, and he's not shouting at Gyu, but at a Colonel Daram Kim, demanding she stop this foolishness. He tries to get in her head, asking if she really wants to protect her family. But the Colonel, a woman with a sharp gaze and an old scar, simply brings the radio to her lips. And her voice isn't directed at Pilseong, it's directed at a weary Gyu, sitting alone in the dark. She reveals she knew his location all along, because one of his own juniors betrayed him. The weight of that betrayal hits him hard, a far more painful blow than any physical attack. And as he processes this, we flash back to the Colonel's past, when she was just a student being berated. She was always gifted, but so afraid of being hated that she kept to herself. This was the Daram Kim of the past, quiet, head down, and utterly unassertive. Her instructor watched her walk away, sighing at what he saw as a complete waste of talent. He turned to a younger Gyu, ordering him to be the one to talk some sense into her. And so, under the cover of darkness, Gyu sought her out. He found her hunched over, and told her that just being considerate won't change how people judge you. For someone unremarkable, laying low is the right move, but for someone gifted like her, being looked down on meant her timid attitude was the problem. And she finally looked up. He stood over her, his voice ringing with conviction, telling her not to let them take her for granted. "Forget what others think," he said. "Just deliver results, and all will be forgiven." His words, his philosophy, reflected in her wide, impressionable eyes. At least in the brutal world they were forced to live in, that kind of logic made perfect sense. And sure enough, she eventually overcame that mental hurdle he saw in her. With his guidance, she began to show truly explosive growth as a soldier. On the day of her graduation from the guard program, she stood at attention. Her instructor announced that from this day forward, Daram Kim's call sign would be Flawless, a name she accepted with a sharp, confident salute. The professor and Flawless, the duo achieved countless feats on the battlefield. Their past was a blur of missions and small moments, like a colleague's mundane warning about the rain, or a desperate plea from a superior over the radio, telling Gyu not to die out there. But through it all, one memory, or maybe a daydream, stands out. Daram, wondering what it would be like if they could have met and lived an ordinary life together. Gyu reflects on his past, thinking of all the people who have left his life. But through it all, there was always one person he felt he could truly count on. She told him that while others found him scary, she always felt safe by his side. That person was Daram Kim. But now, back in the present, a voice from outside taunts a wounded Gyu about how unpopular he is. His old classmate reveals a devastating truth. His junior gave up the bunker's location, knowing it was a death sentence. Gyu just looks up with a defiant smirk, asking, isn't his junior just the greatest? Annoyed, the man on the other side asks if he should come in and open the door himself. But Gyu rises to his feet, telling him there's no need for that. With a heavy creak, the bunker door swings open, revealing Pilseong and his armed lackeys. His old classmate stands there, slightly confused, realizing Gyu opened the door for them. Wasting no time, Pilseong gives the order, and his man pulls the pin on a tear gas grenade. But as the smoke billows into the bunker, Gyu stands waiting, already protected by a gas mask. The gas is still potent, however, forcing a pained cough as he adjusts the seal. Seeing an opportunity, Pilseong points forward, screaming for his men to clear him out. Gyu stumbles backward, his mind drifting to the few regrets he still holds onto. His wounded leg gives out with a sharp crack, his body finally reaching its breaking point. Yet as the first wave of henchmen charges in, they suddenly trip and fall flat on their faces. It's a clumsy domino effect, the squad at the door just watching their comrades go down. Gyu's thoughts turn to her. Perhaps if Head never said those words, things would be different. But regret is a powerful fuel, and he plants his foot, ready to move forward. And he opens fire, unleashing a storm of lead from the darkness. Pilseong's men try to return fire, but they're just spraying blindly into the gas. A stray bullet cracks the lens of Gyu's mask, but he doesn't even blink. His mind drifts again, thinking maybe if he hadn't selfishly quit being a hunter. His rifle clicks empty, forcing him to pause. Or at the very least, he watches them stumble around, confused. They're lost, but Gyu has fought here thousands of times. Finding a better angle, he takes aim with absolute confidence. He knows he won't miss. A single shot rings out, the empty casing tinging as it's ejected. It rolls across the tiled floor, coming to a stop right beside a toilet. Suddenly, we're back in the past, as Younghui scolds him that you can't raise a kid with a toilet in the middle of the room. If only he hadn't quit, maybe she would have stayed by his side. But he knows these are just pointless regrets. Back in the present, Pilseong's men pull the pins on their grenades, ready to flush Gyu out. But their leader is getting impatient, demanding to know why they can't get the explosives deeper inside. His subordinate explains the bunker's layout is working against them. A steep, sandy slope is smothering the blasts. With a frustrated sigh, Pilseong realizes they need to bring out the heavy-duty explosives to get through. He grabs his radio, a hint of desperation in his voice as he calls out to Gyu. He needs to hear it, asking him if he understands that they are still going to win this thing. Turning to another man, he asks for a status report from the base and the chairman's evacuation. Just as the henchman confirms the warhead is almost ready, a sudden, sharp bang echoes through the trees. But it's not a gunshot, it's the flash of a camera, taking us back to another one of Gyu's memories. We see the eyes of a young researcher, filled with dawning horror. He's kneeling on an airfield, a ruthless old chairman holding him at gunpoint amidst a massacre. The researcher begs for his life, his hands clasped in a desperate plea. But the chairman is unmoved, his expression cold and final as he aims down the barrel. With his business concluded, he turns and walks up the stairs to his private jet. He doesn't even give the kneeling man a second glance as he boards the plane. The powerful jet engines begin to whirl, kicking up dust from the runway. The plane starts moving, a clean getaway after a brutal betrayal. Snapping back to the present, Pilseong's face is a mask of absolute fury. He screams at his men, a desperate command to stop that plane at any cost. Over the jet's intercom, the chairman's smooth voice makes an announcement. He welcomes his passengers aboard the Sokju Express, noting the time as they leave Korea behind. With a smug look, he reveals their final destination, his paradise. As the jet streaks into the bright, open sky, but down below, a lone figure stood watching it all unfold. A younger Pilseong gazed up, a strange feeling stirring within him. It wasn't awe at the beautiful sight, he realized, but a bitter sense of jealousy. Jealousy for someone leaving this sickening land of death. As his boot steps over a body in the present, leading his men through the aftermath, that old resentment still burns inside him. But a sudden, high-pitched shriek pierces the air, snapping him out of his vengeful thoughts. Pilseong barely has time to react as 3 fighter jets roar over his head. They're descending rapidly, targeting a hidden airfield nestled in the woods below. One of his men screams out in pure panic, demanding to know whose side they're on. Meanwhile, in a dark control room, Park Gyu calmly listens to the distant chaos. His radio beeps, and a glimmer of hope sparks in his eyes. Could it be? Miles away, the Legion hacker stares at her monitor, calling his name in disbelief. She clutches her radio, her voice trembling as she asks if he's truly alive. A faint, knowing smirk crosses Gyu's face. She answered his call, just as planned. He warns her that a bombing is imminent, revealing the nuke was never loaded onto the plane. Then he asks if she's safe, but cuts her off, telling her to hold that thought as he steps away. Gyu steps into a dark corridor, but he's not alone. Someone is following him. The figure, Pilseong Kim, muses that his own squad would have been annihilated by these very traps. He moves with a practiced ease, reaching for a control panel. With a heavy screech, a steel door slams shut behind him, sealing them both inside. Pilseong turns, knife in hand, ready to confront the man he's cornered. But his confident demeanor breaks as he recognizes the face waiting for him. Gyu just stares back, his expression unreadable as he acknowledges his old classmate. Trying to regain his composure, Pilseong scoffs at the impressive setup. He smirks, calling him the top graduate, dripping with condescending praise. That smirk instantly vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed shock at what he sees next. His eyes land on a ridiculously out-of-place toilet, and he can't help but mock the strange decor. But he's not here for interior design tips, drawing a strange, forked blade as he gets serious. Gyu remains perfectly still, asking if this is what his old classmate was hoping for all along. A bitter smirk forms on Pilseong's lips. He says he could never forget that day. The memory is burned into his mind, down to the exact time on his watch. 7.8 seconds. We flash back to see a younger Pilseong on his knees, weaponless and completely overpowered. He could only look up, his face twisted in a snarl of pure, humiliating rage. Back then, Gyu stood over him, a cold and imposing figure looking down on his defeated rival. The shame of that moment has been fueling Pilseong's hatred ever since. Now, with a crazed grin, he declares that this time, it's time for round 2. Gyu looks back, his expression unreadable, and agrees it's time to go again. A small, knowing smirk plays on his lips, and in that moment, Pilseong realizes this raw desire for a rematch wasn't just his. Just then, a voice crackles through Gyu's earpiece, trying to get his attention, but he's completely deaf to it, his focus locked on the man before him. The two rivals stand poised, weapons drawn, ready to settle their ancient grudge. The voice on the comms turns to static as Pilseong glances down at his watch. They lock eyes, a silent declaration that nothing else in the world matters right now. With a sharp click, a timer begins, a cruel echo of their first fateful encounter. And somewhere far away, Minhui Wu listens, a faint smile on her lips as she raises a clawed, metallic hand. Minhui Wu's assistant listens in, a nervous sweat beating as she realizes what's happening. Back in the shelter, the duel has already begun. Steel clashing against steel with fiery intensity. Pilseong's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, desperate to finally win. Their weapons meet with a deafening clang, the force of the impact echoing through the room. He roars Gyu's name, stomping forward to bring his massive blade down in a brutal overhead swing. The machete slices through the air, a perfect arc aimed right for the professor's neck. But Gyu doesn't even flinch as the razor-sharp edge stops dead just inches from his throat. He's blocked it, not with his own blade, but with the small, unassuming head of his axe. And with Pilseong thrown off balance, Gyu reveals his ace, firing a point-blank shot from his weapon. The hunter is thrown back, his powerful swing utterly useless against the professor's cunning trick. The blast sends Pilseong staggering backward, his chest scorched and his attack completely broken. Gyu's eyes flash with a cold, predatory light. He's not giving him a single second to recover. He lunges forward, his boot cracking the ground as he closes the distance in an instant. With Pilseong still reeling, Gyu brings his axe down in a furious counterattack. The tables have turned completely, forcing the hulking hunter into a desperate, defensive scramble. All of Pilseong's raw power is now focused on one thing: just trying to survive the onslaught. But Gyu remains perfectly composed, his movements fluid and precise, a stark contrast to his opponent's rage. Their blades clash again and again, the ringing of steel filling the air as Gyu relentlessly presses his advantage. The hunter is driven back step by step, his feet scraping against the floor as he's slowly overpowered. Gyu's expression is one of pure, unshakable focus, dictating the pace of the fight with every swing. He makes a bold move, reaching out as if to disarm his opponent. But instead, his axe gun goes flying, a calculated gamble that leaves him wide open. Pilseong seizes the opportunity, kicking Gyu square in the chest and sending him staggering back. Eyes glowing with feral rage, the hunter lunges forward to deliver the final, killing blow. But the blade finds flesh it wasn't meant for. Gyu has pulled one of Pilseong's own men into its path. Blood sprays across his face, yet Gyu's expression remains utterly cold and unmoved. The henchman is brutally impaled, a look of sheer disbelief crossing Pilseong's face. A final, choked scream escapes the dying man as his life is snuffed out. With his opponent's blade now occupied, Gyu calmly reaches for his returning weapon. The axe spins perfectly back into his waiting hand, the hunter's trap now perfectly sprung. Before Pilseong can even process the human shield, a blur of motion screams past his eyes. With crimson light blazing from his own, Gyu brings the axe down with terrifying speed. He doesn't aim for Pilseong, but for the blade still lodged in the henchman's chest. The axe bites deep into the dying man's skull with a sickening crack. Gyu feels the impact shudder up his arm, his expression remaining cold and calculating. He uses the dead weight of the henchman to wrench the machete from Pilseong's grasp. Sparks fly as steel grinds against steel, the hunter struggling to hold onto his weapon. But in the chaos, Pilseong yanks his blade free, managing to slash Gyu's leg. A flicker of something dangerous crosses Gyu's face. The hunter just drew first blood. The henchman's body finally falls away as Pilseong prepares for his next attack. But the sting of the cut vanishes, replaced by a vivid, violent memory. A younger Gyu lets out a raw scream, bringing a hammer down as Pilseong watches in horror. He casually checks his digital watch, stopping the timer with a click. And the one on the ground? A much younger, completely overwhelmed Pilseong. Gyu looks down, offering a condescending bit of praise for his improvement. He remembers the calculated violence, every brutal swing perfectly timed. Pilseong's face was a mask of desperation, a stark contrast to Gyu's icy calm. The outcome of their past encounters was always the same: Pilseong on his knees. Gyu would end the test with a final, humiliating swing of a crowbar. A smug look crosses his face. It was never a real fight, just a number on a stopwatch. Pilseong's vision fills with the reflection of his old tormentor, the taunt echoing in his mind. But this time, he has one last, desperate trick up his sleeve. With a primal scream, he vows to take Gyu down with him. Gyu is faster though, shattering Pilseong's hand and the detonator with a single, brutal strike. The world tumbles upside down as Pilseong's life begins to fade. His last sight is the calm, victorious face of Gyu reflected in his dying eye. And then darkness. A beep sounds in Gyu's earpiece, a calm voice asking who won the fight. He stands over the body, almost apologetically reporting that he survived. Again, the voice on the other end, Manhwa, tells him not to be so grim. She was cheering for him the whole time. She then casually asks Gyu if he can help her out with a little cleanup. With a chilling confidence in her glowing blue eye, she tells him not to worry, because down on the ground, Pilseong's scattered forces are running for their lives. They look up just in time to see death falling from the sky. Manhwa explains her help has already arrived, as jets roar past and the earth explodes. She advises Gyu to just stay indoors for a bit while the bombs do their work. Back in her control room, she calmly clarifies the orders she gave. A metallic tap echoes as her fingers drum against her prosthetic hand. The mission was brutally simple: kill anything that moves on sight. And in moments, the entire forest is nothing but smoke and ash. Once the bombardment ceases, the heavy bunker doors finally begin to move. With a metallic screech, they grind open, revealing the world outside. Park Yu steps out from the darkness, back into the now silent forest. He's met with a grim tableau of scorched earth and fallen soldiers. Without a word, he kneels and casually rummages through a dead man's pocket. Finding a pack of cigarettes, he sits down to survey the utter devastation. He lets out a weary sigh, the unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Looking out at the endless field of bodies, he knows this cleanup will take forever. But soon, the grim task of stacking the corpses one by one begins. And surprisingly, the defender himself is there, expertly handling the last body, a specialist in corpse disposal, of all things. Jong-ho casually asks why he wasn't called for the actual fight, adding that his sister misses him. After all, she was the one who frantically ordered the use of the precious defender summoning ticket to get him here. Park Yu just tosses him a pack of cigarettes, explaining that this was basically a small-scale war. He bluntly states that the two of them showing up wouldn't have changed a thing. Jong-ho smirks, guessing a guy with that kind of attitude probably didn't have many friends. The jab unexpectedly hits a nerve, pulling Park Yu back into a distant memory. He remembers a younger Yonghui-ji, waving at him with a warm smile. He sees the two of them from behind, partners walking into the unknown together. The memory fades, leaving a flicker of contemplation in Park Yu's eyes. Shaking it off, Jong-ho thanks him for the loot and rations, saying his sister will appreciate them as he leaves. But just as he's leaving, Jong-ho calls back out to the defender. He tosses the jacket back with a simple, genuine word of thanks. Park Yu catches it, assuring Jong-ho that he won't forget this. A small, knowing chuckle escapes Jong-ho's lips. He tells Park Yu to be sure and call him next time, then walks off into the distance. Park Yu is left watching him go, a little taken aback by the unexpected offer. As his gaze lifts to the sky, a distant memory begins to play in his mind. The words of an old man echo, wishing that he could find his own paradise. The memory sends a ripple of intense emotion across his face. He's been hurt so many times, but he knows he doesn't regret showing Daram Kim his bunker. He realizes if he hadn't trusted her, he would have remained totally in the dark. He never would have learned about the mission to seal the fissure on Jeju Island. It gives him a real objective, unlike his old, vague goal of just surviving. Suddenly, there's a tangible path toward a better future. A future where people like Daram Kim don't have to live in constant despair. A world where hope is no longer just a fleeting dream. With this newfound clarity, he makes a silent vow to himself. He has to live long enough to see his comrades finally succeed. A look of genuine purpose replaces the weary survivalist in his eyes. If this faint hope is what it means to find paradise, he'll chase it with everything he has. And with that revelation, a subtle smile touches his lips. He seals himself away, fully committed to building this new paradise. A few days later, he's hunched over a terminal, deep in his work. An unexpected message from a Japanese user appears on their private forums. He scrolls down to the attached photo, and a jolt of recognition hits him. He knows that plane. Leaning closer to the screen, his suspicion turns to certainty. The image reveals a crowd of survivors celebrating on some distant shore. And right in the center, smiling for the camera, is none other than Chairman Park, the very same man who was hell-bent on finding his own paradise in this ruined world. A small, knowing smile plays on Gyu's lips as he decides to humor the late chairman's obsession. He actually sits down and takes the MBTI test, just to see what all the fuss was about. The results flash on screen. INFP. A contemplative mediator, an introvert lost in their own world. Gyu sinks into his hoodie, finding the description less than flattering. He decides to consult an expert, figuring Dajiang would know about these things. Her reaction is immediate disgust, asking if that isn't some kind of loser personality. He questions if she's sure about this, and with a confident look, she confirms she is. Elsewhere, the lottery winner stares down at a pamphlet, his eyes wide with disbelief. They're actually building at a towering residential block called The Hope. In the dead of night, the silence of the warehouse feels heavy. The only sound is the quiet breathing of someone deep in sleep, or so it would seem, as Gyu lies still in his makeshift bed. But his eyes are wide open, staring into the darkness, fully aware. A shadow breaks from the gloom, a silhouette of a man standing over him. The intruder raises his arm, a blade gleaming, ready for a silent kill. Gyu's gaze doesn't even flicker with fear. He's been waiting for this. Before the knife can even begin its descent, the cold steel of a pistol is pressed firmly against the assassin's body. With a snap, Gyu reveals he was never the prey, turning the tables in an instant. But the assassin's face is just a phantom, a figment of his own haunted mind. The single threat multiplies into a horde of shadowy figures, their blades gleaming. Gyu jolts awake with a strangled gasp, sweat beading on his forehead. He pants for breath. The silence of the room, a stark contrast to his nightmare. Slowly, he sits up, the terror of the dream still clinging to him. A grimace crosses his face. It was that dream again. The same one he's had every night since the attack. He can't forget the day Kim Pilseong and the Legion faction stormed his bunker. Even with Minhui's group, they only eliminated the ones who found the location. He knows a threat still remains out there because Kim Daram is still alive. His mind made up, Gyu gets to his feet with a look of grim determination. He knows it's finally time to make the decision he's been avoiding. Picking up the radio, he thinks he can't take this anymore, and prepares to call Manhwa. This all started with a job he took from the National Committee, a job that led him to Incheon. After civil war broke out in Seoul, this port city became the last refuge for the displaced. Officially, the massive camps that sprung up were under government management. But in reality, they were completely abandoned, left to develop their own dark ecosystems. He walks through the muddy, makeshift settlement, his purpose clear. Stopping in a desolate alleyway, he looks up, wondering if this is the place. The card in his hand confirms it. He's arrived at the freelancer Hunter Street. His attempt to meet Minhui Wu had been a bust. She wasn't in, but her assistant, recognizing a fellow hunter, offered to show him the way. Back in the present, he walks the muddy streets, surprised by what he finds. He expected a nest of killers, not this. The place is filled with ordinary people just trying to get by, the elderly, little kids running around. Suddenly, a playful shout cuts through the grime, and Park Yu turns to look. A young man scoops up a laughing child. A rare, light-hearted moment in this desolate place. But then the man looks up, his expression freezing in utter disbelief. He can't believe his eyes. It's an old acquaintance, Bak Sungyun, who asks what on earth Park Yu is doing here. A woman joins them, and Sungyun introduces her as his wife. Park Yu gives a slight nod, thinking to himself how incredibly young she looks. But then he notices the faded web of scars covering her hands and arms, telling a story of a much harder life. The little boy runs into his mother's arms, a small spark of life in this dreary camp. Baek Sung-yoon explains to Park Yu that he rescued her from some thugs a while back. One thing simply led to another, and now here they are, a family. Park Yu watches them, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Maybe he really is a lucky guy. Sung-yoon lets out a genuine happy laugh, basking in the life he's managed to build. Park Yu just observes, a little stunned by the raw emotion on his old friend's face. He'd never known Sung-yoon could even make an expression so full of pure contentment. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches Park Yu's lips as he takes it all in. Changing the subject, he asks to be shown to his quarters, B-23. Sung-yoon agrees, noting the spot is right around here in this maze of shipping containers. They walk past B-22, getting closer to Park Yu's new home. With a grand gesture, Sung-yoon points it out, but Park Yu isn't exactly thrilled. They arrive at a dilapidated shack, and he dryly remarks that it's not as bad as he expected. Sung-yoon's eyes nearly pop out of his head, stunned by the sheer sarcasm. He stammers through a list of minor fixes, like wiring and leaks, as rats scurry past. With a strained smile, he insists it'll be perfectly livable after a little work. Park Yu cuts him off with a simple, yet devastating question. Where's the bathroom? Learning it's a shared restroom, his face crumples in disgust, already contemplating leaving. Sung-yoon explains this is a rushed welfare program to keep hunters from joining the Legion faction. Hearing this, Park Yu looks at his friend and asks just how long he's been living in a place like this. Sung-yoon casually says he's been living like this for a little over a year. Park Yu is surprised, thinking this whole setup was Minhui Wu's doing. But no, Sung-yoon corrects him. This place was actually created by Kim Daram. Lighting a cigarette, he explains she created the freelancer system specifically to exploit retired hunters like him for cheap. Park Yu muses on how times have changed, and asks if Sung-yoon knows what an ordinary person like Daram has to do to keep her position. His friend listens intently, as Park Yu lays out the harsh reality of their world. To cling to power when your own abilities aren't enough, you have to burn everything you've got. Most people, he continues, end up burning what they built in the past. And for someone in her position, that usually means sacrificing old connections. She turned her seniors, her peers, and even her juniors into day laborers and locked them away in this camp. She drained every one of her old ties dry, a leech just to save her own skin. Suddenly, a thought hits Park Yu, a realization he'd never even considered before. No matter how many accolades a florist earns, they're all built on the professor's foundation. A florist without a professor is nothing, just a helpless body left in the dark. He finally understands what drove Daram, what she was up against. He sees how much she must have changed to survive in the committee, a world dominated by the awakened. Changing the subject, Sung-yoon holds up a radio, clarifying that he never stole it from Daram. She simply abandoned it when she defected to the Legion faction, too scared of being tracked. Park Yu's eyes narrow in frustration, wondering why Sung-yoon kept this crucial information to himself. But his friend just smirks, asking if he would have even believed him back then. Sung-yoon leads the way, inviting Park Yu to come inside and get settled. But from the sidelines, another man watches with a condescending look. expecting more from the so-called professor. Park Yu just walks on, his expression unreadable, seemingly ignoring the judgment. The survivor can't help but smirk, thinking he looks a lot weaker than the rumors suggested. They arrive at a small, ramshackle shelter just as dusk settles over the camp. A moment later, a single light bulb flickers on, illuminating the simple room. Wiping his hands clean, Sungyun announces that he's finished the repairs. He proudly presents the humble cot, asking if it isn't a pretty decent setup. He's even rigged up electricity, meaning no more waiting in line at the public charging station. But Park Yu's eyes narrow. He knows Baek Sungyun, and this kind of favor is never free. Sungyun boasts about the luxury Hez provided, but Gyu knows there's a catch. And there it is. Sungyun flashes a smile and asks if he can fight. Gyu sighs. He knew it. What's the job? The mission, Sungyun explains, is a mutation hunt. Gyu asks if they're taking on a whole swarm, but Sungyun smirks, clarifying it's just one. Only one? Gyu is confused. Surely Sungyun could handle that himself, but as he's shown a phone screen, his eyes widen in realization. The target is a mutated chimpanzee, a creature known only as Red. It's claimed the high-rises of the ruined city as its personal hunting ground. Its powerful hand grips the ledge, a silent testament to its monstrous strength. The creature crouches against the blood-red sky, its glowing eyes scanning the darkness below. But Sungyun adds one more terrifying detail about the creature's glowing eyes. It's not just a mutation, it's an awakened one, and Gyu's expression sours at the news. The team loads up and drives through the dilapidated city, a concrete graveyard where Red holds dominion. They ride in the back of the truck, the grim reality of the hunt setting in. Gyu quietly admits to himself that his first instinct was to refuse this mission entirely. Sungyun, however, seems to be enjoying himself, casually mentioning Red has already wiped out 3 hunter teams. He describes its brutal signature move, grabbing people by the ankle and dragging them into the heights. One hunter he knew was slammed headfirst from a 10-story building. It moves like a ghost through the city with some kind of detection ability, its victim count now over 100. Sungyun finally asks Gyu why he'd ever accept such a suicide mission, and the answer is a single place: Jeju Island. Baek Sungyun reveals his price. Bring back the monster's corpse, and his family gets a ticket to paradise. Gyu is immediately skeptical, questioning if the evacuation fleet even exists anymore, let alone the treacherous sea route. He gestures to the grim reality around them, desperate people clinging to their children in the cold. This makeshift shantytown is a testament to their hopelessness, a place slowly dying. Sungyun asks him frankly, how much longer does he really think this place can last? He admits there's no guarantee Jeju is any better, but it's a promise he made to Kim Daram. With a determined gaze, he confesses his simple, driving desire to give his family a better life, and he needs Gyu's help. Gyu's mind races, weighing the options. He has to confirm if Red is an awakened mutation, and besides, if Sungyun dies, the job is his anyway. His focus sharpens, realizing the immediate threat isn't just the monster. The makeshift hunter team is formed, and as one of the hunters calls him senior, Gyu cuts him off flatly. As they prepare, one of the hunters, Bang Jae-hyuk, casually mentions a grim rumor about their rations. His partner, Ha Tae-hoon, scoffs at the idea, telling him not to believe everything he reads online. Baek Sungyun explains that those two are merely escorts for the vehicle. They won't be joining the fight. Gyu already knows the real person to watch out for in this crew is the man now standing before him, who addresses him as Kim Daram's direct superior. This is Cheon Youngjae, an 18th-gen hunter, who smirks, saying Gyu is nothing like she described. Gyu knows his type, a life ruined by the arrival of the Awakened before he even had a chance. This man has killed more humans than monsters, earning him the infamous title of the Killer Class. It's the very same class as the Defender, a path built on preying on other people. Youngjae recalls Daram's words about Gyu's ruthlessness, then pointedly asks why he didn't try to pick a fight with him earlier. But Gyu just smirks, telling the killer he's not looking for a fight. In fact, he likes his style. Youngjae scoffs that the useless might as well die helping, then coldly declares the chit-chat is over. He lays out the simple, 2-part mission: kill the target, then secure the body, adding that no one has ever managed the first step. With the grim briefing done, the truck rumbles forward, carrying the hunters into the derelict city. As they drive, Gyu silently observes the desolate streets, a realization dawning on him. He sees the road littered with the bodies of past challengers, and understands there's another hidden condition. Youngjae finishes his thought: it's not just about securing the corpse, but getting out safely with it. Arriving at the drop-off, the 2 escorts hop out, confirming they'll guard the vehicle from outside the monster's range. Gyu turns to Baek Sungyun, demanding to know if this was a setup. Sungyun can only apologize, admitting he knew Gyu would refuse. With a heavy step onto the pavement, Gyu resigns himself to the mission. He's trapped, with no other choice. Just as Gyu is about to lay out a strategy, Youngjae stops him with a hand to his chest. He smirks, claiming he knows exactly how to deal with monsters that have detection abilities. With that, young Jae steps forward, taking the lead without another word. He announces he'll draw the target out himself, walking straight towards a group of zombies. Looking back, he tells Gyu to just watch and learn from his senior. Seung-yoon nervously watches him go, wondering if the man can really handle this on his own. Gyu explains their new plan. The long winter has made many zombies dormant, so they must avoid using guns. Seung-yoon urges him to just watch, admitting that while young Jae is a piece of work, as the zombies lunge, young Jae's eyes gleam, easily dodging the first grasping hand. He weaves through the horde effortlessly, proving Seung-yoon's point. His skills are absolutely top class. He moves like a phantom, the grasping claws of the undead unable to find their mark. His eyes narrow, a strange glint suggesting he's not just fighting, but analyzing. To him, the oncoming horde isn't a threat, it's a field of data points. He calmly draws his knife, assessing the flow of the shambling bodies. Then, with a flicker of motion, he begins to carve his way through them. His footwork is perfect, planting himself with unshakable balance amidst the chaos. A chillingly serene smile plays on his lips as he dispatches one after another. Every slice is precise, every stab fatal, turning the street into a butcher's shop. A brutal kick caves in a zombie's skull, not a single movement wasted. But his knife isn't the final tool. He pulls out a pair of pliers, ready for the real work. He plunges his blade deep, carving through the undead with almost surgical precision. Watching from a safe distance, his new companions are both impressed and unnerved by how casual he is. Bang Jae-hyuk's gaze is sharp, analyzing the man's every move with a critical eye. He notes the insane efficiency, a brutal dance of death with no wasted motion. He's taking out the closest targets first, minimizing energy use, a perfect economy of violence. The conclusion is simple. This guy's combat sense is absolutely top tier. Young Jae, meanwhile, gives a little wave, thinking to himself that this job is going to be easier than he thought. But just as that thought crosses his mind, a flicker of movement from above catches his eye. His smug grin vanishes, replaced by a look of genuine shock. Oh crap! A massive, monstrous silhouette plummets from the top of the building, right towards him. Bang Jae-hyuk and Ha Tae-hoon can only watch, their calm analysis completely shattered. Jae-hyuk's eyes flash with urgency as he yells out a sharp warning to get ready. Down below, young Jae lands, already cursing this damn monkey for crashing his party. But as the ape rises to its full height, he sees its fist is covered in metal plating. This isn't just some wild animal. Red the chimpanzee is wearing a full suit of armor. A single drop of sweat traces its way down young Jae's face. Okay, this is a problem. And the chimp's thunderous landing has just echoed through the entire ruined city block. From the alleyways and abandoned cars, the dead begin to stir, drawn by the sound. Young Jae realizes with dawning horror the noise is waking up every dormant zombie around them. Ha Tae-hoon's expression turns grim. He knows they're about to be completely swarmed. And sure enough, Ha Tae-hoon and Bang Jae-hyuk are already in position, waiting just outside the danger zone. Red, the chimpanzee lets out a deafening roar, its fury echoing through the streets. Young Jae grits his teeth. The armor plating is a serious problem. He knows instantly that a headshot is their only real option as the beast barrels toward him. So he calls out to his teammates, telling them he'll get in close to set up a better angle for their shot. With his eyes locked on the target, young Jae prepares to make his move. He ducks and weaves as the armored ape leaps through the air, crashing down with immense force. The impact sends him flying backward, the raw power of the chimpanzee undeniable. He brings his knife up just in time to block, sparks flying as steel meets armored fist. But the chimp is relentless, raising its arm for another devastating blow. The sheer force of the blow sends young Jae skidding across the pavement. He claws at the asphalt, desperately trying to regain his footing. But he has no time to recover, his eyes widening in alarm. The armored ape is already bringing both fists down for a brutal finishing blow. A massive shockwave tears through the ground where he was just standing. Young Jae barely rolls out of the way, the impact cratering the road. He looks up from the ground, battered but alive, his mind racing. And in that moment of the beast's overcommitment, he finally sees it, an opening. Without a second's hesitation, he launches himself forward, knife in hand. A strange, powerful energy begins to envelop the blade itself. He lunges, aiming for a vital point, a perfect strike designed to end this now. But the armored ape's reflexes are just as monstrous, catching his wrist mid-strike. The attack is stopped dead, his blade just inches from its target. Red's eyes glow with a chilling intelligence. Its fury anything but mindless. Even the beast seems shocked, wondering how a human could possess such speed. Before he can react, a crushing fist slams into his ribs with brutal force. The impact sends him flying, his feet lifted completely off the ground. He tumbles through the air, the powerful blow having shattered his momentum. Red doesn't give him a moment to recover, leaping forward to press its advantage. But even as he lands, young Jae twists, swinging his blade in a desperate parry. From his perch, Bang Jae-hyuk analyzes the situation. Its intelligence and reflexes are a terrifying combination. But down below, there's no time for analysis as Red's fist clenches with brutal intent. The beast brings its foot crashing down, stomping Youngjae into the cold, hard ground. Hez barely holding on, his instincts screaming that he's at his absolute limit. Watching this, Bang Jae-hyuk snaps at his sniper, asking what in the world he's waiting for. He screams at Ha Tae-hoon to just take the damn shot, but the sniper is frozen, stammering that he doesn't have a clean angle. He knows Youngjae will die, but the beast's positioning makes it impossible. And then we see why the monster has dragged Youngjae into a specific position. That damn ape already figured out their location and is using their friend as a perfect human shield. Seeing no other option, Bang Jae-hyuk grits his teeth and makes a call. He roars at Cheon Youngjae to get clear, abandoning the original plan. With a single push, Youngjae launches himself back into motion. He acknowledges the order as the armored ape dances around him, looking for an opening. He can't win with brute force. He decides to use a feint to create a gap. The beast falls for it, winding up a massive, bone-shattering punch. But Youngjae's eye flashes blue as he slips right under the attack with impossible speed. The chimpanzee roars, its own eyes blazing with a matching blue light in response. It wasn't fooled for a second. Its glowing eye tracks his every move with predatory focus. But the feint was just a setup, as Youngjae slams a powerful kick into the monster's flank. The kick connects with a solid thud, sending the armored chimpanzee stumbling back. Landing gracefully, Youngjae smirks, openly mocking the beast for falling for his feint. Red's eyes glow with pure, unadulterated rage. The humiliation was the real damage. But this was the signal. From a high vantage point, the sniper Tae-hoon has a clean shot. His laser sight paints a tiny red dot on a vulnerable point on the monster's flank. Tae-hoon's own eye flares red, his focus narrowing to that single, perfect point. This is the opening they were waiting for. The one chance to end this. With ice in his veins, his finger tightens on the trigger. The crack of the high-caliber rifle shot shatters the silence of the ruined city. But the bullet doesn't find its mark, instead kicking up a cloud of dust on the pavement. Bang Jae-hyuk's eyes go wide. A perfect shot and it missed? How is that possible? Cheon Youngjae stares in utter disbelief, his face contorting with shock. High above, Tae-hoon is frozen, still looking down the scope. He knows he didn't miss. His mind races, frustration boiling into a silent snarl. What just happened? The answer was simple and utterly terrifying. A single, casual flick of a finger. Red had caught the sniper round mid-air, deflecting it with contemptuous ease. The monster then leveled a smug, intelligent grin, mocking their feeble attempt. Cursing under his breath, Cheon Youngjae realizes their long-range plan is useless. He decides in an instant he has to close the distance and fight it head-on. But Red is already moving, leaping down from above to meet his charge with overwhelming force. Red drops from the sky like a meteor, aiming to crush Youngjae in a single move. The sheer pressure washes over him, a grunt of exertion forced from his lips. High above, Tae-hoon is losing his mind, screaming for them to just keep firing. But Red moves with impossible agility, landing silently on a thin metal railing. He twists in mid-air, redirecting his fall into an even more ferocious dive. The chimp snags a street lamp, using it as a pivot to swing with terrifying momentum. An earth-shattering blow connects, obliterating the ground where Youngjae stood. The hunter is sent flying, completely ragdolled by the raw, untamed power. He slams into the pavement, skidding across the asphalt in a heap. But through the pain, his eyes narrow with pure, unyielding resolve. This is far from over. Tae-hoon is still screaming from his perch, demanding to know why no one is firing. Nearby, another hunter, Bang Jae-hyuk, grits his teeth and lines up his own shot. But a hand stops him, and he looks up to see the cold, steady gaze of Baek Sung-yeon. The reason their best sniper isn't shooting is painfully simple. Down on the street, Youngjae and the chimp are a whirlwind of motion. From this high up, they're nothing but two blurs locked in a life-or-death struggle. The sheer distance alone makes the shot nearly impossible. But the real problem is how Youngjae is fighting, staying impossibly close. He weaves and dodges, plunging his knives into the beast's armored body, hitting a target moving that freely, at that range, without killing your own ally? It can't be done. Not only that, but the bullet would have to find a perfect gap in the beast's armor. Down below, the chimp raises its massive fists and brings them down like twin hammers. The ground itself cracks and shatters under the sheer, brutal force. But Youngjae is already gone, and the monster's glowing eyes scan the area, hunting. On the roof, the young sniper admits to himself that even he would find that shot impossible. Maybe only a legend like Kim Daram could do it. Baek Sung-yeon watches on, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. He understands. He knows the crushing weight of having everything ride on a single trigger pull. When your family's very future is on the line, your finger can feel impossibly heavy. But then, a shout from below, Youngjae yells that their position is blown, and he's going to lure it away. He sprints down the open road, putting 120 meters between him and the beast, creating the perfect opening. The sniper has a clean shot, as Young Jae creates a 100-meter gap, the monster in hot pursuit. But as the distance shrinks to 85 meters, Ha Tae-hoon's face contorts with sweat and rising panic. Nearby, Bang Jae-hyuk watches the scene unfold, his expression calm and analytical. Young Jae pushes on, but the gap is closing fast now, just 70 meters. Finally, Ha Tae-hoon snaps, screaming at the sniper to just take the damn shot already. He's convinced that if the man hesitates any longer, they're all going to die. But up on the roof, the sniper remains perfectly still, a silent silhouette against the sky. Then, with a tremor in his hands, he begins to lower his rifle. He can't do it, he admits, the weight of the moment crushing him completely. Jae-hyuk isn't surprised. He recognizes the telltale sign of a man used to failure, freezing when it matters most. Furious at their useless sniper, Ha Tae-hoon decides he's handling this himself. He pulls out his trump card, an American-made suicide drone. Bang Jae-hyuk watches him, thinking that for a last resort, it's not a bad call. The noise from the chase is already waking every dormant zombie nearby anyway, so maybe it's better to deal with the problem in one big blast. But he has his doubts, wondering if a toy drone can even hurt that monster. And if Tae-hoon uses it, their bait, Young Jae, is 100% dead. This tension isn't new. Jae-hyuk recalls confronting him just before this mission. Had repeated what Head heard from Kim Daram, that Tae-hoon is a cold man with no tears. Tae-hoon just looked annoyed, asking why he'd start a fight right before they had to leave. Tae-hoon calmly replies that he's not picking a fight, and that he actually likes Jae-hyuk's direct approach. He never denied the accusation, flashing back to all the useless lowlifes he had to carry on his missions. He reflects that he's always known how others perceived him, even back in his earliest days. He remembers his training, standing in formation with other recruits, about to learn a brutal lesson. To face humanity's natural enemy, their instructor had told them, the first thing they had to throw away was their own humanity. The doctrine was simple. Hunters are not individuals, they are merely parts of a team. On the battlefield, every single one of them was just a game piece, a disposable asset. Anyone could be sacrificed for the greater good, he says, including the team leader. He admits he's lived by this rule, having abandoned dying teammates to complete a mission. Has harshly criticized anyone who didn't meet his standards, becoming the cold weapon he needed to be. He remembers the breaking point, a fellow soldier confessing he couldn't take it anymore. The feeling was mutual. He knew if he stayed under that person's command, he would go insane. All he wanted was to kill monsters, to have a clear enemy. But silencing the hatred and fear all around him felt impossible. He steeled his resolve, deciding he would do absolutely anything to win. And that conviction was immediately tested on that fateful day, a scream echoing through the ruins. It was Professor's team, trapped, their desperate call for support crackling over the comms. Rebecca frantically argues that it's too dangerous, that they have to abort the mission right now. But Dajeon glares at their new acting leader, Heen, telling the fool to get a grip. She reminds them all of the professor's core teaching. The battlefield has no place for the incompetent. With cold, glowing eyes, Dajeon declares that the professor's own ruthless judgment now applies to him. By his own doctrine, he's the worthless one now, and they are leaving him to die. And as he lies broken, the professor feels no resentment for being abandoned. It's not the betrayal that's killing him, it's the reason they left him. A reason that denies everything he has ever lived and fought for. Tears stream down his face as he finally admits the gut-wrenching truth to himself. He's a coward. He remembers all the people whose expectations he betrayed, like Tae-hoon and his own squad. He remembers hiding away to protect himself, letting others down in the process. This fear has always been a part of him, a ghost from his distant past. A past where he stood before another person, just as ashamed, unable to meet her gaze. He admits it to himself now. He turned a blind eye to the one person closest to him. He remembers Dajeong's words when they reunited, how she thought he hadn't aged a bit. But her compliment was double-edged. She saw the weariness on him, and he knew what she meant. He had grown older, and a part of him had changed for the worse. And yet, there were moments he was still relied upon, when a junior looked to him as senior. He remembers reaching for the rifle, demanding the responsibility. In that moment, he was the professor, declaring that he would be the one to take the shot. But that flicker of confidence is extinguished by a far more painful memory in the pouring rain. A resignation letter left on a table, signifying a point of no return, and the haunting image of a back turning, walking away from him for good. With his fist clenched, the decision is made, the resignation submitted. His superior takes a moment, a silent acknowledgement of the end of an era. Finally, he accepts it, calmly noting the heavy rain outside. A simple piece of advice to take an umbrella is his only parting word. And just like that, Park Gyu is alone, waiting under the shelter of a bus stop. He holds the umbrella, a final, small connection to the life he just walked away from. A quiet breath escapes him as the rain washes over the city. He reflects on how many years it's been since he joined the guard. It's finally over. The endless fighting, the hatred, the constant risk that someone else's burden now. With his duty fulfilled, he looks out into the rain, wondering what comes next. The rain falls, washing over the desolate cityscape, but Park Yu's focus is suddenly sharp. His past life already a distant memory. He steps forward, telling a younger hunter to hand over his rifle. The man is clearly shaken, not confident he can make the shot himself. So, without waiting, Park Yu takes the high-caliber weapon into his own hands. He gives a simple command: no matter what happens, don't move a muscle. Down below, the stakes become clear. A man is being hunted through the ruins. The survivor dashes with everything he has. A knife, his only defense. A panicked look over his shoulder confirms his worst fears. A monstrous, ape-like creature is right behind him, reaching out to claim its prize. The man desperately swings his knife, but the beast simply bats it aside. It's a clumsy, powerful move, sending the hunter sprawling across the pavement. He looks back in terror, the distance a mere 60 meters and closing. From his perch, Park Yu watches the entire scene unfold, his aim steady. Through the scope, the world shrinks. The gap is now 50 meters. Below, the monster's hand snatches at the air, just missing the man's ankle. The survivor scrambles away, his life measured in inches and frantic steps. But the beast is too fast. 45 meters, and its shadow looms over him. The younger hunter who gave up the rifle can only watch, his face pale with horror. A final, desperate scream rips through the air as the man's time runs out. A meaty hand clamps down, trapping its prey in an iron grip. The beast hoists the man into the air, his screams echoing through the ruins. On the rooftop, the younger hunter is frantic, wondering what Park Yu is waiting for. But the professor isn't aiming at the monster, and a volley of shots rings out. The ape monster's hand loosens slightly, not from its own wound, but from sheer confusion. It stares down as its captive is riddled with bullets from above. The man screams in agony, his pleas for help turning to cries of pure pain. Even the beast seems stunned by this turn of events, its yellow eyes wide. The other hunter is losing his mind, screaming for Park Yu to shoot, to save him. But for the man dangling below, it's already far too late. Park Yu calmly tells his screaming companion to be quieter. He needs to concentrate. With ice in his veins, he squeezes the trigger one last time. The rifle barks again, sending another round hurtling down toward the street. But this bullet isn't for the captured man. It streaks past the victim, heading straight for the monster itself. The round slams directly into the beast's massive hand. A pinpoint, impossible shot. The younger hunter stares in complete disbelief, his brain unable to comprehend the strategy. Park Yu, however, remains perfectly still, his cold gaze locked on his target. A violent spray of blood erupts from the monster's mangled fist. Its fingers are blown apart. The powerful grip finally, brutally broken. Roaring in agony, the great ape loses its captive, sending the hunter plummeting back to the street. He hits the ground hard in a cloud of dust and debris, the fall hopefully cushioned enough. The younger rifleman stares at the gory aftermath, his mind reeling. How was that even possible? That hand moved so fast no one even thought to target it. But Park Yu just calmly looks back, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He reminds his junior of the monster's simple, brutal pattern. It grabs a victim by the ankle and climbs to a high place to slam them down. A predictable, exploitable habit. And in this ruined city, the places it could climb to were extremely limited. The realization dawns on the rifleman as he asks in horror if Park Yu was actually waiting for him to get caught. His face drains of all color, the chilling truth of his senior's strategy finally sinking in. But Park Yu mutters to himself that this is totally unexpected. The ape monster isn't slamming its victim down, it's scaling the side of a building. Its face is twisted in rage, its yellow eyes locking onto the humans above. Park Yu just scoffs, asking the beast where it thinks it's looking. He leaps from the rooftop, axe raised high, challenging the monster directly. A brutal kick slams into the ape's chest, sending it reeling from the impact. With cold fury in his eyes, Park Yu swings his weapon again. He unleashes a vicious flurry of strikes, hacking into the monster's side. Kicking off the wall for momentum, he puts some distance between them, and with a final, powerful spin, he hurls his axe straight for the monster's head. The beast desperately throws up a metal pole, its only hope of deflecting the attack. But the axe slices through it like paper, its glowing edge continuing straight for the monster's face. In a last-second move, the ape jerks its head aside, the massive weapon missing by inches, and cratering the ground below. Thinking it has an opening, the monster dives down, fist cocked back to pulverize the seemingly defenseless human. It puts all of its weight into the blow, ready to end this annoying pest once and for all. Park Yu, however, just smirks, completely unfazed by the fist about to shatter his skull. He scoffs, wondering if the monster even understands the meaning of the word faint, because from a distance, his teammate has the creature dead in his sights. On the battlefield, The rifleman knows anyone can be used as a pawn, and as Park Yu's grin widens, it's clear he has no problem being the bait. The rifleman stares down his scope, his expression cold and steady. A flicker of unease crosses the monster's face. It senses something is wrong, but the sniper just smirks, a silent promise of what's to come. His eye glows with a crimson light as he thinks. Failing to deliver on a promise is just impolite. With a crack, the shot is fired, but it zips right past the monster's head. The bullet harmlessly embeds itself in the concrete wall behind them. Park Yu glances over, not a hint of surprise on his face. This was the plan all along, because from the shadows, a third hunter, Hein, lunges forward, her own attack erupting from the ground. The ape monster looks down in disbelief, its chest suddenly torn open from below. A geyser of black blood erupts as the true attack skewers the beast, ending the fight in an instant. The sniper gives a cocky thumbs up, noting that if you can't even calculate a penetration shot, you're not a real hunter. Park Yu returns the gesture with a flat expression. The plan worked, and that's all that matters. He then glances down at the man they used for bait, casually asking if he's still breathing. He leans in closer, reminding the wounded man that he used to love these kinds of ruthless tactics. All the man can do is offer a weak, trembling thumbs up in bitter acknowledgement. With business concluded, Park Yu radios in, reporting 1 target eliminated and 1 wounded teammate. Later, their superior, looking worse for wear, sits up with a question on his mind. He gestures towards the massive corpse of the ape monster, asking if there's any way to load it onto the vehicle. Its body lies mangled, the devastating wound from their ambush on full display. But Park Yu's mind is already turning, and he thinks he might just have a way. And so, with a great groan of straining cables, the ape monster's corpse is hoisted into the air. Park Yu just watches, his face a mask of calm concentration. He explains his method, recalling a demonstration of a very special piece of equipment. It was a weapon that fired powerful anchor bolts, not bullets. The idea was simple. With enough anchor points, you could lift almost anything. The bolts were designed to punch through hordes of zombies, securing a firm grip. Back in the present, his rifleman and the injured superior watch in stunned silence. The superior shakes his head, commenting that the whole scene feels like a cartoon. Park Yu internally agrees, thinking a sight this ridiculous really ought to have some background music. The rifleman is just as awestruck, admitting it felt like he was watching a dream. But for others, there was no dream, no cartoonish spectacle, just the mundane nightmare of survival, one crushed monster head at a time. One of the hunters even strikes a pose for the camera, foot planted on the creature's face like a trophy. This was the reality for the hunters returning to the city, a harsh awakening from the battlefield. They were coming back to a world filled with nothing but contempt, hunger, and despair. But as they arrived, a woman approached them, a look of deep gratitude on her face. She presented a gift on behalf of the other survivors, a heartfelt thank you for their work. It was a cart overflowing with fresh meat, sacks of rice, and drinks an unbelievable treasure. The hunters stared in shock as she told them this was just a bonus, with more to come. They couldn't believe their eyes, whispering about rice and even refrigerated meat. But as the others celebrate, Park Yu's eyes narrow with suspicion. This is mutation meat. One of the senior hunters explains it's from genetically modified calves, a new food source he heard about online. But nobody cares about the details, their hunger drowning out any caution as they rush toward the food. Just then, Park Yu is stopped by a woman in a formal suit, sent on behalf of General Director Wu. He's taken aback by the name, while the assistant praises Wu Minhee as the last true intellect of their time. Meanwhile, the rest of the hunters are already firing up the grills, their spirits soaring. For the first time in ages, they're feasting on real beef and soju, with survivors offering fresh greens. One of the hunters takes charge, calling for everyone who hasn't eaten to form an orderly line. He promises that rice will be distributed in fixed portions once the meat is served. But amidst the joyful clamor, Park Yu stands alone, his mind now occupied by the summons from Wu Minhee. The portions are meager, just 3 small pieces of beef for each person. He watches as a mother lovingly feeds her son, a small moment of normalcy. The boy's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy from the simple taste of meat. Without a word, Park Yu walks over and offers his own plate to the child. Prompted by his mother, the boy gives a deep, formal bow of gratitude. Park Yu observes them with a quiet, almost melancholic expression. He steps away from the celebrating crowd, a solitary figure watching from the sidelines. But his isolation doesn't go unnoticed as one of the other hunters approaches him. The man remarks that this communal scene must seem strange and unfamiliar to him. He guesses Park Yu has lived alone his whole life, a fact our hunter quietly confirms. The hunter leans in, explaining that everyone here has a story, even tough guys like their marksman, Bang Jae-hyuk. He explains that while Jae-hyuk is an S-rank shooter, a leg injury and his devotion to his mother keep him here. The guy might look rough, but deep down, he's a fiercely loyal son. Park Yu offers no response. simply taking a sip as the hunter abruptly asks if he's heading to Jeju Island. Of course he is. The hunter beams. It's the opportunity of a lifetime. They've got transport and even a house waiting for them. He looks to the horizon, filled with hope, declaring that their miserable life is finally over. But for Park Gyu, all this talk of family and a fresh start only dredges up the past. A dark memory flashes through his mind, the obsessive gaze of Pilseong Kim, a man whose grudges followed him to the grave. More fragments surface. A frantic voice on the radio, a final wave goodbye, and the biting regret of failing to protect those who counted on him. While the others celebrate their future, Park Gyu is trapped in his own grim realization. Protecting family can cost you everything. The hunter explains he's fighting to give his family a better future. A memory of his daughter's carefree laughter fuels his determination. He turns to Park Gyu, assuring him that he'll get used to this life eventually. But Park Gyu's hand clenches, rejecting the easy comfort. To him, these people are not just disposable parts of some grand plan. He just can't shake the feeling that he doesn't fit in with them. His grip tightens again, a silent, firm refusal to accept this new reality. It's not that he disagrees with their hope. It's just a simple, lonely fact. He doesn't think he belongs here. That's just who he is. A man apart from the warmth of family and future. And that's simply the way he's always lived his life. But returning to this place after the battle, a harsh realization finally struck him. He saw the city for what it was, a place that was already finished. Looking down at the corpse of one of the monsters they'd slain, he saw his own future reflected in its dead, vacant eyes. Whether he sided with Legion or Congress, it didn't matter. His path was an endless hunt. Yet, as he continued to dwell on it, a different thought began to surface. In a strange, twisted way, he actually found himself envying that creature. It lived exactly where it wanted, how it wanted, right up until the very end. It's not that the people here are wrong for having hope, it's just different. His thoughts drift to a place of somber contemplation. A question forms in his mind. How long can a fish truly survive out of water? And if it somehow adapts to breathe the air, can you even call it a fish anymore? He's always understood that to make it in this world, you need other people. But as he remembers his old team, walking toward them, he knows it was never about a simple, quantitative connection. He recalls her face, the professional calm she always projected. He remembers looking at Dajiang, a core part of a life that feels worlds away. What he needed wasn't just numbers, but a qualitative bond. And that simple, profound truth hits him with the force of a revelation. His fist clenches, the weight of his new understanding crashing down on him. It brings him back to a memory, a desperate voice asking a man named Baek Sung-yun what on earth he was supposed to do. But Baek Sung-yun could only offer a sweaty, pathetic smile, admitting he had no idea. He wasn't good with words, he stammered, turning to a younger Park Gyu for a solution. And Park Gyu, ever the pragmatist, simply offered to find someone better suited for the task. His eyes held a quiet focus even back then, always calculating the next move. He remembers how he would always imagine the worst-case scenarios in his head. Looking back, he's sure anyone he told would have reacted with the same confusion. He knew full well how ridiculous and unfounded his worries must have sounded. But the truth he's been avoiding feels sharper than ever. This job is just so much harder than he thought. He wrestles with the question that kept him up all night. If he can't change, what's going to happen to him? And as a new morning breaks, he comes to a decision. Zipping up his jacket, he prepares to leave. He knows it can't go on like this. He has to find a new way. An injured survivor stops him, surprised that he's actually going. Park Gyu explains it's not for good, just a conclusion he reached last night, and they can still contact him through Director Wu for emergencies. It's a shame to go, he admits, but the solution he's looking for isn't here. That's just his way tackle problems head on, and preferably, alone. But as he turns to leave, the man calls out to him, addressing him as Senior Park. It's a title he says he rarely uses, a clear sign of newfound respect. The man grins, telling him he's truly earned his legendary title, the Professor. He even promises to visit Gyu's bunker once his leg heals, but Gyu just scoffs, telling him not to bother. But before he can get far, another voice calls out, glad to have caught him. It's another survivor, and his first question is if Park Gyu has any spare fuel. A strange request, leaving Gyu a little confused by the man's cheerful demeanor. His eyes widen as he's led to see what this is all about. And there it is, a fully functional motorcycle, waiting for him. The man explains that he's heading to Jeju, thanks to Gyu's help. So as a parting gift, he fixed up this bike, since he can't take it with him anyway. Stunned by the unexpected generosity, Park Gyu turns back with a sincere thank you. The mechanic insists, telling Gyu he's like family, leaving our guy feeling like he owes him something in return. Suddenly, an idea sparks in his mind. He remembers a certain thing he's been carrying, and pops open a rugged case. He hands over the contents, a Viva Apocalypse satellite unit, stunning the mechanic. Gyu recalls how he got it a supposed gift from the director, though in reality, it was just something Minhui Wu dumped on him. He smirks, remembering her attempt to catch him off guard. Nice try, but he wasn't falling for that. He explains that Baek Seung-hyun will need intel, and this device will give him satellite access from anywhere. Gyu even wonders if the man might be a good fit for their board, but then asks if the mechanic will be okay. The man is confused, so Gyu clarifies that people seem to really hate him during interviews. With a deadpan smile, the mechanic says he gets it, people just tell him they feel like killing him. Gyu is left speechless for a moment by the man's chillingly casual reply, and with that, he was off. His debut as a freelance hunter beginning without any grand ceremony. Speeding through the city, his thoughts drift to a recent memory. He remembers a certain creature, musing that at least, until the very end. It seemed happy. The face of a ghoul flashes in his mind, its life extinguished. He'd seen his own reflection in its eye, realizing it had lived exactly as it wanted. The thought plants a question in his own mind. If he lives where he wants, how he wants, and then simply dies, is that happiness? It's a heavy thought. In this ruined world, nothing is harder to define. But as he drives on, he knows one thing for sure. He was always careful about where he chose to live. And now, he's decided that if he has to die, this is the only place it can be. The very idea of a happy ending feels like a joke in this world. He doesn't know if such a thing is even possible anymore, but has certain of one thing. This is his home, and he'll die here if he must. A voice crackles over the radio, asking if that's the reason he's returned. Gyu confirms it, and Legion Hacker muses that she's just glad he's back. But she quickly gets to business, asking if anything happened on the board while she was out. A heavy, telling silence hangs on the other end of the line. Her voice returns, grave and serious, telling him he'd better just see for himself. A cold dread washes over Gyu as he connects the dots. Somehow, he's committed a grave sin. The satellite device Manhwa gave him was second-hand, linking him directly to the previous owner's account. An account now being used by a notorious troll, Dongtanmom, to spread chaos and misery on the forums. Gyu sees that the troll has just logged back on, and this time, they've adopted an even more grotesque persona. A cackling family man. His eyes catch a desperate plea for help. A user named Cookie Monster 18 is being hunted by soldiers. The troll immediately mocks them with a sickening laugh, and in a flash of rage, Gyu realizes who it is. His angry outburst is cut short by a voice asking if he is Skeleton. He turns to see Rebecca, who wants to know why he keeps logging into her account. Meanwhile, the hunted user knows they'll never be safe as long as Kim Daram remains with the Legion faction. Gyu's mind races, replaying his logic. He desperately needed to ask the forums for advice. But his own account was being watched by the dangerous Woo Min-hee, who he suspected was the site's moderator. So, in a moment of haste, Head borrowed Rebecca's account only to be met with useless trolls. Back in the present, Rebecca is completely baffled by the troll's bizarre messages on the screen. Gyu scoffs, dismissing it as pathetic attention-seeking from someone with mental issues. Best to just ignore it. The young girl with them, Suwoo, listens silently, her small hand clenching into a tight fist. Rebecca, however, sees past his nonchalant act, her voice laced with concern as she asks if he's in serious danger. Suwoo steps forward, her gaze firm, wanting to know if this is all because of their last battle. With newfound determination, she offers to form a team with him, insisting she knows how to shoot a gun now. Her words trigger a memory, and Gyu recalls the day he first met her, a terrified child he once had to protect. He remembers when Suwoo was so small, barely reaching his waist. But looking at her now, he can't deny how much she's grown since that day. Even in this apocalypse, kids grow up, and he knows that one day, she'll be an adult too. She insists she can protect him, but he wrestles with the thought of treating her as a true partner. He makes his decision that day is not today. Not yet. So instead of addressing her offer, he tells her to stay off the internet, leaving the girl completely stunned. But his attempt to dismiss her like a child completely backfires. She drops a bombshell, revealing she saw all his posts using her mom's account. Suwoo then roasts him mercilessly for his cringy, misspelled posts and his desperate attempts to get replies online. To add insult to injury, Suwoo reveals even her mom thinks he's weird and wants him to stop using her account. But then she changes her tune. She couldn't stand people badmouthing him, so she translated one of his posts for an international forum. With a smirk, she asks if he wants to see how the rest of the world reacted to his grand strategies. The mention of a North American forum immediately grabs his attention, and Rebecca watches, stunned, as he rushes to the laptop. All the previous embarrassment melts away, replaced by intense, silent focus. He finds a comment thread from a user named Callum, who describes his well-manned bunker being discovered by raiders. Rebecca, noticing the sudden shift in his demeanor, quietly asks if he's found something useful. Without looking up from the screen, he mutters his thanks, his mind racing. A slow, confident smile spreads across his face as the pieces click into place. He's finally found his answer. Callum's solution was deceptively simple. Instead of fighting, they just hid the bunker. That's right. He remembered a way to escape the Legion's grasp. His mind flashes back to a simpler time, a memory of a man and a woman on a bicycle. She holds on tight as he pedals them through a quiet, peaceful village. Her expression is thoughtful, almost distant, as she looks at him. The memory shifts, and she's now talking about an incredible item, the Defender summon ticket. Suddenly, the man appears holding a radio, and she jolts, thinking they're being deployed for battle. He quickly hushes her, explaining that it's not a combat mission. He just has a small favor to ask of the person on the other end of the line. With a hesitant look, he asks if it would be all right for his sister to join them. The voice on the radio immediately gives the green light, insisting that she must come along, and Dajong overhears them. Realizing this conversation can't happen without her, and she feels completely out of the loop, Taehoon just walks on, his face grim and silent, with her trailing nervously behind him. She tries to manage her expectations, telling herself not to get her hopes too high for whatever this is. Back in the present, they arrive at their destination where an excavator sits ominously. Park Yu looks at them and finally reveals the purpose of this meeting. They're starting construction. Dajeong is completely stunned by the sudden announcement, her mind racing to catch up. She asks what on earth he means by construction, and he simply tells her it's exactly what it sounds like. He lays out the insane plan. They're going to bury the entrance to the main bunker for good. Then, they'll build a brand new decoy entrance right next to it to fool any intruders. With the plan revealed, he assigns the tasks. Taehoon will help with the construction, while Dajeong will stand lookout, because an attack right now would be fatal. Dajeong can barely believe it, asking if her lookout skills were all he needed. Park Yu stares her down, insisting she's an exceptional drone pilot, the only one he trusts for this. With the plan set, Taehoon consoles his sister, who is still reeling from the sheer scale of the task. He can't wrap his head around why Park Yu would waste a priceless summon ticket just for construction. But they agreed, and soon the A-grade workers were on the job, Taehoon doing manual labor, while Dajeong kept watch. The days bled into weeks, and just like that, an entire month flies by. Surveying their finished work, Taehoon has to admit the outside looks pretty convincing. But stepping inside the new bunker, he immediately voices his concern it's just too empty. He worries anyone would see through the decoy, but Park Yu calmly explains that's the whole point. It's meant to look abandoned, and besides he has one final trick up his sleeve. Park Yu gestures towards a single toilet, smugly asking what if they made this the centerpiece. Taehoon and Dajeong are completely lost the tactical value of a toilet. What is he even talking about? He explains the invaders only know two things, the bunker's rough location and that a toilet is in the middle. He even recreated the entrance trap, but if some stubborn intruders push past that first line of defense, a glint in Taehoon's eye shows Hez starting to grasp the sheer audacity of this plan. Park Yu's true trump card is revealed, a powerful bomb, wired and ready. If the decoy is ever truly compromised, he'll just burn the whole thing down, leaving nothing for anyone to find. Taehoon and his sister can only look on, trying to process this scorched earth policy. Park Yu admits this elaborate scheme should handle most threats, but one core issue remains. The plan's real weakness isn't a random soldier, it's Kim Daram, the traitor who betrayed him and is still inside the Legion. But if Kim Daram ever shows up, he declares he won't run or hide. No, he's going to go out there, face her directly, and look her right in the eye. He needs to ask her the one question that has haunted him. Why did you do it? The memory of her betrayal still burns, a cold fire in his gaze. His fist clenches, a silent testament to the pain she caused. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but this is just the unfortunate reality of the world they now live in. But suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, calling out his old title, snapping him back to the present. He looks up to see a figure looming over him, a radio in hand, a smug tone in his voice. The man's eye glows with a chilling blue light, a sign that Park Gaius' carefully laid plans have just been completely shattered. But the tense standoff is suddenly shattered by a distant, sharp crack. The world melts away, replaced by the impossible green of a sprawling field. We're in another time, another place, watching a golf ball soar through a clear blue sky. A man stands on the course, finishing a perfect, effortless swing. This is a memory of who he once was, a glimpse of Park Yu in a life before the fall. Back in the desolate present, the survivor group walks on without him. They wonder aloud about Mr. Kim, and the answer comes back cold. He decided to stay. Confusion and mockery ripple through the group. Does he think it's safe now? They write him off as a fool, wanting to freeze to death, and decide to just leave him be. As they depart, one survivor recalls a rumor she once heard that he used to be a professional athlete. A professional athlete? The memory seems to suggest there was truth to that rumor. Back then, another man stood on a perfectly manicured green. He lines up his shot, the world shrinking to just him and the ball. His eyes narrow with an almost inhuman level of focus. The target waits, a simple hole in an ocean of green. He takes one last look, his mind calculating the perfect strike. He adjusts his stance, digging his shoes into the soft earth. Every distraction fades away. With a soft click, the putter connects. The ball begins its silent, inevitable journey toward the cup. It rolls with perfect precision, stopping right at the very edge of the hole. And there it sits, refusing to drop, mocking his perfect calculation. A faint smile plays on Park Yu's lips, a mix of amusement and frustration. The entire world seems to hang in the balance of this single, tiny ball. His eyes are locked onto it, a silent duel of wills between man and physics. The sky above is a tranquil blue, a stark contrast to the tension below. Even nature itself seems to pause, watching the outcome. He stands there, a picture of calm, simply observing the moment. Then, as if giving in, the ball finally tumbles into the dark. A perfect shot, a memory he can almost reach out and grasp. He lets out a roar of triumph, every muscle tensed in celebration. A look of pure, unadulterated joy spreads across his face. He throws his arms up, basking in the glory of this one perfect moment. Tearing off his visor, he shouts his victory to the empty green. He tosses it high into the air, a symbol of his fleeting success. But just as quickly, the elation drains away, leaving a hollow quiet. A different, colder smile forms on his lips, one laced with finality. The memory twists, and he calmly raises a revolver to his own temple. A single shot rings out, sending startled birds scattering into the sky. And in the present, Park Yu watches the memory play out, his expression unreadable. His hand tightens on his rifle, pulling him back to the grim present. The man in his memory had found his own end, a final bloody release from a long winter. But his mind keeps wandering, back to the month spent building a shelter with the Defender siblings. With Taehoon's tireless work and Dajiang's support, things had actually felt stable for a time. Yet as he stands here now, one event from that period truly sticks with him. He remembers watching the pack of wolves, a silent gathering that signaled a major shift. It was the moment Gold decided to leave his side. Though the wolf had aided him in his revenge, its primal nature was undeniable. Park Yu knew a wolf could never truly be tamed, and he couldn't force it to deny its instincts. He's left with only a quiet, somber understanding of that farewell. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed by the wolf's departure. So on his patrols, he would often find himself checking Gold's old den. Sometimes, he'd discover a small token left behind just for him. A fresh kill, a clear sign that the bond they shared wasn't entirely forgotten. The days drifted by like this, until one day, his routine was shattered. A voice suddenly crackled through the radio, asking if Senior Park was there. The speaker landed with purpose, a promise of a visit finally being fulfilled. He introduced himself Cheon Youngjae, looking ready for a fight. Inside, Park Yu listened, realizing an unexpected guest had just entered his territory. Youngjae confessed he doesn't call people senior lightly, but insisted Park Yu had truly earned it. Park Yu recalls their radio conversation, how Youngjae heard the famous professor was living in a shelter. He remembers being deliberately vague, never once telling Youngjae where that shelter actually was. But his security feed told a different story. The moment their call ended, Youngjae was already inbound. The chilling realization dawns on him: this man knew his exact location from the very beginning. He wonders who sent him, but feels secure knowing his main entrance is completely sealed off. All his guest should be able to find is the decoy, a booby trap waiting to be sprung. But outside, the quiet is broken by the sharp snap of a twig underfoot. A confident smirk plays on Youngjae's lips as he surveys the area. He's not at the decoy entrance at all. He whispers to himself, "Found it." And inside, Park Yu's expression freezes, his carefully constructed security suddenly feeling worthless. Park Yu's mind races. Found it? Found what? Was it the decoy shelter? Or somehow, the real main entrance he'd sealed? No, it was neither. The direction Cheon Youngjae was heading was right here. A voice cuts through the silence from within, asking why he isn't answering the door for his guest. With glowing eyes and a terrifying smirk, Youngjae reminds him he promised he'd find him. The chilling truth lands on Park Yu. This entire time, he'd been hunted by an awakener. And now, sitting inside the breached shelter, Youngjae begins to explain how he did it. It all started with a simple request Park Yu made for a specific piece of US military hardware. That clue placed his hideout near a US base, on private land with water. And this hill was the only perfect vantage point. He smugly asks for thanks, but Park Yu just tells him to get off the sofa and sit on the floor. Youngjae actually complies, mockingly calling the bunker a palace, unable to decide if Park Yu is clever or just dumb. But our guy is completely unbothered, calmly sipping his coffee and firing back a snarky comment of his own. He places his mug down, the playful tension vanishing as he finally addresses the hunter by name. With all the pleasantries out of the way, Park Yu cuts straight to the point. Why are you here? He has no time for games, demanding his uninvited guest spit out his real purpose. A sly grin spreads across Youngjae's face, amused that the rumors of Park Gaia's prickly nature were an understatement. He leans in and delivers the one thing Park Yu never saw coming. He's going to be staying here for a while. The question hangs in the air. leaving Park Gyu utterly speechless and blindsided. In this strange standoff, the hunter on the floor confirms his wild declaration he's crashing here, and with a confident, taunting smirk, he asks if that's going to be a problem. Park Gyu's face contorts in disgust. His answer is simple and resounding, absolutely not. The hunter is taken aback, questioning why Park Gyu is acting like he owns the place. He argues the bunker is huge, but Park Gyu internally scoffs he rejects beautiful women. Why would he ever accept this guy? Calling him petty, Young Jae's playful demeanor vanishes, his expression hardening as he gets to his real point. He leans in close, asking the one question that cuts through the noise. Why didn't he report to the school? The hunter already knows the answer. He's an awakened from the 18th class, a position that should have guaranteed him a comfortable life. He credits his sharp instincts, explaining he's been watching the world unfold and has pieced together the bigger picture. Park Gyu listens silently, his expression unreadable as this intruder lays out all his deductions. Making himself comfortable, Young Jae then turns the question around, asking what exactly our recluse saw from his lofty view, and with a chilling, knowing smirk, he gives his own grim answer. Food waste. Young Jae compares it to buying something that looked delicious but turned out to be a pain to get rid of. The leftovers he's talking about are the dozens of lesser awakened ranked below level 3. A flicker of understanding crosses Park Gyu's face as he asks if the hunter knows what became of them. Young Jae's expression turns somber, revealing that a girl he liked died, not on some battlefield, but right here in Korea. Park Gyu tries to write it off as an unfortunate coincidence, but his guest isn't finished. He casually mentions he actually liked about 33 girls, keeping tabs on anyone even remotely pretty. And with a chilling smirk, he reveals that every single one of them either died or went missing. Park Gyu's hands clench in his lap, the awful truth sinking in. The hunter's grim theory was right all along. He then has to ask if he knew all this. Why didn't he build a bunker for himself? Young Jae admits he simply miscalculated, believing there'd still be a place for old-school hunters in a support role. He scoffs bitterly at the word support, saying it was a joke they were simply tossed aside. Park Gyu listens in silence as Young Jae admits he used to think if even the great professor failed, they were all screwed. This triggers a memory of him visiting a despondent Park Gyu, disgusted by his doomsaying attitude. He remembers trying to literally knock some sense into him with a broom, yelling about the real point. But he wasn't there to fight. He had a proposition for his dejected senior. He wanted him to join their old hunter school's alumni association. Young Jae argued that their shared roots were more important than any current factions. Since the country had deemed them useless, they had no one to rely on but each other. He hit him with the emotional core of his pitch. They all once shared the same dream of fighting monsters. Then, he buttered him up, calling Park Gyu their most successful member, the celebrity they needed to lend them strength. Park Gyu recalls his initial reluctance. He really didn't want to join. With the world already on a one-way trip to destruction, what was the point of nostalgia? Still, something about Young Jae's passionate plea resonated with him. He picked up the pen, a silent decision made. And against his own cynical judgment, he put his signature on the line. Young Jae watched as his words finally broke through the man's apathy. Park Gyu then handed over the completed sign-up sheet. His name was now officially on the list. Park Gyu, the professor. That little speech about them all sharing the same dream, it had actually worked. Now a member, he had a simple question. Who exactly was the president of this association? To his shock, Young Jae simply points to himself, claiming the title of president. A horrible suspicion creeps into Park Gyu's mind as he asks about the association's total membership. Young Jae just grins, holding up 2 fingers. The entire association is just the 2 of them. The full weight of the scam crashes down on him. He'd been played for a complete fool. He demands to know about the group photo, only for Young Jae to casually admit it was photoshopped. As Park Gyu seethes, Young Jae tries to reframe it, calling his lie a statement of ambition. He then leans in, asking the professor why he thinks he went to all this trouble to recruit him specifically. Because, as Young Jae explains while leading him out, the professor doesn't realize the power his own name holds. He has a reputation that precedes him in these streets. A reputation that could unite all the dangerous, disparate figures of Hunter Street under one cause. Young Jae explains that there are countless others, all forced to hide in the shadows by the assembly. But if he so much as whispers the professor's name, every single one of them will come running. That, he declares, is the power Park Gyu wields, and he's only just now realizing it. Having dropped that bombshell, Young Jae slings his pack and turns to leave, mentioning he has a classmate to see. But Park Gyu's voice cuts through the air, stopping him dead in his tracks. He has to know, was this entire elaborate setup planned from the very beginning? Young Jae just offers a smug, infuriating grin, cryptically commenting on what a great spot this is. And then, a memory from the past begins to surface. A younger Young Jae, already plotting to create a new faction for when the assembly falls. He was telling his comrades back then that Park Gyu needed to be protected by his own alumni, not strangers. Park Yu can only manage a stunned smile, utterly speechless at the sheer scale of the plan. It felt like he'd been hit, but in a good way, as he recalls Young Jae's parting words. The scene flashes back to that time, on a quiet rural road at dusk. A younger Young Jae checks his notes, looking for the house of a classmate named Hong Jung-ho. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen as a thought occurs to him. He glances back, remembering something he'd meant to ask his subordinate before they parted ways. But he continues on his path, walking down the desolate street alone. It seems he forgot to ask that important question after all. Back in the present, Park Yu sits by himself, mulling over the idea of an alumni association. Staring into his coffee, a memory surfaces. There was a guy who used to talk about that. It was Gong Gyungmin, a classmate who once casually suggested starting an alumni association. Park Yu remembers the moment, his expression unreadable even back then. In the present, he can't help but wonder whatever happened to that guy. The memory shifts to a lonely office, high above a city slick with rain. There, Gyungmin sits in silence, staring out at the downpour. His face is weathered, carrying the weight of his new, powerful position. Another memory surfaces, a recent briefing about Cheon Young Jae. They said a classmate of his now held power on Jeju Island as a Supreme Council member. And the question that sparked this entire memory, did he happen to know the man? The announcement of the Jeju Island evacuation immediately sparked chaos online, with the infamous troll M9 leading the charge. And like clockwork, another user named Dongtanmom couldn't resist and jumped right into the flame war. The insults flew, with M9's face twisting in rage behind his keyboard. But his opponent was just as serious, and the argument quickly escalated into a plan to settle things in person. It was your typical internet dogfight, except the two people involved were notorious figures in their own right. Gyungmin recalls the incident with a sigh, wondering if he's just destined to be surrounded by trouble. He remembers the true identity of Dongtanmom, a professional hunter named Baek Seung-yun. And Baek wasn't just any hunter. He was a man radiating pure menace. Gyungmin had to admit, even he'd consider Baek a superior A-rank talent, a ruthlessly efficient killer. If Baek had shown up with true killing intent that day, M9 would have simply disappeared from the face of the earth. Gyungmin wasn't the only one watching. Park Yu figured if M9 died, he had it coming. Had already tried warning the idiot online as Skelton, but M9 never listens. Besides, he had his own plans. But then a thought stops him cold. Plans? Wait a second. He suddenly remembers the details of the fight. Tomorrow, 11 a.m., at a pier in Incheon, a sly grin spreads across his face as he realizes the lucky coincidence. He's also heading to Incheon. His online persona might be ignored, but he knows Baek Seung-yun will definitely listen to Park Yu. As annoying as M9 is, he's still a core member of their old community, and for that reason alone, he decides he can't just let the guy get himself killed. Looking back, he had no idea that this one simple choice would unleash such a catastrophe. The next day, the stage was set at the Incheon Metropolitan City evacuation camp. Park Yu and his companion, Tae-hoon, arrive at the bustling evacuation camp. Looking at the long line of people, Tae-hoon is surprised so many managed to survive. He muses that he expected them to freeze, but survival rates clearly differ between shelters. With the government basically gone, everything now depends on how capable the shelter director is. Had heard stories of people huddling like penguins just to stay warm, and it seems they weren't just rumors. Changing the subject, he confirms his goal, finding painkillers, or if he's lucky, a real doctor. The word painkillers echoes in Park Yu's mind, something clicking into place. They stand for a moment, taking in the makeshift structures of the pier. Tae-hoon suggests they split up to handle their own business, calling him by his old handle, Defender. Then, his tone turns serious as he asks if his brother's condition has gotten that bad. Park Yu looks away, unable to give a straight answer. He doesn't know. His hand clenches tightly, betraying the frustration he won't let his face show. Turning his back, he walks into the crowd, muttering that all he can do is hope. He glances at his watch, but his mind is already drifting back to another time. He recalls a past meeting Head set up, a plan Head put in motion. He hadn't gone with high expectations, knowing full well what he was dealing with. After all, hunters are a fundamentally stubborn bunch. It's how they survive. But he thought he had the perfect leverage. The fact Head helped the man's family. Instead, M9 had just looked at him with disdain, asking why he would possibly go there. Even now, the memory of his perfect calculation being so arrogantly betrayed stings. Baek Seung-hyun just stared, utterly confused by the idea of an in-real-life fight. He smugly explained that he'd been challenged plenty of times in-game but never once showed up. And in that moment, Park Yu remembered exactly who this man, Baek Seung-hyun, truly was. Behind the safety of a keyboard, he was a bottomless pit of trash, convinced no one could touch him. Trying to leave, Park claimed an acquaintance just asked him to pass on the message, thinking his worries were over. But a sly look from Baek stopped him in his tracks. It turned out he'd come at a good time. Beck had a problem related to Viva Apocalypse. He leaned in, asking if Park could do him a little favor. And the story he laid out was a simple but desperate one. The Jeju flotilla's list of prohibited items included all satellite internet devices. Baek Seung-yoon explained he wanted to keep using the message boards, but the official reason for the ban was a weak excuse about Chinese submarines. Even after getting an expert to confirm it was safe, he was still denied, so he figured he needed to go straight to the top. His grand plan? For Park Yu to ask Woo Min-hee on his behalf, and he wasn't too proud to beg for it either. But Park Yu just stared back, unimpressed. It's not that he wouldn't do it, he simply couldn't. He tried to explain that someone as busy as Woo Min-hee would never make time for a nobody like him. Baek looked at him, completely baffled by his reasoning. He confidently declared that if Park Yu was the one to ask, she would meet with him, no question. Park Yu was stunned into silence. Why on earth would she meet with him? The shock on Baek's face was genuine. "Don't tell me," he muttered. "You really don't know?" He leans in, revealing it was a well-known rumor among the students back in the day. A rumor Park Yu somehow missed. Park Yu tries to process what he's just heard, utterly lost. Baek, however, finds the whole situation hilarious, musing that Director Woo had finally met her match. He waves it off, saying it's fine if Park Yu doesn't remember the old gossip. All he asks is for him to just try talking to her, promising to never ask again if she refuses. And for the first time, Park Yu gives the request some serious thought. His mind flashes back to his real motive. He needed an informant on the ground. The internet was full of unverified posts about Jeju Island, making it impossible to get a clear picture. He still has no idea why Baek is so sure this will work. But what's the harm in trying? With his decision made, he stands up and finally agrees. But this favor won't be free, he has a condition of his own. And that condition was a favor he needed from someone else. He arrives at Woo Min-hee's lab, where an assistant says the director is in a meeting but shall pass on the message. He told Baek he would give it a shot, but in truth, he had no intention of actually trying. After all, Park Yu knew Hunter Woo Min-hee all too well. She was an uncontrollable, irresponsible force of nature who attracted trouble wherever she went. Her obsessive personality and pathological sensitivity often backed not just her, but everyone around her, into a corner. An outstanding fighter, no doubt, but from a team perspective, she was the worst possible choice. But he figured he was safe, since she only ever invested time in things that actually interested her. A vague, purposeless request like his would surely be ignored. He planned to just wait a bit, leave, and apologize to Baek, but a sudden voice catches him completely off guard. Min-hee Woo's voice cuts through his thoughts, noting with amusement that this is the first time he's ever come to her personally. She emerges with a knowing smirk, casually asking what business could have possibly brought him here. Park Yu is floored. He can't believe she actually came out to meet him. This was not how this was supposed to go. She's not wrong, though, and she calls him out on it, saying he only ever appears when he needs something. Her prosthetic fingers tap on the table as she lists his usual requests. Information, supplies, or people. So, she leans forward, her eyes glinting with suspicion. What is it this time that's so important? Park Yu ignores the question, a new idea forming in his mind as he looks away. He asks if maybe, just maybe, she's actually free for once, a question that makes her visibly flinch. He scoffs at his own suggestion, saying it's ridiculous to even think she'd have a moment to spare. After all, he knows perfectly well that with the entire government relocated to Jeju, Woo Min-hee is the only person left in charge on the mainland. And just like that, it clicks for Woo Min-hee. She understands everything now. Park Yu scoffs, thinking he knows what this is about the old online community. Her flustered reaction tells him he's hit the mark. He's figured out her true aim. He remembers how, ever since the Neongium incident on Failnet, Woo Min-hee never stopped doubting his online identity, constantly pressing him. But he was safe, using an untraceable account from the site's admin. Her suspicions were baseless. The satellite device she gave him was supposed to be proof she couldn't track him, but she smirks, revealing a devastating truth. She was monitoring the account tied to the gear. She even admits she spoke to him a few times, asking if he ever caught on. He didn't. His silence is all the answer she needs. Yes, she was the one he was talking to all along, and with a single sentence, Park Yu turns her entire plan upside down, revealing he gave that gear to Baek Seung-yoon. Min-hee Woo's smug expression completely vanishes, replaced by pure, unfiltered shock. Her mind races, picturing the very man she wanted to avoid, now holding her precious tracking device. She's absolutely furious, but he just brushes off her anger with a tired sigh, saying it was his to give away. He even mocks her, suggesting that if she wants it back so badly, she should go retrieve it herself. She accuses him of being a pro at messing with people, but he just smirks back, thinking the same of her. He leans in, asking if she finds this funny, but she's clearly fuming, not amused in the slightest. Cutting through her frustration, Park Yu demands to know why she's really here. She quickly recomposes herself, claiming she came for his advice, specifically about that satellite gear. A tense silence fills the room as the irony of her request hangs heavy in the air. Her metallic fingers tap impatiently as she spells out the absurd proposal he's just made. So, he wants her to guarantee the safety of the fleet while letting the infamous killer, Baek Seung-yeon, waltz on board with his gear. Park Yu confirms it's pretty much that, but she instantly shoots him down. Absolutely not. He calmly reminds her of the sheer number of passengers, making such strict security measures a given. He wasn't just here to throw a tantrum, he explains. Seung-yeon had pleaded with him so earnestly for this chance. Seemingly giving up, she tells him to forget it, thanking him for his time, as if the conversation is over. But then, a sly, dangerous smile creeps onto her lips as a new idea begins to form. Just as he turns to leave, she suddenly agrees to his terms, stopping him dead in his tracks. He's completely baffled by her sudden change of heart, but she just leans back, claiming it now sounds like fun. Her eyes narrow with hidden intent as she addresses him as senior, asking if he remembers a certain Yang Sang-gil. The name stops him cold. Chairman Yang Sang-gil? His mind flashes back to the man's history, a master politician who clawed his way to the top. In a world of superhumans, he was a powerless official who wielded immense influence. And more importantly, he was the direct superior of the late Lee Sang-hoon. Park Yu remembers all too well, this was the man who drove his friend to his grave. He can't help but think if Sang-hoon had just been more cunning, things would have ended differently. Min-hui Woo then drops the real bombshell. This entire evacuation fleet was Yang Sang-gil's idea. Park Yu's eyes narrow with suspicion. Did he have a hand in this disaster? She just plays coy. A faint, knowing smile hints that she knows far more than she's letting on. That's all she's willing to say, telling him to go and pass the message to Seung-yeon. Park Yu walks through the desolate streets, a new, covert mission weighing on his mind. He has to get Seung-yeon aboard the ship, no matter what it takes. He sighs, feeling like he came to solve one problem, only to get saddled with another. But just then, a sound from nearby snaps him out of his thoughts. A sickening thud echoes between the shipping containers. He turns to see a group of thugs viciously kicking an old man on the ground. They're disgustingly casual about it, one even stopping to ask for a cigarette. The leader tells the old man to stop whining and never show his face again. They leave him with a final threat, promising to dump him in the ocean next time. But through the pain, the old man insists, gasping that he never lied. The old man forces out the words, "That ship isn't going to Jeju." He knows with a terrifying certainty that it's going to sink on the way. Park Yu's head snaps around. What did this old man just say? A short time later, on the desolate dockside street, the two sit together. Park Yu cracks open a bottle of water, a simple act of kindness. He hands it to the old man, telling him to drink slowly. But his gaze is sharp, analytical. He's not just helping a victim. He gets right to it, asking why he's so sure the fleet is doomed. The old man looks away, pained, as Park Yu presses him for the basis of his claim. Instead of speaking, he offers a folded piece of paper, a silent plea to see the proof for himself. Park Yu's eyes narrow as he unfolds the paper, his mind racing. The old man begins his story, revealing that before the war, he was a container ship captain. After the outbreak, he ferried refugees to Jeju Island. He wasn't just any captain, he was the captain of the very first Jeju evacuation fleet. And this is his license to prove it. Park Yu's mind, however, immediately flags a warning. Confirmation bias, the tendency to favor information that confirms one's own beliefs. He muses internally that on the water, land dwellers are as helpless as children. The old captain explains how easy it is for a seasoned sailor to herd passengers like sheep. Leaving a few behind or letting key personnel slip away to another boat would be no trouble at all. But when Park Yu demands solid proof of this plot, the old man can only admit it was a verbal agreement. As for the other crew members who could corroborate his story, he has no idea where they are. They were contracted to disappear. Park Yu begins to sarcastically summarize the old man's story. A secret deal, thousands abandoned, no proof, and he's the only witness? It's a tall tale, and the old captain knows it sounds unbelievable. But then, a crucial detail surfaces in his memory. The man in charge had the surname Yang. That name strikes a chord, reminding Park Yu of Min-hui Woo's own words. The Jeju flotilla was planned by Yang Sang-gil. He's caught in a web of doubt. Is this old man just trying to confuse him with a well-crafted lie? The story's logic feels flawed. Why send them to China when simply sinking the ship would have been easier? Whether it's the truth or a lie, Park Yu has to admit the old man has succeeded in shaking him. The captain's voice lowers, his expression turning grim as he reveals his personal stake in this tragedy. He flashes back to that day, standing tall in his uniform, watching the desperate crowds board his vessel. Because among the passengers he was ordered to betray was his very own son and his family. He was ordered to sink the ship, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Not with his son on board. Instead, he persuaded the government officials to try a different approach. He'd send them to China with just enough fuel to drift, never to return. But Park Gyu has to ask, could they even make it? The old man's gaze drifts to the distance, believing that if the ocean currents were kind, they'd arrive. He says it again, a desperate prayer hanging on his lips. Park Gyu is silent, wondering if it's really safe for this man to be sharing such a dangerous story. Just then, another resident spots him, cheerfully calling out to Junior Park. The newcomer immediately shoves past, telling the old captain to get lost before he gets thrown out. He scoffs at Park Gyu's question, claiming the old man is just a senile geezer who pesters everyone. And just like that, the captain's tragic confession is dismissed as the meaningless ramblings of a troubled mind. But the old captain has one last thing to say. He thanks Park Gyu for listening to what he calls his final words. Park Gyu turns back, confused. As the other resident rushes him along for their appointment, the old man is left to stand alone, a silent figure holding a simple water bottle. Walking away, Park Gyu has to ask what that was all about. The spiky-haired resident scoffs, asking if he was actually naive enough to believe him. Park Gyu insists the old man didn't seem entirely delusional, but his companion simply calls him a fool. He explains that the story is just a famous internet conspiracy theory, nothing more. There's another layer to it, too. The captain sometimes mistakes him for his own son. The man warns Park Gyu not to get confused, because the old man is utterly convinced of his own sanity. Park Gyu can't help but wonder, is it really okay for that old man to be telling such dangerous stories so openly? His companion continues, explaining that on Hunter Street, the captain saw a man who looked exactly like his deceased son. The old man's parting words echo in his mind, a simple thank you for listening to his final thoughts. It makes Park Gyu ponder, how can anyone truly be objective when the very act of looking into something means you're already invested? Shaking off the thought, he glances around the desolate docks, noting that his associates are running a bit late. Elsewhere, the A-rank killer Bak Seung-hyun checks his watch, recalling the very simple task he was given. We flash back to Park Gyu's order. He was to accept the challenge from that online troll, M9, for a real-life fight. The mission wasn't just a fight, but to teach him a harsh lesson before sending him on his way. Park Gyu believed the lottery winner was pushing his luck. A good beating now might save him from getting killed later. And that was the entire calculation, as the two of them now sit and wait for their target to arrive. Baek Sung-hyun slides up to Park Gyu, phone in hand, with a simple warning, try not to get angry. On the screen, a live board is already mocking him, wondering if Dongtan Mom was actually foolish enough to show. Park Gyu is just confused, but his partner leans in, ready to impart a crucial lesson about the modern world. He explains that promises made in real life are one thing, but promises made on the internet are for suckers. The chat explodes with laughter, calling him a naive idiot for actually showing up. And just like that, the much-anticipated fight ended in his utter defeat, with M9 being a no-show. Some time has passed since that embarrassing failure, and a ship now waits at the docks. Baek Seung-hyun, now among a group of weary survivors, boards the vessel, beginning his journey to Jeju Island. From a remote location, Park Gyu sees a new post from his partner's account, complaining about the 2-0-hour boat ride. He sighs in exasperation, reading a final snarky comment. That man just can't leave without getting the last word. As Park Gyu sits with these thoughts, his mind flashes back to a recent incident in Incheon. The day after he returned, an unidentified body was found washed up on a pier. A disgustingly casual online post even bragged about finding the old beggar and tossing him in a garbage dump. Back in the present, Park Gyu leans back, a dark, calculating look crossing his face. His eyes narrow, a grim realization slowly dawning on him as he connects the dots. The clock ticks away, counting down the hours of the long voyage. 20 hours and 30 minutes. That's how long the journey to the island was supposed to take. On the ship's deck, a sudden cheer breaks the silence as someone points to the horizon. Land. The survivors are overjoyed, finally seeing the coastline of Jeju Island. But a new post from his partner goes up, and the comments are not of celebration, but of pure confusion. The picture is grainy, but one user spots something wrong, a sign in the background. Park Gyu's blood runs cold as the commenter points it out. Isn't that a Chinese sign? The chat absolutely erupts. Are you in China? People are losing their minds. He stares at his screen, the forum's live board flashing with a storm of new messages. And there it is, the post that started it all. From the user Dongtanmom, titled simply, Proof. On the ship, the survivors had been so desperate to believe the old man's story. But as they stare at the foreign coastline, their faces twist from relief into pure, unadulterated horror. Whether it was a lie or a mistake, it no longer matters. They are completely lost. Park Gyu's expression hardens. The initial shock gives way to a grim understanding. The proof was a family photo, a silent vow from the hunter, Baek Seung-hyun, to survive and return home. That simple vow to return was the last shred of hope for the people of Incheon. But now, somewhere in the darkness, a strange discovery is made. A pair of armed men find the setup odd, wondering what kind of person lived here. From the shadows of his own bunker, Park Yu watches their every move on his monitor. He analyzes the feed, 2 of them, definitely not military dispatch. While online, Baek Hyun's desperate journey was failing to make a dent in the public consciousness. Instead of a hero's return, the forums were just asking who this Dongtanmom person even was. The narrative was expertly twisted, with most dismissing the photo as just another elaborate fake. Yang Songil's propaganda was working perfectly, but Park Yu knew you can't hide the truth forever. Because that post had already caused a huge stir where it mattered, turning hopeful refugees into hardened marauders. The refugee camps were always a powder keg, barely managed by the assembly. After losing all faith, many simply left, turning into desperate marauders just to survive. These weren't the refugees of old. This new breed would do literally anything to live another day. And as he watched them, Park Yu decided it was simply best to thin their numbers. Just then, an unsuspecting family wanders into his territory, wondering if they've finally found a home. They're low on fuel and options, debating if they should stay despite the unsettling feeling the place gives them. But their fate is already sealed, as Park Yu casually lounges and makes a call to his partner. He tells Defender there's a vehicle coming his way, a target ripe for the picking. On the other end, Tae-hoon simply acknowledges the command, ready and waiting. A few hours later, the family that invaded his territory became nothing more than cold corpses in another one of Defender's warning posts. Park Yu calmly reflects on his actions. The proof will continue, and he couldn't care less about the haters. A voice crackles through the radio, calling for Skelton. It's his accomplice, excitedly asking if Hez seen the post they made and the insane reactions it's getting. She's clearly having the time of her life, watching the online world either praise or condemn their brutal justice. Through it all, Park Yu's face remains a cold, emotionless mask. He offers a quiet congratulations, fully aware that the age of man-eating man had finally arrived. But even in this new, savage world, there are always exceptions to the rule. Not all refugees were marauders. Some, like the friendly merchant Gapo, Dong Manseok, were just trying to get by. Park Yu hears the name over the radio but has no idea who this man is. Lounging comfortably, Tae-hoon explains that Manseok is a local thug with army connections, selling off military supplies. Apparently, Manseok is the type of guy who'd do anything for profit, but he's so good at it that even the army turns a blind eye. Tae-hoon says he scouted the guy's new shop nearby, confirming it's a real business, and then asks if Park Yu wants to go together. Park Yu falls silent. Normally, he'd refuse to deal with some small-time gang boss, but the offer Manseok was making was just too good to ignore. A full drum of aviation fuel for a single magazine. After all, he had a near-endless supply of bullets from the US base he'd conquered. His diesel fuel, however, was nearly gone and on the verge of spoiling, forcing him to look for other ways to power his generator. If he could get a large amount of fuel now, he turns to Tae-hoon and asks him to come along, a request his friend happily accepts. Though their methods and morals might differ, Park Yu admits it's nice to have a friend who'll show up when you call. He grabs the radio, his decision made, and tells the contact he's on his way to see the merchandise. A cheerful voice crackles back immediately from Manseok himself, welcoming his new customer with open arms. The man, Gapodong Manseok, greets them with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. He gestures towards his establishment, a place ominously marked Manseok Store. With unsettling confidence, he tells them to keep their radio on. If he tries anything, they can just report him. Park Yu takes a moment, his first impression forming in his mind. This so-called gang boss didn't have the air of a thug, he just seemed like a regular guy. Manseok turns, his smile widening as he welcomes them to his humble shop. But the moment they step inside, they're plunged into a nightmare of human trafficking and black market dealings. Desperate vendors offer anything and everything: weapons, oil, drugs, even people. One of the traders suddenly gets out of line, screaming at another survivor. And in a flash, the ordinary Manseok's friendly mask crumbles as he viciously silences the man for good. Park Yu and Tae-hoon watch as Manseok screams at one of his lackeys, completely unfazed by the casual brutality. Just another day in this chaotic marketplace, Park Yu thinks with a sigh. But despite the violent atmosphere, their deal goes surprisingly smoothly, revealing a treasure trove of supplies. Tae-hoon is stunned. They have everything, even openly selling bullets by the box. The trader offers a generous amount for their oil, so much that Tae-hoon realizes it's more than their entire stock. The deal is settled half now, half tomorrow. But as they're wrapping up, Park Yu quietly tells the trader to give the other half of the ammo to the defender as a thank you gift. Tae-hoon is flustered, insisting he didn't help expecting a reward, especially since he owes them. After a moment's hesitation, he grins and gratefully accepts, hurrying off to grab the supplies. As he leaves, Park Yu's eyes lock onto something far more interesting among the wares, a truly unique rifle. The trader, Manseok, notes his interest with a smug grin, recognizing it as high-grade hunter equipment. Park Yu confirms he used to be a hunter and asks the price. but the man scoffs it's not for sale. Before he can press the issue, one of the thugs runs up, shouting that their synthetic oil is all loaded up. With business concluded, Manseok offers to see them out, his smile never quite reaching his eyes. But Park Yu isn't leaving just yet, casually informing him that they plan on staying in the area. Delighted by the news of a new high-paying customer, Manseok promises to treat him like a VIP. As they walk, however, something from earlier seems to bother Park Yu. He turns and asks about the man who was holding the sign when they first arrived. A strange, almost sinister smile spreads across Manseok's face as he gives a one-word answer. He's a judge. The reply hangs in the air, leaving both Park Yu and Tae-hoon completely floored. A judge? What could that possibly mean? Park Yu is momentarily speechless. But Manseok clarifies with a sneer he's talking about the old-world judges, the kind who used to sit on high, pretending they lived up in the clouds. The scene shifts to reveal the judge himself, a broken man, chained and curled up on the floor. Manseok explains that this is just karma for a scumbag who spent his life playing with people's fates. And as he speaks, Park Yu can feel an ice-cold, bottomless hatred radiating from him. He glances at the weeping prisoner, wondering if this grudge is personal or against the entire system. Deciding it's best not to pry, he resolves to keep things professional for the sake of the deal. But that wish for a smooth exit is immediately shattered by the sight of a blood-soaked sign. A sickening splatter erupts across a shipping container, painting the wall crimson. Suddenly, Manseok is bowing apologetically, terribly sorry for making him witness such a chaotic scene. Park Yu's eyes narrow at the scene, demanding to know what happened. But Manseok just grins, brushing it off as a minor attack. An attack? He explains some poor soul was ambushed and dragged away, casually blaming it on a mutation. Park Yu thinks it over. If it's just a mutation, that's simple enough. They're usually mindless beasts that just charge large groups. But as he glances up at the towering container walls, a small detail just doesn't add up. Why would a dumb monster go to the trouble of climbing all the way up here? Manseok, meanwhile, is just apologizing for being short-staffed. He promises to throw in extra service, but Park Yu is already dismissing the threat. Most mutations are just a matter of firepower. And Manseok clearly agrees, looking over his crew with smug satisfaction, certain this many men would be enough for anything. But that confident prediction of his was about to be spectacularly, tragically wrong, leaving him bowing in a field of his own fallen men, begging the hunter to take the job. Park Yu's theory solidifies as he asks if it was a winged creature, and a terrified thug confirms it, a monster that looked just like an owl. Park Yu sighs. He knows the species. A Eurasian eagle, owl. This just got incredibly annoying. It's a notorious creature, an apex predator so dangerous it's featured in hunter training manuals. Manseok is already panicking, but Park Yu can only offer one certainty. This entire area is now its hunting ground. He calmly suggests the obvious solution. Since they've been targeted, they should relocate. But Manseok immediately rejects the idea, insisting they absolutely cannot leave. He explains that with other factions collapsing, a wave of refugees will soon be heading this way. And in his eyes, this isn't a crisis, but a golden opportunity he clenches his fist to seize. He launches into a grand speech about building a new city, a bustling hub for trade and entertainment. With arms thrown wide, he declares his dream: to create the Las Vegas of the apocalypse. Park Yu just listens, his face unreadable, before asking for confirmation. So you won't abandon this place, no matter the cost? Manseok confirms with a grim look, ready to pay any price for his ambition. Hearing this, Park Yu immediately lays out his first condition. He's taking all the hunter equipment, and he's not finished, adding that he'll also need a few men to assist in combat. A wide, greasy smile spreads across Manseok's face. For him, that's no problem at all. Park Yu then addresses the thugs, explaining that this mutant owl is a veteran-level threat, making inexperienced grunts useless. His eyes narrow slightly, his mind already spinning a different, darker plan. Hez not looking for backup, Hez looking for bait, planning to use these people as human shields to hunt the creature. But what he says out loud is a brilliant strategy. They'll gather timber and construct spiked barricades everywhere. Manseok's men are completely sold, praising the genius of a true professional hunter. Meanwhile, the volunteers for this construction project are motivated with a swift kick, as a thug screams at the useless captives to get to work. As he grips a saw, Park Yu internally justifies his plan, thinking it's easier to feel less guilty when his human shields are human trash. But a voice in his head, a memory of his colder self, scoffs at the notion since when was he ever picky about his bait. A faint, knowing smirk crosses his lips. He has to admit, the voice has a point. One of Manseok's goons tries to stop him from working, insisting a great hunter shouldn't be doing heavy lifting. Manseok cheerfully explains that he has to get some manual labor out of these captives since they aren't very cost-effective otherwise. He covers his mouth, adding that his pre-war job made him extremely particular about contracts. Every single captive, he claims, signed up for this willingly, and are now simply reaping what they sowed. Park Yu's gaze remains cold and distant as he asks if the same logic applies to the so-called judge over there. Manseok's expression tightens slightly as he follows the hunter's line of sight to a chained, emaciated figure in the background. He takes a slow drag from a cigarette, his voice dropping as he asks Park Yu if he actually pities that man. Manseok coldly admits the judge looks pathetic, and Park Yu can only quietly agree. A smug, knowing smile spreads across Manseok's face as he asks if Park Yu has ever truly hated someone. He gestures to the broken man, wondering if the hunter has ever felt a hatred so deep it craved death. Park Yu's mind flashes back to the undead hordes, admitting he has but only against monsters, but Manseok presses on, asking if he's ever hated something so intensely he didn't even know how to hate it. The cynical mask falls away as he begins to tell a story, revealing that he once had a daughter. A memory surfaces of a kind, beautiful young woman, who he describes as the light of his life. His nostalgic smile twists into a bitter grimace. Having a pretty daughter, he says, attracted a stalker. He recalls reporting the man to the authorities, believing they had stopped him before the worst could happen. But in the courtroom, the dismissive gesture of a judge's hand showed that justice would not be on their side. With a twisted, hateful sneer, Manseok spits out the verdict. They let the stalker go. Apparently, the man's professional status and a flimsy apology letter were enough to convince them. Park Yu listens in silence as the grim reality of the story begins to dawn on him. Manseok asks him to guess what happened next, the answer already hanging heavy in the air. The scene shifts to a quiet home, with shoes left innocently by the door. But just inside, a dark pool of blood stains the floorboards. The stalker, freed by a broken system, had murdered his daughter in her own home. A funeral portrait shows the smiling face of the girl who paid the ultimate price for that mistake. Manseok recalls screaming at the courthouse, demanding accountability for his daughter's death. But the judge, annoyed by the commotion, simply called for security to remove the grieving father. Security dragged him out of the courtroom, the judge simply ordering the outsider to be removed. Manseok couldn't process it, tears of rage and confusion blurring his vision. How could the man responsible for his daughter's killer, walking free, act so detached? The judge's face held no pity, only the cold annoyance of being inconvenienced. It was as if his daughter's death was some grand lesson that he, the father, was too simple to understand. And that's why, back in the present, Manseok gives that same judge a chance every single day. A chance to feel the terror of choking, his life in another man's hands. Manseok screams, calling Park Yu to come and bear witness. He shoves a gun in the judge's face, presenting the man who destroyed his life. Then, with a furious roar, he forces the weapon into the judge's own hand, demanding he pass judgment now. He shoves the gun against the old man's temple, screaming for a judgment to be passed. Now. But the judge's will is completely shattered. The weapon clatters to the ground as he collapses. Then, a pathetic, trembling laugh escapes from the broken man on the floor. Manseok can only sneer, utterly disgusted by the sight of this pathetic creature. He turns to Park Yu with a mocking smile, presenting the verdict. The judge finds himself not guilty. Finally, finding his voice, the judge begins to lecture, stating there was insufficient evidence to arrest the killer. He asks what the point of the justice system is if they're just going to lock people up on suspicion. It's better, he preaches, to let 10 criminals go free than to unjustly punish a single innocent person. With his last bit of strength, he declares that as a judge, he would make the same decision again before Manseok's fist cuts him off. Holding up the judge's now mangled face, Park Yu looks on coldly and announces he has a good idea. A twisted grin spreads across Manseok's face as he announces his brilliant idea. Let's use the judge as bait. The plan is simple. The moment that owl bastard snatches the broken man, they'll open fire and shred them both. To that end, he procures a handgun and offers it to Park Yu, asking with a slimy smile if he can handle the job. Park Yu pauses for a beat, a silent refusal forming on his lips. Then, in front of Manseok's dumbfounded thugs, he gives a single, blunt answer, no. He turns back to the stunned Manseok and makes it clear that he refuses. He's not about to waste his time staring at that unpleasant man all day, waiting for an attack with no set time. Besides, he argues, these mutations are cunning, and there's no guarantee it would even fall for such a simple trap. It is, he concludes, far more rational to simply proceed according to his own plan. Manseok can't help but let out a bitter, disbelieving laugh. The two men brush past each other, a silent declaration of their separate paths. Fine, Manseok says. Do as you please because he's going to do exactly what he wants, too. Park Yu doesn't even look back, telling him to play his games as long as they don't interfere with the mission. And so, that night, Manseok reveals his own twisted version of a plan. He's crucified the old judge, hoisting him high above the ground on a makeshift cross. His thugs look on with sick amusement, enjoying the power trip their boss has orchestrated. Manseok screams up at the captive, mocking the man who once held the power of judgment. He demands a sentence, taunting the judge to pass judgment on him now from his new high place. But the old man only looks down, his expression dripping with disdain for the ignorant fool below. The judge lectures from the cross, asking if Mansak thinks he can just ignore laws and do whatever he wants. Mansiak listens, a self-righteous smirk on his face as the judge explains that the law exists to protect society from beasts like him. But the old man's composure breaks, tears of anguish falling as he reveals he agonized over letting that killer go. He roars down at Mansok, screaming that he couldn't possibly have known what that man would do to his daughter. The question cuts deep. If Mansok had known, wouldn't he have gone to protect her himself? Mansiok's smug expression vanishes, his face turning to stone. The judge's words found their mark. Suddenly, his face contorts in pure rage, and he screams that the day's hunt is officially over. Hes completely unhinged now, demanding a ladder, vowing to climb up and break the judge's spine himself. As he scrambles up with a pistol, a calm voice cuts in. It's Park Yu, promising to shut Mansok's mouth for good. Park Yu looks down, his expression cold and resolved. The professor has had enough of this circus. But before he can take a single shot, the atmosphere on the rooftop shifts. An old wind vane begins to creak, turning slowly against the night sky. Suddenly, it spins with unnatural speed, a silent alarm heralding chaos. A voice cries out from the crowd, a mutation has been spotted. Park Yu himself fuels the panic, demanding his men find the creature. Mansok scoffs from the ladder, convinced this is just a pathetic ploy to save the old judge. Hes so busy gloating that he doesn't notice the monstrous shadow descending right behind him. A colossal hawk dives from the darkness, its razor-sharp talons aimed straight for the tyrant. Park Yu raises his rifle and fires, the muzzle flash illuminating his cold, calculating eyes. The bullets pepper the creature, but it's too late. It sinks its claws into Mansok, yanking him screaming into the air. Park Yu fires not to kill, but to make the beast miss its primary target. He unloads a full clip with cold precision as the terrified Mansok scrambles away. The creature screeches, feathers flying as the bullets force it to release its grip. Mansok, now safe, is practically groveling with thanks for the hunter-like save, but Park Yu sharply tells him to shut it. His focus isn't on the tyrant, it's on the horrifying realization dawning in his eyes. The owl, denied its initial prey, has now landed on the barricade and is grabbing new victims from the crowd. One of the thugs watches in pure terror, understanding now the barricade was never a defense. It was just a temporary obstacle, now splintering like kindling under the monster's talons. With glowing eyes, the beast looms over them all. A momentary pause means nothing to it. Park Yu's perfect plan has become a bloodbath, and he can only raise his rifle again with grim determination. He steadies his aim, knowing a single moment is all he needs. As the monster dives, he unleashes a perfectly aimed shot. The owl screeches, its glowing eyes locking onto him just as the bullet finds its mark. A clean shot, right through the head. The impact sends the massive beast tumbling backward, blood erupting as it falls from the sky. It crashes to the ground, and the courtyard erupts in cheers as the thugs celebrate its death. They can hardly believe it was taken down so easily, shouting to their boss that the threat is over. Mansiok, utterly relieved, even asks if the payment is enough, feeling he should offer more. But Park Yu isn't listening. A cold sense of dread tells him something is terribly wrong. He stares at the corpse, realizing it's smaller than the one he saw before, and its legs are completely unharmed. His blood runs cold. This wasn't the main threat, it was just the scout. Park Yu whirls around, screaming at the celebrating thugs to get back to their positions. His voice cracks with urgency, trying to warn them that the real danger is still out there. Too late. A massive shadow blots out the sky, and one of the men looks up into a pair of glowing eyes. In an instant, the true monster descends, its talons sinking into a screaming thug and yanking him skyward. The courtyard's cheers turn to shrieks of terror as they watch their friend get carried away. The beast rips its victim apart mid-air, and the only command left is a desperate scream to run for their lives. Their bravado vanishes, leaving only trembling hands fumbling with useless rifles. The colossal owl glares down, its predatory gaze sweeping over the scattering prey. And as the chaos erupts, Park Yu is forced to watch the horrifying scene he tried so desperately to prevent. But amid the screaming, Park Yu's eyes are cold, analytical, and fixed on his target. He quickly deduces the creature is intelligent, targeting those with firearms first, and makes a choice. Another one of Mansiok's thugs makes a break for it, still clinging to his weapon. His screams for help are cut short as the shadow of the beast falls over him. The owl dives for its next victim, but this time, someone else is moving too. Park Yu knows a simple throw won't be enough. He needs more power. Hes going to use the monster's own downward acceleration against it. With a grunt, he channels his energy, his eyes glowing with a faint red light. He launches himself into the air, hurling his weapon with pinpoint accuracy. The axe finds its mark, piercing straight through the monster's skull with a sickening crunch. Park Yu lands heavily, the impact rattling his bones as he whips around to face his foe. The monster screeches, blood pouring from its head. But it's far from dead. A chilling realization hits him: the attack didn't kill it, it just made it go berserk. He knows he needs to back away, to create some distance before that thing charges. But instead of attacking, the owl reaches up with its own talons and yanks the axe from its skull. Now, with a look of pure, murderous rage, its glowing eyes lock onto Park Gyu. He can only stare in disbelief, completely dumbfounded that the beast is still standing. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and a woman asks what ended up happening to that store. Park Gyu calmly takes a sip from his cup, the chaos of the memory fading away. He explains that after he left, the other survivors eventually came back to clear it out. Tae-hoon agrees it's a shame, as he and Dajiang also had things they needed to get. Then, his thoughts drift, and he casually asks whatever happened to that judge. Park Gyu doesn't answer, because the memory of that night comes crashing back. We're thrown into the past, where he's sprinting through a container yard. He stops, his eyes locking onto a scene unfolding in the distance. The judge lies broken on the ground, having fallen from a high metal structure. He groans in agony, a twisted heap of limbs in pain. His hand finds his pistol as he curses, realizing his leg is likely broken. But the man's spirit is far from shattered, the collar still tight around his neck. With a cold, hateful glare, the judge raises the gun, ready to kill whoever finds him. And that's when someone else arrived, towering over the helpless judge. From the shadows, Park Gyu watched as a pale, monstrous figure approached the man he was meant to save. His face was a mask of cold observation, unable to process what he was seeing. His eyes locked onto the scene, burning the impossible image into his memory. The creature casually took the pistol from the judge's hand, disarming him completely. But even then, broken and at the mercy of a monster, the judge opened his mouth. He wasn't screaming for help, nor was he begging for his life. He was issuing a command, his voice strained but firm. With a grimace of pure defiance, he looked past his attacker, straight at Park Gyu, and told him not to interfere. The unexpected order left Park Gyu frozen in stunned silence. From the floor, Mansok lays out the situation. His business is ruined, and his men are all dead. He almost dares the judge to kill him, asking him to finally pass his sentence. The judge, a skeletal husk of a man, raises the pistol, his eyes dark and empty. A horrifying, gap-toothed grin spreads across his face as he pronounces the final verdict. Death penalty. In a disturbing moment of acceptance, Mansok mirrors him with a wide, unnerving smile of his own. A single shot echoes, and in that instant, the killer and the victim wore the exact same expression. The scene shifts violently to the present. Inside a sterile server room, a pair of feet hang motionless in the air. A man has taken his own life. One of his subordinates finds the body, a horrified cry for his boss echoing through the hall. Another bursts in, demanding to know what's going on with the server being handed to the government. The technician's face is a mask of pure shock, his eyes wide behind the protective visor. He finds his boss collapsed on the floor, a bloody mess surrounded by server racks. Rushing over, he desperately tries to check if the man is even okay. But he already knows the truth: the boss's body has reached its absolute limit. Best case scenario, he might have a month left. But now with this collapse, the tech's mind races past his dying boss to the real problem. What happens to fail.net? Elsewhere, another user is logging onto that very site, the infamous fail.net. Park Gyu stares at his screen, his brow furrowed in confusion. Something is wrong with the real-time message board. Strange numbers have appeared everywhere. Mysterious codes, suddenly patched onto every user's nickname without any warning at all. Then, a user on the board connects the dots. These must be the camp codes from the government base stations. He's right. After the brutal winter, the government installed signal towers across Seoul and Incheon, assigning each area a unique ID. At first, it seemed harmless. Users quickly mapped the codes to their corresponding districts, just simple location tags. But Park Gyu felt a cold premonition creeping in, a gut feeling that something was about to go horribly wrong. And just like that, a new post surfaced, twisting the codes into a twisted social hierarchy, a class ranking list. It sorted everyone from royalty and aristocrats down to commoners, and even a human cutoff that designated people as slaves. He'd heard the rumors before, whispers that people were being sorted based on their old world wealth and status. But they were just rumors, without any proof until the users took these codes and forged their own evidence. This anonymous board, once a place where anyone could speak freely, was now a battleground for class warfare. The core values of Jonanon, of equality for all, were being systematically destroyed from within. Seeing the absolute chaos erupting on the forums, Park Gyu reaches out, demanding to know what's going on. A message appears from a user named 171 centimeters, who calmly explains that this was Jonainon's account, and he has inherited it. Park Gyu can't help but notice the honesty in the username. This person wasn't pretending to be something he wasn't, and so, he listens as this stranger begins to unravel the entire story of how their sanctuary was corrupted. It all started when their equipment was damaged. Accepting government aid came with a terrible price. The site was now under their control. They had resisted, but with no resources to maintain the servers themselves, they were left with no other choice. But the area codes were just a test. The government's real plan is to turn fail.net into a state-run propaganda machine. The only thing holding them back is Jonanon himself, so the government is simply waiting for him to die to confiscate the servers. A chill runs down Park Yu's spine as he asks about Janinan's condition, only to be told he likely won't last the month. The truth is even worse. His body is fine, but his mind is shattered, forced to watch his life's work burn to the ground. Park Yu's hand clenches in frustration. For the first time in a long time, he feels utterly helpless. This isn't some small-time operation. It's a project pushed by Yang Sang-gil, the acting president himself. He realizes that just throwing around his old reputation won't be enough to stop something of this scale. Pulling strings is useless, and there's no way someone like Woo Min-hee would ever help him with this. But then, as despair sets in, a new thought cuts through the noise. He doesn't need Woo Min-hee. What if he could mobilize that guy instead? The one person whose influence on fail.net surpasses even the top hunters, a legendary named user. He types out his plan, telling his contact that while he can't solve everything, he knows a way to cheer Jananan up. His strategy involves resurrecting his old account, Neungjiam, fail.net's most infamous living legend. A faint, confident smile spreads across Park Yu's face. It's time to remind them what real chaos looks like. It's time, he thinks, for the legend Neungjiam to finally make his grand return. He knows that deep down, people never really change. The old hunting instinct is always there. And that goes for Johnny too. A true hunter always craves the chase. His contact messages him, completely baffled, questioning if this strange plan will actually work. But Park Yu, using his alias Skeleton, replies with unshakable confidence, promising it's exactly what Jonanon wants. All they need to do is trust him. Elsewhere, Jonanon lies broken in a hospital bed as his phone buzzes insistently. Messages pour in, mentioning that someone named Skeleton advised on some updates to the site. That name Skeleton somehow cuts through the fog of his depression. A flicker of curiosity makes him reach out and click on the fail.net icon, and his eyes fly open, staring in disbelief at what's waiting for him. A slow, quiet chuckle escapes him as his bandaged hand hovers over the glowing screen. The laugh builds, becoming a wild, unhinged roar that fills the empty hospital room. A wide, manic grin spreads across his face. If Skeleton is the one who did this, then he's all in. Jonanon decides then and there he won't refuse this path any longer. And his decision is about to rock the foundation of fail.net, Korea's biggest online community. It's a place buzzing with the usual noise trades, scams, and arguments over petty rumors. One particularly arrogant user even complains, asking the admins to make a separate board for the low-rank beggars. He scoffs at how degrading the site has become right before a new notification pings on his screen. In an instant, the entire forum is hijacked by a massive, golden announcement. Jonanon, the god. The once noisy community falls silent, staring in stunned disbelief at the title bestowed upon him. The users frantically ask who this newcomer is, only to be met with a condescending little chuckle. Then, the announcement hijacks every screen. Jonanon, the original founder of fail.net, has returned. But one user isn't shocked at all. His hands fly across his keyboard with an almost religious fervor. He knows his idol, Jonanon, is a man who can't be bought with money or authority. There have only ever been two things that could make a legend like him move. This watcher is Neungjiam, another giant of the community. And as Jonanon greets him directly, the forum explodes once more. Users immediately point out Neungjiam's unknown status, a tag for the homeless, the untouchable outcasts. Speculation runs wild, with some even guessing he's logged in from the forsaken Jeju Island. But as Neungjiam processes the digital chaos, a real-world comment catches his ear. A nearby group of hunters scoffs at the idea, calling anyone from Jeju a filthy outcast, nothing more. Another user, emboldened by the crowd, decides to test the legend, calling Jonanon an attention seeker. But Jonanon's reply is instant and unnervingly specific, identifying the troll's other account, M with 9. Before the troll can even process being exposed, the hammer falls with two simple words, permanently banned. And this isn't just an account ban. Jonanon has banned his phone ID, a god-level move that sends the forum into a frenzy. The crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating the swift justice against a troll they all despised. His name echoes through the digital space, a thunderous chant for the return of their king. And Jonanon, listening to the adoration, allows himself the faintest hint of a smile. For a brief moment, he remembers a simpler, brighter time, a ghost of the man he used to be. The comments section is now flooded with praise, with even his rival defender admitting Jonanon as something else. Watching the chaos he knew was coming, Neungjiam just smirks, his faith in the legend completely vindicated. And so, the giant returned to his domain, soaking in the praise he so rightfully deserved. But a few weeks later, the triumphant return takes an odd turn. The legendary Jananen is back. Alright, but he's posting absolute gibberish on the forums. Neungium watches, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. The hero he propped up is still alive, but Hez relieved Jonanon didn't die. But his nonsense posts are actively destroying the heroic image they just built. Then, a user pleads with Jonanon to remove a strange code that's been affecting the site. To everyone's surprise, the god of the forum simply agrees. The region code vanishes, and the entire community is thrown into a state of shock and confusion. Neungium stares at the screen, a deep unease settling in as he processes the implication. Under his alias Skeleton, he quickly types a warning. The government will not ignore this. And just as he predicted, another user confirms the government is already making moves. The phones are ringing off the hook. They're coming for Jananen. The user begs Skeleton, pleading for him to try and persuade the legendary hunter. Neungium freezes, his hand hovering over the laptop, a deep conflict in his eyes. He'd always avoided direct contact, terrified that getting too close would somehow taint his idol. But the time for hero worship is over. He has to act. Stealing his resolve, he finally opens a direct message. Across the city, a heavily bandaged Jonanon sees the incoming message pop up. Neungium keeps it simple, respectfully asking if the old hunter is safe. Jonanon's reply, however, is anything but simple, vaguely saying he was just thinking about Park Hunter. Jonanon's message hits Neungium's screen, ominously stating that the time has finally come. He scrolls down, stunned, as Jonanon thanks him for giving him the resolve to make a final choice. The old hunter says he'll protect his own world, entrusting the rest of it to Neungium. And after one last word, Professor, the line goes dead forever. Neungium wouldn't learn the truth until much later, as in the past. A heavy door slams shut. A government squad in hazmat suits scrambles to cut it open, desperate to subdue their target. But inside, Jonanon is already one step ahead, calmly overloading a pre-prepared nuclear battery. The soldiers finally burst in, only to face the bandaged hunter standing amidst a storm of raw energy. They try to swarm him as he dons a gas mask, but it's far too late to stop what his started. The device screams into the red, his identity as a hunter echoing as every soldier collapses around him. And so, with his final breath, Jananen made his vow. To protect his world, no matter the cost. A great existence, a pillar of the old guard, finally fell. But from where that mighty tree was uprooted, new life began to sprout from the cracks. All sorts of people, the desperate, the opportunistic, the survivors began to gather. They fought, they scrambled, but ultimately they leaned on each other, finding a new way to thrive in harmony. Watching it all from the shadows, Neungium knew that humanity would continue its messy existence on Failnet. The digital world buzzed with rumors and whispers, wondering if the legend Jonanon had truly died. It had become their new reality, a chaotic web of bartering, begging, and searching for answers in the ruins. Elsewhere, a young hunter named Cheon Young-jae calmly posed a question to his senior. He stated that he and another, Kim Darum, were orphans, and that he wasn't the only one. But his companion clarifies that she isn't completely without family, they just might as well not exist. She explains that no matter what she does, good or bad, they show no reaction at all. Even the day before her very first match, her phone remained silent. Complete indifference. Young-jae listens, a little confused, wondering why she's telling him all of this. Standing there on the balcony with her, he can't quite grasp her point. He quietly takes in her story, the weight of her loneliness hanging in the air. She then turns to him with a knowing smile, asking what he thought after hearing her confession. Her question strikes a nerve, his eyes widening with a sudden, sharp realization. And just like that, Cheon Young-jae jolts awake in his bed, the memory still fresh. He sits up, dismissing the entire encounter as just some nonsensical dream. But he realizes there were very good reasons for that dream, as a familiar voice crackles through his radio. Park Yu listens, looking utterly unimpressed as Young-jae asks him if he uses the internet. His friend explains that not long ago, Head used his famous Neungaomi account. It was a simple act to support his idol, but one that seriously ticked off Woo Min-hee. And as a result, he's been stuck dealing with her constant harassment ever since. So, he gives the obvious answer, insisting that he doesn't go online at all. It's a blatant lie, of course, as he claims he just doesn't like sharing his private life. He even says he lacks the patience for it, despite his online persona Skeleton being quite active. Frustrated, Park Yu admits there's no way to prove it, trying to play the victim. But Young-jae's voice cuts through the static with a simple proposal. Then I'll just come over. Park Yu desperately tries to wave him off, claiming his place is a mess unfit for visitors. But Young-jae couldn't care less about the state of his room. He says he just needs to check something. The time is set, non-negotiable. Tomorrow, around noon. The line goes silent, and Park Yu is left with the cold realization that he's been cornered. His mind flashes to Wu Minhui, a woman so persistent she once hid in a car trunk for 3 days just to tail someone. To deceive a person with that level of obsession, he knows he'll need the same amount of resolve. Hiding the laptop is easy enough. He wraps it in a tarp and shoves it into a tight gap. The real problem, the thing that truly worries him, is the obelisk antenna mounted on the satellite dish outside. Sure, he camouflaged it perfectly, but he can't account for whatever tricks his pursuers might have. So, as his online persona Skeleton, he quickly asks if satellite gear can be found with a scanner, and gets the answer he was hoping for. No one's ever heard of it, but his relief is cut short when another user chimes in, warning that nothing is guaranteed. Still, the expert, a former game developer, reasons that a group that powerful wouldn't bother with a simple doomsday prepper. With the most dangerous evidence now hidden, Park Yu turns his attention to the empty space he's created. Without all his usual online paraphernalia, his room feels unnaturally sterile, almost suspicious. This void, he realizes, is a vulnerability that must be filled entirely with imagination. He takes a deep breath, contemplating the perfect persona to sell his story. His gaze lands on the clean desk and the blank computer monitor. An idea forms as he places a strange, framed drawing on the desk, a picture of a crazed man with an axe. Next, he begins creating new folders on his desktop, tactical manuals, monster reports, and combat logs. If he backs up this kind of data, he thinks, he'll have a perfect alibi for what he does for a living. His expression is set, his focus absolute. He knows his opponent is more monster than man, and a single mistake could be his last. The next day, at a remote Air Force base, a military helicopter makes its descent. Park Yu stands on the tarmac, waiting for the arrival of his crucial ally. Stepping out onto the runway is a figure he knows well. A confident voice calls out as Minhui Wu and her assistant approach him. He greets her warmly, and she playfully asks if the rugged truck nearby is the limousine he sent. It's nothing fancy, he admits, as he gestures for her to get in, but she just smiles, saying that since he came personally, it's more than enough for her. She then reveals her gift of synthetic oil, noting she never comes empty-handed, and he can only smirk she came prepared. He leads them to a heavily fortified garage built into the side of a hill. She's impressed with the construction, while Park Yu silently wonders why the Legion faction is delaying their attack. With a heavy groan, he swings open the blast door, inviting them in. He proudly presents his personal bunker to his new allies. But the first thing Minhui Wu notices is the strangest detail: a lone toilet in the open. For a moment, she's puzzled, but then a flash of understanding hits her. She realizes its placement is a clever engineering trick for the ventilation and plumbing. Her assistant, Yujin, remarks that it's a senior-level design, clearly the work of a seasoned pro. When put on the spot, a flustered Yujin can only agree that it's very well built. Minhui Wu, however, has already moved on, her sharp gaze catching something else entirely. Her eyes land on his main computer, and she asks what it is. Park Yu dismisses it as a simple data backup, but she's not even looking at it anymore. Instead, she points to something else, a package hidden between some storage drums. His face drops, he can't believe it. Head wrapped it and tucked it away so carefully. And with a sly smile, she pulls out the green-wrapped object he tried so hard to conceal. Judging by his panicked reaction, she knows she's found exactly what she was looking for. He frantically tells her to put that back, his cool demeanor completely gone. But she's already unwrapping it, teasing him about finding a little secret he kept hidden. She observes that he always acts like a man with something to hide. All he can do is stare, hand outstretched, as his secrets are about to be laid bare. With a glint in her eye, she decides showing him this much should be fine. On the laptop screen is a picture that leaves little to the imagination. He sputters from behind her, face flushed, demanding she put it back immediately. But inwardly, Park Yu scoffs. He knew she'd search, so he left this decoy out for her. The real secrets are buried elsewhere, and this massive folder should be enough to distract her. All he needs is for her to take the bait, feel satisfied, and finally get out of his house. But Minhui Wu just chuckles, seeing right through his attempt to play the innocent victim. Fine. If he wants to be difficult, she'll just have to use the other methods she prepared. At her call, her assistant Yujin steps forward, and she instructs him to take a look around. With a quiet command, she tells him to use his ability, and the game is over. And in that moment, Park Yu's blood runs cold with a horrifying realization. Minhui Wu smirks, already knowing the satellite equipment is hidden in the ceiling. Her assistant's eyes glow an eerie white, his ability activating on command. She tells Yujin to look right through the structure, never taking her eyes off Park Yu. With a guiding hand on his shoulder, she directs her living scanner. She reminds the professor that he knows exactly what they're looking for. Park Yu can only sweat, completely outplayed and trapped in his own home. Yujin's hand slowly raises, his finger pointing towards the ceiling. He gasps out loud, feigning surprise at what his power has revealed. And just like that, Park Yu's last line of defense is completely exposed. Minhui Wu leans in, a smug smile on her face, asking if the professor has anything to confess. Park Gyu plays dumb, asking her what she could possibly be talking about, but he's not just deflecting. Her reaction gives him pause, and a thought begins to form. He remembers her assistant, Yujin, pointing so dramatically towards a spot on the ceiling. But as he replays the moment, he notices a critical flaw in their little performance. The assistant's gaze and the direction of his finger don't actually line up. Not only that, but her vague language, avoiding specifics, is a classic tell of someone trying to lie. The truth dawns on him. This woman isn't a clairvoyant at all. They're just running a coordinated bluff. After all, if they'd really found the evidence, they'd be seizing it, not wasting time with questions. With the tables turned, he looks them dead in the eye and tells them to fill him in. Minhui Wu lets out a sigh, almost impressed, remarking that he's just as unflappable as his reputation suggests. But Park Gyu isn't playing games. He's genuinely baffled as to why he's suddenly the prime suspect. She tells him it's partly intuition, but there's a much more concrete piece of evidence. It was Kim Daram's testimony, who told her she'd seen a satellite antenna cable at his house before defecting. He can barely contain his frustration, wondering how many times Daram will repay his kindness with betrayal. Minhui takes his confidence as a sign that he's simply hidden the evidence extremely well. But just as she's pressing her point, Park Gyu's focus shifts, a look of confusion on his face. Hess noticed something completely bizarre. She's sitting on a toilet while asking him what he thinks of Yang Sangil. The non-sequitur completely derails him. He can only stare back, trying to make sense of the situation. She just smiles, casually asking why he's so concerned with where she's sitting. He tries to object, pointing out that it's his toilet, but she's completely unfazed. She sat on worse things, she says, once mistaking a napalm-burned corpse for a log, which leaves him speechless. Ignoring his horror, she presses him again for his thoughts on Yang Sangil. He stammers that he has no personal grudge, only for her to drop a bombshell. Yang Sangil is scheduled to die this winter. Park Gyu demands to know if this is a certainty. But she simply pivots, reminding him of Sangil's evacuation fleet project. She lays out the fundamental truth of their world. The appearance rate of the awakened is directly tied to population size. This, she explains, is why the Congress faction desperately needs to control the Incheon refugee camp. It's a human farm for new supers. But her gaze turns sharp as she reveals the terrible catch to this equation. A dark realization washes over him. A larger population also drastically increases the intensity of the rifts. And that was Yang Sangil's true mission. To manage a population big enough for a supply of awakened, but small enough to keep the world from ending. She calls him a genius at weeding people out, a chilling phrase that leaves Gyu speechless. The man's top secret plan was to fill the evacuation fleet with children who had zero aptitude to awaken. But unfortunately for him, a little snag appeared in his perfect population control scheme. Someone managed to sneak satellite internet equipment onto the fleet, breaking his information quarantine. The Jeju government panicked, ordering Sangil to seize the server and silence the leak at any cost. With a smirk, she wonders aloud if even that simple task proved too much for the great man. He failed spectacularly, not only losing the equipment but getting all his recovery personnel killed. His clumsy cover-up was exposed online, and public opinion soured as the truth spread like wildfire. And the funniest part, she notes, is that Yang Sangil himself is just a regular, non-awakened human. Yet he was the one who threw a fit, demanding no other non-awakened be allowed on Jeju Island. And thanks to all his blunders, with his old scapegoat Lee Sang-hoon long gone, there's no one left to pin the blame on, forcing Yang Sangil to finally take the fall himself. Minhui finds it all quite ironic, a man so obsessed with self-preservation tripping over his own feet. She lays out the plan. Once the purge is done, they'll build a zoo and abandon his entire family there. This man of luxury will be forced to live like the people he discarded. A faint smile plays on her lips as she asks, "Doesn't that sound fun?" Then she gives her final, chilling order to Park Gyu. If Sangil is somehow still alive by spring, he is to kill him personally. He takes in her words, his expression unreadable as ever. But internally, he knows this feeling. This cold, calculating nature is the exact reason he started keeping his distance from Minhui Wu. Her upbringing may have been a factor, but he realizes she is, at her core, a person who simply enjoys radical, destructive change. He realizes the direction of the change doesn't matter to her at all. She just needs it to be intense, and more importantly, irreversible. Her move against Sangil wasn't personal. The man simply caught her eye. His fist clenches. He knows he needs to distance himself from this woman before it's too late. But before he can even respond, she casually agrees to his condition. Then, she turns the conversation on its head, addressing him as senior. As she walks away, she remarks that sometimes, he seems to be in more pain than she is. Park Gyu is stunned, pointing at himself in disbelief. Her words cut right through his composure. Minhui confirms it, then asks him a piercing question. Why has he never become an awakened? He reflects on the unproven theory that connects awakening to mental illness. Park Yu lets out a dry sigh, concluding that he must just be a sane person then. But he pushes back, insisting that becoming an awakened isn't necessarily a good thing. Minhui asks him to explain, then casually dismisses her assistant as too low level to understand. She sends Yujin out, wanting to discuss this matter with the professor in private. The heavy metal door swings shut, sealing them in the quiet room. Now alone, she begins to share a disturbing rumor circulating on the front lines. She leans closer, her voice low, saying that an awakened on her level has turned into a monster. Park Yu is utterly stunned, unable to process the terrifying news. He has to be sure, asking if she means an actual monster. Minhui simply confirms his worst fears. Her eyes suddenly flash with a blinding white light, her clairvoyant abilities flaring to life. In an instant, she projects a vision, a raw psychic force that slams into him to make her point. As he stumbles back, she calmly states that the way they use their power is no different from the monsters they fight. He looks up, realizing the terrifying truth in her words. They could become monsters, or one could simply consume them. It's all just a matter of the final outcome, she continues, her hand gesturing with an air of finality. Her prosthetic fingers reach out towards him, a cold, metallic contrast to the gravity of her words. She leans in, her expression turning deadly serious as she prepares to ask him for the ultimate favor. If she ever turns into a monster, could he be the one to kill her? She calmly explains that the way they use their power is no different from the monsters they fight. The pressure emanating from her is immense, crushing him as he realizes the horrifying truth in her words. This is the output of a level 12 awakened, a power on par with a large-scale species. And with that terrifying power hanging in the air, she finally prepares to ask her question. If she ever happens to turn into a monster, could he be the one to kill her? Park Yu can only stare back, the impossible request hanging between them. He's completely stunned, trying to process the weight of what she just asked. But in that moment, he sees past her immense power and understands she's afraid. The great, untouchable Wu Minhui is terrified of the monster she could become. Suddenly, the memory of that day flashes forward to the present, prompting a question of what he thought at that moment. Back then, he saw her as a monster, someone who used her own tragic history to get a rise out of people. But he catches himself. No, that wasn't her. That's just how he chose to see her. He begins to question his own memory. Was she really happy that day? Or was he just not paying attention? Did he ever even try to look at the real Wu Minhui, beyond the surface? The answer hits him with absolute clarity. He doesn't know her at all. He can't go back to find out her true intentions, and it's too late to fix anything now. So, standing before her in the present, he decides to stop speculating and stick only to the facts. Steeling his resolve, he tells himself he can handle this. As if sensing his decision, a faint, knowing smile plays on her lips. She looks at him, her expression unreadable but filled with a quiet confidence. Park Yu has had enough fun for one day and announces he's heading out. But Minhui Wu stops him with an offer of tea, which he promptly refuses. Her smile turns pointed as she asks if he's always been such a cruel man. How could he not even recognize his own precious student? He just stares back, completely lost. Student? His eyes narrow, trying to process what she's saying. He glances over at the quiet young man with the bowl cut, and a faint memory begins to surface. It flashes back to a brief, unwanted job as an instructor, right before his retirement. He recalls the facility, and a particular student's brazen challenge. A kid with glowing eyes had questioned how a man with no abilities could possibly be their teacher. The young clairvoyant then proved his power with a chillingly personal observation, claiming he could see everything. The kid even told him to change his ways, claiming that's why he'd never awaken any abilities. And in the very next moment, Park Yu had slammed his resignation letter onto the desk. The memory solidifies. He recalls quitting right then and there, ignoring his superior's furious shouts. It all clicks into place. He looks at the man and asks if he's that same brat who used to harass him. But instead of the cocky attitude he expected, the young man offers a loud, sudden apology. He bows deeply, admitting he was just immature and desperately wanted his instructor's attention. For years, he explains, Head wanted to say sorry but couldn't find Park Yu after he vanished. Park Yu, caught off guard, tries to dismiss it, saying he was planning to quit anyway. But then, a thought strikes him, connecting the past to the present. He stares intently, asking if he's truly a clairvoyant, and the man calmly confirms it. A woman's voice cuts through the tension, asking if something is wrong. She glances between them, deciding it's getting late and time to head back. The young clairvoyant tells Park Yu not to worry about seeing them off. Park Yu is left standing there, a little surprised by their abrupt exit. He watches them walk away, two figures disappearing into the twilight. A wry chuckle escapes him as he processes the encounter. He has to hand it to her. She really got him good. The scene shifts, painting a desolate picture of a world in ruins. After the fall, everyone used to say that people were the most dangerous thing. But that was a complete misconception. The real killer was, and always has been, nature itself. Because for those who have lost civilization, the greatest enemy has always been nature's indifference. We see it in the memories of the Great Downpour, the worst torrential rain since the war began. The casualties climbed so high, the government simply gave up on counting the missing. And now, that same relentless water has found its way into Park Yu's own bunker. He wakes to the cold shock of a flooded floor, the storm outside having breached his sanctuary. A quick inspection brings a small bit of relief. At least the walls and ceiling are holding strong. But looking down, he sees the entire first floor, his only entrance, is completely submerged. A cold dread washes over him. If that water reaches the basement generator, it's all over. He knows he has to act now and finish the drainage work before the worst can happen. So, under the pounding rain, he begins the grueling task of digging a path for the water. His only option was to dig up the main bunker and pump the water out directly. The septic tank must have overflowed because the floodwater reeked, and he dreads the cleanup to come. With the main pipe now exposed and the valve open, the drainage can finally begin. He watches as the pump does its work, slowly siphoning the encroaching water away. But back inside, the damage is already done, with filthy puddles covering the floor. Exhausted, he heads to the tap to get some water for cleaning. But instead of clear water, a thick, disgusting sludge pours out from the faucet. His shoulders slump in defeat. Now he has to clean the water tank, too. This forced march of endless chores throughout the rainy season was draining him. But the true source of his despair was something else entirely. The state of his fake bunker. As the pump whirs, siphoning away the floodwater, he can only sit and stare. The exhaustion is so complete, so bone deep, that a dangerous thought begins to form. Maybe he should just let it all go. After all, this fake bunker was only ever meant to be a disposable trap for the Legion faction. And yet here he is, endlessly repairing it for a single moment that might never arrive. He collapses onto the table, the sheer hopelessness of waiting for years on end finally breaking him. But then, a strange realization cuts through the despair. His life has become like that of a cicada. Years spent rotting underground, all for a single, fleeting moment of purpose. So he logs onto the Hunter forum and posts a bizarre cry, leaving his comrades utterly baffled. On the forum, Defender demands to know what's gotten into him, but Skeleton just keeps typing the same nonsense word. The notifications just keep pinging, one after another, as the pointless exchange continues. But then, a completely different post appears, catching everyone off guard. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes simply asks Meme, "This is where things get serious." Because the odds of a real Alpha Awakened appearing are less than 1 in a billion. In all of Korea, only 3 have ever been found. And now, against all odds, another one has surfaced. A user named I Am Jesus posts a grainy photo of an emaciated figure, asking what happened to him. But the signs are unmistakable. The white light in the eyes, the halo, it all points to an Alpha Awakening. A quick look at his post history reveals he's a religious lunatic, obsessed with the rapture and zombies. In fact, he's one of the 4 legendary problem users, alongside the maniac Defender, the villain Dong Tanmum, and a notorious real estate troll. A somber voice explains a grim truth of this world. There are reports that the more painful the heart, the higher the probability of a person awakening. A fact that Park Gyu contemplates with a heavy silence. His eyes narrow, processing the implications of such a cruel system. On the forums, most users are completely clueless, joking that the guy must have eaten radioactive material, but a select few recognize the signs immediately, their messages flooding in with congratulations and offers. The problem is, the awakened one himself, I Am Jesus, is just as clueless, wondering why everyone is making such a fuss. Sitting in the dark, a deep sense of dread washes over Park Yu. This is not going to end well. And just like that, his fears become reality when I Am Jesus screenshots all his private messages and posts them publicly. Immediately, the secret agendas of various factions are laid bare for all to see. The cult of returning ghosts, the Legion faction, every predator in the city is now circling this oblivious new prey. Meanwhile, another group observes, noting how one man's foolishness exposed every hidden power player. Still, they have to admit, there's something cool about I Am Jesus turning down every single offer. Hez hailed as one of the forum's 5 legendary madmen, though his colleagues seem a bit confused by the count. But the light-hearted mood shifts to concern. They know powerful people are now frantically hunting for him. Park Yu understands the gravity of the situation. This new awakened is a game-changing weapon, and doesn't even know it. To secure a person of that power, there are plenty of factions that won't hesitate to use any means necessary. The offers range from sleazy mafia bosses promising women and drugs, to the most dangerous player of them all, the Legion faction. They aren't just asking. They're showing off their military hardware, and offering him a top-tier rank on the spot. For them, stuck in a stalemate, a new Alpha Awakened is the keycard they need to shatter the balance of power. Park Yu sees right through their recruitment offer. It's a thin veil over a deadly ultimatum. If this new Awakened even considers another faction, the Legion won't hesitate to kill him before he becomes a real threat. His colleague wants his expert opinion. Can they really find the bunker's location from such a low information photo? It's a long shot, but Park Gyu notes the bunker looks like a standard module, meaning it could be traced through construction records. The other man just smirks, completely unbothered. It's not like they're just going to sit back and watch it happen. But the subject of this global manhunt is completely oblivious, living in what barely qualifies as a room. He's wasting away in the dark, with terrible hygiene and meager food. His only company, a glowing computer screen. Another member of their team recalls the man's online footprint, a desperate cry for connection in the void. He knows you can't overestimate the human spirit. Even the strongest person will break after years of isolation and hardship. And once a man is broken, he's dangerously susceptible to the first person who offers him a hand. And so, Park Gyu recalls the day he decided to reach out to the infamous I Am Jesus. It wasn't for some noble cause or grand plan. It was a simple, impulsive hello just to see what would happen. He sent it as skeleton, fully expecting to be ignored like all the other big shots. He leaned back, figuring he'd be blocked instantly. But then a notification sound echoed in the room. He shot up from his chair, jolted by the unexpected alert. A message had arrived, and the sender's name was impossible. He stared in disbelief. I Am Jesus had actually replied. That single message soon blossomed into a conversation. They started with nonsense, but it quickly led to Jesus revealing his desperate state. Sick and starving. Beneath the pleas for food, he heard the real message. I Am Jesus was asking for help. And in that critical moment, Park Gyu didn't feel sympathy, he saw an opportunity. It was a chance to escape his pathetic life and steal the miracle meant for another. With I Am Jesus' power, he wouldn't have to hide from the Legion faction ever again. He immediately typed back, asking for the man's location. Grabbing his gear, his mind was set, his resolve like steel. He sent one last message, a simple promise. I'm coming right now. Without a moment's hesitation, he was off, sprinting through the ruined city. He always said it was just a personal preference, but he found a blunt weapon worked best for catching zombies along the way. He knows from experience that splitting heads all day will eventually dull even the sharpest axe. A heavy hammer, on the other hand, can keep on crushing skulls almost indefinitely. His destination was the outskirts of a city that fell to the undead almost immediately. There was no time to evacuate, and after that incident, it earned itself a grim new nickname. Once called Japung Lake City, it was now known only as the City of the Dead. He always tried to avoid this place, especially because of the twisted creatures that now called it home. But of course, his path was blocked by one, forcing him to find a different route. He navigates the desolate, broken streets, keeping his objective in mind. Finally, he arrives, checking the location details the man had sent him. Peering down, he confirms this is the spot, the place where his new life begins. The spot was a ventilation shaft for an old factory bunker, with pipes running deep underground. He mused that if this wasn't a zombie-infested hellscape, the person inside would have been hunted down ages ago. He makes his way through the overgrown ruins of the industrial complex. The path leads him to a small, hidden clearing. He spots the circular hatch, covered in a thick layer of dust, a sign of true isolation. With a piece of wood, he carefully taps out the prearranged signal. A muffled voice from below hesitantly calls out his name, Skeleton? With a heavy clank, the lock disengages and the hatch swings open, inviting him into the darkness. He descends the ladder into the gloom of the underground shelter. The man inside shields his sensitive eyes. Confirming his identity, he has finally met I Am Jesus. But seeing the man for the first time, Park Gyu can't hide his utter confusion. This was not what he expected. I Am Jesus stammers, nervously confirming he's speaking to the real skeleton. His first question, however, is a strange one. He asks Park Gyu how old he is. Looking closer, past the shadows, he realizes the visitor is surprisingly young, and the shock is mutual beneath that wild beard. Park Gyu sees a face barely in its early 20s. The hermit begins to stammer, his mind seemingly short-circuiting at the sight of another person. Then, he shrieks and scrambles backwards, kicking his feet out like a cornered animal. Park Gyu figures it's understandable. After so long alone, a healthy man must be a terrifying sight. But the raw, unfiltered terror coming from I Am Jesus still catches him completely off guard. Flustered, he just raises a hand, trying to calm the man down with a single, awkward word. The man's terror breaks, replaced by a single, confused question. The word echoes in the filthy room, a strange, garbled attempt at communication. Park Gyu just keeps repeating the word, trying to make some kind of connection. The two of them stand there, surrounded by filth, a beacon of light separating the terrified hermit from the calm intruder. He remembers his old training from China, always let the fearful one speak first. So he calmly introduces himself as Skeleton, here for a man named I Am Jesus. But the hermit's fear dissolves into pure bewilderment, asking why Skeleton looks so normal. Park Gyu's mind blanks. Normal? What is that even supposed to mean? I Am Jesus gestures frantically, insisting that Skeleton was supposed to be like him. That's why he called him. why he trusted him, and right on cue, his starving stomach lets out a desperate growl. Seeing no other way forward, Park Yu decides to handle the most pressing issue first. They eat. As the hermit greedily eats, Park Yu scans the room, holding his breath against the overwhelming stench. He's surprised to find the bunker is actually quite well equipped, maybe 4 separate units connected together. It's poorly maintained, but it has everything, even a functioning restroom area. He has to ask the hermit how in the world he managed to set up the plumbing. I Am Jesus just shrugs, saying some workers connected it for him, so Park Yu asks about the electricity. Solar panels on his dad's building next door, and in that moment, Park Yu realizes the truth. This guy wasn't a master survivalist. He was just a sheltered rich kid playing apocalypse. He survived not through skill, but through sheer ignorance and inertia, using a luxury shelter built for leisure. With a sigh, Park Yu grabs his bag and tells the clueless hermit it's time to go to his place. Park Yu lays out his proposition. His place has better facilities and a safer location. In exchange for supplies and protection, he just needs the hermit to use his ability to help him. He insists it's a good deal for both of them, telling the man to think it over carefully. But the hermit's first and only question is whether he can bring his game console. Park Yu is speechless as the man proudly lists off his Famicom and collection of retro games. He even mentions how much they might be worth, causing Park Yu to facepalm in despair. The realization hits him hard. This rich kid has absolutely no grasp of the world outside. Trying to set a boundary, he tells him to pick 5 items, but the hermit immediately asks if he can take 6. Completely defeated, Park Yu just agrees, telling him to at least keep the bulk down. The hermit nods with grave seriousness, now facing the difficult choice of which toys to save. Just as Park Yu thinks he's done, the hermit has one final request. He asks where they need to stop, and is handed an old photograph. Park Yu's eyes narrow as he studies the image, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. It's a picture of a large, beautiful cathedral from before the world fell apart. The hermit explains with surprising gravity that it's his father's church, but that name sends a jolt through Park Yu's mind, a memory of dust and ruin. He recalls the horrors lurking within those walls, a zombie lunging from the shadows. He sees his younger self, not yet a skeleton, but a desperate survivor. He remembers the sharp, brutal impact of his hatchet meeting undead flesh. It was a chaotic battle for survival, fending off a horde inside that very church. He remembers kicking off from the rubble, launching himself into the chaos. He flew over the grasping hands of the undead, his hatchet held high. The horde was a grotesque sea of rotting flesh and gnashing teeth. But in those moments, his focus was absolute, his eyes burning with cold resolve. After the fight, he stood alone in the ruins of the city. That's when a voice called out, and he met the man who now stood before him. The stranger was stunned by his fighting prowess, but Park Yu just said he could protect himself. The hermit recalls how he was initially rejected, his desperate plea met with a simple no. He had begged to know why, only for Park Yu to point out that his goal was downtown, a zombie hive. Park Yu's logic was brutal. He wouldn't carry dead weight who couldn't even control his own abilities. And now, seeing the strange energy swirling around the hermit, Park Yu is taken aback for a moment. Back in the past, the man had asked if he felt something. A premonition of danger, perhaps. Park Yu had played dumb, saying not yet, all while knowing this guy was a high-level awakened who hadn't even realized it. He knew emotions were the key to unlocking abilities, and he figured he'd just push a little further. As they walked, the man began to open up, revealing his father was a famous cult leader, a complete degenerate, who claimed to hear the voice of Jesus while preying on young girls. When asked why they weren't using the bike, Park Yu's logic was simple. The noise draws the dead. The bike was for getting away, not getting there. So they continued on foot, step by step, deeper into the ruined city. Until finally, Park Yu stopped, announcing they had arrived at their destination. A massive, shattered church. The sight was devastating. The man could only stare in horror, convinced no one could have survived a bombing like this. Park Yu remained silent, letting the man process the devastation before them. Needing a moment, he asks if he can just look around the ruins of his former home. His gaze falls upon the massive cross, one of the few things still standing. He hangs his head, crushed by the memory of warning everyone to flee, a warning they never heeded. But then, a soft footstep breaks the silence, drawing their attention. A lone woman emerges from the dust, pale and gaunt, her movements slow and deliberate. Park Yu instantly recognizes the signs, telling him to stay back, that it's a zombie. But the man just stares, calling her sister. He quickly clarifies she wasn't family by blood, but a sister from the church, someone he knew well. As Park Yu prepares to strike, the man lunges forward, grabbing his arm with surprising strength. A blue aura flares to life around Park Yu as he's held back, his eyes widening slightly at the desperate plea to spare her. The man stares with desperate hope, insisting that because she's moving, she must still be alive. But Park Yu cuts through the delusion, explaining that zombification happens after death. Even if he extracts the rift factor, She'll just be a corpse. His sister is already gone. The man roars in denial, a wave of raw power erupting from him and blasting Park Gyu backwards. Stunned, Park Gyu wonders how he learned to use the wave, but the man just repeats with certainty that she's not dead. As Park Gyu tries to argue, a raspy voice cuts through the air, speaking a name Dongpil. Everyone freezes, the impossible sound coming from the zombie, as she asks if it's really him. Dongpil breaks from his shock, rushing past Park Gyu as he tearfully calls out to his sister. Park Gyu can only watch, his mind reeling from the impossible sight. A zombie that can speak like a human, a reality he never thought possible. Park Gyu watches the impossible reunion, his mind reeling. He's fought on the front lines for years, but has never witnessed anything like a talking zombie. His thoughts race, trying to connect this to awakened powers, to the rift factor itself. Then, a memory surfaces of another instructor, who was in a state just like this. A sudden, dangerous idea forms in his mind. He turns to the others, giving a sharp order to load the zombie sister onto a bike. Dongpil hesitates, but Park Gyu screams at him they need to get her and escape right now. They speed away on their motorcycles, the impossible prize secured between them. But their path is immediately blocked by a writhing wall of the undead. With no time to think, Park Gyu shouts at the bearded man, demanding he unleash that wave again. With no other choice, the bearded man focuses, and his eyes blaze with an ethereal light. A massive wave of pure force erupts from him, blasting a path through the undead horde. But Park Gyu, caught at point-blank range, is slammed by the sheer psychic pressure. Dongpil screams his name, realizing his power just knocked out his own partner. For a split second, Park Gyu's world goes dark. He thought he was used to these waves, but this was different. He slams on the brakes, forcing the bike to a sudden, screeching halt. Something is wrong, because the zombies aren't just gone, they're now being drawn away by a pulsating, ominous red light. It's another wave, a different kind of signal, pulling every last zombie in the area toward a single point. One of the infected, a man who looks like he was once an executive, groans a single word, "Chairman." And in the distance, a stern, powerful figure stands, the clear source of this overwhelming new presence. Park Gyu grips his bike's handlebars, knowing a direct confrontation is out of the question. Dongpil calls out from behind, warning him that with 3 people plus luggage, they're moving too slowly. A cold calculation flashes through Park Gyu's mind. He could abandon them and escape alone. But as Dongpil desperately looks for a place to hide, his sister remembers her dad's building nearby and its basement. With a new destination in mind, Park Gyu makes a ruthless decision. He screams at Dongpil to abandon the satellite equipment right now. Without hesitation, Dongpil shoves the heavy backpack off the bike. It buys them a precious second, as the infected executive is right on their tail, lunging for them. But just as they gain some distance, Park Gyu feels a familiar pressure building and screams a warning. A massive shockwave of blue energy erupts from behind them, blasting everything in its path. Speeding through the fallout, Dongpil frantically asks if Park Gyu is okay, but a trickle of black blood from the corner of his mouth says it all. Park Gyu just grits his teeth, telling him it's nothing, and to just lead the way. He can't afford to slow down. He's carrying the hope of humanity, and he will not fail. They race through the skeletal remains of the city, a concrete graveyard. Dongpil, completely oblivious to the man's pain, can only think about how cool he looked back there. Finally arriving, Dongpil is practically buzzing, comparing the fight to some video game. He turns to his sister, promising her that he'll find a way to make her normal again. Park Gyu watches on, a glint of suspicion in his eyes, and asks if this is really just some girl from church. Dongpil completely fumbles, waving his hands and stammering that their relationship is, well, complicated. Dongpil tries to explain it's a kind of plutonium love. No, wait, he corrects himself, a plastic love. Park Gyu just stares back, his expression completely blank, utterly unimpressed by the nonsense. Deciding to just move on, Dongpil leads him through a door into a darker part of the building. The room is filled with more of them, a whole crowd of vacant, hungry-looking women. Park Gyu immediately brandishes an axe, telling the terrified man to get ready to support him. But in the next moment, the path is clear, and he's already walking past the downed bodies, urging them forward. They finally arrive at a strange, almost futuristic-looking door deep within the facility. Park Gyu demands to know what this place is, and Dongpil admits it's his father's secret room. He launches into a story about how his dad installed a private generator after a humiliating scandal. And as Park Gyu listens, his eyes narrow. The pieces of this puzzle are starting to connect. Dongpil's story finally reveals the person at the center of it all. His catatonic sister. He remembers being asked if he could save her, and he had replied with absolute confidence. With a surge of his own power, he reached out, promising to fix her right then and there. A brilliant light washes over her, and in an instant, her vacant eyes clear with life. Overwhelmed with joy, Dongpil cries out her name, his own eyes glowing with raw power. But his moment of triumph is shattered by a stinging slap across the face. The sister he just cured recoils in horror, screaming at him to get away from her. She unleashes a torrent of venomous insults, admitting she only tolerated him for his father's sake. Her face is a mask of pure contempt, the gratitude he expected replaced with pure loathing. As the painful memory plays out, Park Yu watches on, quietly telling the pastor to stop. But the memory shifts, revealing a secret conversation between the pastor and Dongpil's sister. She coolly admits she knows about Dongpil's crush, using it as leverage against the pastor. In fact, she confesses she feels nothing for her brother. Being nice to him is a burden she only bears for the pastor's sake. Then, covering her face in shame, the sister makes a devastating confession. She's pregnant. Her eyes plead with the pastor, begging him not to abandon her as young Dongpil watches from the shadows. The pastor's world shatters, his face crumbling into a mask of pure despair. The memory dissolves into a scene of pure agony, the pastor screaming on the floor as his sister lies bound on the bed. But the present-day Park Yu watches this past failure with cold detachment, clarifying his power isn't for raising the dead. The memory ends on the haunting echo of his sister's voice, her pleas for him to take responsibility playing like a broken record. Park Yu realizes this isn't about hope or salvation, it's just a sad repetition of physical memories. With a sigh, he decides it's time to leave this place, telling the others they should go home. He suggests they rest until the zombie horde outside disperses, but Dongpil cuts him off. His voice is quiet, yet heavy with a truth he can no longer bear. He confesses to his sister that he's known everything for a long, long time. The scene flashes back to his childhood, a young Dongpil calling out for his father. He remembers a time when his father wasn't a monster, a time when he was just a dad. If his father had been evil from the start, Dongpil thinks, leaving him behind would have been easy. But back in the present, facing his sister, the painful truth remains. Tears streaming down his face, Dongpil finally admits he knew what was happening all along. Park Yu listens with a grim, unreadable expression as the confession continues. His sister is stunned to hear that he knew everything when he came here. Dongpil admits he needed to see the truth to finally crush the last bit of hope inside him. The memory sends him spiraling back to that day, the ground shaking as he was locked in the bunker. He remembers screaming at his family, frustrated that they never listened to his warnings. He had told them they needed to evacuate, but they ignored him. Now, he was trapped alone, sealed away from the world and his family. But after the initial chaos subsided, he crept toward the bunker door to listen. Everything outside had gone quiet, sparking a sliver of desperate hope. He reached for the hatch, wondering, could the alarm have just been a mistake? He remembers his mother's eyes, filled with disgust, calling his warnings creepy. She screamed at his father, accusing him of feeding their son delusions. His father had tried to intervene, gently telling a young Dongpil to go home. Back in the bunker, his hand had frozen above the hatch. He wouldn't leave. He decided to wait, certain his dad would come for him. So he waited, surrounded by dwindling supplies in the dark. The days bled into weeks, each one a scratch on the cold concrete wall. A now haggard Dongpil stares at the chalk, the sheer number of marks finally hitting him. He collapses, overwhelmed. How long has it been? Where was his father? In a desperate final act, he boots up an old laptop, searching for any news of the outside world. His hand slams down, trying to crush the creeping despair. He scoffs at his own weakness, refusing to believe his father is gone. That man was too cunning, too willing to crawl through dirt just to get what he wanted. Yes, that's it, he's just late. The only smart move is to wait right here. He clings to that logic, alone in the dark, repeating the fragile hope to himself. Dad, in that desolate bunker, that belief was the only thing he had. Back in the present, he confesses that even now, a part of him still holds on to that hope, that somewhere out in this ruined world, his father might still be alive. He looks over at the man they call Skeleton, his expression shifting, and with a grim sense of clarity, he asks if his father is in hell now. Park Yu steps forward, deciding to offer some grim advice about Dongpil's father. He coldly states that people don't just change, no matter what you say to them. To survive in this world, he says, you have to kill your emotions and think only of yourself. The harsh words hit home, and Dongpil covers his face in anguish. He asks if Park Yu is just telling himself that same lie to cope, but after a moment, he seems to understand, a quiet resolve taking over. He turns to leave, telling Skeleton it's time to go, brushing off the obvious danger with unnerving confidence. Park Yu stops him, gesturing back towards the room and asking what he plans to do about his Nuna. His gaze is sharp, questioning Dongpil's sudden change of heart, but Dongpil simply stares back, his eyes now glowing with a strange, intense light. Park Yu's voice cuts through the silence, insisting she's just a zombie now, as an odd buzzing sound fills the ruined city. The source of the hum is a single cicada, clinging to a surface and vibrating with an unnatural energy. It seems to pulse with a strange, otherworldly power. The insect's very form begins to warp and distort under the immense pressure. Park Yu stands frozen, a flicker of confusion on his face as he tries to pinpoint what he's feeling. And then he sees the power isn't coming from some bug, but from Dongpil himself. A tidal wave of energy erupts from the bearded man, washing over the entire district. Every zombie in the vicinity stops dead in its tracks, their heads snapping towards the source of the signal. Dongpil stands transformed, his eyes blazing like twin stars, an absolute beacon of raw power. With a silent command, the very air bends to his will, ripping the undead from the streets and sending them spiraling into the sky. Like a psychic battering ram, his power slams into the undead, blasting them back in a wave of pure force. The signal radiates outwards from him, a silent, city-spanning explosion of absolute command. Elsewhere, another horde stands motionless, a silent army that was waiting for a different master. But now, they receive the new call, a singular directive that floods their broken minds. Their target, a grotesque, multi-armed being holding court amidst a sea of its own fanatical followers. It seems almost serene, a false idol with featureless skin stretched taut over its monstrous frame, but its peace is shattered as the newly commanded zombies surge forward, a mindless tide of pure aggression. They claw and bite, throwing themselves at the creature as a war of puppets erupts in the streets. Its own worshippers are helpless, swallowed by the sheer ferocity of the attacking horde. Under the onslaught, the creature's impassive face finally begins to crack and break apart. The false god is torn limb from limb, a feast for its former subjects. Its human worshippers are caught in the stampede, crushed underfoot by the mindless tide. Soon, the entire city of the dead moves with a single, horrifying purpose towards a new beacon of power. Watching it all unfold from the street are Park Gyu and the man at the center of it all, Dongpil. Park Gyu looks on, a name catching in his throat for this new master of the undead skeleton. But the horde isn't attacking them. Instead, the thousands of infected fall to their knees in perfect unison. With an ethereal blue glow in his eyes, Dongpil accepts his new kingdom and commands them to move. And so, the reign of one king ended, and another began. Back in the present, Dajiong listens to the story, finding the entire bloody affair to be pretty cool. Park Yu smirks, telling her the jelly she's eating was scavenged from that very city, leaving her eager to hear what happened next. Dajiong asks the obvious question. Is the new zombie king staying at Skeleton's house now? Park Yu's eyes narrow, a dark memory surfacing. His answer is a simple, definitive no. He explains that Dongpil returned to the city. She's stunned, wondering if he went back to that zombie-infested hell just to die. But Park Yu clarifies a chilling truth. Dongpil was never a savior of mankind. His mind drifts back to that snowy night, a hand reaching out to him. It was Dongpil, eyes glowing with inhuman power, calling for his new general, Skeleton. And so, his story jumps back in time to the immediate aftermath of that chaotic night. After toppling the necromancer, they had all retreated to the bunker, praising Skeleton for their survival. Park Yu is surprised by this leniency, but Dongpil explains that with the necromancer gone, they can afford to relax. He's even managed to recover old satellite equipment, deciding to stock up while he can. This sudden generosity makes Park Yu suspicious, and he jokes about some hidden motive, which Dongpil just laughs away. But for a split second, a chilling thought flickers behind his eyes, as if there wouldn't be one. Park Yu senses the danger, forcing himself to play along while his mind races. He knows Dongpil's power is a terrifying wildcard. His only strategy is to keep him pleased. As he looks at some old video games, Dongpil casually asks if they're part of a collection. Dongpil's expression softens slightly, explaining that his dad got them for him. Park Yu is taken aback, but Dongpil clarifies that his father didn't exactly buy them with money. This touches a nerve, and Park Yu begins to share a piece of his own past, admitting his family was poor. He recalls begging for the newest console like his friends, but his dad came home with something else. They were old, discarded consoles from the church, barely even working junk. But even so, he admits to Dongpil with a heavy heart, he was genuinely happy back then. His father, he wasn't always a bad person, not from the very start. But as his congregation grew, as their faith in him swelled, something began to change. A young Park Yu could only watch as his father transformed into a smiling, charismatic leader. No, he corrects himself, he knew what was happening, but he chose to look away, because the toys and games his father brought home were just too sweet to give up. So he kept turning his back on the truth, ignoring the mounting signs of corruption. And by the time he finally looked up from his distractions, the world had already become this twisted. And with crushing finality, Park Yu admits he's the one who sent his own father to hell. The confession strikes a chord in Dongpil, who realizes he's burdened by a similar guilt. He cuts that thought short, he can't let himself drown in that kind of despair. So, he makes a choice. He's just going to believe his own father didn't die. It's a weak excuse, he knows, but he just can't bear that heavy responsibility right now. The thought of having ruined his dad would completely destroy him from the inside out. So for now, Hez putting it off, delaying the truth until Hez strong enough to face it. It's a willful self-deception, a lie hell cling to just to keep moving forward. He turns to leave. It feels like running away, just like he always has, but this time feels different. This time, he's choosing to live, even if it means leaving his father behind in the past. Dongpil weeps, admitting he knows himself all too well. If he confirmed his father's death, he'd just stay there and die too. He clutches his shirt, recalling Skeleton's brutal advice that being selfish is the only way to survive in this hellscape. With a new resolve, Park Yu decides this is it. He's breaking free from his past and finally going to live for himself. But just as he turns to go, a hand stops him. Someone's not ready to let him leave just yet. Dajiang cuts in, confused about the story. She needs to hear the rest of it. Park Yu pauses, holding up 2 fingers, ready to explain the 2 major lessons he learned from all this. The camera pans across the ruined city, their new reality and the backdrop for their next journey. Later, Park Yu leads Dongpil on a motorcycle, casually warning him not to freak out when he sees the toilet at his place. Park Yu looks back, completely bewildered. What could possibly be so strange about a toilet? Then Dongpil spots a dead body on the ground. And as he asks what's wrong with it, Park Yu's silence says everything. For some reason, Park Yu felt a sudden urge to see this particular zombie's face. He looked just like an ordinary guy. Nothing special about him at all. But for the woman kneeling beside him, Dongpil's own sister, that was her father. Dajiang is floored by the cruel twist of fate of all the zombies. It had to be that one. He had tried to walk away from his own tragedy, but seeing this, it forced him back. For Dongpil, this must have been the moment he saw his true calling. He would become the savior for the zombies, the one to stop them from committing more sins. Park Yu explains how Dongpil truly believed he was the Messiah, that his return was destiny. So, Dajiang asks, is that the second realization? That everything is predetermined? No. The second lesson, he states plainly, was simply Skeleton. In the past, Dongpil, eyes blazing with newfound power, earnestly thanked Park Yu for saving him. He swore an oath that he would never forget this debt, and would, someday, repay it in full. But Park Yu's narration cuts in, clenching his fist as he insists that effort is never truly meaningless. With a mocking smirk, he questions who really saved whom, scoffing at a Messiah who just cries for his father. And with that, the story of the Messiah came to an empty, anticlimactic end over the ruins of the city. The ending was hollow, and he was never saved by some grand savior. But as a result of it all, a new over-level 10 awakened now walked the earth, belonging to no faction. The fight for the Alpha was over, but Park Yu reflects that in the end, he gained a good friend. Back in the present, Rebecca muses that even though their mission was a bust, she quite likes this ending. But her thoughts are cut short when she sees Skeleton suddenly collapsed on the ground, leaving her completely baffled. Park Yu is on his knees, desperately begging Rebecca and the girl to help him repair the bunker. Rebecca can only sigh, thinking that the real-life Skeleton is a lot less cool than the legend. His story jumps back in time, 3 years after the world fell apart. The 3 of them toil away under the sun, a strange little family of survivors. The young girl stretches, feeling the warmth of their 3rd summer since the apocalypse began, and through all the sweat and hard labor, Park Yu finds a moment of quiet satisfaction. After a long and grueling season of work, their construction project finally comes to an end. Autumn arrives, blanketing their newly fortified home in a calm orange light. He collapses into bed, thinking he could finally get some rest. But fate had other plans, as a terrible flu takes hold right as his work is done. The problem was, a particularly nasty stalker had just latched onto their group. Park Yu grabs his weapon, cursing his own body for failing him at this crucial moment. His companion tries to reassure him, mentioning there's a doctor among the new arrivals. But this doctor wasn't exactly the comforting type. As he works, his eyes flare with a cold, unsettling blue light. Park Yu's intuition screamed at him this man was a complete psycho. But he could do nothing, as violent shivers began to rack his body. He was burning up, completely helpless, and shaking under the blankets. The thermometer confirmed his fears, a dangerously high fever of 39.1 degrees. This was insane. A sudden, out-of-season flu had completely taken him out. He tries to rationalize it, the stress from the summer construction, the chaos in Japuno City. It all came crashing down as fever, chills, and a crippling full-body ache took over. He knew he had to eat, using every ounce of willpower just to sit up, but his body immediately betrayed him, sending him tumbling helplessly to the floor. He pants, realizing with dread that the food storage is all the way in the basement. A grim acceptance washes over him. There's no way he can make it down there. The first day, he could only force down some crackers soaked in water. On the second day, he just shoved glucose candy in his mouth before passing out. And now, on day 3, he's still burning up, sweat beading on his face. The thermometer confirms his worst fear. The fever hasn't broken at all. He'd always been so careful, trying every medicine he had on hand to fight this sickness. But it was useless, and for a moment, He resigns himself to a bitter truth. Maybe this is as far as he goes. But then, a spark of defiance. No, he refuses to die like this. First, he needs to get some nutrients. With renewed purpose, he drags his trembling body to the basement ladder and begins to climb down. His weakened limbs betray him almost immediately, his foot slipping from the rung. He comes crashing down onto the concrete floor below with a heavy thud. Pain jolts through him, and he grits his teeth against the agony, sweat pouring down his face. But even after the fall, his will doesn't break. His hand clenches into a tight, determined fist. His body shudders uncontrollably, every muscle screaming in protest. Yet his eyes remain fixed on the refrigerators just ahead. He just needs to go a little further. Just a little longer, he tells himself, gritting his teeth through the pain. But suddenly, a piercing red alarm light begins to flash. The perimeter sensors have picked something up. Unbelievable. An intruder. Now, of all the terrible times for this to happen, as he drags himself up to prepare, his mind drifts back to an old memory. He recalls a former teammate, a hunter with astonishing speed who always took the lead. She was talented, full of ambition, and was even about to get married. And yet, she died. All because her body wasn't in perfect condition that day. The cause was something as simple as cramps, slowing her down just enough to be fatal. And that memory hits him hard as he struggles just to stay upright. His own body is betraying him, refusing to move properly when he needs it most. Collapsing to the floor, he drags himself towards his last line of defense. He knows a rifle is his best bet, but in this state, he couldn't even lift an axe. Just then, an alarm beeps through the bunker movement detected in the corridor. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes from just outside the reinforced door. He can already tell from the distinct sounds and shadows it's at least 2 people. With grim certainty, he realizes this is it. He's going to die here. But as he confronts his own end, there's no panic, no fear. Instead, a strange sense of calm washes over him, a quiet acceptance of his fate. Holding the rifle, he muses to himself that he thought he'd at least have some regrets. But his mind is empty, save for one last idea that flashes as he glances at his laptop. With a flicker of resolve, he decides there's one final thing he must do. He drags himself to the computer and types out a grim farewell message on the live board. A racking cough escapes him, but he pushes through the pain to finish his post. Leaning back, exhausted but satisfied, he feels like his work is finally done. Now, as the presence outside the door becomes undeniable, he wonders if anyone even saw his final struggle. The thought of his last message being ignored is the only thing that brings him a pang of sadness. He stands, rifle ready, as a dark silhouette appears through the reinforced glass. The figure outside makes a small, casual gesture, as if flicking away a piece of dust. But the figure isn't a monster. It's his neighbors, their voices filled with panic, calling out his alias. They'd been trying to reach him for so long, they were sure he was dead and had to check. Park Gyu stares blankly, the concern on their faces jogging a memory, something he'd forgotten. His body finally gives out, and he collapses forward without another word. They rush to catch him, just as he realizes he had forgotten he even had neighbors. His consciousness fades into the warm glow of a setting sun. A memory surfaces, light pouring into a familiar room from long ago. He remembers the quiet sound of his mother placing a pot on the stove, the steady, rhythmic chopping of vegetables for a family meal, and his own eyes, watching this peaceful moment from a time before the world ended. His last fading thought is of his mother, a warm but distant memory. But the image blurs, reforming into a different kitchen, a different woman. Park Gyu's eyes snap open. He's on the floor, his neighbor staring down at him in concern. The man explains he'd been out cold for an entire day right there on the floor. They'd brought him medicine and tried their best to bring his fever down. His other neighbor approaches with a warm smile, calling him by his nickname, Skeleton. She's just relieved he's finally awake, holding up a pot of freshly made porridge. A simple, steaming bowl is placed before him. She even offers to feed him, but he shyly refuses, taking the spoon himself. He takes a tentative bite, and for the first time in a long time, something tastes good. The woman gently chides him, asking if he still finds them difficult to approach after all this time. Seeing he's better, they decide to give him some space, the man cheekily borrowing his game console on the way out. And just like that, he's alone again. The siblings who brought a moment of warmth vanishing as quickly as they came. He thinks about how easily a life can be snuffed out by a stray bullet, but this time, he was lucky. A grimace twists his face as he remembers the comments, or rather, the lack of them. His last message, a desperate plea titled, Skeleton in Danger, announcing his imminent death met with absolute silence. But now, under a new post titled, Skeleton Resurrection, the trolls are out in full force, mocking him for faking it all. Fury flashes through him. What did he do to deserve this? He grabs his walkie-talkie, his knuckles white. He's lost in his anger, wondering what is even happening in this world anymore. When a terrified, tear-filled voice crackles through the speaker, it's his neighbor, desperately calling his name. Her voice cracks with terror, crying that her brother has been shot. Before the words even settle, Park Yu is already on his bike, the engine screaming to life. He tears down the empty road, a blur of speed and cold focus. But he's not going in blind. He's already on comms, coordinating his approach. Another voice cuts in its Dajiang, confirming she's at her place and has just launched a drone. He hears her proudly call it Sparrow, and a wave of annoyance washes over him. This is no toy. It's a military-grade kamikaze drone, meant for one deadly purpose. Just as she starts to explain the situation on the ground, she lets out a sudden gasp. Park Yu's head snaps up, demanding to know what just went wrong. And then comes the utterly anticlimactic answer: she forgot to charge the battery. To make matters worse, she admits she's already dropped one, making him ask just how many she brought. Her answer is everything. She deployed every single military-grade drone she had. He mentally tallies it up around 12, recognizing the classic overcompensation of someone terrified for a loved one. He can tell she's trying to sound calm over the comms, but her trembling gives her away. And the source of her panic is clear. The woman she's watching is completely breaking down. He cuts through the static with her name, Dajong, his voice sharp and steady. He tells her not to cry as a new drone takes to the sky. It's time to get a grip. He orders her to put back everything except what they absolutely need. The terrified neighbor cries out for her brother, but Park Gyu's voice is firm, promising he'll be fine. He reminds Dajiang that she knows his skills, and his cold confidence finally seems to cut through the panic. With her panic under control, Dajiang now focuses intently on the drone's live feed. Park Yu watches on, his expression a mask of cool, unwavering confidence. The sister finally wipes away her tears, choosing to believe in his promise to bring her brother back. The drone zips through the desolate city, arriving above the target building. Dajiang begins her sweep, reporting that the west wall is completely clear. She confirms there's no sign of backup. He's the only friendly in the immediate area. He tells her to widen the search, his main concern being a potential sniper's nest. The perimeter seems secure, but a new problem surfaces: still no response from the defender inside. He figures the enemy must be too close for comms, but that also means they don't have a clean shot. Their best bet is an ambush, and just as he takes position, a sniper's scope glints in the distance. He hits the dirt as enemy rounds rip through the air, barely missing him. But he doesn't just cower, he immediately returns fire, suppressing the attacker. His shots pepper the sniper's cover, forcing the man to flinch back in surprise. Dajiang frantically asks if he got a clean hit, but he curses it was a miss. Just a graze from the fragments, forcing him to break cover and find a new angle. He shouts her name over the comms, a new plan forming in his mind. He needs her to move the combat drones, positioning them right at the windows. The sniper, he realizes, has a small, hidden peephole to shoot from, and that's his opening. He's going to use the drone to block that view. As the machine flies into position, it creates the perfect blind spot for his advance. He tries to advance, but a spray of bullets immediately tears past him. The sheer accuracy forces him back behind cover, completely pinned down. Something's wrong. The sniper's timing is just too perfect. He wonders if there's a spotter somewhere, feeding the enemy his location. But Dajiang's voice cuts through his thoughts. The sniper is absolutely alone. A sudden realization hits him. This isn't just some soldier, he's an awakener. He's low level for sure, but he must possess some kind of detection ability. And across the way, a faint blue glow from the sniper's eye confirms it. It's a power that lets the user sense living things, even through solid walls. But in the hands of an amateur like this, Park Yu smirks, it's completely useless against him. So, with the sniper's power useless, Park Yu decides to hunt him the old-fashioned way, shouting out for the defender. He turns to the confused neighbor, asking him loudly if he got a good look at the sniper. The man is stunned, wondering what they could possibly do even if they caught him. But the question sparks a fire in him, and he roars back. How could he even ask? He's going to kill the man who did this to him, tear him apart piece by piece. And every word of that furious promise travels directly to the sniper's ears. The hunter's blood runs cold as another voice announces there at the entrance. A wave of intense mental pressure washes over him. The roles have been completely reversed. More voices call out, reporting fake positions. The second floor is secure. The rooftop is covered. With every escape route seemingly cut off, the terrified sniper realizes he has only one option left. His desperate mind settles on a plan. Take out the defender to create an opening for his escape. Power flares in his eyes as he focuses, ready to make his move. He prepares to rush the stairs, rifle at the ready, only to freeze at the sight of his target sitting calmly behind the real threat. Park Gyu. A memory flashes in his mind, a lesson from a scarred senior about the blind spots of detection powers. He recalls the man explaining how two people with similar builds, pressed together, can appear as a single entity. And now, Park Yu's own eyes are glowing, a silent mockery for falling for the classic trick. A single gunshot shatters the silence of the abandoned building. A sharp, agonized scream echoes from the upper floor. The sniper collapses, his leg blown out, looking up at the man who had just played him like a fiddle. With his last breath, the sniper curses Park Yu, calling him a murdering bastard. Unfazed, the man fires a single, final shot right into his head. Standing over the body, his new acquaintance is confused, thinking this must have been the stalker. Park Yu shakes his head. He knows this man, but it's not the one he was after. The neighbor sighs, revealing he's being hunted by a particularly vicious stalker of his own. A notification pops up in his mind. A message from a user named Justice. Min. This self-proclaimed hero has been sending threats, promising to hunt him down and verify his actions. Park Yu scoffs, dismissing him as an edgelord, but the neighbor insists it's more serious than that. He admits the only reason he got shot earlier was because he was so on edge about this stalker. With that cleared up, he turns back to the fresh corpse and asks, so who was this guy, anyway? The neighbor's eyes widen slightly. He recognizes this man. Looking at the lifeless body, he states with cold clarity that this was his prey. A dark smile creeps onto his face. This was Prey Head, Mist, the son of a killer Head already dealt with. Park Yu listens, adding that he later checked the dead man's phone, and it was filled with horrific photos of women they had brutalized and killed. These two lived by a twisted philosophy, to make themselves the sworn enemy of everyone else. But with the story told, the grim reality of the neighbor's own gunshot wound sets in. He cries out in agony trying to treat it, as the others rush to his side, realizing how bad it is. Park Yu holds a surgical tool, but his expression is grim. He's no doctor, and could easily hit a major artery. Making a decision, he looks at the injured man and asks if he knows anyone with real medical skills. The injured man grits his teeth, and offers their only hope. An awakened in Incheon, who switched from hunter to doctor. Park Yu's expression hardens, instantly knowing who he means, as the neighbor adds that he personally despises the guy. A grim look crosses his face as he prepares to drop the real bombshell. Not only is the doctor a complete psycho, he's also one of Park Yu's former classmates. With no other choice, their van is already on the move. As Da-jeong puts her foot down, she begins to explain the dark history of the transition period between the old school and the new awakened system. She says the popular story about the entire 18th class being abandoned isn't the whole truth. The few who actually awakened powers, she explains, were quietly promoted to senior positions, a fact she knows for certain. Park Yu scoffs, taking a drag from his cigarette. The tale of the cursed class is only half the story. Da-jeong nods, continuing that back then, the standards were so undefined that anyone who awakened got special treatment. It was a golden opportunity to rise far beyond your actual abilities, creating monsters like the very man they're now racing to meet. Da-jeong muses that back then, even low-level awakeners were treated like royalty, a concept that's totally unthinkable now. So why didn't this doctor join the national committee? Simple, she says. He lost his mind during a mission. He used to be a cheerful, talkative guy, but whatever he saw out there broke him, turning him quiet and strange. As the van pulls to a stop, she gives Park Yu one last, critical piece of advice. Arriving at the doctor's bizarre compound, she warns him to just play along with whatever the man says or does. They step out into the open, Park Yu supporting their injured companion, who calls out for the doctor, Jong Cheol. A hulking, bald figure emerges, a muzzled, drooling beast tucked casually under his arm like a handbag. He takes a slow, deliberate step towards them. A disturbingly friendly smile spreads across his bearded face as he greets his old friend, Jong-ho. The scene flashes to a makeshift operating room, the doctor looming over his patient, ready to begin his work. The doctor inspects the wound, noting with relief that the artery was missed. With glowing blue eyes and a scalpel in hand, he promises to treat it immediately. A moment later, a gut-wrenching scream echoes from the operating room. Outside, Da-jeong can only listen in horror, the silhouette of the procedure cast against the wall. She turns to Park Yu, her face etched with worry, asking if her brother will be all right. But Park Yu seems unfazed, calmly assuring her that he'll be fine. The doctor emerges, calling out to Park Yu by the strange nickname Skeleton. He holds up a bizarre, insect-like object with tweezers, calling it a seed of death he extracted. Da-jeong cuts him off, demanding to know how her brother is, her patience clearly worn thin. The doctor falls silent, and Park Yu just studies him, thinking he doesn't seem particularly crazy at all. The doctor's eyes glow with an unnerving light, as he wonders why someone with his skills isn't a top recruitment priority. He changes the subject, asking Park Yu if he's from the school. He figures an old-school hunter like him must hold a grudge against the country, and Park Yu admits he does. The doctor then lectures him on the government's cold logic. They chose Jeju Island as a safe zone because its small population meant weaker rifts. Park Yu's face hardens as he asks the obvious, chilling question. What happens to everyone who couldn't go? The grim silence that follows is an answer in itself. The doctor confirms their fate with a shrug. They all die, sooner or later. But then, a wicked grin spreads across his face as he leans in. What if, he proposes, Everyone in the entire city of Incheon just disappeared. Park Yu actually seems to consider the insane idea, asking how that would even be possible. The doctor's eyes gleam with a manic light as he reveals his simple, terrifying solution. A nuke. He claims it's not impossible, casually mentioning he knows some Chinese guys who could get one. He then turns to Park Yu, waiting for a response to his world-ending proposition. But the scene shifts, revealing this was a memory Park Yu is stewing over. He'd tried to warn people online, posting his analysis about a nuke in Incheon, only to be met with ridicule and scorn. He stares at his screen, utterly baffled why a post for the public good is getting zero support. It's a lonely existence, he thinks, being the only one who sees the coming storm, but his brooding is cut short by a sudden alert flashing across his monitor. One of his sensors has picked up movement within his territory. Instantly, he's on the move, rifle in hand, peering down from a ridge at the unwelcome visitor. He identifies the man's attire as a Chinese military uniform, noting the absence of any weapons. Park Yu had actually watched him for a full day, wary of a potential ambush, and now wonders if he's a deserter. Deciding to act, he approaches and gives the unconscious soldier a swift kick. The man groans, stirring back to life, and Park Yu grimly thinks it's a shame he survived. He presses his boot onto the soldier's chest, preparing to end it. Nothing personal, just a loose end he can't afford. In his mind, keeping an enemy soldier alive is just asking for trouble down the line. But before he can apply pressure, the man screams, begging for help, yelling that Incheon is in danger from a nuke. Park Yu freezes, the word nuke echoing the exact warning he himself had tried to give. With utter desperation, the soldier insists that the entire country is about to be finished. All Park Yu can do is stand there, stunned, praying that this terrible premonition isn't actually coming true. The soldier reveals a chilling directive from high command. Launch all remaining strategic weapons directly at Incheon. He explains this single telegram tore his unit apart, splitting them into two warring factions. Some argued they had to follow orders, while others were deeply suspicious of the command's source. The internal conflict was bloody, but in the end, the faction pushing for the attack won. Their goal, the soldier says, is to strike the area with the most Koreans, a plan for total annihilation. Park Yu can't believe it's possible they'd have to move the nuke by land, a seemingly insane plan. He scoffs at the idea, reminding the soldier that the territory of the mutated dogs stands between them and Incheon. But the soldier answers with grim certainty, insisting the dogs won't be a problem for them, because, he says, one of China's legendary 5 dragons is personally coming to clear the path. The name sends a jolt through Park Yu. Has heard of them. China's S-class hunters, a force of nature even world hunters fear. The soldier grabs him, panicked, insisting there's no time left to waste. He claims the Chinese hunter unit arrived yesterday, and if they meet their contact, it's game over. The word contact immediately piques Park Yu's interest. Something isn't right. With a chilling stare, he demands to know the name of this mysterious contact. The soldier reveals the name Heo Zhongqiol, and the scene shifts to Park Yu already on the move, scouting. Through his binoculars, he sees them. Chinese forces mowing down everything in their path. They're using a high-tech repeating crossbow, a weapon he recognizes as the Chukonu. He recalls its function. It fires 3 guided, explosive bolts, a new piece of Chinese hunter weaponry. This confirms his worst fears. A Chinese S-class hunter is truly operating on his turf. The weight of the situation makes him think back, wondering what the defender would have made of all this. A single, frustrated curse escapes Park Yu's lips as the pieces click into place. He recalls the defender mentioning that the psycho doctor, Zhang Qiol, had been talking crazy for a while. The madman had apparently found a Chinese military comms device and was planning something big, but Taehoon had just dismissed it as empty talk. Once Park Yu confirmed Zhang Qiol's involvement, he tried to warn everyone, but his calls went unanswered. His desperate warnings about a national threat were completely ignored by the chain of command. Now in the field, he speaks into his radio, explaining that an acquaintance of the defender is involved. This brings back another memory. Rebecca, asking Taehoon to join her, but the defender's answer was filled with reluctance. Park Yu looks up at a drone, recalling Taehoon's final words on the matter, a quiet apology and a refusal. He understood Taehoon's choice. He couldn't help, fearing he'd end up on the wrong side. Back in the present, Park Yu tells his frantic contact not to worry, but Da Zhang's voice cracks over the radio, screaming his name, questioning what he's doing alone. She frantically reminds him of that stupid gift her brother gave him all that time ago, a handmade defender summoning ticket, a last resort she begs him to use. He pulls out the worn slip of paper, looking down at the childish scrawl. A summoning ticket he can't help but feel a little ridiculous even considering it. He can practically see Taehoon's own mortified face from when he first handed it over. And then, in a flash of movement, the ticket actually works. The defender has arrived. Park Yu stares blankly, asking if his friend is some kind of elementary schooler for striking a pose. Taehoon just grins, firing back that at least it's better than his crappy beatboxing. With a quick fist bump, the old partners are reunited and ready to move. Their destination is a familiar one, the house of the psycho doctor, Heo Jongcheol. They pull up to the location, the engine cutting out in the tense silence. Without another word, they both grab their rifles, the time for games officially over. A single, powerful kick shatters the door, blowing it wide open. They storm the room, weapons raised, sweeping every corner for threats. But the place is deserted, and Taehoon's eyes narrow as he scans a board full of notes. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, calling out Taehoon's real name. Taehoon's gaze shifts, his own reply, a grim acknowledgement. Jongcheol. The doctor's voice echoes, casually asking why they'd visit without calling, especially with guns. And there he is, rifle leveled, ordering them to drop their weapons and face the wall. Taehoon whispers to Gyu, trying to de-escalate, convinced the doctor is just misguided. But Gyu isn't playing games, demanding to know why he orchestrated this entire deadly plot. Jongcheol's reason is absurdly simple. He claims he's just culling the population to reduce the pressure from the rifts. Gyu sees right through the flimsy excuse, knowing there must be a hidden objective. The doctor's face crumbles, tears streaming from glowing eyes as he finally reveals his true motive. He despises his country. Jongcheol appeals directly to Taehoon, reminding him of their shared past as old-school hunters. A bloody memory flashes by a knife, a hooded victim, a time of utter desperation. He speaks of the humiliation they all endured, left to suffer by the very people they served. This country, he seethes, broke them and abandoned them, and he's just paying them back. His gaze locks onto Taehoon, demanding to know why his old comrade would dare to stop him. Taehoon is speechless, caught between his past and present, completely frozen by the accusation. But their moral debate is cut short as the window explodes in a hail of gunfire. Without a second's hesitation, Gyu shoves his paralyzed friend to the ground, screaming at him to snap out of it. In that instant, all emotion vanishes from his eyes, replaced by pure, battle-honed focus. Through the smoking hole in the wall, they spot their target, the psycho doctor, already fleeing. A hailstorm of bullets from outside confirms his escape plan is in full swing. Gyu immediately returns fire, screaming Jongcheol's name with pure, unadulterated rage. But a heavy thud from above signals that the doctor wasn't their only problem. A slobbering, monstrous beast crashes through the wall, towering over the two soldiers. Its massive jaws snap open, dripping with saliva, ready to crush Taehoon completely. Taehoon can only stare up in abject terror, his body locked up, unable to move a muscle. But while his friend is frozen, Gyu's survival instincts kick into overdrive. He lunges forward with a battle cry, axe in hand, to intercept the monster's deadly attack. Gyu snaps everyone to attention. Jongcheol is one thing, but the incoming hunter unit is their top priority. Their only chance is to intercept their communications, and he quickly finds the enemy's radio. A fatal flaw in his plan emerges when Taehoon asks if he can even speak Chinese. Gyu brushes off their concerns about passwords, insisting he has a plan as he keys the mic. But before he can even speak, a voice crackles through the speaker, demanding to know what's going on. The operator sounds annoyed, reminding them it's against protocol to call outside the designated time. Tension spikes as the voice on the other end demands the identification code, right now. So, with the confidence of a tactical genius, Gyu leans in and offers a simple, hopeful ni hao. The sheer, unadulterated stupidity of his plan sends his teammates into catatonic shock. Gyu, ever the diplomat, tries again, asking if the person on the other end is doing all right. His teammates can't believe it, thinking he's just started listing random Chinese dishes into the radio. On the other side of the line, the Chinese soldiers listen in, utterly perplexed. There's a long, awkward pause as the operator tries to process what he's hearing. His team frantically grabs Gyu, demanding to know what he just said to the enemy. But Gyu, deep in the zone, ignores them and starts beatboxing directly into the microphone. The strange, rhythmic static travels over the airwaves, a bizarre transmission in the dead of night. The soldiers at the outpost are completely baffled, wondering if it's just bad satellite interference. One of them leans in, trying to make sense of the sounds, hilariously misinterpreting it as code for Brazilian waxing. Meanwhile, Gyu tries to get his mortified friends to join in, as if this was the plan all along. The senior officer finally snaps, demanding to know if Gyu has a death wish, but Gyu calmly explains his logic. They're weak, and now the Five Dragon sect is involved. With a sly look, he paints a picture for them. What if the enemy's only contact turned out to be a complete lunatic? The Chinese forces would be thrown into chaos, scrambling to cover up the embarrassing incident. And just like that, it clicks. Taehoon slaps his forehead, a wave of dawning comprehension on his face. He can't help but ask if Skeleton is some kind of genius, to which Gyu just gives a cool, dismissive reply. But beneath that confident exterior, he's just a guy desperately praying his massive bluff doesn't get called. The scene shifts, however, To a far grimmer sight, dark splatters of blood on the dusty ground. Gyu and Taehoon investigate, but our protagonist quickly concludes that tracking is useless. The perpetrator was professionally trained. A dark look crosses Taehoon's face as he says the name of the man responsible, that bastard, Jong Chael. Gyu seems unbothered, mentioning that he's already disposed of the communication gear. The soldier with them chimes in, saying his last attempt at contact was met with nothing but curses. Taehoon suddenly feels their gazes shift to him, completely lost as to why. A small, knowing smile crosses the soldier's face as he brings something up. He's never actually told them the real reason he became a traitor. The story cuts to a flashback of a much younger, cockier version of the soldier. His reasoning is simple and bleak. He hates his country too. We see him in the past, waving a final farewell to his old life amidst the city's ruins. Gyu and Taehoon share a moment of empathy, wondering how tough it must be for him. But there's no time for sentiment. Taehoon's expression hardens, ready to move on. The soldier's reasoning is cold and absolute. He too despises his own country. Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the memory, the psycho doctor, telling Taehoon he should have understood. Taehoon flinches, his mind reeling from the ghostly accusation. Back in the present, Gyu notices his friend's distress, asking him what's wrong. Taehoon just shakes his head, trying to dismiss the haunting vision. He tells him it's nothing, and walks on, leaving a concerned Gyu behind. But Gyu has his own demons. He thinks that even saving Incheon won't change a thing for him. The world itself is still on a slow, unstoppable march toward total ruin. Lately, he admits to himself, his own interests have started to lie elsewhere. Has been observing an online forum, watching people gleefully mock the less fortunate, a testament to the world's decay. A new user with no history suddenly appears, flaunting a lifestyle of luxury that seems impossible in this ruined world. He smugly preaches that having good parents is the ultimate talent, mocking anyone who works hard for a living. Gyu, however, isn't impressed. It didn't take him long to piece together exactly who this spoiled brat was. The kid's father is Yang Sung-gil, the mastermind behind Lee Song-hoon's death. He was the architect of the disastrous Jeju Island evacuation, the same man who sent Baek Sung-yoon to China. After a string of such catastrophic failures, Yang Sung-gil's own faction was ready to purge him. When Ju calls him out, the rich kid sputters threats, but Ju just scoffs at his pathetic display. Gyu realizes the implication. If his son is on the mainland, it means Yang Sung-gil's purge is already a done deal. Other users are in an uproar, some envious, some disgusted by his shameless flexing for clout. But to Gyu, it's just another symptom of a world that's tilted so far off its axis that people's hearts have tilted right along with it. Gyu lets out a weary sigh, thinking the quality of their message board has really gone to the dogs. His phone buzzes, shaking him from his thoughts. It's the alarm for his evening patrol. Grabbing his rifle, he steps out into the fading light to begin his daily routine. The days have grown shorter, and recently he's taken to patrolling the sectors cleared by the Chinese hunters. While on his route, he gets a call from Da Zhong, asking if he's seen a dog with golden fur and a long snout. Surveying the area with his drone, he reports back that he's seen nothing like that, neither alive nor dead. He wonders aloud if maybe the dog just ran off and is hiding somewhere. His search, however, leads him to the grim remains of a different animal, a silver-furred female wolf. Her spine was snapped, her body torn in half, a brutal display of the Chinese hunter's terrifying skill. And as he finds himself comparing every dog he sees to the one he's looking for, Gyu realizes he's grown quite attached. He tries to brush it off, telling himself to forget about the mutt that just wandered off. Why should he care? He decides he won't give it another thought. But just as he resolves to be cold, a small, white puppy timidly approaches his leg. It lets out a soft whimper, looking up at him with sad eyes. Back at his base, Gyu can't believe himself, wondering why he's getting worked up over some random pup. He'd not only brought it back but had already bandaged its injured leg. Trying to rationalize it, he decides he'll train it as a guard dog, a replacement for Gold. A short while later, the little guy stirs from its sleep. Gyu brings it a pot of food, muttering that it's just skin and bones. But instead of eating, the puppy nuzzles right up against his leg, already attached. But the puppy ignores the food, instead whining and nudging Gyu, trying to lead him somewhere. He sighs, wondering just where this little creature could possibly be taking him. Grabbing his rifle, he decides to follow the determined pup out into the night. It leads him south, into a part of the territory he's never set foot in. His instincts scream that this is a bad idea, but he keeps following. Their journey ends at a single, abandoned house, crumbling in the darkness. Suddenly, a cold dread washes over Gyu as he realizes what this might be about. He cautiously peers inside the derelict building, his heart pounding. There, lying amidst other fallen dogs, is a familiar, mangled body. It's Gold, his former companion, the one he was forced to leave behind. At first, it looks like a threat, Gold holding the bodies of other pups, growling. but Gyu's eyes snap to the small white dog barking furiously at his side. The tiny pup stands its ground, barking defiantly at the massive, dying beast. He realizes with a pang of sorrow that Gold isn't threatening him. He's trying to drive the little one away. Setting aside his weapon, Gyu speaks softly, asking to see the wound. He kneels beside his old friend, preparing to examine the damage. The sight is horrific, a festering wound, the infection having rotted all the way to the bone. A grim realization dawns on him as he pulls on his gloves. It's far too late. It's a miracle Gold is even breathing. The creature was beyond saving from the start. The bite marks tell a clear story. Gold was attacked by other dogs, and a pack only turns on its alpha for one reason. His mind pieces it together with grim certainty. Gold was ousted, held responsible for failing to protect the pack he once led. Gyu rises, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. It's not anger or sadness that hits him first, but a wave of utter futility. He remembers saving the beast in the snow, a decision he'd told himself was purely practical. But to see it end like this, he can't help but wonder if his choice made any difference at all. His gaze hardens, the bitter reality of this world settling in once more. But a soft tug on his pant leg pulls him from his dark thoughts. The little puppy looks up, letting out a soft, mournful whimper. Gyu looks down, his expression unreadable, a silent weight passing between them. He gently pats the little pup, deciding that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't all for nothing. Looking at the small, whimpering creature, he gives it a new name, Gold. He tells the tiny dog they're going home, because if it's going to die, it should at least be somewhere warm. As he prepares a vehicle, the scene triggers a memory, pulling him back to his hunter days. He recalls trudging through an endless blizzard, carrying the weight of a dying comrade. He told the man to save his strength, to just hold on, even though he knew it was probably hopeless. All he got in response was the sound of quiet, desperate sobbing against his back. A fellow soldier saw him approaching the base, her expression filled with a terrible pity, but he just pushed forward, every muscle screaming, focused only on getting his friend to safety. He didn't realize until it was too late that the man had carried all that way was already dead. In the cold, he remembers that same heavy sense of duty he felt all those years ago. He knows he didn't give birth to this little creature, but he did save its life once. And because of that, he feels a solemn responsibility to see this through to the very end. But as he stands by the truck, a sudden, chilling sound cuts through the quiet night. His blood runs cold. That's the unmistakable sound of mutation dogs barking. He snatches up his rifle, frantically screaming out for Gold, his heart pounding in his chest. A faint, familiar bark answers him, and his head whips around in desperate hope. And there it is, the tiny white puppy, standing defiantly against two hulking, monstrous dogs. The beasts snarl, their teeth bared, clearly hostile and ready to tear the small creature apart. Yet the little pup doesn't back down, barking furiously at the monsters, threatening its new master. And in a flash, Gyu realizes this little pup isn't afraid at all. He steps into view, rifle at the ready, only to find the monstrous dogs have vanished. A breath of relief escapes him, his heart still pounding from the sudden fear. The little puppy pants happily, its brave duty done, looking up at its master. Kneeling down, Gyu strokes the pup's head, giving it a new, heavy name, Gold. He looks to his fallen companion, whispering that he raised a truly good son. Gyu had come back to this place on purpose, to the spot where he'd first met his friend. Now, he and the new little Gold stand over the body of the original. His expression hardens with a quiet, somber resolve. The puppy nudges its namesake, a final, gentle farewell to the fallen hero. Silence hangs heavy over the still form of his greatest friend. Gyu had braced himself for this moment, thought he was prepared for the emptiness, but seeing him like this still leaves a bitter taste of loss. Then, an image of Gold in his prime flashes through his mind, regal and strong. The spectral beast's eyes seem to bore right into him, conveying a final, unspoken thought. Gyu flinches, his own eyes widening. What was that? The little puppy suddenly starts barking, its small voice cutting through the silence. It keeps barking, and Gyu listens intently, trying to understand. And in that moment, a shocking realization dawns on him. He's certain of it now that wasn't a bark, it was a thank you. With that, he took the puppy to the bunker. Gyu gently pats the small puppy, deciding its silvery fur deserves a fitting name. From this day forward, he tells the little guy, he'll be known as Silver. But there was one key difference between him and Gold. Silver was a complete idiot. He'd constantly get into trouble, and couldn't even be properly house-trained. And yet, the biggest headache of all was the fact that he was an incredibly picky eater. He wouldn't touch anything unless it was fresh meat, growling at his bowl when Gyu tried to discipline him. Gyu sighs, knowing he can't just go hunting every time the dog gets hungry, when suddenly he notices something. Silver has stopped, standing completely still and staring intently into the distance. A strange, primal focus sharpens in the puppy's eyes. And then, as the sun sets, Silver lets out a powerful howl, joining a pack of wild dogs in their chorus. Gyu can't help but see the resemblance. Like father, like son. Back in the present, He stares at his computer, reminded of how he first found Silver. He'd been scrolling through the message boards when a familiar name popped up. It was a post from Taehoon, showing a photo of a tiny white puppy trying to keep up with a pack of giant mutation dogs. A small smile touches Gyu's lips as he remembers Taehoon's message about the brave, stupid little dog. He had a sudden thought back then that even after humanity was gone, Gold's bloodline would thrive. But his trip down memory lane is interrupted by a new post on the real-time board from some arrogant punk. The user brags about his father and his own violent urges, so Gyu, under his old handle Skelton, decides to reply. He effortlessly dismantles the guy's ego with 2 simple words, "Your mom," followed by an even simpler dismissal. Gyu smirks, thinking he might have been a bit childish, but just as he sees the board light up, a new PM arrives. The message is from a user named Fox Games, who seems impressed by Skelton's sharp wit. Gyu's eyes narrow as he reads the surprising offer that follows. An online game? The user admits Head underestimated him, and now wants to offer him a special royal account for a new project. He stares at the screen, the sender's nickname Fox Games triggering a memory. He recalls the user was a former game developer, a well-known figure on the board since the beginning. This guy was a legend, always uploading helpful games or giving out technical advice. Rumor had it he was some big-shot executive at a major gaming company before it all went down. More messages pop up, announcing a multiplayer raid game called Monster Park, but Gyu has his doubts. Developing any game in this apocalyptic hellscape is hard enough, let alone a fully functioning online one. But the final message is a direct invitation, a premium account to playtest the game. Still, he couldn't deny the possibility if this multiplayer game actually succeeded. He types back a simple sure, his curiosity winning out over his skepticism. With a click of the mouse, he accepts the prompt, ready to witness a potential turning point for their community. The screen flashes to life, presenting Monster Park, the ambitious project from the legendary Fox Games. It was pitched as a gritty post-apocalyptic RPG, a world ravaged by monsters and despair. A game depicting the desperate, brutal survival of hunters in a world torn apart by the rifts. It promised deep customization, real-time raids, and classes based on actual hunter manuals, but something felt off. The game finally loads, and Gyu stares blankly at his screen. What in the world is this? It's a text-based adventure, straight out of the Stone Age of gaming. Before he can even process the primitive graphics, a combat log pops up. He's already in a fight. Hez, paralyzed by a super toxin, takes critical damage, and he's dead. Well, that was anticlimactic. Gyu just stares at his monitor, completely unimpressed. The developer, Fox Games, messages him, excitedly listing all the special perks his account has. After all that hype, they ask for his honest opinion, and Gyu delivers it without hesitation. It's boring as hell, but his personal taste means nothing, because on opening day, Monster Park is swarmed with over 50,000 players. The developer is in a panic, apologizing for the server crash but promising a fix thanks to an anonymous benefactor. And just like that, contrary to all of Gyu's expectations, the simple text-based game is a massive success. So why is it so popular? Kim Da-jong offers her own theory, calling it a form of vicarious satisfaction. She explains that when reality is a gutter, watching yourself get stronger in a game can fill that empty void. But as Gyu listens in on his radio, this whole philosophical take on gaming is completely lost on him. Da-jong correctly guesses he's never played an online game, so she asks what he did for fun before the war. His answer? Beatboxing. She can't help but laugh, but Gyu is already over this conversation, wondering what she's really after. On the other end of the line, Da-jong's tone shifts, becoming a bit more serious. She cuts to the chase with a more personal question. Was there ever a girl he liked? The question catches him completely off guard. A memory flashes through his mind, a woman's voice calling his name, remarking on how much he loves monsters. He's momentarily stunned, wondering why that forgotten moment suddenly resurfaced. But Da-jong, oblivious to his inner turmoil, continues her line of questioning. With a playful tone, she leans in close to her radio and throws out a loaded suggestion. So, what about her? Is she not his type? Stunned into silence, Park Gyu can only manage to say her name into the radio. He tells her to stop making jokes like that, and she plays it off with a laugh. But her eyes tell a different story, hinting that her feelings weren't entirely a jest. She tries to pivot the conversation, but he's already done and clicks off the radio. He lets out a sigh, reflecting on his firm belief that he'd never get involved with Monster Park. It was a simple, resolute thought he had just a short while ago, but it didn't even take a few days for reality to set in, and with it, crushing boredom. The entire community is completely obsessed with the game, the online boards lighting up with chatter. He tries to reach out to his usual contacts, but Rebecca and Defender are too busy raiding to answer. Lying back, he wonders if it's possible to die from boredom, because he feels like Hez about to find out. Just as he's about to fade into oblivion, a notification pings on his laptop. An anonymous user has made a post with a very relatable title. This is so damn boring. Elsewhere, a young man in a hoodie idly scrolls through the same community board, his expression bleak. He's the one who made the post, complaining about how dull everything is and name-dropping his dad. He sighs, wishing he were back on Jeju Island instead of this place his father dragged him to. But then, a new notification catches his eye, a direct message from a user named Skeleton. The message is blunt. Skeleton is bored and wants to hear some stories about Jeju Island. The kid just scoffs, wondering who this weirdo is. But as he stares at the name, a nagging feeling of familiarity starts to creep in. Then it hits him. This is the same guy who insulted his mother. He fires back, but Skeleton just laughs it off. Skeleton presses again for stories, and the kid, surprisingly, agrees, mentioning he has time before his girlfriend arrives, which immediately gets a cute reaction out of the mysterious chatter. The kid leans in, a smug grin on his face, thinking this Skeleton guy is easy to handle. Skeleton immediately cuts to the chase, asking about two individuals on the island, Kang Min and Hyen Na. The kid admits he doesn't know much about the saviors, explaining that even his own father is barred from the war zone. To illustrate his point, a notification pops up. He sent a photo to Skeleton. The image is bleak, revealing a land that is no longer the Jeju Island he once knew. Littered with the pale bodies of the drowned, it's become a massive, desolate fortress, a ring of concrete and steel rising from the churning sea. This, he explains grimly, is the Jeju of today, a fortress designed for nothing but war. Skeleton's reply is instant, demanding to know how things ended up this way. The kid's fingers fly across the keyboard, relaying what little he knows from his father, that the awakened are somehow inducing monster waves. The very words seem to trigger a vision of his own future, bloodied, beaten, and trapped in the aftermath of one such wave. He remembers the pure despair of that day, a death march toward total extermination. The kid finishes his message. There was no paradise on Jeju Island, only a battlefield where the strong herded monsters for their own gain. And suddenly, it all clicks for Park Gyu. This is why Woo Min-hee is so desperate to gather awakened from the mainland. The son is a little surprised at himself. He hadn't planned on revealing so much, but this Skeleton guy seems different. Park Gyu, however, sees an opportunity. This kid is an unexpectedly valuable informant, and he needs to find a way to get closer. As he ponders his next move, his eyes catch something on another screen. An idea begins to form. It's a game chat for Monster Park, filled with players complaining as their raid teams are wiped out one by one. They're completely stuck, unable to figure out the patterns for the new monster raids. A message pops up for the son. It's Skeleton, asking if he wants to play that very game. The kid scoffs. Why would he play that trash? But Skeleton dangles the bait. A message revealing he has a super special luxury account with absurdly powerful party buffs. Park Gyu lays it on thick, promising to carry him through the raid if he'll just trust his big brother. And with that little bit of ego stroking, the trap is set. He successfully gets the kid to log in. The carry, however, immediately goes south, as Park Gyu's character is viciously mauled by a giant pigeon. The son can only stare in stunned silence as his supposed expert guide gets absolutely demolished. He explodes in frustration, yelling at the corpse of the guy who boasted so much about being good at this. Park Gyu, meanwhile, stares at the "You have died" screen, faintly wondering why his long-range character was in melee range to begin with. The son reminds him that he's a hunter, a class that's supposed to shoot bows from the back, but that was just the start of his complaints. So many things were wrong with this supposed luxury account. He demands to know why Park Gyu is wielding a logging axe, a useless quest item, as his main weapon. And the final absurdity, the stats. A hunter with 30 points in charisma, which Park Gyu calmly defends as a matter of a man's pride. The son loses his patience, asking if Park Gyu even knows what a turn-based game is. But our veteran scoffs, insisting the trick to combat is always the same. His grand, unbeatable strategy? Evade every attack, and hit everything back. Flawless. The kid just buries his face in his hands, speechless at the sheer idiocy. He's had enough, demoting the expert to a buff totem who just throws potions. And as the boy grabs his shoulder, Park Gyu has a sobering thought. The kid is right. This game's combat system was a completely different beast from his real-world experience. All his knowledge, all his instincts, meant absolutely nothing in this digital world. He admits to himself that being a total novice at games, he really is just an almut. With his pride finally in check, he silently accepts his new, much simpler role. Park Gyu seethes in silence. Being called an almut somehow stings worse than any insult he's ever heard. The kid's voice snaps him out of it, yelling from afar for the useless old man to hurry up. And just like that, their trial by fire in Monster Park began as a giant pigeon swooped down on them. The bird immediately pins Icarus, who, without missing a beat, yells for his new mana potion caddy to do his job. Park Gyu can only watch, amazed at how quickly this game-savvy kid adapted to the flow of combat. Icarus's eyes begin to glow with a brilliant blue light as he prepares a powerful skill. He unleashes a massive shockwave, blasting the creature with pure energy. As the dust settles, the kid asks if it's over, but Park Yu notes that the damage calculation feels wrong. Before he can elaborate, a massive, muscular shadow looms over them from the smoke. The pigeon rises, transformed into a monstrous, red-eyed beast, proving this was just the warm-up. Park Yu grimly reminds Icarus that he saw this coming. He had told him the damage calculation felt completely wrong. The scene shifts, and Icarus admits that his math was perfect. It should have been a guaranteed kill. But somehow, some random chance, some ambiguous RNG, had made his attack fail. Suddenly, Icarus lunges, grabbing Park Yu by the collar, accusingly asking what this all means. He demands to see the inventory, and immediately spots the problem. Park Yu used potions that don't even stack. Icarus sighs, realizing he's been wasting precious resources, and will have to gather more materials himself. This moment clarifies their entire dynamic. Icarus was the team's strategic command and main dealer. And Park Yu's role? He was little more than an errand boy, a potion mule, and a human shield. He slumps down, wondering if he even has a real place on this team, feeling like he's only making a bad impression. He's spiraling, convinced Icarus is about to ditch him, and thinks maybe he should just quit first. But instead of dropping him, Icarus just asks what time they're playing tomorrow. Park Yu just stares, completely blindsided. Tomorrow? He was expecting to get kicked out. Icarus confirms they have to clear it, but he's busy around 1 o'clock. His girlfriend's coming over. And just like that, their strange partnership continued for 3 more days. But it wasn't exactly a bonding experience. Icarus was the silent pro, and Park Yu was just support. Whenever they ran into trouble, he would simply unleash a powerful wave skill. A massive torrent of energy would erupt from his hands, clearing the way forward. He couldn't help but admire his own work, noting how effective the updated necromancing skill was. He even jokes how awesome it would be to use zombies in real life. A chilling thought that gets a silent reaction from the psycho doctor. Before logging off, Icarus casually tells him he's posting a strategy guide, and to be sure to upvote it. And sure enough, there it is. A detailed guide on how their 2-man party cleared the boss. Park Yu sits at his computer, reading through the post and the community's reactions. He gives it a thumbs up, just as a notification dings on his screen. Then another and another, all from the same anonymous user Icarus. Still getting ready, he wonders what all the fuss is about. Their meeting isn't for a while. He finally sits down, a bit annoyed at the constant alerts. But the chat window reveals a stream of pure panic, telling him to wake up, that they're screwed. Jolted from his calm, he shoots back a message, demanding to know what's going on. The reply is chilling, a frantic order to turn off his phone and go dark if he's in Incheon. The frantic message finally clarifies the situation. Icarus's father plans to relocate the refugee camps. He calls it Yang Sung-gil's final, desperate struggle. Park Yu understands immediately. After so many policy failures, the man was facing a political purge. He's seen this before, with men like Lee Sang-hoon who were cast aside. For a non-awakened official, a purge is a death sentence, forcing them to make reckless moves for survival. He stares at the screen, contemplating the sheer naivety of the boy on the other end. Does Icarus even comprehend how his own shallow guilt is driving his father to self-destruction? The boy is already spiraling, asking if he should just post everything on the message boards for the world to see. Park Yu tells him to wait, quickly messaging an old acquaintance, but the chat remains silent. He calmly tells the boy his contact might be sleeping, urging patience while Icarus wails, asking if they're doomed. Though he spoke calmly, his clenching fist revealed the truth. The situation was absolutely grave. He knew it was only a matter of time before the military made its move on the refugee camps. If one camp fell, the chaos would ignite a firestorm, and a river of blood was sure to follow. With a grimace, he resigned himself to a method he never wanted to use. A message appears on the boy's screen. Skeleton has a final plan, but it will cause significant damage. Icarus stares, aghast, asking if the man on the other end is even in his right mind. But the reply is swift and deadly serious, confirming every word. He shoots to his feet as Skeleton admits even he might not come out unscathed from this gamble. But that's not what has the boy so upset. It's the sheer absurdity of the so-called solution. He points at the chat log, screaming that this grand strategy is nothing more than spamming the message boards. He calls the man a psychopath as the plan flashes on screen. Spam the message boards until Fox Games returns. The boy slams his fist down, yelling that spamming is a major offense against the site's rules. He tries to explain that on a closed board where reputation is everything, this is basically social suicide. Icarus mockingly adds that Skeleton's reputation is already trash, but Skeleton insists there's a bigger risk. He leans in with grave intensity, revealing the terrifying consequence: a possible 3-day suspension. The boy is left utterly dumbfounded by the sheer stupidity, sarcastically typing back how scary that sounds. Conceding for a moment, he points out their posts will be instantly buried by the Monster Park hype anyway. But Skelton is unfazed, revealing he has a secret technique he's been holding back this whole time. His ultimate trump card. He can upload 6 posts per second, prompting Icarus to ask if he's just using a macro. But the look on Skelton's face is calm and focused, hinting that this is no simple script he's running. He feigns ignorance, innocently asking what a macro even is. Meanwhile, across the servers of Viva Apocalypse, the player base is calm. The community is buzzing, filled with the usual pre-update chatter. Players are idly discussing the upcoming maintenance and a potential 2x EXP event. But then, a single notification pops up, catching one user completely off guard. Suddenly, the entire forum board begins to light up with alerts. An endless stream of posts from a single user Skelton begins to flood the system. The real-time board is completely hijacked. Every new entry a warning about Yang Song-gil's plot. This isn't a program. His own fingers are a blur, hammering the keyboard with impossible speed. The community erupts in chaos, users wondering if the server is breaking or if this is some kind of attack. And of course, the general player base is in an uproar, convinced Skelton is just some cheater using macros. At another keyboard, Yang Song-gil's son is in a full-blown panic, screaming that he's been suspended from the board. But Park Gyu had already predicted this, calmly instructing his accomplice to log into Monster Park to continue their chat. If that gets blocked, he's already got another platform lined up. This man is always 3 steps ahead. His focus is absolute, his mind racing faster than his fingers. But even he feels the strain, his wrist aching from the inhuman effort he's putting his body through. He knows he's on a timer, hoping he can get a response from Fox, games before his body gives out. And just in time, a private message pops up on his screen. The other party is annoyed, woken up by the endless stream of notifications blowing up their system. A flicker of a smile crosses Park Gyu's face. Has got him. The target has taken the bait. Fox Games is furious, demanding to know why Park Gyu is causing such a ruckus, but our boy cuts straight to the point. He tells him this is about Anonymous 1523, Yang Song-gil's son, and that he has something crucial to share. And so, sitting alone in his hideout, Park Gyu spills every last detail he was told. His eyes are glued to the screen, waiting for the other shoe to drop as a new message finally pings. He leans in, his entire focus narrowed down to the words appearing on his laptop. But the response is pure skepticism. Fox Games has read it all, but he needs proof. The story is just too wild, a refugee camp sent to its doom. He can't just believe it. He admits, if the intel came from Park Gyu himself, maybe he'd consider it. But from human trash like 1523? Not a chance. With steady hands, Park Gyu prepares his reply, a defense for the man everyone despises. He explains that this so-called trash is trying to do one good deed, but as silence greets his plea, even he begins to worry what's taking so long. And across the network, the kid watches with bated breath, wondering if this message will actually work. Park Gyu goes all in, telling Fox Games to revoke his special account if it's a lie, to mock him for the rest of his life. The response that comes back is odd, a comment on how inconsistent Park Gyu's personality is. Fox Games admits that while he usually acts like a fool, his serious moments actually make sense, and with that, he agrees to post the notice. A faint, confident smile plays on Park Gyu's lips, but Fox Games adds a stark warning. He knows what happens if this is all a lie. Of course he does. But Park Gyu isn't just taking a favor, he's offering one in return, a chance for Fox Games himself. He boasts, just a little, of his own considerable combat power and his well-stocked shelter. The offer is as simple as it is insane. If Fox Games is ever in a tight spot, Park Gyu will come find him. He even types out a little roleplay of himself standing majestically, which finally gets a laugh out of the stoic operator. Calling him a bluffing bastard, Fox Games makes good on his word, immediately posting the urgent notice inside the game. And just like that, the notice appears. A single message of warning for the refugee camp. The news spreads like wildfire through the desperate survivors. On the forums, debate rages, is this a trap, or is this Skelton telling the truth? So when the army finally arrives to enforce the relocation, they're met with unexpected resistance. The people, choosing defiance over despair, join hands to form a human chain. Inspired by the rumors, even refugees from neighboring camps arrive to stand with them. From a military broadcast station, the official story begins to form. But deep in his shelter, Park Gyu calmly stirs his coffee, listening to the results of his gambit. The broadcast details the events unfolding in Incheon, all under his invisible influence. With the army forced to retreat, the survivors began their search for the mysterious hero who made it all possible. And while the world speculates wildly about the identity of their savior, the man himself remains a ghost in the machine. Suddenly, his radio buzzes, pulling him from his thoughts. A woman's voice, Minhee, crackles through, calling for her senior. The call triggers a memory of her instructions regarding a shipment of supplies. She had told the senior his job was simple: overseeing a younger Park Yu at a desolate camp. He was just to hand out the daily rations to the desperate survivors. And, of course, to keep a close eye on things and report everything back to her. But her final order was delivered with chilling calm. If Park Yu managed to survive until spring, the senior was to execute him personally. The memory brings a cold glint to his eyes, his focus shifting to a new target he knows is still alive. And the senior knows, with grim certainty, that his target is going to die very soon. His mind drifts back to the camp, a place filled with the sounds of wailing and utter despair. He remembers watching one woman try to comfort another, a completely futile gesture. Minhee's voice suddenly crackles over the radio, dripping with disbelief. He's still not dead? She scoffs, mocking the man who made such a show of ending it all, but apparently lacked the guts. Hearing this, Park Yu is hit with a cold realization. He was completely mistaken about Wu Min. Beneath her kindness to him, she is a fundamentally cruel person, utterly ruthless to others. She muses that maybe he needs a bit more stimulation, asking the senior to find some marauders. Park Yu's resolve hardens. Hell make them feel the exact same pain they inflicted on ordinary people. This daily routine of just observing and reporting their ruin is over. It's time to act. But just as his new purpose solidifies, a man rushes up, frantically trying to get his attention. The man grabs his shoulder, claiming he recognizes Park Yu from the National Committee. He desperately identifies him as Director Wu's subordinate, begging him to get in touch with her. Park Yu looks back, his expression unreadable, and states plainly that he can't contact Wu Minhee. The man's desperation boils over, and he clutches at Park Yu's clothes, pleading. He starts name-dropping, boasting about his connections and promising a handsome reward. He even bows deeply, promising to send Park Yu to the safe zone on Jeju Island. But his frantic promises and begging fall on deaf ears. Park Yu internally admits he's not a compassionate man, but this level of obliviousness is unsettling. Looking at the pathetic official, he realizes what his feeling isn't discomfort, it's something else entirely. It's not like he holds any personal grudge against the late director Lee Sang-hoon. He understood the man's philosophy. Treating human lives as mere cogs for a greater cause was a hunter's mindset. But among all the hunters he knew, only one person was ever free from that cold logic. He remembers her simple, almost naive answer to why she'd help others. You can't just walk past them, can you? She knew they had both been through hell, but she held onto a sliver of hope, a hope that if they kept giving, that kindness might just find its way back to them someday. And with that memory, Park Yu finally understood the emotion he was feeling. This official had just kicked away his only lifeline and was too foolish to even realize it. It was pity. Coldly, he informs the man his rations will be ready tomorrow. A flicker of pity, yes, but he can't forget that Yang Sang-gil is a mass murderer. His true responsibility is to anonymous 1523. He truly believed his involvement would end here, but that expectation was about to be shattered. Just then, a frantic voice crackles over the radio. It's Acting President Yang Sang-gil, screaming that he's been kidnapped by coup forces, begging for rescue. Park Yu can only sigh at this new level of idiocy. It turns out these so-called coup forces are just a ragtag group of thugs terrorizing their captives in a makeshift camp. They stomp on one man's head, grinding him into the dirt without a shred of mercy. Another group holds down a screaming woman, their intentions clear and vile. Suddenly, one of the armed men pauses, thinking he heard something in the distance. He dismisses it as nothing, just an engine completely oblivious to the silent shadow descending upon him. With a sickening crunch, Park Yu slams his climbing axe into the back of a thug's skull. Before the others can even process the attack, he's already a blur of motion, a whirlwind of vengeance. They can only stare in terror, wondering who this demon is that just dropped from the sky. Park Yu moves like a phantom, a streak of death cutting through the panicked thugs. Another one goes down with a sickening crack, his body flung aside like a broken doll. One of the survivors scrambles for a rifle, screaming for his friends inside to get out here now. But this isn't random violence, it's the fulfillment of a promise, made to a desperate man. A memory surfaces of Yang Sang-gil, head bowed, begging him to at least save his family. He confessed then that he knew they weren't good people. His wife was extravagant, his son a delinquent, admitting with shame that even he felt disgusted by them sometimes. But he was adamant that he, Yang Sang-gil, was the one responsible for their sins, not them. He had begged, his voice breaking, asking if there was anything Park Yu could do. And as the memory fades, a faint, knowing smile touches Park Yu's lips. And so, Park Yu had asked him a simple, cutting question back then. Why? Why did he do it? For a man who claimed to love and cherish his family above all else. Yang Sang-gil stood there in silence, unable to immediately answer the accusation. His defense, when it finally came, started not with honor or duty, but with department store VIP status. He explained that his wife couldn't possibly lose her valet parking and lounge access, and his daughter, studying abroad, might have to fly home in God forbid economy class. Meanwhile, His son was busy getting summoned by the police for posting hate comments online. He genuinely believed that without his corrupt position, this hollow family of his would crumble. With his pathetic confession finished, he then warned Park Yu. Someone from the committee was coming tomorrow. Park Yu cuts him off. Completely unmoved by the pathetic family drama, Yang Sang-gil's expression sours. He's only watching because of orders and warns him to stay off the radio. As Park Yu walks away, the official delivers one last threat. If things escalate, he won't just be an observer. The threat lingers as the sun rises on a new day. By noon, just as predicted, an armored vehicle pulls up with the committee's representative. A young man with glasses comes sprinting out, frantically shouting for his teach. It's none other than Icarus, Yang Sang-gil's son, here on behalf of Woo Min-hee. He immediately gets in Park Yu's face, trying to score points by reminding him he took his side. He proudly confesses that he found the internet equipment but chose to look the other way. And he even lied to Director Woo about it, leading Park Yu to a sudden realization. She wasn't fooled, she was just playing dumb. Of course she knew. Park Yu pictures Woo Min-hee's smug expression. She saw right through the lie. He then realizes Icarus acts like a completely different person when she's not around. Completely ignoring the mood, Icarus eagerly asks for a tour of his teacher's house. He gawks at the massive space, with Park Yu trailing behind, already looking exhausted. But he just can't get over the tactical placement of the toilet right in the middle of the room. Park Yu's patience finally snaps. Hez had enough of this kid's antics. He spots Icarus kneeling on the floor, casually starting to unpack his backpack. The kid looks up, confused, explaining that Director Woo was the one who said he'd be staying here. Apparently, she thought it was best since everyone else was a guy, which makes zero sense to Park Yu. Icarus waves it off, saying Park Yu isn't a guy to him, then quickly calls him weird, just like Shed warned. Ignoring the suffocating mood, Icarus cheerfully announces that Helby and his teach care for a while. But Park Yu has had enough, finally asking why he keeps using that title when he never taught him a thing. The kid flinches, caught completely off guard by the sudden question. He quietly admits that he's actually just a level 2, a non-combatant from a new branch. He was treated like a nobody at school and was useless in the field. But the moment he started claiming to be Park Yu's student, people suddenly started to respect him. In fact, that's how he met Director Woo Min-hee, who took him in solely because of that connection. Park Yu's mind reels. He realizes Woo Min-hee is using this kid to pressure him, but Icarus is completely oblivious, eagerly explaining how much he studied his new instructor's history. He praises Park Yu's legendary feat against a variant, a task for level 10s, barely registering his mentor's quiet correction that he didn't do it alone. Park Yu explains that he could only face death because he trusted his comrades to carry on. Icarus, seemingly unfazed, just tells him to follow, leading him to the guest house. With a bit of an ego trip, Park Yu scoffs that he'd never let a stranger stay in his actual home. But the kid, having done his homework, fires back with a hilariously specific and personal jab about his mentor's 10-year-old underwear. The legendary hero is stopped dead in his tracks, utterly mortified. He immediately grabs his bag and folds, stammering a weak apology after realizing he's been completely exposed. Just as the tension breaks, a crackle from the kid's radio makes him freeze. His face pales as he listens in, turning back to Park Yu with a warning that they've got a problem. Outside, a full-blown military convoy has rolled up, with soldiers assembling on the grass. A lieutenant colonel steps forward, presenting a custody transfer order from the Special Response Brigade. But the officer isn't here for Park Yu. He's here for someone named Yang Sang-gil, and the kid quickly whispers that these are soldiers from the Congress faction. He explains that after a major defection, some military units remained loyal to the National Committee. And wouldn't you know it, a captain from that very committee steps forward, presenting his own conflicting orders. The lieutenant colonel scoffs, questioning if the captain is even a soldier of Korea anymore. He roars, asking how anyone could refuse an order from the Joint Chiefs, but the captain is a brick wall, simply telling him to talk to his superiors. He calmly states that an order from a command center that isn't his own is completely irrelevant. The message is simple and blunt. Until he receives a direct order from his own commander, he will not move a single inch. The lieutenant colonel is absolutely livid, veins throbbing as he processes this blatant act of insubordination. Barely containing his rage, he clenches his fist and agrees to verify the claim, forced into a temporary retreat. With the standoff paused, the lieutenant colonel's fiery gaze finally lands on the civilian who's been watching all along. He demands to know who this guy is, standing around like he belongs here. Icarus quickly explains that he's a freelance hunter. A freelance hunter? The officer scoffs, basically calling him a random civilian. Park Yu just sighs, completely over this. Realizing this military squabble has nothing to do with him, he decides he's seen enough and turns to leave. Icarus panics, quickly running after him and calling out to his teacher. The boy apologizes, feeling responsible for dragging him into this mess, but Park Yu calmly brushes it off. He clarifies that it's not the kid's fault, he's just not paid to watch soldiers argue over jurisdiction. Icarus watches him go, quietly asking his teacher to come by for dinner later if he has time. But he's already gone. A lone figure on a motorcycle kicking up dust on the road, observed from afar. The lieutenant colonel lowers his binoculars, grumbling to himself about the National Committee dragging around some unverified civilian. But just as he's about to finally get some peace and quiet, something catches his attention. He revs the engine, a flicker of irritation on his face as he glances down. His radio is buzzing, forcing him to pull the bike to a screeching halt. What now? A frantic voice cuts through the static. It's Icarus, pleading for his teacher's help. The kid is in a full-blown panic, shouting that their base is under attack by the Legion faction. And they didn't come alone. They've brought an awakened with them, a soldier crackling with raw power. Icarus desperately relays the intel. This guy is at least a level 5, and he's a combat veteran. From the Legion's forward camp, a final, non-negotiable ultimatum is broadcast. A commander shouts through a megaphone, demanding one thing and one thing only. Yang Sangil and his family, his men, battle-scarred but ready, wait for their prize to be handed over, their rifles held tight. Inside the base, Park Yu scoffs, wondering what kind of idiot ordered troops to fire on an awakened. He lays into the lieutenant colonel, asking if he's ever even heard of a reflection field. The commander's face burns with shame as the narration confirms the initial skirmish was a total disaster. It was his reckless order, born from ignorance of an awakened's authority, that allowed the enemy soldier to simply hold out a hand and stop every single bullet. The attack was turned back on them, killing 8 of his men before they could even retreat. This only confirms Park Yu's intel. The Legion is recruiting powerful fanatics from the north. The younger captain, seeing his superior is useless, now asks Park Yu for their next move. His plan is brutally simple: get an armored vehicle and ram them. The colonel weakly offers to check with HQ, but checking isn't an answer. Park Yu slams his hand down, demanding a real commitment. Now, cornered and desperate, the colonel tries to reassert his authority, sputtering about rank and respect. But Captain Kim has had enough, cutting him off with a sharp bow and telling him to drop the act. He throws the colonel's failures in his face, reminding him he did nothing while the military was being usurped. With that, the captain declares the conversation over and turns to leave. He's taking command now. He stops, however, planting his foot. There's just one last question he needs to ask. He looks back, his eyes sharp, and wonders aloud if the colonel ever actually called his superiors for backup. The accusation triggers a memory for the colonel, a flash of another crazy bastard he's dealt with before, Park Yu. He recalls a scene with Park Yu and Young Sung-gil's son, where our man calmly tells the kid he has to cancel their plans. But the kid saw right through it, sensing that beneath the calm exterior, his teacher was absolutely furious. And as the colonel remembers the kid's cheerful goodbye, the full weight of who he's truly up against finally dawns on him. The memory is sharp. Park Yu with a casual wave and a pleasant smile, telling him to stay put while inwardly seething. The colonel had been muttering his plan to take Young Sung-gil himself, using what he thought was a safer route. But Park Yu had overheard, calmly pointing out the fatal flaw: their junker truck would never survive the rough southwest terrain. The colonel tried to brush him off, making excuses about how he couldn't interfere now that the higher-ups were gone. He truly thought he could just walk away, but Park Yu's voice cut through the air, stopping him in his tracks. He was asked a simple question. Was he really just going to abandon his responsibilities like this? Then, the hammer dropped. Park Yu admitted he'd seen everything, including which direction the colonel had gone with Yujin's song. The meaning was crystal clear. If the colonel left, Park Yu would expose his secrets to everyone. And for a split second, the colonel felt it, an overwhelming, fiery aura exploding from the young man. A power that seemed to catch even Park Yu off guard, leaving him just as stunned as the man he was threatening. That strange power sends a jolt through Park Yu's entire being. His eyes widen, suddenly seeing not the colonel, but a memory he's tried to bury. A vision of fire and blood, of a bridge engulfed in a violent, red explosion. He sees Captain Kim Minho, bloodied and collapsing on the asphalt. And right beside him, Young Sung-gil's son, Icarus, caught in the devastating blast. Back in the present, Park Yu's face is pale with shock, reliving the horror. He can almost hear the panicked screams of his fellow soldiers from that day. The sky was filled with them, a terrifying swarm of suicide drones. Lieutenant Colonel Ha Min-ki could only stare in disbelief at the unfolding carnage. As if that wasn't enough, his men confirmed armed forces were advancing on their position. To his horror, he realized enemy legionnaires were already inside, disguised as his own men. His subordinates screamed for orders, but the lieutenant colonel was trapped, his face a mask of strain. He finally roared a command. Grab Yang Sung-gil, prep the jammer, and abandon the base immediately. His soldiers didn't hesitate, seizing the stunned official and dragging him toward the escape vehicle. Every second counted as Ha Min-ki bellowed for them to get the asset loaded onto the truck. But their time had run out. The world erupted in a blinding, deafening explosion. Men were thrown like dolls, their bodies consumed by the catastrophic drone strike. And with that, Lieutenant Colonel Ha Min-ki was killed in action, his last gambit cut short. Inside the armored transport, a soldier frantically tried to activate the signal jammer, but sweat beaded on his brow as he cursed the device was completely dead. To make matters worse, the captain shouts that the comms are dead too, cursing the useless electronics. But a calm voice cuts through the chaos, identifying the phenomenon with a single word: blackout. Park Yu explains it's an authority that fries all circuitry, meaning they were likely marked from the start. Suddenly, Yang Sang-gil's son recognizes the man, shocked to see his teacher in the middle of this war zone. Park Yu doesn't have time for a reunion, his mind already calculating the path to victory. He turns to the soldiers and asks a simple, terrifying question. Do they just need him to kill the awakened? He clarifies the offer: he'll handle the monster if they can take care of the small fry. The captain sputters, reminding him that this thing literally bounces bullets off its hide. Park Yu looks almost bored, retorting that he's spent his life fighting monsters like that and only needs 2 people. Without hesitation, he points directly at his former student. This friend here will be one of them. And for his second, he needs anyone who isn't a coward, a challenge the captain immediately mocks. The captain turns to his men, cynically asking if any of them will volunteer to follow this random civilian. A heavy silence falls over the soldiers as they all avert their gazes, refusing to step forward. The captain smirks, thinking his point has been proven. No one is foolish enough to join. But then, a single, determined hand rises from the crowd. It's the official, Yang Sang-gil, stepping up and declaring that he will be the one to go. With his 2-man team assembled, Park Yu is already at the battlefield's edge, gathering intel. He asks his student to confirm the enemy's numbers, checking for any hidden ambushes. The boy's eyes glow with a strange light as he scans the area, reporting that only 3 enemies are present. With the information secured, Park Yu orders his student back to safety, reminding him he isn't a combatant. The boy reluctantly turns to leave, grumbling his compliance. With his student sent to safety, Park Yu and his new volunteer prepare to move out. But Yang Sang-gil needs to understand his part in this 2-man operation. A dreadful realization sinks in: his only job is to be the decoy, isn't it? Park Yu doesn't mince words, confirming the grim reality with a single, cold yes. The official asks if this was all calculated, and if his chances of dying are high. Again, the answer is yes. He tries to find a sliver of hope, thinking at least his chance of survival isn't 0, but Park Yu immediately corrects his optimistic and foolish assumption. He clarifies that no matter how this fight ends, there is no outcome where he lives. The message is delivered without an ounce of pity. You are dying here today.